Chapter 1. After 99 days of confession, you say you're willing to accept defeat? Xiaofeng, can I bring my girlfriend home for Chinese New Year this year?
Lin Feng was stunned when he heard his mother's questioning voice on the other end of the phone.
Mom, why are you saying this suddenly?
Your cousin just started college this year and he brought his girlfriend home. He even said they'd get married in 2 years. On the other end of the phone, Mother Zhang Hui's voice was full of depression. You are 3 years older than your cousin and more handsome than your cousin. But how come you're almost graduating from college and don't even have a girlfriend? Son, if you can't find a partner, why not come back and go on a blind date? Lin Feng paused and said helplessly.
Mom, what era is this? Are you still into blind dates? Aren't I waiting to hold my grandchildren?
Zhang Hui said in a voice that could not be refused. If you still don't bring someone back with you during the Chinese New Year, I'll arrange a blind date for you.
Lin Feng. Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng? Don't be silent.
Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, Zhang Hui muttered.
You young people don't understand.
Blind dates have their advantages.
At least everyone knows each other well. Let me tell you, your Aunt Wang's daughter is quite good. She looks well educated and well mannered.
Listening to his mother's mumbling, Lin Feng nodded intermittently.
After finally hanging up the phone, Zhou Chang, his roommate who was trying to hold back his laughter in the dormitory, couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, does your mother have any misunderstandings about you?
As the most handsome boy in our school, the girls chasing after you can form a reinforced company.
There are people posting you on the love confession wall at school every day. I just don't know what you're thinking. You just ignore them all. That's good now. If you don't fall in love, you'll have to go home and go on a blind date.
Listening to his good brother's teasing, Lin Feng felt helpless and could only reply.
It's impossible for me to agree just because a woman pursues me, right? When it comes to love, the most important thing is that two people truly love each other.
Yes, yes, yes.
Zhou Chang laughed and said. How can you cultivate a relationship if you don't even give someone a chance to spend time with you? How can you truly love someone? Love at first sight isn't something that happens all that often. And you just happened to encounter one?
After hearing this, Lin Feng was silent for a moment and said.
So, I have to try to talk?
Yeah, if I don't bring my girlfriend home, my mom will arrange a blind date for me. Well, even if it's just to stop her from having this idea, I have to find a girlfriend.
As soon as these words came out, Zhou Chang's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like it was almost time for the school beauty Lu Ruyan to come over and confess her love.
By the way, the beauty in this department, Lu Ruyan, is also a lovesick person. She comes to Lin Feng to confess her love every day, giving him a bouquet of roses, and has been doing this for more than 3 months.
If she continues to come today, with Brother Feng's current attitude, this is going to happen.
Thinking of this, Zhou Chang was stunned, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face.
That's what you said. Don't stay downstairs later.
These words reminded Lin Feng. During this period of time, it seemed that there was indeed a girl who had been confessing her love to me.
It seems like it's been almost 3 months.
Well, if she comes again today, I will agree to her.
Lin Feng nodded. Zhou Chang was jealous of this indifferent attitude. Look at what you're saying.
Lu Ruyan is the most beautiful girl in our department after all. Only a school idol like you can resist her confession that lasted for so many days. If it were me, I would probably be taken down on the first day.
TSK, you don't know how to appreciate your blessings. That's you. After complaining about Lin Feng, Zhou Chang felt a little nervous. By the way, is Lu Ruyan coming today?
The more this thought came to his mind, the more restless he became. I simply stood up and walked to the balcony, looking down at the dormitory building. Brother, let me help you check whether Lu Shihua is coming today. Fortunately, after Zhou Chang waited for a while, he saw 3 or 4 girls surrounding a beautiful figure holding roses, walking across the playground.
Lin Feng. Good brother. People are coming.
Zhou Chang's voice became so excited that it changed its tone.
Go downstairs, go downstairs, go downstairs quickly.
Lin Feng was stunned, and then was dragged downstairs by Zhou Chang. As the most beautiful girl in the school, Lu Ruyan's every move is closely watched. What's more, this is a confession to the school hunk Lin Feng. Moreover, this was her 99th confession to Lin Feng. So when Lin Feng arrived downstairs of the dormitory,
As usual, there was a crowd of people watching the fun. Everyone looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Isn't this Lin Feng too hard to pursue?
The Lu-style beauties have been confessing their love to him for over 3 months.
To be exact, today is the 99th day. Don't ask me why I remember this number. It's all because of sadness. I don't know if it will work this time. I guess it's useless. In the past 3 years, have you seen Lin Feng agree to any girl's confession?
That's right, poor Lu Shihua, she gave her heart to the wrong person.
If I had Lin Feng's looks, I don't know how many girls I would have cheated on. So Lin Feng is the school hunk, but you are not.
Lu Ruyan ignored the surrounding discussions, a gentle smile on her face as she walked slowly towards Lin Feng.
Classmate Lin Feng, today is the 99th day since I confessed my love to you. Can you accept my flowers? Flowers, beauties, and confessions for 99 days.
The boys around were beating their hands and stamping their feet, hating that they were not the one favored by the goddess. The expressions on the faces of the girls around them were much more subtle.
Lin Feng is a man that even the school beauty can't get. If Lin Feng could agree to my pursuit, wouldn't my charm be even higher than the most beautiful girl in the school?
Faced with different expressions, Lin Feng paused and reached out to take the flowers.
Thank you. Shall we give it a try? Snap.
A heartbreaking sound rang out from the crowd.
Did I hear it right? The school hunk was actually taken down by someone?
I don't know which girl started it, but the situation got out of control immediately.
No, he liked this tune, so he should have told me earlier. Forget about sending flowers and confessing your love for 99 days, I can even do it if you give them to me for free 99 times in a row. Our ancestors said, if a woman pursues a man, it's easy to get him. Why didn't I listen? My white moonlight. Amidst the wailing, Lu Ruyan curled the corners of her mouth.
She stopped looking at Lin Feng and turned around and walked towards the crowd.
I'm willing to accept the loss and pay the money.
She turned her back to Lin Feng and spoke to the girls in front of her with a little pride. Now, Lin Feng was a little confused. Why did Lu Ruyan turn around and leave after I agreed to accept her confession?
Moreover, he went to talk to other girls? However, it seems that those girls always accompany Lu Ruyan to confess their love. Maybe it's her roommate or something? What's going on?
Before he could ask, Zhou Cheng on the side shook his cell phone at Lin Feng. It's not easy for a cypress tree to bloom. As soon as I yelled in the dormitory group, everyone regretted going out today and shouted for you to treat them.
Ha! What were Lu Ruyan and her roommates talking about? Aren't they going out to celebrate too? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhou Chang became active.
Most of the guys in the dormitory are still single.
If we could get together to celebrate, wouldn't that be the opportunity? It is our duty to seek benefits for our brothers.
So Zhou Chang stepped forward with a smile and said to the girls,
shall our 2 dormitories get together and go out to celebrate?
However, Zhou Chang had a smile on his face, while the girls opposite him had stern faces. One of them was even more rude and rolled his eyes.
Getting together? Celebrating? What's there to celebrate?
Chapter 2 I confess I like you, I accept the confession I am moved.
What are you celebrating? Celebrating that Lu Ruyan and Lin Feng are together.
Zhou Cheng's eyes widened, not understanding what the other party said at all, and he couldn't help but ask.
Didn't Lu Ruyan just confess her love to Lin Feng and he agreed?
The people around who had not yet left also stopped when they heard this conversation.
Hey, something's wrong, listen. One confessed, the other accepted the confession, isn't that considered being together? No way? Is there something else going on?
Amidst the strange looks from the people around them, the other 2 girls who came with Lu Ruyan spoke out in dissatisfaction.
We just made a bet to see if this cool school hunk can get over the beauty. Sure enough, all men are the same when they see beautiful women. They can't handle it after just a little teasing.
If I had known that the school hunk was no exception, I wouldn't have placed such a heavy bet. The 2 of them talked back and forth, completely confusing everyone present.
Even Lin Feng's eyes showed surprise. It turned out that Lu Ruyan's massive confession was the reason behind this is actually a bet between the sisters? What kind of person would consider dating and pursuing someone as part of a gamble? Using the word idiot to describe him seems a bit pale and powerless.
No wonder some boys are unwilling to pursue girls nowadays.
The best explanation is that the world is going downhill.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a few steps forward and asked,
Is this just a bet between you two?
The smile on Lu Ruyan's face froze, and then she reached out and touched her hair, saying in a relaxed tone,
Yes, this pursuit of you is just a bet with my sisters. Bet whether I can capture you within 100 days. As for the result, it's obvious that I succeeded.
Lu Ruyan shrugged her shoulders and said with a sweet smile,
Don't be angry, I think you should understand. Confessing your feelings doesn't mean you like me, and it certainly doesn't mean I want to date you. After all.
As she spoke, Lu Ruyan looked Lin Feng up and down, then shook her head and said,
Apart from being handsome, there's nothing else about you that attracts me. So, don't have any unnecessary thoughts, okay? When Lu Ruyan said this, the people around were excited. Fuck, what kind of shocking gossip is this?
The beauty confessed her love for the school hunk for 99 days, but it turned out to be just a bet.
This is outrageous. Just this incident alone is enough to become a legend in our school, right? Damn, the campus forum is going to explode today.
As discussions arose, everyone looked at Lin Feng with strange eyes. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. He casually threw the rose in his hand directly into the trash can and said,
You said that your confession doesn't mean you like me. But just because I accept your confession doesn't mean I'm moved.
I'm just tired of my family's constant pressure to go on blind dates, so I want to find a girlfriend at school to cope with it.
It just so happened that you've been confessing for 99 days, so I thought I'd give you a chance to say yes.
Since this is just a bet for you, I promise the same to other girls.
The same applies to other girls. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Ruyan's face fell and she sneered. I know this bet of ours is embarrassing for you. But you wouldn't come up with such a lame excuse, would you?
The others also had the same idea and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng felt angry and guilty. What made me angry was that Lu Ruyan and her friends made fun of the confession. I felt guilty for being such a jerk and asking about the party and celebration. But who knew that those women would actually tell the truth in front of everyone and make Lin Feng so embarrassed? Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng suddenly became furious.
No! I must get back at Lin Feng.
Brother Feng, if you don't smash this bitch's face, she won't believe you. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng reached out and took out his cell phone from Lin Feng's pocket.
Give me the call logs on your phone so someone can open their eyes and take a good look. Zhou Cheng took Lin Feng's phone and said to the onlookers. Look. Look.
This is the phone call Lin Feng just had with his mother. Auntie said that her family has arranged a good girl who was well educated and well mannered, and asked Brother Feng to go back for a blind date.
In our generation, who wants to go on blind dates?
That's why Brother Feng wants to find a partner in school and cultivate a relationship.
Didn't the beauty from Lu University just bump into us? Otherwise, do you really think Brother Feng will agree to your confession? As soon as these words were spoken, some people couldn't help laughing. Puff. Ha ha ha.
Lu Ruyan really caught up.
Wait. So, I have a chance? Cultivating feelings with anyone isn't cultivation? Lin Feng, what do you think of me? Don't compete with me.
There was no more whispering around, and the girls looked at Lin Feng with eager eyes. It turned out that Lin Feng agreed to confess his love not because he liked Lu Ruyan.
But I really plan to find a girl and start a relationship from scratch. Doesn't this mean that my chance has come? If I can win over Lin Feng, the school hunk, doesn't it mean that I am more charming than Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan obviously knew what these girls were thinking.
This made her so angry that her face turned pale.
Hey, Lin Feng, what do you mean?
Lin Feng smiled indifferently.
Isn't everything clear?
At the same time, Lu Ruyan's sisters came to their senses and refused to fulfill the bet.
Hey!
Lu Ruyan, our bet was that the school hunk really liked you and would confess his feelings to you. Now it seems that's not the case. Lin Feng was obviously looking for someone to deal with his family, and you just happened to run into him.
This bet is invalid. That's right. We shouldn't give you the money, you should give it to us.
Several people shouted that Lu Ruyan had lost and asked her to give them money in return.
This made Lu Ruyan's face turn green with anger. However, before she could say anything, Zhou Cheng started yelling. Schoolboy Lin is looking for a girlfriend. Students who are interested can express their feelings now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng was surrounded by girls in 3 layers.
Classmate Lin Feng, I have liked you for a long time. Lin Feng, I can go home with you to meet your parents. Me. Me.
I can wash clothes, cook, and be good at both housekeeping and cooking.
Please consider me.
In the pushing and shoving, Zhou Cheng's big slippers were stepped on and fell off. Looking at Lin Feng, who was surrounded by girls, his jaw dropped.
I'll go.
Just then, Zhou Cheng's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number.
Looking again, it's not right.
This is Lin Feng's cell phone.
Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Your phone number.
Zhou Cheng pushed his way through the group of girls and walked over to Lin Feng. You answer the phone first. Then he raised his arms and shouted. Classmates, to prevent those with bad intentions from taking advantage of loopholes, we are now starting the review system. Add me on WeChat first, then send me the information, and I'll take care of the rest.
The crowd was excited. Good. Hurry up. Don't push.
Amidst the noise, Lin Feng walked to the outside with his cell phone.
Hello, who are you?
On the other end of the phone, there was a slightly suppressed female voice.
Hello, is this Lin Feng? I'm Lu Qingxue. Can you come to the maternal and child health hospital? Lu Qingxue? This name seems familiar.
Lin Feng thought about it.
Isn't this the school beauty who has been on leave for almost a year?
Because she inexplicably took a leave of absence, all kinds of speculations were flying around the school forum, causing quite a stir.
But I don't think I had any interaction with her before. Why do you suddenly want me to go to the maternal and child health hospital? Isn't that where babies are born? Chapter 3, The School Beauty Dropped Out of School to Have a Baby for Me?
Lin Feng frowned, feeling that the other party's call was not right no matter how he thought about it, so he said.
You said you were Lu Qingxue, how can I tell if it's true or not?
Besides, Lu Qingxue and I are not familiar with each other.
They told me to go to the maternal and child health hospital right away. It's inexplicable.
After saying that, Lin Feng didn't want to listen to the other party's excuses and hung up the phone. Then, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Zhou Cheng. I found that under the other party's organization, a group of girls had already started queuing up to register in an orderly manner. Lin Feng was silent for a moment.
Why didn't he realize that Zhou Cheng was so organized before? Well, the arrow is on the string.
Next, you should just choose a girl and cultivate your relationship. Lin Feng was just thinking about this when the phone in his pocket rang again. It was still that strange number.
Are you done yet?
Before he finished speaking, the voice on the other end changed and announced in a very serious tone. Your girlfriend is at the maternal and child health hospital in the economic development zone, waiting to give birth.
Please come over and sign right now. What? Come here quickly.
The woman said, for Seasons Hotel, think about it carefully.
What? The amniotic fluid is turbid? Is bed number 8 vacant? Beep beep beep. The call was hung up.
Lin Feng looked at the phone in his hand and fell into deep thought. Judging from the last movement on the opposite side, it seemed like they were really in the hospital.
But when did Lu Qingxue become my girlfriend? Give me a baby? Etc.
Lin Feng recalled something and his eyes widened slightly.
For Seasons Hotel.
A long time ago, I did have physical contact with a woman there. I remember the day I was celebrating getting a scholarship and got drunk with my roommates at the bar. When I woke up the next day, I found myself in a hotel with a woman lying next to me. My head was dizzy at the time, and I was shy, so I didn't dare to take a close look at what the woman looked like.
I just vaguely remember a silhouette.
After a pause, Lin Feng quickly took out his mobile phone, logged into the campus forum, and began searching for keywords.
Lu Qingxue is taking a leave of absence from school.
As one of the school's most influential figures, Lin Feng quickly found the original post and Lu Qingxue's photo. Then, his head exploded with a loud bang.
The school beauty took a leave of absence 3 months after that incident, so the timeline matches. Moreover, the facial features vaguely overlapped with my memories from that time. The woman that night was actually Lu Qingxue? And Lu Qingxue is about to give birth now?
Lin Feng was in a state of confusion for a moment.
What the hell, the school beauty took a leave of absence to give birth to my child.
After a pause, Lin Feng opened the navigation software and searched for the maternal and child healthcare hospital.
The map shows that it takes about 3 hours to get there from the school. Lin Feng was a little panicked. It's not that he has deep feelings for Lu Qingxue.
But, what if the child is really hers, and she gets into trouble because she is giving birth alone in the hospital?
I can't accept it either from a moral or conscience perspective.
Lin Feng turned around, looked at Zhou Chang standing in the middle of the crowd, and shouted.
De Kengzi, I have something urgent to do, I need to go out for a while. Emergency?
Zhou Chang looked up in the crowd, but only saw Lin Feng's back as he hurried away.
Is there anything more urgent than finding a wife?
On the side, Lu Rian watched Lin Feng leave in a hurry, her expression full of resentment.
She really couldn't understand. How come a man who has no family background, no money, and only a good look is so popular?
The way these girls are rushing to take advantage of something is so ugly.
Once you get out into society, you'll realize that a man's face can't be used to make a living.
She looked at the girls who were rushing to sign up and said with contempt. After she finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave, but she saw that her roommate who had accompanied her was ready to leave.
You're not leaving? You're not still thinking about signing up, are you? Is the title of campus idol that appealing? Ruyan, you'd better mind your own business. What happened today will definitely go viral on the campus forum. Don't forget our bet. Be willing to accept defeat. That is.
After hearing what her roommate said, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale.
Finally, he stamped his feet and turned away. A bunch of people with long hair and short knowledge. I want to see what kind of girlfriend Lin Feng can find in the end. 3 hours later. Lin Feng rushed to the hospital where Lu Qingxue gave birth. I asked all the way to the door of the delivery room, and saw a doctor in a white coat standing at the door and shouting. Lin Feng? Lin Feng. He hasn't arrived yet. I am Lin Feng.
Lin Feng ran forward quickly.
Why don't you come after dark?
The doctor opened his mouth somewhat angrily.
Hurry up and sign and pay the fee. This is too unreliable.
This. Lin Feng was scolded by the doctor, but he didn't know how to explain.
He couldn't say that he wasn't familiar with Lu Qingxue and had just come here because he knew she was about to give birth, right?
Lin Feng could only take the document silently. Just as he was about to sign, he saw the large payment details on it.
Amount to be paid is 12,800 renminbi.
Lin Feng touched his pocket and found that there were only 1,200 yuan left for living expenses.
This money was not enough. Moreover, I am not sure whether the child is my own. Just as Lin Feng was hesitating, an electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host's biological child is about to be born, and the babysitting system is activated. As long as the host takes good care of the child, he or she will receive a random reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 30,000 yuan starting fund for the new dad. Dear customer, your bank card with the last number 6916 has a deposit of 30,000 yuan, and the balance is 31,216.08 yuan. Lin Feng looked at the text message on his mobile phone, feeling surprised and happy.
What was surprising was that he was now 100% certain that Lu Qingxue was pregnant with his child.
And I'm going to be a father soon.
After all, as an old bookworm, Lin Feng didn't think the system would make mistakes.
The joy is due to the sudden appearance of the system. With it, my future life won't be too difficult.
The 30,000 yuan deposited into the card in real time is the definite proof.
Doctor, I'll go pay the bill right away. Sorry to bother you inside.
Lin Feng took the document, signed his name in no time, and then hurried to the payment counter. After paying the fee, Lin Feng returned to the delivery room. When he first heard that Lu Qingxue was going to give birth, he was not sure whether the child was his, and he was still a little confused. But now, Lin Feng felt that the screams in the delivery room were particularly shrill. Although he didn't know which woman in labor made the voice, the atmosphere made his palms sweat instinctively.
Why does it take so long to give birth? Lin Feng was in a state of confusion and kept wandering in the corridor. It's been several hours. Is Lu Qingxue okay? Is the child okay?
Lin Feng's face was pale and he looked very nervous. From time to time, a doctor would come out with a baby in swaddling clothes, and before the name was called out, he would rush forward.
Doctor, is this my child?
Whenever he got a negative answer, Lin Feng would watch others holding their children and laughing and teasing them in a daze.
So this is what being a father is like.
Lin Feng looked at his family reunited in the corridor, feeling both envious and uneasy. After all, his relationship with Lu Qingxue hadn't been sorted out yet. Just when Lin Feng was feeling restless, a nurse finally came out of the delivery room, holding 2 swaddling clothes and shouting,
Is Lu Qingshua's family here? Exist. Lin Feng ran over in a flash.
"Congratulations, twins, boy and girl, both mother and child are doing well."
Hearing these exact words, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. I realized belatedly that my legs seemed a little weak. Finally, she gave birth. That's great.
Lin Feng looked up and saw that the lights in the corridor had been turned on without him noticing. It turned out that it was already dark.
He had never noticed it before. Chapter 4. This is what new fathers are like, the reason for having children. Hey! As a family member, why don't you hold the child?
The nurse was still waiting for the family to take the baby so that she could go back and push the mother. In the end, this family member just stood there leaning against the wall, smiling blankly. Facing the nurse's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and rubbed his hands nervously on his thighs.
Hold the child? Oh, yes. But the hands stopped mid-air. 2 children, which one should I hold?
The next second, Lin Feng felt both of his arms sink. The young nurse couldn't wait any longer and stuffed the child into his hands.
The one on the left is my brother, 5 pounds and 1 ounce. The one on the right is my younger sister, weighing 4 pounds and 5 ounces.
Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the 2 red and wrinkled little pink balls in his arms. His expression suddenly froze.
Nurse, can you see how I'm holding you? Is that correct? I feel so soft. Is that normal?
Looking at Lin Feng's stiff hands and feet, the nurse chuckled.
Don't be so nervous. Children are not as delicate as we think. Just don't fall. Oh.
Lin Feng's hands, which had been trembling slightly, suddenly stopped shaking. After a pause, Lin Feng remembered something.
Nurse, where is the child's mother?
Don't worry, I'll push it right away, one by one. The nurse said this and turned back into the delivery room. After a while, Lu Qingxue, with a pale face, was pushed out in a wheelchair. She looked tired, but still retained her beauty. She looked around as soon as she went out. The moment he saw Lin Feng, he paused. She pursed her bloodless lips and was about to say something, but Lin Feng spoke first.
You've worked hard. Go back to the ward first. I'll take care of the rest. For a moment, Lu Qingshua's expression was a little complicated. Okay.
With the help of the nurse, Lin Feng took the child and Lu Qingxue back to the ward. As soon as she got into bed and touched the pillow, Lu Qingxue fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng carefully placed the child beside her. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the nurse on rounds ordered.
Next, mommy needs to expel lochia. Go buy some medical nursing pads. Get large ones.
If a woman experiences abdominal pain or bleeding, she must tell us immediately. Also, why don't you prepare clothes, diapers, bottles, and milk powder for the baby? These need to be done quickly.
Listening to the nurse's repeated instructions, Lin Feng was confused.
Look at Lu Qingxue and the children sleeping soundly on the bed, then look at the open ward. Even though he knew that the public security was very good now, Lin Feng still couldn't stop worrying.
What should I do if someone steals my baby while I am away?
After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and called Zhou Chang.
De Kingzi, buddy needs your help.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Chang was busy sorting out the girl's registration information.
Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows in understanding. Do you even need to ask for that? Don't worry, I've already sorted out the information. There are a few that I think are really good. Cough.
Lin Feng blushed for no reason.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I need you to buy some baby products and send them to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital in the Economic Development Zone.
Huh? Baby products? Maternal and Child Health Hospital?
Zhou Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling.
Brother, what did you do?
Lin Feng looked at the outlines of the 1 large and 2 small ones on the bed and touched his nose.
I'm a father. What the FCK? What the FCK? When the FCK did this happen?
Zhou Cheng was so frightened that he swore.
Who the hell is this kid's mother?
After a pause, before Lin Feng could answer, Zhou Cheng collapsed when he saw the densely packed information of girls on the computer. Inexplicably, the scene of himself being chased by these girls emerged in his mind.
Ah, Zhou Cheng, I'm going to kill you, give me back Lin Feng.
Then, he shuddered with fear and held his head in his hands.
No, what does Lin Feng's romantic debt have to do with me, Zhou Chang?
Lin Feng didn't know that in such a short moment, Zhou Chang had so many thoughts running through his mind.
He said helplessly. Could you please not be so excited? How can you not be excited? Do you know how many girls are lined up right now? Zhou Chang looked at the computer screen with a dull expression. They all added me on WeChat, and I was the first person to be held accountable. Lin Feng. I was so excited that I forgot about this.
Seeing that there was no sound from the other side, Zhou Chang asked.
Hey, you haven't told me yet, who is the child's mother?
Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingshue's pale but beautiful sleeping face and said hesitantly. My situation with the child's mother is a little complicated, so I'm telling you, don't tell anyone.
Zhou Chang rolled his eyes and said, Speak. Lu Qingxue. With just 3 simple words, Zhou Chang was struck by lightning on the spot. Lu, Xing, Shui. Isn't this the school belle of our school?
Zhou Chang slammed the table.
Why the hell didn't you tell anyone about this? If that bitch Lu Ruyan knew, she'd be so pissed off. What's the beauty of the department? She's instantly crushed to dust in front of the school beauty Lu Qingxue.
When Lin Feng heard this, he felt a headache. No, I haven't had a proper talk with anyone yet, and this isn't the time to make it public.
Don't make things more complicated.
Oh, I won't say anymore, the child is crying.
Oh, don't cry, don't cry.
Brother, come and help quickly. Listening to the kitten-like cry of the baby on the other end of the phone, Zhou Chang was petrified.
Why are the things that happened today so bizarre?
Lin Feng hung up the phone in a hurry and wanted to reach out and pick up the crying baby. However, this hand, placed on the swaddling clothes, seemed unable to move. Why is this child so soft? How do I hold him? Seeing Lin Feng's anxious and dazed look, the nurse who came to measure Lu Qingshue's temperature noticed.
Don't you dare hold the baby? Is this your family's first child?
Come, let me teach you.
The neck is the most vulnerable part of a newborn.
Support the head first. Under the guidance of the nurse on rounds, Lin Feng successfully picked up the child and rocked him gently.
Be good, baby, don't cry, daddy is here.
When Lu Qingxue opened her eyes, she saw Lin Feng clumsily coaxing the child. After a moment of hesitation, the frost in her eyes melted a little.
Lin Feng seems to like children quite a lot?
Lin Feng was coaxing the child. When he turned around, he saw Lu Qingxue staring at him. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Are you awake? Do you want something to eat? Lu Qingxue nodded, yeah.
Lin Feng quickly poured a cup of hot water and brought some chocolate, explaining. Just now, you and the children were all asleep.
You were quite defenseless, so you didn't dare to go out.
So, a lot of things are not prepared. You take care of the 2 first.
If you need anything, make a list and I'll have someone deliver it.
Lu Qingxue slowly swallowed the chocolate in her mouth, and then she felt a little more strength, and then she whispered.
You just accepted it like that? Without asking me anything?
Lin Feng paused, remembering that he had many things he had not yet told Lu Qingxue.
But for a moment, he didn't know where to start.
Lu Qingxue, on the other hand, took a sip of water to moisten her throat and then began to confess.
That day, 3 months later, I found out I was pregnant. Lin Feng was surprised. You only discovered it in the 3rd month? Isn't it said that girls have their period every month? How slow did it take to take 3 months? Lu Qingxue bit her lip and explained. My period has never been very accurate.
It's not uncommon for it to take 1 or 2 months for me to get my period.
Plus, during that time, my homeroom teacher took a leave of absence and asked me to be his teaching assistant. I was so busy that I almost didn't pay attention. When I realized something was wrong and went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told me I was pregnant.
Lin Feng had a complicated expression and couldn't help asking.
Then why did you give birth to the child?
Chapter 5, Open-Hearted Conversation, Integration into the Dad Group, and a Happy First Experience. In Lin Feng's opinion, a girl, after learning that she was pregnant, gave birth to the child even though she had no emotional connection with the father.
It is something that is extremely unreasonable.
But Lu Qingxue did just that, and I really couldn't help but ask. Lu Qingxue held the water cup, a little dazed.
Shouldn't Lin Feng first confirm whether the child is his? Why did you jump over? After a pause, she replied to Lin Feng. Hasn't mine always been inaccurate? It's innate. The doctor said my chances of getting pregnant are much lower than normal. If I don't want to get pregnant this time, I might not be so lucky next time.
Lin Feng was stunned, and after a while he said, I'm sorry. For girls, it is difficult to talk about the difficulty of getting pregnant.
But the problem is, it's a bit awkward if I let the other person get pregnant and give birth alone without knowing what's going on. Lu Qingxue didn't understand why Lin Feng had to apologize. After all, it was her decision to give birth to the child. But, it seems that I can't say it now, it's okay? The four of them looked at each other and fell into silence. Ahem, the doctor told me to buy nursing pads and baby supplies. I'm going downstairs first.
Lin Feng spoke up, breaking the silence.
Etc. Lu Qingxue called out to Lin Feng. Well, remember to keep a record of how much you spent, and I'll give you the money later.
Although I had to give birth to the child, it was a decision I made after careful consideration, and I should bear the consequences myself.
Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng steadily and said, whether you believe it or not, from the very beginning, I never thought of holding you responsible. I just didn't expect the hospital to require family members to sign. If I could, I wouldn't have asked you to come.
Looking at Lu Qingxue's determined eyes, Lin Feng's heart softened a little. If the person with whom I had a one-night stand was a girl like Lu Ruyan, I definitely want to be like Lu Qingxue and pretend nothing happened. After becoming pregnant, you must give birth to the child even if you have health problems. There will definitely be various warnings about having children, forcing you to take responsibility. She is nothing like Lu Qingxue, who admits that she has made her own decisions and bears the consequences herself. Even if I sign it myself, I will never rely on myself for even a little bit. Lin Feng felt that if he missed this opportunity to meet such a good woman, it would be a lifelong regret.
So, he looked at Lu Qingxue calmly and said with a smile, I don't know.
Now, I know that these two lovely children are my flesh and blood. I like them very much and am willing to take my share of responsibility.
Lu Qingxue, can you give me a chance to raise the child together with you?
Lu Qingxue met Lin Feng's frank gaze, her palms tightened, and her heart skipped a beat.
You want to raise a child with me? Do you know what this means?
Having a child out of wedlock doesn't just affect girls. If a boy dares to admit it, he will also be subjected to strange looks from all sides.
I am already prepared. But, did Lin Feng think through the consequences before making this decision in such a short time?
If his parents and relatives knew that he had a child, it would also cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's worried look and smiled. People should have a bottom line, and my bottom line is that I cannot let my child be without a father. I think it's unrealistic for us to be a couple in our current situation. But, raising a child together and giving the child complete love is still possible. Lu Qingxue was shocked and looked at Lin Feng, speechless for a long time. Lin Feng tucked the corner of the quilt for her as if to comfort her.
Don't think too much. What you need now is a good rest. Leave the child and other matters to me. Do you know how to take care of children? It's your first time being a father, so you can learn if you don't know how. Besides, isn't it your first time being a mother too?
Lin Feng teased.
Could it be that you are gifted with magical powers? Lu Qingxue chuckled and looked much more relaxed.
This time, with Lu Qingxue looking after the child, Lin Feng hurried downstairs to buy food and nursing pads. Here, just after taking care of Lu Qingxue, the nurse came to urge the baby to have a physical examination. Lin Feng went out with the two children in his arms, one on each side. He looked so nervous about falling that it was like he was holding two big watermelons.
Even Lu Qingxue laughed. Lin Feng didn't have eyes on the back of his head, so he missed the sight of Lu Qingxue's iceberg melting.
At this moment, he just felt a little overwhelmed and wished he had a stroller.
Why hasn't Zhou Chang arrived yet?
Lin Feng complained in his heart, and at this moment, Xiaobao pouted and started to hum.
Oh, don't cry, don't cry. With his arm swaying gently, Xiaobao smacked his lips, and a hint of grievance appeared on his wrinkled little face.
Lin Feng was overwhelmed.
Dad, take a look, what's wrong?
Although I have no experience. Fortunately, most of the parents waiting for the examination were first-time parents.
It's the time when love overflows.
Seeing Lin Feng in a panic, he hurried over to help. After coaxing Xiaobao, Lin Feng found that he received a lot of envious looks.
Twins, a boy and a girl, what a blessing. I'm so envious.
Although the little baby hasn't grown up yet, judging by his father's appearance, he will definitely be the same. But the child looks a little thin.
On the side, someone asked Lin Feng, how much does the child weigh?
5 caddies in 1 ounce, and 4 caddies in 5 ounces.
Lin Feng blurted out, then looked at the other person's arms curiously, how much does your baby weigh?
With this topic, Lin Feng quickly integrated into the group of nannies around him.
Everyone had a great time chatting.
However, soon, Lin Feng heard gossip about himself from other people's mouths.
Do you know?
Today, a college student gave birth to a child alone.
Not only was she all alone, but she even called the child's father, and he flatly denied it. Lin Feng. Even though I already knew that Lu Qingxue was under a lot of pressure.
However, when I heard these words out of the blue, I felt mixed emotions. Just when I was about to explain to everyone, the number calling machine showed my name.
As soon as I entered the room, the doctor who was checking me looked at me with a scrutinizing look. Lin Feng? The child's mother is Lu Qingxue, right? Lin Feng nodded, yes.
The doctor smiled and said, "Oh, congratulations, twin boys and girls are very rare." Lin Feng noticed something was amiss in the other person's smile. It seemed that the other person wasn't simply trying to confirm the child's identity.
On second thought, how could the doctors not know about something that the patients were discussing with great interest?
Lu Qingxue was so beautiful, yet she came to the hospital alone to give birth, and she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, which were quite rare, and the father of the children refused to acknowledge her.
The gossip elements are maxed out.
But at this moment, Lin Feng lost the desire to explain.
Strange looks cannot be resolved with explanations, they can only be broken with actions.
Having made up his mind, Lin Feng pretended to be ignorant and cooperated with the doctor's examination.
The physical examination of a newborn is very simple. It only involves checking whether the facial features and limbs are developing normally and whether the jaundice exceeds the standard.
The baby, whom Lin Feng treated with great care, tossed and turned like a toy in the doctor's hands. He was so frightened that his heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but say,
"Doctor, can you be a little gentler?"
This cautious look made the doctor smile knowingly.
I didn't expect. Now he looks a bit like a father.
Don't worry, I'm a professional. The children are healthy, but because they are twins, they are a little thinner than singleton babies. In daily feeding, you need to pay attention to strengthening nutrition, and there is nothing else to worry about. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
Next, I took the child back to the ward.
As soon as he reached the stairs, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure.
Brother Feng. Where's my sister-in-law?
Lin Feng was speechless.
Are we still brothers? Why are you so excited and gossipy? Chapter 6 Blushing? I can't seem to help you with this. Can you please tone down your expression? Also, why did you come here empty-handed?
Lin Feng took a few steps forward and said to Zhou Chang, "Hurry up and buy me a stroller that can hold 2 children side by side. Diapers, milk powder, nursing pads, these are needed.
Go!"
When Lin Feng approached, Zhou Changkai widened his eyes in surprise.
I thought you were holding something. What the hell, twins? The school beauty gave birth to twins for you?
Lin Feng showed off his 2 children a little bit. To be exact, they are twins, a boy and a girl.
Dragon and Phoenix, understand? Zhou Chang took a breath. Oh my goodness, if you don't make a move, it's fine, but once you make a move, you'll be in control.
Zhou Chang looked at the child carefully with wide eyes for a few times, and he felt a little disgusted.
Like a wrinkled monkey, give me a hug?
In response, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I originally wanted to kick the other person, but I was holding a child and had to be careful. Zhou Chang touched his nose awkwardly and said with a smile,
I just thought that the children of the school belle and the school hung should be as pretty as dolls, right? You can tell at a glance that he's never been a father and doesn't understand anything.
Lin Feng opened his mouth in disgust.
It blooms on the full moon. Humph, the girl looks like her mother, and the boy looks like me.
They must be prettier than dolls.
Zhou Chang. Yes, it's great that you are a father. Did I ask you that? Now I have an idea in my mind. Bekengzi, what's with that expression on your face?
If he hadn't been holding the child and couldn't free his hands, Lin Feng would have patted him.
Help me buy something, I'm really busy here.
Zhou Chang scratched his head. I'm here now, so at least let me see my sister-in-law.
You can't really miss these few minutes, right?
Lin Feng paused.
He seemed to have not told Lu Qingxue that his roommate was coming.
Just this one meal, Zhou Chang was unbelievable.
I'm saying, what you've done has caused. We already have a child, but you won't let me tell anyone about it or see anyone. No way, don't you want to make the existence of Lu Qingxue and the child public? Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhou Chang shook his head. Judging from your reaction, it shouldn't be. Fuck, could it be that the beauty of Lu University doesn't want to acknowledge you? No way, no way? Lin Feng was speechless by Zhou Chang's naughty look. See you, Ward 501, hurry up. Zhou Chang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. I'll stand up for my brothers, watch me. Zhou Chang strode towards the ward, smiled as he opened the door, and said in a loud voice. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Qingxue's face suddenly turned red, and she looked at Lin Feng somewhat at a loss. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and regretted that he didn't have a third hand to cover Zhou Chang's mouth. Zhou Chang chuckled. Sister-in-law, can we drink the full moon wine and the wedding wine together? Lu Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks burning. I haven't thought about that yet. Zhou Chang nodded and looked at Lin Feng sympathetically. Sister-in-law, when the time is right, please give our brother Feng a name. Snap. Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Zhou Chang. I asked you to come and help me, go buy something quickly. Oh. Zhou Chang covered his butt and walked out embarrassedly. I'm also helping. It's almost more of a hindrance than a help. Lin Feng carefully placed the babies on the bed and said embarrassedly. That's not what I taught him. The redness on Lu Qingxue's face faded, she cleared her throat, and nodded uncomfortably. I know, we should raise a child together. Lin Feng called his roommate over openly, and his roommate even called him sister-in-law. This shows that Lin Feng does not intend to be a partner secretly. But, he also said that those words were not taught by him. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue's fingertips sank slightly into the quilt, and she couldn't sort out her emotions. Just at this moment, the sound of a cart being pushed was heard in the corridor. A nurse came in pushing a cart of medicine, breaking the silence in the ward. Lu Qingxue, right? Yes. Take these medicines. Use them in a sitz bath and clean your lower body. A large bottle of medicine was placed on the bedside table. The nurse turned to leave, then thought for a moment and gave another instruction. The mother is now in a state of both qi and blood deficiency, so it is best for her family to help her take a sitz bath. Last time, there was a woman who thought she was fine and was washing herself in the bathroom when she fainted and had to get several stitches on her forehead. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Is it that serious? I understand. I will take good care of the mother. After watching the nurse leave, Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Qingxue's evasive eyes. A sitz bath means, you have to take off your clothes? This time, Lin Feng's eyes became a little evasive. I just agreed to it without thinking about this. I can do it myself. Lu Qingxue lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed, but as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy. Ah. She quickly closed her eyes and held onto the edge of the bed tightly with her arms. Seeing Lu Qingxue's face turn pale in an instant, Lin Feng quickly reached out and supported her shoulders. You lean on me. Lu Qingxue half leaned in Lin Feng's arms, and the solid touch immediately diluted her fear. Then, she smelled the faint scent of soapberry on Lin Feng. The dizziness and slight feeling of nausea were instantly relieved a lot. Then, a faint blush appeared on Lu Qingxue's cheeks. That ridiculous night before was because she had a quarrel with her parents and drank to drown her sorrows. She was so drunk that she couldn't remember the details. If she were to count based on her real memories, this was the first time she had been so close to a boy. Shame gradually arose. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's rosy face and breathed a sigh of relief. You've recovered, haven't you? Lu Qingxue. Yeah, I'm fine. Lu Qingxue stood up carefully, reached out to take the medicine, and prepared to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng was a little anxious. You really want to wash it yourself? The nurse said, just now how can you do this? Do you need my help? Lu Qingxue's voice was quieter than a mosquito. Lin Feng opened and closed his mouth, paused, and suggested in a low voice. I'll blindfold myself and be a human armrest for you, okay? Believe me, I won't peek. Lin Feng was almost about to raise his hand and swear. Lu Qingxue bit her lip, remembering the feeling of losing control of her body just now, and finally nodded. Masks, scarves, towels. Lu Qingxue's fingers circled around Lin Feng's face, covering him so that only his nostrils were left to breathe. I can't see any light anymore. I really can't see any light anymore. There's not even a ray of light.
Lin Feng said sullenly with his mouth behind the towel.
Lu Qingxue smiled, like 100 flowers blooming. Well, let's go.
In the bathroom, Lin Feng put his hands on Lu Qingxue's shoulders, listening to the sound of water splashing as she prepared the medicine.
There was also the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Suddenly I felt a little regretful. I should have plugged my ears as well. In this darkness, not only are my ears more sensitive, but my imagination is also a bit overly rich. The face behind the towel was flushed. Pooh! You beast! Take it away!
For the first time, Lin Feng knew what self-contempt meant.
Lu Qingxue also had a red face and was extremely shy.
Of course she knew Lin Feng couldn't see, but to a man.
Lu Qingxue also felt uncomfortable all over.
After a hasty medicinal bath, Lu Qingxue's face was already red all the way to her neck.
I'm fine, let's go out.
After hearing this, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Hold me and lead the way.
Lu Qingxue returned to the hospital bed. Lin Feng removed the restraints on his head and said hesitantly.
Your medicine won't be used for just one day, right? It's really inconvenient without a woman to help you. How about I call my mom over?
Chapter 7, Being a mother makes you stupid for 3 years, but no one says being a father will be stupid too. When Lu Qingxue heard this suggestion, her heart skipped a beat.
Call auntie over? Lin Feng nodded.
I'm too busy to take care of the baby and you by myself. Besides, there may be many more things that are inconvenient for me to do just now. I didn't intend to hide the matter of the child from my family. Since I'm going to tell them sooner or later, I might as well tell them now.
Having a female elder around is better for you and the baby. This is the truth, but Lu Qingxue was still very flustered.
Lin Feng can accept the child without hesitation and take care of himself, but what about his mother?
Will they think that I gave birth to a child out of wedlock and look down on me, or even doubt the baby's ancestry?
There are many articles on those websites and forums that say that even when a woman is pregnant, the mother-in-law has to control her, let alone her own situation. Moreover, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has always been a problem since ancient times.
Even if his mother accepts me, will there be conflicts between them over other things? Lu Qingxue's worries were all written on her face. Lin Feng understood it immediately and said quickly. My mother is straightforward. She doesn't like and won't do things in a roundabout way. She's very easy to get along with. Even if things get unpleasant, I'm still here. I promise to protect you and the babies.
Lin Feng's words were like the spring breeze in March, which immediately soothed Lu Qingxue's anxiety. However, before she could speak, Lin Feng was afraid that she would not believe him, so he continued.
Don't think I'm just saying this casually or trying to tease you. I was in the hallway while you were in the delivery room.
Other mothers have their husbands, parents, and other relatives accompanying them, but you are all alone. As he spoke, Lin Feng smiled apologetically at Lu Qingxue, and then continued. I also saw a pregnant woman climbing the stairs in excruciating pain to dilate her cervix, her nightgown soaked with cold sweat. These women have made me realize what it means to say giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell.
So, I think that as a man, I shouldn't let you suffer any more injustice.
There was another sentence that Lin Feng didn't say. That is, from beginning to end, Lu Qingxue's family never showed up. Then there is a great possibility that she endured all the hardships of the entire pregnancy by herself. Lin Feng had no idea what was going on. But he also knew that Lu Qingxue had endured too much alone. Therefore, he sincerely wanted to be good to Lu Qingxue. No matter what the final outcome is for the two of them, at least she shouldn't be wronged at this moment. Lin Feng's extremely serious expression made Lu Qingxue suddenly feel aggrieved. She lowered her head and suppressed the tears in her eyes.
But I also feel a little bit baffled. Isn't it your own choice to have a child? Why do I feel wronged now? Is it because I feel like I've finally found a supporter and can indulge my little emotions?
Before Lu Qingxue could think about it, the child sleeping beside her started crying loudly.
Wow, wow, wow.
One child started crying, and the other one also started crying with a pouty mouth.
Wow, wow, wow.
All the sadness and melancholy of new parents are swept away. The two were so nervous that they were at a loss.
What's going on? Are you feeling unwell?
Doctor. After ringing the call bell, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were scolded by the nurse who rushed over.
I know you're new parents, but you shouldn't be so outrageous, right?
Of course the child will cry when he poops and is covered in a diaper. Not only that, but he'll cry when he's hungry, when he's bored, and when he wants to sleep.
The nurse looked at the two of them speechlessly. Don't be impatient when encountering something.
First check to see if it is the situation I mentioned above.
Smell it. Does it smell like poop?
It's time to change the diaper. Lin Feng put his head close to DeBeo, and sure enough, a stinky smell hit his nose. Smell the second baby sister again. It smells good.
So that's the one who was made to cry by that brat?
Lin Feng was a little uncertain. At this time, Lu Qingxue exclaimed ah and said nervously,
What should we do?
We don't have any diapers or anything. Fortunately, the door was opened at this moment, and Zhou Cheng came in carrying a folding stroller and a lot of bags.
Brother Feng, I bought everything according to your list.
The nurse looked at the three young people in the room and smiled.
It's okay to have help, but it's better to call an experienced elder. You can't call a doctor for everything, right?
With that, she walked out of the ward. Lu Qingxue bit her lip. Lin Feng,
calm the child down first, and we'll talk about other things later.
Lin Feng interrupted Lu Qingxue directly and opened a pack of diapers.
DeBeo, Daddy is here to change your diaper.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stood there awkwardly.
How do you change diapers? Lu Qingxue was also stunned. She didn't know.
On the side, Zhou Cheng held up his phone and said weakly,
How about searching for tutorials on your phone? They say mothers become stupid for 3 years, but no one says fathers will also become stupid?
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng hit him on the head.
You've never been a father, so you don't understand. Zhou Cheng. What an annoying sentence structure.
Without waiting for his protest, Lin Feng pushed him out and said, Go see if the doctor has anything else to say.
Just kidding, I must never let my roommates look down on me. Otherwise, how can I be his adoptive father in the future? Soon, the sound of the video rang out in the room. How to change a baby's diaper. First, clean the baby's bottom.
Lin Feng stared at the screen with a serious expression, looking more serious than when he was in class. After watching the video, when it came to the hands-on part, I was sweating profusely and silently reciting. First, open the little ears on both sides of the diaper, and spread the baby's legs.
The video didn't teach how much strength to use for this step? Is this okay? Baby, don't frown. Oh, don't cry.
On the side, although Lu Qingxue was also nervous and worried, she was still amused by Lin Feng's silly look.
Actually, it's pretty good for the kids to have a dad.
Under Lu Qingxue's silent gaze, Lin Feng finally changed DeBeo's diaper. Before he could appreciate his achievements,
a quiet fart sound. Lin Feng was afraid of his forehead. Okay, Xiangxiang's sister also pooped.
This time, he was much more proficient, at least he didn't have to recite the steps aloud. Wash my sister's little butt with warm water and pull open her diaper's ears. This time, Lin Feng only spent half the time changing DeBeo's diaper. Change the diaper and place the children side by side on the bed.
DeBeo and Erbao both twisted their little butts at the same time and let out a happy hum.
Hoof. This soft and cute look directly melted Lin Feng's heart. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has learned how to change diapers.
System reward, 10,000 yuan. The next moment, Lin Feng's phone rang with a text message alert.
Without opening it, he knew that the funds had been deposited into his bank card.
But before I could even look, Lu Qingxue spoke. Hey. Lin Feng, how about we ask Auntie to come over and give us a hand? Chapter 8. There are some things that Dad must never do for you. So you agree to ask my mom to come over and help?
Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He had seen that Lu Qingxue had concerns, so he said so many things. I originally thought that the other party might need to consider it for a while.
And you agreed to it? Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng's dazed expression and lowered her head anxiously. Have you changed your mind?
Lin Feng's words about protecting the child and her did indeed move Lu Qingxue. But it was not enough to dispel her doubts. However, the way Lin Feng clumsily changed the diaper just now made Lu Qingxue see another side of him. He really takes his promises seriously, instead of just talking big. Then I thought about it again, they really didn't know anything, so it wouldn't be a good idea to panic and call a doctor as soon as the child cried.
Lu Qingxue finally plucked up the courage and made a request.
But she didn't expect Lin Feng to be stunned, and she immediately became a little nervous.
How could that be?
Lin Feng smiled slightly and took out his cell phone.
I'll call my mom right now. Beep beep beep.
When the call was connected, Zhang Huizhong's full-bodied voice rang out.
Xiaofeng, have you thought about your girlfriend yet?
Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qingxue on the bed and said unnaturally.
Mom, let's not talk about this for now. Why don't you tell me?
Zhang Hui's voice was full of doubt.
Can I bring my girlfriend home for Chinese New Year? Ahem. I can't. If you can't, then you can't. Then come back for a blind date during the New Year.
Zhang Hui was not disappointed and said cheerfully. Your Aunt Wang's daughter, you met her when you were a child. If you round it off, you can be considered a childhood sweetheart.
Stop. Mom, I can't come back for the New Year, I'm.
Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Hui's voice rose an octave.
Stop it right there. You're not coming home for the New Year? You're not even going home just to avoid a blind date?
Lin Feng, you'd better give me a perfect reason. Lin Feng glanced awkwardly at the two children lying on the bed, then touched his nose.
Mom, not only can I not go home for the New Year, it seems that you can't either. Ah. Well, I'm a father now, you have to come and help me take care of the baby.
After saying this, Lin Feng consciously held the phone farther away to avoid being pierced by his mother's soprano. However, the person on the other end of the phone was as quiet as a chicken.
After a long while, he said. What did you say? Child? You're a father?
Lin Feng nodded guiltily, then suddenly remembered that his mother couldn't see him, so he quickly turned to the phone and said, yeah.
Ah. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eardrums were buzzing, and he couldn't avoid it after all. Whose daughter have you harmed? Are you breaking the law?
Lin Feng, I didn't, Mom, you have to believe me. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hui was a little upset.
Although I'm quite open-minded, I didn't tell you to just cook something raw. Are you being worthy of the girl? Mom, hold on.
Lin Feng said helplessly.
Now is not the time to blame me. Come and help me quickly. A newbie can't handle it. I'm impressed. Look at what you've done. The address. Lin Feng quickly gave the hospital address and gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone.
When he turned around, he saw Lu Qingxue staring at him with an expression that he couldn't understand.
Your mother wants you to go home for a blind date? I can't do that this time. Childhood sweetheart? You understand the key words.
Lu Qingxue clenched her fingers tightly under the quilt, then suddenly loosened them. She didn't understand why she said those two extra words.
Aren't you and Lin Feng just raising a child together?
Seeing Lu Qingxue's suddenly calm face, Lin Feng rarely triggered the passive defense. Don't get me wrong, we didn't know about you and your child before, so your family is rushing you to get married.
The situation is different now.
What I'm thinking about is how to take good care of you and the child.
Hearing this, Lu Qingxue was stunned. Why did Lin Feng suddenly become serious? Do I need to explain myself? But, it feels pretty good. Yes, thank you.
Lu Qingxue turned her head away and looked at the child beside her, with a slight smile on her lips. The quiet child on the bed seemed to feel his mother's joy and began to hum as well.
Hoof. The whining of the little ones melted Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng's hearts. Just as I was about to tease the child, the nurse on rounds knocked on the door and came in. Lu Qingxue, huh? Has she started breastfeeding? Lin Feng was a little confused. Excuse me, what is milk opening?
The nurse glanced at Lin Feng and saw that he was young, so she explained.
Lactation refers to whether there is milk secretion.
It is best for a child's first milk to be from his mother.
If the mother doesn't feel anything, it's best to hold the baby actively and let the baby suck more to stimulate the baby. Lin Feng understood and felt embarrassed, so he asked Lu Qingxue. Do you feel anything?
Lu Qingxue felt it, her face flushed slightly, and she shook her head gently.
The nurse immediately understood. It's normal for a firstborn baby. Just hold the baby and let them breathe. Don't worry, the baby is very strong and is born with these abilities. If it really doesn't work, you can still find Master Tongru. After a pause, the nurse looked at Lin Feng's overly young face, then at the beautiful Lu Qingxue, and added. I'm saying let the baby suck. If the baby can't suck it out, consult Master Tongru. Don't let the father do it for you.
There are a lot of bacteria in the adult's mouth, and at this time, the mother's glands are very vulnerable.
Once a bacterial infection occurs, it will penetrate deeper into the glands.
There were young mothers who had surgery for this before, so it's not something to be taken lightly. When Lin Feng heard the last part, his face turned red.
What daddy does it for me? You never thought about it at all, okay? Sure enough, behind every strange medical advice, there is a bizarre accident. Lu Qingxue also blushed. Why did such an outrageous thing happen?
After giving her instructions, the nurse looked at the blushing young couple and wondered.
No, you already have a child, why are you shy?
Forget it, hurry up and start feeding the babies.
If they go hungry for too long, they'll get low blood sugar.
When it came to the child, Lin Feng suddenly became serious and quickly went to pull the bed curtain for Lu Qingxue.
Well, you start breastfeeding first, I'll go watch outside. Lu Qingxue blushed and nodded.
Lin Feng fled the ward, and as soon as he walked out, he saw Zhou Cheng carrying medicine.
Brother Feng, I've retrieved my sister-in-law's medicine. Why did you come out?
There's something going on inside, don't go in yet. Lin Feng held Zhou Cheng and smiled.
You've been a great help today. I'll transfer the total amount to you.
Zhou Cheng took out the receipt from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng, saying with a smile.
I really didn't expect that you were such a good dad. If this gets out to the school, I wonder how many girls will be heartbroken.
Speaking of this, Zhou Cheng felt very sorry.
Why won't you let me speak? So, when can I finally deal damage to that green tea girl Lu Ruyan?
Lin Feng transferred the money quickly and shook his head.
Why can't you get over this? Is it necessary to remember that kind of woman?
Anyway, I have a child now and a wife in the future, so I won't waste my brain on such things.
Zhou Cheng, awesome. Campus beauties are so pretty.
Lin Feng paused and said helplessly. Please don't talk about my affairs at school for now.
I don't want Lu Qingxue to be in the spotlight again. Okay, you go back first. It's not convenient for a grown man to be here. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened. Didn't you ask me to come here because you were too busy? Why would I leave again? It's okay, I'll call my mom and she'll be here tomorrow.
Zhou Cheng looked at Lin Feng's smile and said, awesome. Lin Feng slapped him with his palm, please expand your vocabulary.
The money has been transferred, get out.
Zhou Cheng turned around, shaking his head and sighing, be careful of a fight between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
Lin Feng.
A gunfight is unlikely, but it is very likely that he will beat me up first.
What should I do?
Before he could come up with a solution, the nurse's voice came from inside.
Family member. Come in and apply a hot towel to the mother. Chapter 9, Bulk Couples? Just have more children. Give Lu Qingxue a hot compress?
Lin Feng was petrified on the spot.
Is this something I should do? Family members? Family members. The nurse's voice rose an octave. Did you hear that? Hey. I heard it.
Lin Feng shuddered and walked into the ward with some hesitation. At this moment, the bed curtains were still drawn, and the nurse and Lu Qingxue were trapped inside. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on inside, so he opened his mouth tentatively.
I'm the only one preparing hot towels?
Behind the bed curtains, Lu Qingxue's face flushed red as she held the child and mumbled.
Well, get a basin of hot water and help me apply it. My milk won't come in.
After saying this, Lu Qingxue was so embarrassed that she almost dug a hole in the bedsheet with her toes. Although the two of them had already done the most intimate things, it was done in a daze. Now I have to expose my breasts and accept Lin Feng's gaze and caress. So embarrassing. But there is no other way. I can't let the babies go without milk just because I'm shy, right? The nurse said that Chu Ru is the most nutritious and helps increase babies' immunity. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on and was embarrassed for a moment.
Can't you apply it yourself? I'll get some hot water.
The busy nurse on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said directly. The mother has to hold the baby while she sucks milk, so where can she put her hands on a warm compress?
Dad can't be so lazy, right? Giving birth is very hard. Dad, hurry up. After I finish guiding your family, I still have to inspect other wards.
Lin Feng could only bite the bullet and fetch some hot water, then brought it outside the bed curtains.
I'm coming in.
After whispering, Lin Feng opened the curtain and handed in the hot towel. Lu Qingxue had prepared herself mentally 800 times, but when she saw the bed curtain lifted, she still couldn't hold back her shame.
However, the next second, she burst out laughing.
Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly and turned his head to the side.
If it weren't for my physical limits, I would have wanted to turn 180 degrees. Where is the location? Take a step forward, a little lower, gently. Oh, is this okay?
Lin Feng felt the soft touch and his face turned red. He was also convinced.
Why was it that every time he couldn't see it, it would stimulate his imagination so much?
Lu Qingshue's pretty face also flushed red, and she felt very uncomfortable.
This stunned the nurse next to her. You guys aren't familiar? A loose couple? After a pause, she shook her head. If you have too few children, you will be mature if you have more. Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue.
With the help of a hot towel, the brother who had been sucking milk hard finally got his first bite of milk.
Baji, Baji.
Lin Feng couldn't see it, but he could imagine the little guy's satisfied look, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the side, the sister was kicking her hands and feet and was not satisfied. Even the obstetric nurse who was used to seeing newborns was touched by this and said hurriedly,
Don't be idle on the other side either. You can feed the baby at the same time. Dad, please help hold it.
At this moment, Lin Feng had adapted to his actions and touched the other room like a blind man touching an elephant.
Lu Qingxue.
Although she knew that Lin Feng's behavior was normal, she still couldn't help feeling shy. As for the nurse, a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead.
Dad, I asked you to hold the baby, why are you holding rough on? Ah. Cough, cough, cough.
Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue both blushed. Or, Lin Feng, open your eyes.
You're touching me all the time. Lu Qingxue bit her lip.
I mean, you can't touch the baby's mouth, or touch mine, and then fight each other, right?
Lin Feng. Actually, I didn't want to do that. So I opened my eyes?
Lin Feng looked towards the bed and picked up her bow. Then he held her little head uncomfortably and placed it under the rations. It's strange to say, but when I close my eyes, my heart is filled with beauty. But now that he opened his eyes, Lin Feng felt that Lu Qingxue, who was feeding him, was extremely sacred. The chubby little sister smelled her mother's fragrance, her nose twitched slightly, and her little hands grabbed at nothing a few times. Lin Feng quickly stuffed the rations into the baby's mouth.
Ah!
Lu Qingxue screamed, frightening Lin Feng so much that his hands trembled.
What's wrong? Lu Qingxue shook her head slightly and looked at her sister with amusement. The little guy can't suck milk, so he bit it. Of course, newborn babies don't have teeth and can't actually bite. But he really had no experience, so he could only suck hard instinctively, which hurt his mother a lot. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the two children gently, and said, It helps to strengthen your immunity. Finish this drink. If you are not used to it, we can drink milk powder next time. Lu Qingxue quickly shook her head. That won't do. Muru is the most nutritious. No matter how much pain it hurts, I have to feed Muru. After a pause, she continued. Besides, milk powder is very expensive, so any savings are appreciated. Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness when he heard this. Raising a child is such a huge pressure, but this fool wanted to handle it all by himself. I can't share the burden of pregnancy, but I can share the financial pressure of raising a child. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue seriously and promised. I will definitely make money. I won't become rich, but at least you won't have to worry about the money for milk powder. Lu Qingxue was stunned at first, then her expression softened. Suddenly I felt a little stupid. Hello, Lin Feng. I feel like I made a wrong decision before. What? Ah, the baby vomited. Lu Qingxue panicked for a moment and looked at the nurse beside her for help. Nurse? Don't be nervous. A newborn's stomach is not much bigger than a glass marble. It will be full in just a few bites. When you're full, of course you'll vomit out your food. The nurse smiled and told Lin Feng. We're almost done with today's work. I need to take the kids to a bath tomorrow morning. Also, we need to name the child. After choosing the name, we need to register with the nurse and apply for a birth certificate. Okay, you should be able to feed the baby now. I'm going to another ward. Lin Feng quickly thanked the nurse, then changed the water in the basin and said to Lu Qingxue. I noticed you were sweating a lot just now. Can I wipe it off for you?
Lu Qingxue felt that the damn shyness came back again.
Why can't I be as calm as Lin Feng?
You wring out the towel for me and I'll wipe it myself.
Oh.
With Lin Feng's help, Lu Qingxue wiped her body and felt much more comfortable. Today's delivery consumed too much of her energy and blood, and she was already drowsy. Lin Feng looked at the little ones who had just finished their milk and were still somewhat energetic, and smiled. You are tired, go to sleep first, and I will take care of the children.
After this series of events, Lu Qingxue is now much more reassured about Lin Feng.
She nodded and covered herself with the quilt. Soon, she fell into a dream. Lin Feng held the eldest baby in his left hand and the second baby in his right hand, and quietly carried them to the corridor to coax them to sleep. A sweet and soft little dumpling, a little person connected to my blood.
He could never get enough of looking at it.
However, the energy of a newborn is always limited, and soon the two little ones fell asleep yawning. Only then did Lin Feng carefully put the baby back to Lu Qingxue. Looking at the three figures on the bed, one big and two small, Lin Feng inexplicably felt a little sour in his nose.
Maybe, this is what happiness feels like. That night, Lin Feng couldn't remember when he fell asleep.
But the next day, he was awakened by his mother's loud voice.
Son. I'm at the hospital. Is it convenient for you to come up now? Chapter 10 Lin's mother arrives. Son, I am the strongest assist. Aha!
Lin Feng bounced up and sat up straight.
So fast? Stinky boy, how could I possibly sleep when something this serious happened? I chartered a car all night to get here.
Zhang Hui's voice didn't sound like someone who had been traveling all night, it was full of energy. If I wasn't afraid of seeing something I shouldn't see, I would have gone upstairs.
Lin Feng. Okay, Mom, come up, Ward 501.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was silent for a while. He really couldn't imagine what his mother's expression would be when she saw him.
Happy? Shocked? Angry?
However, it is most likely that there will be two big fights first.
Lin Feng shook his head, walked to the bedside, and gently woke Lu Qingxue.
Qingxue, wake up, my mother is in the hospital.
Ha? So fast?
Lu Qingxue's hazy eyes suddenly cleared up.
I'll wash and clean up. Need not.
Lin Feng pressed Lu Qingxue onto the bed and said with a smile. Just treat my mother as your own elder, there's no need to be so particular. Lu Qingxue uneasily smoothed her hair, tugged at her pajamas, and whispered.
I still want to make a good impression on Auntie. You are so beautiful, my mother will definitely like you when she sees you.
Lin Feng's words were true. Lu Qingxue has the kind of beauty with a bony figure, even though she is now completely drained of energy and looks haggard. But that is also a fragile beauty, and has nothing to do with sloppiness.
His mother is a big fan of looks and will definitely like Lu Qingxue. Not to mention the support of two little dumplings.
Lu Qingxue paused, looked at Lin Feng's extremely serious face, and her ears turned red. Downstairs, Zhang Hui carried large and small bags and asked all the way to the inpatient department.
This is a maternal and child healthcare hospital.
Along the way, there are either pregnant women or cute little babies.
This made Zhang Hui's heart burn with excitement.
If she hadn't wanted to make a good impression on her daughter-in-law, she would have rushed into the ward long ago.
I don't know how my daughter-in-law is doing, or what the baby looks like. You little bastard, you're hiding something. You need to teach him a lesson.
In Zhang Hui's heart, she had already sentenced Lin Feng to death.
Going straight to 501, Lin Feng was already standing at the door. Mom! Bang! As soon as they met, Lin Feng was hit hard on the back by his mother. I'm not your mother, I'm your grandmother. Pa, I'm a grandmother. What? My daughter-in-law and my grandson are in there?
While Zhang Hui was asking questions, she had actually put down the things in her hands, straightened her hair which was not at all messy, and tugged at her clothes. Looking at the identical actions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Lin Feng silently suppressed his laughter.
Mom, please slow down. There's more than just your daughter-in-law and grandson in there.
Zhang Hui licked her lips, a little nervous.
Are your in-laws here too? Stinky boy, why didn't you tell me earlier?
I just prepared a gift for my daughter-in-law and grandson.
This is so rude.
My in-laws might think I'm trying to take control of their daughter.
Ha! In such a short time, Mom even prepared a gift for us?
Lin Feng coughed lightly and interrupted his mother.
Don't be nervous. The in-laws are not here.
It's not just the daughter-in-law, grandson, but also the granddaughter.
If you don't prepare enough gifts for meeting someone, don't bring them out. Otherwise, how aggrieved would you be if you didn't get any gifts? Zhang Hui was stunned. What do you mean? Suddenly, you have a son and a daughter? No way. It's not what I thought it would be, right?
Lin Feng nodded. It's just what you think. Zhang Hui covered her face. Why did I give birth to such a scoundrel like you?
Lin Feng?
You got 2 girls pregnant at the same time, and had them give birth in the same ward.
You're not even a scumbag. Lin Feng. Mom, calm down. People can give birth to twins, a boy and a girl.
Lin Feng quickly stopped his mother's strange imagination.
Ah. Zhang Hui was silent, her breathing slightly rapid. The ancestral graves are smoking, son. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door.
I'm Lin Feng's mother.
Can I come in? In the room, Lu Qingxue nervously smoothed her hair. Ah, auntie, please come in. Zhang Hui pushed the door open and walked in. The moment she saw Lu Qingxue's face clearly, she turned her head. Son, the ancestral grave is burning.
Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling, not daring to speak.
Seeing Lin Feng's obviously frustrated look, Lu Qingxue felt a little depressed and quickly greeted Zhang Hui. Hello, auntie. My name is Lu Qingxue.
Thank you for your hard work. Just when she was feeling uneasy, she suddenly felt a chill on her wrist. Looking closely, I saw a green jade bracelet on my hand.
Qingxue, can I call you that? Zhang Hui looked at Lu Qingxue apologetically. This bracelet is a gift I prepared for my daughter-in-law. Please don't despise it. This matter. Lin Feng is the one who wronged you. Ask him to compensate you properly in the future.
Lu Qingxue thought that when Zhang Hui came, she would go to see the child first. I didn't expect the other party to say such words and give me a gift. I felt touched at the moment, and the uneasiness in my heart faded a little.
Auntie, I'm fine. I'm tired from traveling all night. Have you had breakfast?
Zhang Hui was overjoyed when she heard Lu Qingxue's sweet words. The little girl is not only pretty, but also knows how to care for others.
How can she be like that brat Lin Feng?
Thinking of this, Zhang Hui turned her head and glared at Lin Feng.
Look how considerate they are. What about you? You don't even know how to care about others. Lin Feng, who was fetching water for his mother, exclaimed. Zhang Hui didn't give him a chance to explain. She turned to Lu Qingxue and asked about her well-being. How do you feel now? Has the lochia come out? Breastfeeding?
Then be careful to clean yourself after feeding to avoid inflammation.
Girls must be careful during the confinement period.
If they develop a disease, it will be a lifelong problem. After understanding the situation with Lu Qingxue, Zhang Hui turned the topic to the babies.
Let me see the babies. Twins, boy and girl, I've only seen them on TV before. There's something I'm really curious about.
Zhang Hui's eyes were filled with kindness.
Is a boy bigger or a girl bigger? Boys are big. That's my brother and sister. They're both really good looking. Have they been named yet? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue and said, I forgot to ask, have you thought of a name before?
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hui frowned slightly.
Asking this kind of question, does it mean that my son was not there during my pregnancy? What accident happened? Lu Qingxue didn't notice Zhang Hui's actions and replied. I've thought of nicknames. My brother will be called Pingyan and my sister will be called Rui. I haven't decided on a full name yet.
Zhang Hui was teasing the 2 little kids on the bed, and the smile on her face never stopped.
Peace and good fortune, a good meaning, this nickname is good. What's your full name? You young people can take your time to come up with it.
Lu Qingxue felt relieved when she heard this. She was originally worried that Lin's mother had a strong personality and wanted to control everything. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Zhang Hui was teasing the child when suddenly, a loud cooing sound was heard in the ward. Following the sound, I saw Lu Qingxue holding her stomach with an embarrassed look on her face.
Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Lu Qingxue is known as a cool goddess in school.
But in just half a day, he saw the other person shy and blushing too many times. This experience is strange and novel. The next moment, the smile on his face was wiped out by a slap from his mother.
A mother who's breastfeeding will get hungry easily. Have you not had breakfast yet? This time, it was Lin Feng who lowered his head. Zhang Hui. How did this guy find a girlfriend?
Sighing, she said, "Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. I'll teach you which foods are suitable for pregnant women." After saying that, Zhang Hui handed the child to Lu Qingxue and pulled Lin Feng out of the ward. As soon as she went out, she couldn't wait to ask her doubts.
Why do I feel like you and Lu Qingxue's relationship isn't like a normal couple? It's like this.
Lin Feng told his mother everything about his dispute with Lu Qingxue.
After hearing everything, Zhang Hui said, "So, Lu Qingxue doesn't actually like you?"
Lin Feng, Mom, you know how to summarize.
Zhang Hui sighed slowly.
That's what I said, when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes.
That's a story. There are only accidents happening to you. Lin Feng, excessive.
The next moment, Zhang Hui smiled.
It's different now. Mom will help you.
You can't miss such a good girl.
Lin Feng? Chapter 11. You have never been in love, you don't understand women.
After Zhang Hui and Lin Feng understood the situation, they waved their hands and said disdainfully, "You look so confused, and you're still a father. Go buy some millet porridge and boiled eggs in brown sugar water."
What about you?
Lin Feng was puzzled.
Zhang Hui chuckled. Of course I'm going back to talk to Qingxue about some women's topics. Lin Feng.
Don't look at your mother with such a speechless expression. Zhang Hui looked down on Lin Feng.
You've never been in love, you don't understand women. Lin Feng?
After Zhang Hui chased Lin Feng away, she changed her expression and returned to the ward.
Lu Qingxue was teasing the child.
When she saw Zhang Hui come in alone, she smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hui dragged the bench over and sat beside Lu Qingxue, smiling. "Qingxue, I'm an experienced person, so I want to tell you something from my heart."
Hearing this, Lu Qingxue's heart tightened. Lin Feng is not here. Is he trying to intimidate me?
Feeling anxious, Zhang Hui looked at the child with emotion and said, "Giving birth to a child is like going through the gates of hell. Men can't help with pregnancy for 10 months, nor can they help with the pain of childbirth. It is precisely because men have no price that there are so many irresponsible fathers in this world." As she spoke, Zhang Hui turned her gaze to Lu Qingxue and said earnestly,
"You silly girl, it's not right for you to carry everything on your own. Getting a father for free, how could such a good thing happen in this world?
If you ask me, you should let Xiao Feng do everything and let him truly participate in parenting. Only when he understands the difficulty of raising a child can he truly understand you, feel sorry for you, and be a good father to your child." Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then she was moved.
Auntie is just as Lin Feng said, very easy to get along with.
Then, there was a sense of shame.
How many evil mothers-in-law are there in the world?
I have been hanging out in maternal and child forums for too long and have been misled by some of the comments. At this moment, Lu Qingxue smiled gently at Zhang Hui and made up her mind at the same time.
I can't do this again in the future.
My aunt treats me with all her heart, and I can't let her down. After saying these words, Zhang Hui took over the care of the baby and gave Lu Qingxue space to gain enlightenment. Lin Feng returned to the ward with food. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Lu Qingxue leaning against the head of the bed, smiling as she watched her grandmother teasing the child. This scene suddenly made him feel warm.
Breakfast is here, let's eat.
Lin Feng placed the brown sugar syrup eggs, millet porridge, and egg cake on the small table in front of Lu Qingxue. Then, I handed soy milk and buns to my mother.
Eat quickly.
Lin Feng happily stuffed a bun into his mouth.
Then, I got the cold shoulder from my mother. How can you be so tactless, kid? Don't you see Qingxue is inconvenient lying on the bed? Feed her with a small spoon.
Lu Qingxue had already picked up the spoon.
Lin Feng, holding a bun in his mouth? Oh. I'll do it.
Lin Feng spat out the bun and quickly snatched the spoon from Lu Qingxue's hand.
Be careful, it's hot, blow it. Lu Qingxue was forced to open her mouth and took a sip of millet porridge. Can I do it myself? I'm not that fragile.
Lin Feng said in a low voice, "Let me do it."
I can't afford to offend you.
He nodded at the mother who was watching the child intently. Lu Qingxue understood immediately, the tips of her ears turned red, and she drank the porridge in small sips.
Want some egg cake? Would you like some brown sugar water?
Looking at the well-behaved couple, Zhang Hui couldn't hold back her smile and stood up.
I'm going to go out and rent a house.
When Xingxue is discharged from the hospital, there will be a place for her to recuperate after her childbirth.
Lu Qingxue swallowed the food in her mouth and said obediently, Auntie, I have already rented a house. I have a place to stay during the confinement period. Can you give me the key so I can make some soup for you? Zhang Hui asked Lu Qingxue for her opinion. Eating in the cafeteria all the time is not a solution.
Lu Qingxue nodded and motioned Lin Feng to bring her bag over.
After handing over the key, Lin Feng thought for a moment. Mom, the nurse said the baby will be taken to have a bath later. If you and I leave, Xingxue will be the only one left in the ward. I'm worried. How about you take the kids to the bath first? Zhang Hui nodded.
The purpose was to give the two of them space to spend time together, and it would be better if she could take the baby away herself. After opening the stroller and settling the two little ones, Zhang Hui smiled.
Xingxue, eat and think about what your aunt said before. I'm going to take the babies to take a bath. Well, thank you, Auntie. Looking at his mother's leaving back, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Xingxue, what did my mother say to you when I was away? No, nothing. Lu Qingxue blushed a little.
Auntie's words are quite suitable for young couples to manage their marriage and family.
But the problem is, Lin Feng and I are not husband and wife.
Looking at Lu Qingxue's expression, Lin Feng wanted to ask more questions, but at this moment a nurse came in with a folder.
Family members, please fill out this information carefully and make no mistakes. This is for the vaccination book. My child is going to get vaccinated today.
Lin Feng took the paper and looked at it, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. They need to fill in the baby's full name, and also our ID card, birth permit, household registration booklet, and marriage certificate.
Lu Qingxue was a little flustered and embarrassed for a moment, so she asked the nurse. Can I get married without a marriage certificate?
This kind of situation often happens in hospitals, and the nurse is not surprised.
Please bring over the existing documents.
Lin Feng came here in a hurry and only had an ID card with him.
Lu Qingxue was well prepared, with her household registration booklet and ID card.
When Lin Feng took the documents, he glanced at them and found that Lu Qingxue was from Shanghai. The nurse took the certificate and pointed to a column on the form.
Have you decided on the baby's names? Fill them in here. Daimyo? The nature of giving a nickname and a full name is different.
Besides, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue are not married yet, so it is also a problem whose surname the child should take. They have been busy since yesterday, giving birth and taking care of the child. How could they have ever thought about these problems? The nurse looked between the two of them and shook her head. If you get vaccinated, you can temporarily write son of so-and-so.
Are you going to write son of Lu Qingxue or son of Lin Feng?
When it comes to this topic, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Lu Qingxue, but before he could open his mouth, he heard the other party's voice. Just write son of Lin Feng and daughter of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was surprised. Have you thought it through? Lu Qingxue nodded and smiled. You are indeed a safe and happy father. Is there any need to think about this?
The beauty's smile was so stunning that it dazzled Lin Feng's eyes for a moment.
After a long while, he finally murmured. Good. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't expect Lu Qingxue to be so generous.
After all, in today's society, there are many fairies who use their children and the right to pass on their surnames as bargaining chips to fight for their rights and interests. Things like no marriage without sufficient betrothal gifts, the child has no relationship with the father after 10 months of pregnancy and must take the mother's surname, warnings about childbirth.
This series of remarks made the boy tremble with fear.
However, Lu Qingxue was determined to give birth to the child herself, so she really took on everything without telling herself at all. Lin Feng felt so sorry for Lu Qingxue just thinking about the fact that he had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a boyfriend, husband, and father. At this moment, he really didn't know what words to use to describe Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng's slightly dazed expression, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. If Lin Feng had not appeared, the child would undoubtedly be Lu Qingxue's son-daughter. But Lin Feng came and took on his responsibilities as a man and a father, and Auntie was so kind.
Then why can't you try to accept the other person?
I haven't thought of a name for the child yet.
Since you're the father, I'll leave it to you. Lu Qingxue blinked at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's eyes were a little hot, and he nodded gently, okay.
Chapter 12, Don't Eat This Melon. One shot, you'll cry.
After getting the vaccination books, the next step is to wait for the babies to come back from bathing and then go for vaccinations. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Feng began to think seriously about what names to give his children. On the other side, Zhang Hui pushed the baby, asked where to take a bath, and went there leisurely. Along the way, I deliberately took a big detour and received many envious glances from passers-by. Even in a maternal and child healthcare hospital with many babies, Pingyan and Rui are unique twins, a boy and a girl. When we got to the shower area, some family members took the initiative to talk to us.
Wow, twins.
Well, Zhang Hui added proudly, and twins, a boy and a girl. After saying this, she looked at the baby in the woman's arms and asked with a smile.
Is your family a son or a daughter? Son.
There was a hint of sadness in the woman's eyes. My first child was a son, and this time I was hoping for a daughter, but it ended up being a boy. I really envy your family, you got a son and a daughter in one pregnancy. Zhang Hui was very pleased, but she did not show it on her face.
She comforted the woman and said, having 2 boys isn't bad either.
Sons have their advantages.
When you grow up, you will be strong and can work well.
The woman shook her head. That's old-fashioned thinking.
Daughters are still more popular now.
That sweet little cotton-padded jacket is not exaggerated, my son is really rough. I don't care about your thoughts, I don't care if you need anything, and I don't know how to accompany you. Zhang Hui nodded as she listened.
My boy is like that.
So disgusting. With someone to cheer her on, the woman became more and more excited, but as she was talking, she sighed. However, this son does have one advantage, which is that he is not easily hurt in relationships.
Zhang Hui frowned. What do you mean?
The woman looked around and lowered her voice.
Let me tell you a little gossip. Yesterday, a female college student came to give birth. The doctor asked for her family's signature.
She said she had no parents, so the doctor told her to call the father.
Guess what?
The child's father, who is also a university student, directly denied the child, saying he wasn't familiar with the girl.
Tell me, this kind of person, TSK, don't you think it's funny? Zhang Hui. The funny thing is my own son, I can't laugh. The woman didn't notice Zhang Hui's expression and sighed. College students nowadays are just messing around.
They can't even study properly, and they're still children themselves, but they've already had children.
This is really a decline in moral standards. Zhang Hui laughed. You're a senior student, you're already an adult, so why not have a child?
Since they have decided to have a child, they are ready to raise it.
If you don't know the full story, you should refrain from making random comments, right? Woman?
After a pause, she looked at the twins in the stroller and seemed to understand something.
She quickly laughed dryly to cover up her embarrassment.
Fortunately, it was their turn to take a shower, so I quickly took the baby in. When the children take a bath, they are not given a single room, but a large constant temperature pool with several nurses standing by. It is like an assembly line, where they take off their clothes in the front, wash in the middle, and put on their clothes in the back. The nurses are all experienced and their techniques are very skillful. It only takes about 10 minutes to wash a baby. However, parents were terrified by their rough methods.
Is it really okay to carry such a delicate newborn around and turn it over and over?
Nurse, be gentle. Looking at Ping and Rui who was being held up, Zhang Hui couldn't help but remind him. We've washed at least 800 babies on our hands, if not 1,000, so don't worry. The nurse's hands were extremely skillful. This made Zhang Hui very sad.
No matter how experienced you are, you can't wash your baby like washing a piglet.
But the child was still in the other person's hands, so she could only hold back. After washing the children, Zhang Hui pushed the little ones back to the ward angrily. At this moment, Lu Qingxue had finished her breakfast and packed herself up. Seeing Zhang Hui, she smiled.
Auntie, you're back so soon? Zhang Hui resisted the urge to complain.
Even a grandmother like me can't bear to see this happen, so it would definitely be even more heartbreaking if it happened to young parents.
After taking a shower, I'll go buy some groceries and cook. Qingxue, what do you like to eat?
Lu Qingxue was too embarrassed to ask for anything, so she said softly.
Auntie, I don't have any dietary restrictions, anything is fine with me.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Zhang Hui.
Mom, Qingxue looks very pale. I guess she's lacking in energy and blood. Can you make some soup to replenish her energy and blood? Lu Qingxue was moved when she heard this.
She didn't expect that Lin Feng would notice such a small detail. Zhang Hui felt relieved that the brat was quite sensible. Nodding at Lin Feng, Zhang Hui looked at Lu Qingxue. Qingxue, Auntie will definitely take good care of your body. You take a rest. I'm leaving now. Thank you, Auntie. A warm feeling surged in Lu Qingxue's heart as she watched Zhang Hui leave. Lin Feng squatted in front of the stroller, looking at it carefully. I don't know if it's the father's love filter, or if the child has really grown up a little. Lin Feng felt that the two little treasures were much more relaxed than yesterday, especially Rui, whose face vaguely resembled Lu Qingxue. So cute. Unable to control himself, Lin Feng stretched out his finger and gently poked his sister's little face. Puff. My sister blew out 2 bubbles and opened her eyes, which had been closed, a little. Ah. Lin Feng was shocked. Qingxue, Rui opened her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue's face suddenly broke into a smile. Let me see? Lin Feng quickly held his sister in Lu Qingxue's arms. A tiny crack, is that what you call opening your eyes? Although she expressed disdain, Lu Qingxue looked at her sister with full love. The book says that it usually takes a newborn 7 days to open its eyes. Our Rui is gifted. Lin Feng boasted proudly. You believe everything in textbooks? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Mothers nowadays are much more well-nourished than in the past. Many single babies open their eyes just a few hours after birth. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Ping'an, who was still quietly closing his eyes, and a trace of heartache rose in his heart. You had a hard pregnancy. The 2 children are so thin, it must be because Lu Qingxue did not receive adequate care and their nutrition was not enough. Lu Qingxue was a little puzzled, then suddenly realized. What are you imagining? If twins are the same size as a single baby, how can they be born? By the end of her words, Lu Qingxue's cheeks had already turned red. Lin Feng also felt a little unnatural. Ahem, enough talking, I'm going to take the babies to get vaccinated. Putting his sister in the stroller, Lin Feng pushed the babies out of the ward. Ping'an was sleeping like a little pig, but Rui was trying hard to keep her eyes open. Worried that the sunlight was too glaring, Lin Feng considerately got a towel to cover Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui tried hard to make a sound, which almost melted Lin Feng's heart. There were not many people in the vaccination room, and soon it was Lin Feng's turn. Both babies have the same vaccines, which one should be given first? The doctor picked up the vaccine. Little Rui, not knowing what was going to happen, danced with joy and said, That's you. The doctor smiled at Xiao Rui and gestured to Lin Feng, who was looking at the needle anxiously. Don't worry about it. No matter which one it is, 1 shot will make you cry. Lin Feng. What kind of hellish joke is this? Chapter 13, Naming the Baby, Bad Guy Xiao Ping'an. The doctor looked at Lin Feng, who was speechless, and smiled. Just kidding, you're such a new dad. But vaccination is also for the baby's good, right? Hurry up, don't just stand there. Lin Feng had no choice but to bend down and gently pick up little Rui. The little girl was so soft and chubby that Lin Feng didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting her. Little Rui kicked his feet, moved his hands, grinned at Lin Feng, and spit out bubbles one by one. I had no idea what I was about to face. The doctor picked up the syringe and decisively injected it into Xiao Rui's thin arm. Little Rui stopped blowing bubbles and then let out a loud cry. Wow! Lin Feng was heartbroken. At the happiest moment for the little one, giving her such a heavy blow, wouldn't it leave any psychological trauma on her? Oh, don't cry, the pain will fly away, oh. The doctor looked at Lin Feng's distressed expression and shook his head. Okay, time for another one. Wake the baby up. Vaccinations can't be given when the child is asleep. Lin Feng looked at Ping'an, who was still sleeping as soundly as a pig, and wanted to tell him to stop beating him. However, reason still made him pick Ping'an up and rock him gently. Ping'an, wake up. Ping'an frowned when he heard his father calling him, but he still didn't open his eyes. He tried to move his little hands, as if to express that he didn't get enough sleep. The doctor didn't care and gave the injection as usual with quick eyes and hands. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat, waiting for Ping'an's cry to be heard. However, the little guy was stunned for a moment, then clenched his little fists, his face gradually turned red, as if he was trying to resist the needle. Wow. Finally, the little guy couldn't stand the pain from the needle and started howling. Lin Feng quickly patted Ping'an's little butt. Oh, the pain will go away.
No more fighting, no more fighting. No more crying, no more crying.
Lin Feng held Rui in his left hand and Pingyan in his right hand as he paced and comforted her, feeling extremely distressed.
However, newborn babies have limited energy. After a while, the two poor little kids fell asleep sobbing with tears in their eyes. The nurse handed the two babies' vaccination books to Lin Feng. This is the vaccination record. You'll need it until your baby starts school. Please keep it safe.
It clearly states when and what vaccine should be given, and parents should follow the steps. The vaccine we received this time is the hepatitis B vaccine. The injection site must not be exposed to water within 24 hours to avoid infection.
Have you memorized all the doctor's instructions?
Lin Feng nodded, took the vaccination book, and pushed the children back to the ward. After all, Lu Qingxue was a new mother, her body was weak, and she fell asleep in a daze at this moment. Lin Feng settled the babies, brought a stool, and sat quietly next to Lu Qingxue. Looking at the other person's long eyelashes gently fluttering with her breathing, my heart felt so soft. Yesterday I was being urged to go on a blind date, and today I have a son and a daughter. Life is really unpredictable. The sunlight shone through the window onto Lin Feng, making him feel boundless warmth. But this warm atmosphere did not last long. Pingyan waved his little fist and said, Lin Feng looked out and saw. The little guy must be hungry. He sniffed his mother's scent with his nose and tilted his head towards his mother. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he saw that Lu Qingxue showed no signs of waking up. After thinking about it, I simply got up and made milk powder for the children. However, when she heard the sound of running water, Lu Qingxue woke up with a start and looked at Lin Feng blankly.
Make the formula? Why don't you wake me up when the baby is hungry?
Lin Feng, I saw you were soundly asleep, so I didn't want to wake you up.
I thought I'd use some milk powder to nip you in the bud first.
Lu Qingxue turned around, looked at Pingyan who was whimpering, and cheered up. I'm told to drink breast milk, so let's put the formula aside for now. Lin Feng frowned. Children have small appetites and need to feed frequently.
I can't let you sleep through the whole night, right? Don't even mention you, a woman in labor.
Even a grown man like me wouldn't last more than 3 days.
Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment when she heard this.
In fact, it was just the beginning, and she clearly felt that her energy was running out. However, milk powder is indeed not as good as mother milk. After struggling for a while, Lu Qingxue bit her lip and whispered.
Actually, I can breastfeed even when I'm asleep.
Lin Feng didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and raised his eyebrows.
That is. Lu Qingxue blushed and said embarrassedly. You can unbutton my clothes and then hold the baby to feed.
By the end of his speech, the blush had spread to the back of his neck. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. She was still asleep, and he went up to her and started unbuttoning her clothes. Even if it is for the sake of breastfeeding the child, I still feel embarrassed. Then, he began to despise himself. Lu Qingxue must have said this for the good of the child. If she dared to say it, why wouldn't she dare to do it herself? Lin Feng quickly prepared himself mentally and nodded. How about you go to bed now and I give it a try? Just think of it as a simulation. Good. Lu Qingxue lay back on her side. Lin Feng held the humming Pingyan in one hand and unbuttoned Lu Qingxue's clothes with the other. A little nervous. With his clothes spread out, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then moved Pingyan closer. Baji, Baji. Xiao Pingan arched his back while sucking the food hard. Even though his facial features had not yet fully developed, Lin Feng could still see satisfaction on his face. Ha! Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was not as embarrassing as he had imagined. After Xiao Pingan had eaten and drunk his fill, it was Xiao Rui's turn. Looking at the baby in her arms dancing with satisfaction, Lu Qingxue's shyness gradually faded away. It's all for the children. She felt relieved. After feeding the two little ones, Lin Feng saw that Lu Qingxue was not sleepy, so he started talking about business. Aren't we going to give the baby a nice name? I've been thinking about it. What do you think of Huaiyan or Jie? Lu Qingxue looked at the two little treasures and savored them carefully. Lin Huaiyan, Lin Jie, you deliberately gave me a nickname, right? Lin Feng nodded. Lu Qingxue looked at his serious expression, and for some reason, she felt a little numb in her heart. It felt like a feather gently caressing you. Well, I think it sounds nice. Lu Qingxue smiled. She thought that after giving birth to the child, she would face very serious child-rearing issues, and she made a lot of preparations for this. However, I didn't expect that Lin Feng and my aunt would appear.
Huayan, understanding. With their father's presence and responsibility, their growth path should be stable and smooth.
If you agree, I'll go to the doctor to register, apply for a birth certificate, and change the vaccination information. Lin Feng happily kissed little Huayan and Xiaojie separately, and went out happily. The maternal and child healthcare hospital is very familiar with handling these matters. Soon, Lin Feng got the children's birth certificates and vaccination books with their names changed. Ding, it was detected that the host named the babies, and received a financial reward of 20,000 yuan. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng was delighted. From the time the children were born until now, he had received a total of 60,000 yuan in system rewards.
You don't have to worry about childcare funds for now.
Lin Feng happily quickened his pace, wanting to quickly share the child's birth certificate with Lu Qingxue. When I pushed the door open, I found Lu Qingxue holding a diaper, looking at a loss. On the bed, Xiao Pingyan was already stripped naked.
Puff. A small stream of water slid in the air and poured all over Lu Qingxue's pajamas. Chapter 14, Family Status, Direct Control. Lin Feng.
Lu Qingxue bit her lip and turned to look at the door. The next moment, her helplessness turned into annoyance.
You're still laughing. Well.
Lin Feng put away the smile on his face and touched the back of his head.
Let me change.
She has always changed the diapers herself, and Lu Qingxue just watched. She is the typical example of someone who has learned with her eyes but not with her hands. Lin Feng shook his head, quickly fetched a basin of hot water, and gently washed Pingyan's little butt. You little rascal, you're blowing bubbles and splashing water on your mother.
Shame on you.
Lin Feng, who has already become proficient, still has the energy to interact with Xiao Pingyan.
Xiao Pingyan shook his butt and was very happy.
On the side, little Rui felt her brother's happiness and started to move his hands and feet.
Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Rui and smiled. After I change my brother, it's your turn, Rui, good boy. The blue line on Xiao Rui's diaper now indicates that it is full of urine.
After Lin Feng washed Pingyan's butt, he took out the diaper cream, picked out a little, and evenly applied it on his buttocks. Apply some perfume, and our butts won't turn red anymore. The way he skillfully coaxed the child made Lu Qingxue's lips curl up.
Lin Feng glanced at her lightly. Why don't you change your clothes? Lu Qingxue woke up as if from a dream.
Lin Feng handed her pajamas and pulled the bed curtains. Lin Feng asked Zhou Cheng to buy these supplies. Lu Qingxue pinched her pajamas, which had become too big for her, and felt inexplicably good. By the time she changed her clothes and opened the bed curtains, Lin Feng had already packed up Rui. The two babies hummed, opened their little mouths, flared their nostrils, and sniffed their mother's scent everywhere.
You're hungry right after you pooped?
Lin Feng looked at the babies and shook his head. What little gluttons they are.
Lu Qingxue stepped forward, picked up Xiao Rui, and said angrily. Dad is bad, how can you say that to Xiaobao? Ignore him, let's eat our fill.
Lin Feng crossed his arms and glanced sideways.
Hey, isn't that teaching the child bad things? I don't want to be authoritative, right? Okay, I won't say that next time.
Lu Qingxue held Rui steady, then signaled Lin Feng to bring Pingyan over and hold the rations on the other side.
Neither of them noticed.
Breastfeeding, which had previously made them very shy, was no longer so embarrassing. On the other side, Zhang Hui left the hospital and went straight to Lu Qingxue's rental house. Standing at the gate of the community, Zhang Hui was stunned. Lu Qingxue told her that the rented house was very close to the health center and there was a farmer's market across the street, making life very convenient. However, she didn't say that this is an old and dilapidated community with a building age of over 40 years. Zhang Hui looked at the dilapidated exterior of the building and the useless access control system with a complicated expression. It goes without saying that Lu Qingxue's child has no job and has to support 2 children, so she must be out of money. This silly girl, if Xiaofeng doesn't take care of her, and I, as a parent, don't support her, I really don't know how much suffering she will have to endure. Zhang Hui touched her pocket. This time when she went out, she brought out all the family savings.
Something happened at home recently and I spent a lot of money. Now I still have 200,000 yuan in the card.
If I borrow a little from friends and family, I should be able to make the down payment.
However, buying a house is a big deal and must be discussed with the 2 children. And you can't live in a new house right after you buy it. You may have to rent a house for a while in the middle.
There are so many things. Zhang Hui is also confused. Just go to the farmer's market first, buy some groceries and cook.
If it's any later, Lu Qingxue will be hungry.
Zhang Hui hurriedly bought a hen, pork ribs, crucian carp, and some seasonal vegetables, and stepped into Lu Qingxue's room for the first time. The room was clean and tidy, but there was a half-eaten takeaway on the dining table and takeaway boxes in the trash can.
Is this how you've been throughout your pregnancy?
Zhang Hui shook her head, feeling a little sorry for Lu Qingxue. If you didn't make up for it during pregnancy, you must make up for it well during the confinement period, otherwise you will develop chronic illness. After entering the kitchen, Zhang Hui cleaned up and found that all the pots, pans, and utensils were there.
However, most of them are unopened. This child doesn't seem to be able to cook?
Zhang Hui felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Xiaofeng knows how to do it, otherwise what will the two of them do in the future? As a typical good wife and mother, Zhang Hui was very familiar with these housework and cleaned up the kitchen quickly. Then wash the rice, steam it, and make crucian carp soup. In fact, it is not reasonable to say that a woman who has just given birth should not take nourishing food. However, Lu Qingxue did not take any supplements during her pregnancy, and now she is suffering from a deficiency of qi in blood. It would be better for her to have some light fish soup. Of course, Zhang Hui also considered the problem of excessive nourishment. So, the combination is just stir-fried seasonal vegetables. She was busy when her cell phone suddenly rang. She looked and saw that it was Father Lin. Zhang Hui's eyes flickered. Father Lin was known for his old-fashioned temper and stubborn personality. If he knew that Lin Feng had gotten the girl pregnant before marriage, and after drinking, this son is probably going to be useless. Zhang Hui took her phone and walked out of the kitchen. Hey, old man, what's wrong? You asked me what happened, and I wanted to ask you what happened to you. You ran out in the middle of the night and haven't come back yet. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm at Xiaofeng's school, right? Why are you going to Xiaofeng's school for no reason? I miss my son. I won't say any more. My son wants to take me around the campus. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. Zhang Hui hung up the phone and went back to the kitchen to continue working. After the meal was ready, she quickly ate a few bites, then packed the food in a thermos and took it to the hospital. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng opened the small table without being told. Zhang Hui opened the thermos bucket and arranged the food neatly. Qingxue, are you hungry? Eat quickly. Lu Qingxue smelled the aroma of the food, and her heart was filled with warmth. Thank you, Auntie. I've been eating takeout so much lately that I'm about to throw up. Silly child. When Zhang Hui thought of the pile of takeout boxes, she felt a little choked up. But it was hard to say anything, so he just lovingly watched Lu Qingxue sip her soup and eat her vegetables. Lin Feng on the side. Not only did he not get his own share of the food, but he didn't even give me a glance. What does that mean? After a pause, he could only tentatively call out, Mom? Oh. Zhang Hui seemed to have just seen her son, and slapped her forehead and said, Here's the key. Go back and eat. Clean up the room and buy some daily necessities. Qingxue will be discharged from the hospital in a few days, so we need to get ready over there. Lin Feng has been very busy from yesterday till now, and he is already starving. After hearing what his mother said, he wanted to leave, but his legs just wouldn't move. Qingxue, Mom? His eyes looked back and forth between Lu Qingxue and Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui glared. Why? Are you worried that your mother can't take good care of Qingxue? Then, he narrowed his eyes again, with an annoyed look of distrust. Are you still worried that your mother won't know the seriousness of the matter and will treat Qingxue badly? Seeing that her aunt was angry with Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue quickly swallowed the fish soup in her mouth and tried to smooth things over. But before he could utter these words, he heard Lin Feng's weak voice. I'm afraid you two will unite. While I was buying breakfast this morning, you two had a secret. I've been away for so long. Lin Feng's eyes were full of distrust. Lu Qingxue was stunned and blushed a little. Zhang Hui also felt a little uncomfortable. Stop interfering in our affairs, get out of here. Chapter 15. This is different from what I imagined. Lu Qingxue, I want to talk to you. Oh, I'll go, okay? Lin Feng felt his mother's disdainful gaze, then looked at Lu Qingxue, who had a smile on her face. Look back every few steps. I don't know what I'm expecting. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue put down the spoon, thought for a moment, and said, Lin Feng. Hey. Lin Feng was delighted. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, Please open all the packages at the entrance.
These are all supplies for the babies. Take inventory and see if you're missing anything. Don't buy too much. Lin Feng, yeah. Make sure there is really nothing for me to do in the ward.
Lin Feng quickly came to Lu Qingshue's rental house and stood at the gate of the community. He was also stunned.
Old buildings, electric cars running around. Is this environment really suitable for Lu Qingxue to recuperate and raise the babies? It must be cash-strapped.
Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that he should find a better house as soon as he had time. When he walked into the community and stepped into the house, he found that it was not as simple as he had imagined.
It had one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom.
It was old but not broken. At this moment, the aroma of food filled the room, giving the house a soft glow. Lin Feng sat at the dining table. While eating, I opened my phone and found that the group had exploded with 99 plus bright red unread messages.
When I opened it, I saw more than 1,000 unread messages.
While still denouncing her, Lu Rian made a bet with her sisters about confessing her love to Lin Feng. Later, Zhou Chang couldn't hold back and let out the fact that school beauty Lu Qingxue had given birth to Lin Feng's child. Then, I begged my roommates not to tell anyone about this. After the red envelope was sealed, the others let Zhou Chang go, but not themselves.
Everyone is wondering.
They were all in the same dormitory, but Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue had never interacted with each other.
How come she gave birth to a child all of a sudden?
After dinner, Lin Feng sat at the entrance, unpacking a package while making a video call in the dormitory group. Zhou Chang, Lin Feng, Yu Hao, and Wang Xiong lived in a 4-person room in college, and they all had a very close relationship. Now in their senior year, except for Zhou Chang and Lin Feng, the other two have found internships and rarely stay in the dormitory. Brother Feng, to cut a long story short, if the supervisor catches me slacking off, I'm doomed.
What's going on between you and the school beauty? De Kangzi finished his mouth and didn't let us tell anyone else. Could he have made it up?
Big Bear, I can't possibly make up a lie about you guys. Look at the package that Brother Feng opened.
Is it baby supplies?
As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng heard a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air.
He organized his things in an orderly manner and said calmly, "Let's be honest.
Lu Qingxue and I did give birth to a pair of adorable twin boys and girls." On the mobile phone screen, except for Zhou Chang, the other two people seemed to be disconnected from the internet and were frozen.
So, you're not a scumbag at all, but you're not a scumbag to ordinary girls? How can you talk like that? Can you call me scum? Ha, not even dating, just going straight for sex, you call that not a scumbag? What the hell is going on?
Looking at his roommate's gossipy eyes, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. The main thing is that if this matter is to be discussed in detail, it is inevitable to mention that night in Lu Qingshue's private affairs such as difficulty and fertility. It doesn't feel good to say it out loud. When he hesitated, the other party thought he was teasing him, so he handed him the red envelope without saying anything. "I know you didn't hold your fart in, so I'm giving you the child as a gift. I was thinking of giving money at the wedding, Brother Feng, but you're so experienced, hurry up and take the red envelope." Lin Feng looked at the red envelope thrown from the opposite side and touched his nose.
"That's not what I meant."
"Well, to put it simply, Lu Qingxue is a very good girl. After she became pregnant with my child, she decided to give birth to the baby herself. But, unexpectedly, the hospital required family members to sign, so they had no choice but to ask me to go. I went to the hospital and saw such a good girl.
How could I miss her? Only those who are lazy and stubborn should be held responsible."
Lin Feng's words were concise and to the point, but the other party was full of questions.
"That's it? Gone? Gone."
Lin Feng said firmly.
"Why does it have to be you if a family member needs to sign?" Lu Qingshue's parents came over when school started.
"Yeah, I remember everyone was saying that her mom was beautiful and elegant, and her dad was tall and handsome. What a perfect match." Lin Feng didn't know about this, but when his brother reminded him, he was also puzzled.
From beginning to end, Lu Qingxue never mentioned her parents.
Something must have happened in between, but she was busy and didn't think too much about it. It seems I need to find an opportunity to talk to Lu Qingxue about this matter.
You can't just kidnap someone else's girl without saying anything, right? Put yourself in her shoes.
If Rudy gets cheated by some guy in the future and has a child out of wedlock. Very good, Lin Feng successfully angered himself. All the little yellow-haired people within a radius of 800 miles must die.
Brother Feng? Brother Feng. Why are you gritting your teeth there alone? Zhou Cheng's voice brought Lin Feng back to his senses. Do you hate Lu Ruyan too? I told you, that nonchalant look yesterday was all fake. Lin Feng? Where were you talking about? Yu Hao opened his mouth angrily. Just say that bitch Lu Ruyan used you as a bet.
That's because I wasn't here, otherwise we'd be fighting like two big bitches. No, when we men fight against women, no matter what the reason, we will definitely lose. Wang Xiong shook the camera and said with a smile. However, if Lu Ruyan knew that Lu Qingxue gave birth to Brother Feng's child, her face would definitely turn red. The department bell is begging in front of the school bell. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Lin Feng showed excitement on their faces, eager to try it out. Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head. Lu Qingxue's previous suspension of school caused quite a stir. If it were to get out now that she was taking a leave of absence to have a child for me, I'd be fine. I'm a winner in life, but how does she cope? I don't want to push Lu Qingxue into the spotlight just for a rotten person like Lu Ruyan. If we're brothers, stop shouting. People like Lu Ruyan have failed too many times. It's not worth it for me to use my wife and children to kick them. Upon hearing this, Yu Hao and Wang Xiong both gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are a real man. Seeing Lin Feng's firm attitude, everyone tacitly stopped talking about this and started talking about other things. Until Zhang Hui called. Xiaofeng, don't go shopping yet. Find the pajamas, nursing pads, and disposable underwear that Qingxue prepared and bring them over. Lin Feng hung up the phone, quickly said something in the group, packed up and went to the hospital. When they arrived at the ward, they saw that Lu Qingxue's chest was wet, but the two babies were lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. I have too much milk, and the baby can't finish it, so this is it. Lu Qingxue felt a little embarrassed and felt it was too awkward. Lin Feng said calmly, I was worried that you didn't have enough milk. This is a good thing. He handed over the pajamas and nursing pads and pulled the bed curtains. Lu Qingxue changed her clothes and Zhang Hui put away the soiled pajamas. One set was wet with milk, and the other set was wet with Xiao Ping'an's urine, but she didn't mind. I'll go back and do the laundry and make some soup. Xiaofeng, you take care of this place. Let's put off the shopping for a while. Watching my mother leave. Lin Feng turned around, and before he could say anything, Lu Qingxue took out a card. Well, don't we need to buy a lot of things later? There's 100,000 yuan on this card, you can use it first. Lin Feng was stunned. No, you're living in a place like that, and you're still spending 100,000? Wait a minute, let me straighten it out. While the children were still asleep and there were no outsiders in the ward, Lin Feng simply sat down opposite Lu Qingxue, looking like he wanted to have a good talk. Qingxue, I didn't take care of you before, but now, I have something I want to talk to you about. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 16, The beginning of a woman's fall is to feel sorry for a man. Lin Feng said this lightly, but Lu Qingxue's expression turned a little unnatural. This looks like someone wants to have a heart-to-heart talk. The question is, what is there to talk about? Isn't the most important issue of child-rearing resolved? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's expression, paused slightly, and raised the card in his hand with a smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just curious. There's still quite a lot of money in the card. But why, don't you live in a more upscale neighborhood? So this is what you are asking. Lu Qingxue felt a little relieved and replied. If you and Auntie don't come, I'm going to find a confinement nanny. The market price for a confinement nanny who can take care of twins is around 12,000 yuan a month. After the confinement nanny arrives, you still need to hire a babysitter, which is not cheap either. It will cost at least 6,000 yuan a month. Plus living expenses, rent and other miscellaneous expenses. If you calculate it this way, even 100,000 yuan might not be enough to last until the child turns 1 year old. But I still need to go to school for another year before I can get my diploma and find a job. I can only spend it quickly. After this calculation, Lin Feng fell silent. He had never thought about expenses like confinement nanny and babysitter. I used to think that the 60,000 yuan in my pocket could solve my immediate problems. Now it seems like just a drop in the bucket. Still have to find a way to make money. Seeing Lin Feng fall into silence, Lu Qingxue's face showed a bit of nervousness. By saying so much, am I putting too much pressure on Lin Feng? After all, it was she who insisted on giving birth to the child. Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue smiled and said briskly. You don't have to think too much.
The situation is different now. With an auntie, we can save money on a confinement nanny.
As long as you lend a hand, I am confident that I can take good care of the 2 children without a nanny.
I won't fall behind in my studies. I'll go to work right after I get my diploma. Everything will get better.
Hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at Lu Qingxue in surprise. When I met the other person's comforting gaze, I suddenly felt a pang in my heart. At this time, other women would most likely complain about how much they have sacrificed and suffered. At the very least, you should use this financial account to motivate yourself to make progress. Lu Qingxue is such a fool, she only takes all the blame on herself.
Fool.
Lin Feng slowly exhaled. He wanted to reach out and rub Lu Qingxue's head, but the next moment, he felt it was inappropriate and retracted his hand. Before Lu Qingxue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Feng. Qingxue, your first priority right now is not to take care of the children or worry about making money, but to take care of your health. I'll find a house that's more suitable for recuperation and raising a baby and move in. I, Lin Feng, don't have any other abilities, but I promise you, I must take good care of the babies and cover the family expenses.
Next semester, just go back to school and finish your studies peacefully.
Looking at Lin Feng's extremely serious expression, a warm current surged from Lu Qingxue's heart and slowly flowed to her limbs, wrapping her up safely. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself choking. I originally thought that after making this decision and leaving home, I would have to fight alone in the future. Unexpectedly, I gained a reliable comrade in arms. Taking a deep breath, and then another deep breath, Lu Qingxue muttered. Will I cause you any trouble? Lin Feng laughed. What are you thinking about in your little head? Lu Qingxue lowered her head and grasped the corner of her clothes anxiously. But you will also have to fall in love, get married, and have children in the future. Lin Feng was stunned and touched the back of his head.
Isn't it? I was being very subtle.
Hearing this, Lu Qingxue looked at him with clear eyes. Somehow, Lin Feng's mind suddenly rang with his mother's words.
If you have never been in love, you don't understand women.
Lin Feng's mind was spinning rapidly. Among the people he knew, the one with the most experience in love was Yu Hao.
During college, I brought no less than 10 people out to meet. If it were Yu Hao, what would he do?
I remember when the other party shared his love experience, he seemed to have said, different women need different ways. But, no matter what kind of woman, as long as she loves a man, she is not far from winning him over.
Hiss.
Lin Feng told Lu Qingxue with a heavy face.
My heart is sealed with cement.
Lu Qingxue suddenly clenched the corner of her clothes. Lin Feng had a sad face as he told Lu Ruyan how she treated his confession as a joke and made fun of him.
So, now I just want to raise Ping and Rui well and not think about anything else.
Lu Qingxue's heart was in turmoil when she heard this, and her chest felt slightly moist.
That's too much. How can there be such a person in the world?
Lin Feng, don't give up on relationships just because of this. There are still good girls out there. At least, many girls I know are not like this. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her intently and listening to her words, Lu Qingxue's face turned slightly red. Don't worry, if I have the chance, I will definitely help you get back at your level. Lin Feng grinned, you are such a good person.
Is that so?
The tips of Lu Qingxue's ears turned red. She felt that she was dazzled by the other person's smile and was afraid to look up.
Just at this moment, noisy footsteps were heard at the door.
Her eyes seemed to have found a place to rest and looked towards the door.
Room check, Lu Qingxue, right?
After checking the names, Dr. Zhao, Lu Qingxue's attending physician, opened the record book.
Did you get out of bed today?
Yeah, I went to the bathroom twice.
Lu Qingxue felt a little emotional.
Lin Feng and her aunt took good care of her and were always eager to do everything.
There is nothing else to do except eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and feeding.
Who would have thought that Dr. Zhao looked at Lin Feng with a frown on his face? A new mother needs to get out of bed and move around more often so that the lochia remaining in the uterus can be discharged more easily.
Don't you encourage her to do that?
Lin Feng scratched his head. This really touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. Yesterday the nurse asked me to take a medicinal bath, saying that women who have just given birth are suffering from a deficiency of qi and blood and are prone to fainting when they get up, so I didn't let her get out of bed. Hearing this reason, Dr. Zhao's eyebrows softened a lot and he smiled.
You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You need to get out of bed and walk around more. I'm afraid you might faint, so just support me.
Moreover, this not only promotes the discharge of lochia, but also has the effect of preventing blood clots. There was a woman who had just given birth. Her family protected her so well that she barely left her bed during her confinement period.
But her venous thrombosis was gone after that.
This was the first time Lin Feng had heard this, and he immediately became nervous.
So serious?
Even Lu Qingxue, who was standing next to her, had a look of fear on her face. Seeing that the patient had taken his words in, Dr. Zhao moved on to the next topic.
How are the babies feeding? How often are they defecating and urinating? After Lin Feng finished answering one by one, Dr. Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Dad is quite attentive. He's not the type to be clueless.
Okay, the mother and the babies are all in good condition. They will be discharged after 2 more days of observation at most. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. I will be discharged from the hospital after 2 more days of observation, so I have to hurry up and rent a house. Besides, moving with 2 newborns is also a hassle.
Every single detail needs to be carefully considered. Chapter 17, so awesome? Then let me test you. After the doctor left the ward,
Lin Feng glanced at the child who was still sleeping soundly on the bed and asked,
Qingxue, how about I help you get out of bed and walk around now?
Lu Qingxue was frightened by the doctor's words and nodded without hesitation.
Okay, let's just walk around the ward a few times.
As she spoke, she turned sideways, supported herself on the bed with her right hand, and let her legs fall along the edge of the bed.
Where are the slippers?
The white and tender feet groped around, and the next moment, they were held by a pair of warm hands.
Why aren't you wearing socks? Lin Feng frowned. Lu Qingxue twitched her feet, unable to move, and quickly explained in a low voice. It's hot, so I took it off. The cold starts from the feet. I didn't pay attention to the confinement period.
Lin Feng shook his head and asked, Where are my socks? Without Lu Qingxue's answer, he had already seen 2 piles of white cotton socks at the end of the bed. He picked it up and half knelt in front of Lu Qingxue. Let her put one foot on her thigh and put on her socks carefully. Her 5 delicate toes were tightly curled together, and Lu Qingxue looked a little shy.
I can do it myself.
Change your foot. Lin Feng ignored her and muttered.
My mom saw you weren't wearing socks, and she didn't tell you? Don't blame Auntie. Lu Qingxue was a little nervous. I took it off secretly, and Auntie didn't know. As he spoke, the 2 socks were already put on.
Lin Feng patted Lu Qingxue's instep with satisfaction.
Okay, why are you so nervous? Put on your shoes and get out of bed. Oh.
Lu Qingxue lowered her head, put her arms on Lin Feng's shoulders, and slowly stood up in her slippers.
Slow down, are you dizzy?
Lin Feng stood up carefully and naturally, put his arms around Lu Qingxue's waist, and took steps in accordance with her rhythm.
This time of support is different from yesterday's support.
Yesterday, Lin Feng acted as a human crutch, blindfolded, and led by Lu Qingxue. But now, Lin Feng has already put his arm around the other person's waist, and the 2 are walking side by side. Lu Qingxue smelled the indelible scent of soapberry on Lin Feng's body, and felt that the sunlight in the ward at this moment was warm and clean. Similarly, Lin Feng also smelled the strong milky scent on Lu Qingxue. When you smell it carefully, it's not just the smell of milk, there's also a faint smell of sweat. Lu Qingxue was still weak, and she broke out in a sweat just by lying down. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that this smell was better than any perfume in the world.
Slow down, you can put your weight on me. Lin Feng kept nagging, fearing that Lu Qingxue would fall down. Ah!
After walking just a few meters, Lu Qingxue suddenly let out a cry of pain.
Lin Feng stopped immediately. What's wrong? What's wrong?
Lu Qingxue covered her lower abdomen with one hand, her face slightly red.
It feels like I'm passing lochia. It hurts so much. Is it serious? Do you want to call a doctor?
Lin Feng became nervous. If he was not a little far away from the call bell, he would have pressed it. There's no need to call a doctor, it's just that it seems.
Lu Qingxue hesitated.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, waiting seriously for what to follow seems.
Seeing that he really didn't understand, Lu Qingxue could only close her eyes. It leaked. The person was lying down and didn't discharge much lochia. Lu Qingxue didn't know the reason, so she used a small sanitary napkin.
As soon as she started walking, lochia surged in, and she could feel the wetness between her legs.
Well.
Faced with Lu Qingshue's shameful and angry expression, Lin Feng was a little stunned and wanted to turn his head to look.
Don't look! With a scream, the two children on the bed moved at the same time. Wow! Wow! The new parents were petrified on the spot. Sorry, I forgot about the two babies.
Lu Qingxue was stunned, and then she walked towards the bed with all her strength.
Hey, slow down, ancestors, my three ancestors.
Lin Feng wished he could instantly grow 3 heads and 6 arms so that he could take care of all 3 of them. After helping Lu Qingxue to the hospital bed, it was obvious that she was walking too fast and her face was pale. Lin Feng could only let her close her eyes and take it easy while he went to hold the child.
He picked up the child on each side and rocked and coaxed him. Be good, baby, daddy is here, you're safe, don't cry, don't cry. The child hadn't been coaxed yet. Lu Qingxue stroked her forehead. Lin Feng, the bed is leaking. Ah!
Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and finally understood what it meant to be in a hurry. Lu Qingxue regretted it so much that she wanted to bite her tongue.
Why was she screaming for no reason? Obviously, Lin Feng has seen more embarrassing things, hasn't he? Noticing Lu Qingxue's annoyance, Lin Feng immediately adjusted his expression. It's okay, I can handle it. Watch me. Oh, don't cry, let daddy see what's wrong. Although he looked a little disheveled, Lu Qingxue felt inexplicably calmed down.
Such a small thing is not difficult for Lin Feng.
As for myself, I should not forget that I am a mother now and should not be so easily startled. A smile appeared on Lu Qingxue's lips.
Fortunately, the children had limited energy and they stopped sobbing after a while. He then handed the emotionally stable baby to Lu Qingxue's hands. Feed her some milk, I'll go get some clean sheets from the nurse's station. Then, help you to the bathroom to wash and put on a clean mat.
Lin Feng arranged everything in an orderly manner, so what suggestions could Lu Qingxue make? Then he let Lin Feng get busy. The children were given clean sheets and had eaten their fill and were in a stable mood. Lin Feng put them in the stroller, helped Lu Qingxue sit on the side, and quickly changed the bed sheets. Wash Lu Qingxue's body, just like yesterday. However, this time Lu Qingxue obviously trusted him much more and did not ask him to blindfold himself, just asking him not to look. By the time Lu Qingxue was lying on the hospital bed, feeling refreshed and teasing the children, Lin Feng was already sweating profusely. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Qingxue said sincerely. Lin Feng scratched his head. Why are you saying thank you so seriously? I haven't even thanked you yet for giving birth to a safe and happy child, regardless of the cost. And I didn't thank you for letting me be their father. Compared to your hard work and dedication, what I'm doing now is really nothing. As he spoke, Lin Feng deliberately frowned. Try thanking me later, huh? You're falling out now. He didn't know that in Lu Qingxue's eyes, his appearance not only lacked dignity, but instead made him look a bit naive. Lu Qingxue felt warm in her heart and nodded heavily. That's more like it. Lin Feng had a smile on his face as he teased Ping and Rui in Lu Qingxue's arms. Do you think what Dad said is right? Come on, smile. Lu Qingxue looked down at the children's faces, and suddenly her eyes turned, and she asked Lin Feng with some malicious intent. Don't just tease them. The children are almost a day old. Can you tell them apart? Chapter 18, Discussions with First-Time Parents, The Difference Between Peace and Contentment. Looking at Lu Qingxue's slightly mischievous eyes, Lin Feng was stunned. From yesterday to today, I witnessed Lu Qingxue's transformation from being aloof to shy, and now to being able to joke around. This feels good. Lin Feng smiled and asked. Don't just test me, can you tell the difference? Of course I can. Lu Qingxue was extremely confident. But I'm their mother, so I can tell the difference naturally. Lin Feng also raised his head confidently. Well, I'm their father, so I can tell the difference naturally. Oh? Lu Qingxue asked expectantly. Lin Feng teased Ping and Rui and smiled. Ping has a calm personality and is quite strong, so every time he feeds you it will be a little painful. Rui is so noisy. Every time she feeds, she pushes herself around and asks you to coax her. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue blushed and became a little angry. How can you say you can tell the difference naturally? It's obvious that you stare at me every time I feed you. Ahem. Lin Feng quickly coughed twice. No, that's right, Rui's hair should be thicker and darker. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but put her head in front of the children. This is called lanugo, right? It's sparse, and you can blow it? Yeah, it seems so.
My sister's hair is thicker and darker.
Lu Qingxue also imitated Lin Feng and poked Rui's little face.
Rui stretched out her little hand hard to grab her mother's fingers. It immediately melted the hearts of the new parents. The two of them half lay in front of the babies, happily identifying the slight differences between the twins. When Zhang Hui stepped into the ward carrying the thermos, she heard laughter and the humming of babies filling the room. Her face was as happy as a flower.
Qingxue, are you hungry?
Auntie made white rice porridge and added shredded chicken and vegetables.
After the first 3 days, you can officially start eating tonic food.
Then I can let go and make all kinds of nourishing soups.
Lu Qingxue put the child down and looked at Zhang Hui gratefully. Thank you, Auntie. It's great to have you.
Zhang Hui waved her hands cheerfully.
What are you thanking me for? Don't be so formal next time. By the way, he lightly kicked Lin Feng. Hurry up and open the small table. Lin Feng.
He set up the small table, placed the food on it, and handed the chopsticks and soup spoon to Lu Qingxue.
Lin Feng cupped his hands. Your Highness the Queen, can I leave now? Lu Qingxue chuckled and looked at Zhang Hui.
Zhang Hui also smiled and slapped Lin Feng.
You're already a father, but you're still so frivolous. Go back and have dinner. Come back quickly after eating. I'm old and can't stay up all night. I have to rely on you to keep me company.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied. I'll definitely be your overnight companion, no question about that.
After dinner, I have other things to do, so you can hold on for a while longer.
Zhang Hui looked Lin Feng up and down suspiciously.
You're a senior now, and you don't have an internship, so what could be going on? Could it be playing games? No.
Lin Feng shook his head violently and explained.
Qingxue's place has poor access control, so all kinds of people are running around inside.
It's also close to the vegetable market and noisy, so it's not suitable for recuperation.
I want to find a new house.
Zhang Hui was so busy that she forgot about it and nodded quickly. Yes, at least we need to find a place with reliable property and a quiet environment. Lin Feng returned to the rental house, ate, washed the dishes, then took out his mobile phone to check the rental properties. Soon, he saw the house he liked.
However, this is the age of photo editing, and you still have to see the house in person to see whether it is good or not.
After contacting the agent, Lin Feng hurried out of the room.
As a result, it was a critical hit right away.
The houses that I liked were all lead houses, and without exception, they were all rented out. The agent took Lin Feng around in circles. The recommended houses are either quick-installed string houses or those where the formaldehyde smell has not yet dissipated. Or maybe the lighting is just too bad. After going around in circles a few times, Lin Feng became a little angry.
Do you have any good properties? Can you please stop wasting everyone's time? The agent nodded and said.
Brother, look around a little more, there's always a suitable one. The scene of the two people standing on the roadside bargaining fell into the eyes of Lu Ruyan and her younger sisters not far away.
Hey, isn't that Lin Feng? He seems to be renting a house. Lu Ruyan exhaled through her nostrils and said with a tut.
As long as the family has some financial resources, after graduating from their senior year, they should buy a house and a car, get married, and move on to the next stage of their lives.
On the side, the little sister who was looking in the mirror and touching up her makeup was a little amused.
When we made the bet, I thought you would play with him for 2 days, but, TSK.
Lu Ruyan's face suddenly fell.
This implies that he was slapped in the face by Lin Feng. A woman's youth is precious. How can she have time to hang out with poor losers? I bet you that for someone like Lin Feng who only has a face, being the school hunk is the highlight of his life.
Out of school, no girl would be interested in him. The little sister nodded, that's right.
If you're looking for a partner seriously, you must find someone who is rich. But, Ruyan, your boyfriend drives a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan, so how come he can't even afford to buy you a bag worth 20,000 yuan?
Lu Ruyan's face darkened. Isn't this still not hot enough?
Just wait, I will definitely take it down tonight. Lin Feng felt that he had started off badly and couldn't figure out how to negotiate with this agent. I started looking around, but how could I find a suitable house so easily? In the end, he can only send messages in the dormitory group while walking to the hospital. Please help me find a house with 2 bedrooms and a living room, in a good environment, renovated at least a year ago, and close to the school so that Lu Qingxue can return to school. The long list of demands stunned the brothers.
Zhou Chang, old man on the subway looking at his phone.jpg. Zhou Chang, with so many requirements, I feel that only Yunsheng is suitable, but that is a high-end residential area. What do you want?
Yu Hao, brother phone, you still have 2 kids to raise, so take it easy.
If you really can't make it, lower your expectations.
Wang Xiong, she's the campus beauty.
What if the conditions are bad and she doesn't want to do it? Lin Feng, you're the one who stabbed me twice, right? Stop talking nonsense and help keep an eye on it.
Looking at the emoticons flying all over the sky, Lin Feng put away his phone. When I returned to the ward, I saw 2 doctors pushing a machine and standing by the bed, examining something on Lu Qingxue. Zhang Hui pushed the stroller and told stories to Pingyan and Rui in a soft voice.
Mom? Do these kids understand? Not wanting to disturb the doctor, Lin Feng talked to his mother first. What do you know?
Zhang Hui glanced at Lin Feng. Experts say that children need to communicate more to stimulate their language areas.
Besides, why do you have to understand it? You can't understand what the teacher is saying, but you're still sitting in the classroom, aren't you? Lin Feng.
Okay, you start to be sarcastic after just a few words. You have completely lost your mother's love. Just as I was complaining in my heart, suddenly, my cell phone rang.
It's over, Dad.
Lin Feng looked at his mother for help.
Given his father's old-fashioned temper and physical condition, this matter really couldn't be discussed now. After a glance, Lin Feng walked to the corridor and answered the phone. Dad, how are you feeling now? My mom is fine. I'm busy writing my thesis and looking for a job right now. Mom feels sorry for me and is helping me. I'll be back as soon as she rents a house for me.
I'm going to send a 4, I really didn't get into trouble. When Lin Feng was smiling, the doctor finished his work and said to Lin Feng in a loud voice while pushing the equipment out.
Family.
The mother's uterus has recovered well, please take good care of her.
Lin Feng's face gradually turned red. Dad, don't think too much, it's not me, I'm fine. Chapter 19 Late Night Conversation, Lu Qingxue's Past and Touching Moments.
Lin Feng cursed and swore, and finally hung up the phone. When I returned to the ward, I saw that Zhang Hui had already helped Lu Qingxue tidy up. Holding the thermos bucket and the soiled pants she had changed out of earlier, Zhang Hui said with a smile.
Qingxue, I'm leaving now. You should have a good rest. If you have anything to do, let Xiaofeng do it. Be safe and sound, Grandma is gone, you guys have to be good, Wamu. I'm leaving, you little bastard. Be smart. Lin Feng.
Zhang Hui walked away with the air in her feet. In the double ward, the other bed was still empty. Little Pingyan and little Rui have been coaxed into falling asleep quietly. In the huge ward, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were the only 2 awake people, so it was a bit deserted.
Lu Qingxue looked at the idle Lin Feng and suggested. You've been taking care of the kids all night, why don't you take a nap now?
Lin Feng obediently opened the folding bed and lay down beside the bed.
But I just can't get over the sleepiness I feel. Qingxue, how about we chat for a while?
Lu Qingxue leaned against the headboard, a smile on her lips, okay. Lin Feng thought about it and finally picked up the topic that was interrupted in the morning.
Do your parents know Ping and Rui? The smile on Lu Qingxue's lips suddenly froze. Did you finally ask it?
She was a little hesitant about whether she should tell Lin Feng about her family situation.
But on second thought, Lin Feng even told the truth about the embarrassing thing that he was teased. It seems that I have nothing to hide.
Lu Qingxue bit her lip, that. Seeing her hesitant, Lin Feng smiled.
It's hard to say, forget it, let's talk about something else. Lu Qingxue shook her head. Since you've already asked, just say it. It's nothing serious. My father runs a company with a wide range of business. He can be considered a successful person. My mother is passionate about dance. She's either teaching or performing. They are both very busy people and we don't see them very often. Actually, I envy your family atmosphere.
Lin Feng said oh and then asked.
Your parents don't know about your current situation. Is it because you didn't tell them, or is there something else going on?
Lu Qingxue hesitated for a moment and whispered. They found a marriage partner for me, but I didn't want to follow their arrangement, so I cut off contact.
Lin Feng frowned and said hesitantly. That night, I vaguely remember you were in a bad mood. Is that because of this? Speaking of this, Lu Qingshue's face flushed, ahem.
Lin Feng directly changed the subject.
Now it's a done deal. What would your parents do if they knew you gave birth safely and happily? Lu Qingxue was a little confused. This question kept circling in my mind throughout my pregnancy. She didn't actually have an answer. I don't know. I just want to raise Pingyan and Rui well.
We'll talk about the future later. Lin Feng did not expect this answer. From the brief contact between him and Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng could sense that she was a girl who was bold, responsible, resolute and decisive.
However, when facing her original family, Lu Qingxue clearly had an ostrich mentality. Feeling Lu Qingshue's negative mood, Lin Feng smiled easily. Life is not a game of chess. There's no need to think 3 steps ahead. Besides, you still have me. We will face the future together.
Lu Qingxue was silent for a moment, with her hands on the back of her head, a complicated expression. Her plan was to live the life of a single mother. No matter how hard, difficult or tiring it is, just do it on your own. But now Lin Feng appeared, and not only did he take on the responsibility of raising the child, he also took care of himself meticulously.
Everything went differently than originally planned. Lu Qingxue bit her lip. Was she going to be with Lin Feng just because of the child? Lin Feng, is he willing? Lu Qingxue was upset. Lin Feng sensed Lu Qingshue's silence and took the initiative to say, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. Besides, I will respect your decision." That night, the two chatted a lot and became more familiar with each other. This actually surprised Zhang Hui, who came to deliver breakfast. Looking at the dark circles under their eyes, she felt a little angry. "Xiaofeng, were you playing with your phone last night and not paying attention to the child? Look how exhausted Qingxue is taking care of the child." Lin Feng felt wronged. "Mom, are you still my biological mother?"
Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at him.
"It's just a trick, why are you so excited?" Lu Qingxue smiled and defended Lin Feng.
"Auntie, Lin Feng didn't play with his phone. He was the only one taking care of the babies at night.
It was very tiring." Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Lu Qingxue. Looking at the two of them protecting each other, Zhang Hui smiled. "Okay, I get it. Just be good to each other. Come on, have breakfast. I made some specially cooked millet porridge to nourish your stomach." When the thermos was opened, the room was filled with the unique fragrance of millet porridge. Lu Qingshue's appetite was immediately aroused. "Auntie, you are so nice, it feels better than." Lu Qingxue stopped talking midway, but Zhang Hui didn't notice and smiled. "Isn't it better than takeout? The porridge sold outside always has thickeners added. It's not as good as simmering it slowly over low heat." Lu Qingxue drank the porridge in small sips. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked at her thoughtfully. Yesterday's long talk must have made Lu Qingxue miss home. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about whether to comfort the other party, Zhang Hui patted him and whispered, "Your eyes are staring straight ahead, please tone it down." All his thoughts were interrupted in an instant, and Lin Feng was helpless. "Mom, why do I feel like I've completely lost my status in the family now that Qingxue and Ping and Rui are here?" Mother Lin's preference was too obvious, and at that moment, Lu Qingxue also pricked up her ears curiously to listen. Then Zhang Hui sighed. "Who doesn't want to have both a son and a daughter? Unfortunately, the rules were very strict back then, so your dad and I only had you. Over the years, I have dreamed of having a daughter. Now that Qingxue has appeared, it can be said that she has given me a chance to realize my dream. I treat Qingxue as my own daughter from the bottom of my heart." As she spoke, Zhang Hui patted Lin Feng again. "You little brat, you've already enjoyed my love for over 20 years. Don't fight with Qingxue now." Lu Qingxue's eyes became hot and her nose felt sore. She couldn't help but lower her head and stir the porridge in the bowl. Just as I was feeling moved, the door of the ward was pushed open. The bed next to it, which had been empty all the time, welcomed a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. The pregnant woman looked even younger than Lu Qingxue. She was holding a takeout box in her hand and eating it while sitting on the bed. Coming with her was an old lady with red eyebrows and a flowery dress. The old lady glanced at Ping and Rui and then looked at the woman in labor with dissatisfaction. "Look at other people, they've been twins their whole lives. Why don't you have this ability?" Such an aggressive attitude made Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue frown.
The mother seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene. She swallowed the food in her mouth and said with a smile, "Men are capable, so they can be two of a kind." "You." The old lady raised her eyebrows, stared at the woman's belly, sneered, and said nothing more.
Lu Qingxue couldn't help but shrink behind Zhang Hui.
It turns out that not everyone is as lucky as me to meet a good mother-in-law who treats her daughter-in-law as her own daughter. Zhang Hui noticed Lu Qingxue's fear and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Lin Feng looked at the interaction between the two and a smile appeared on his face. God bless, my family should not have these troubles. Chapter 20, The Dragon Gives Birth to 9 Sons, each one is different, little happiness about children. Don't look at it, just eat in peace. Lin Feng reminded Lu Qingxue in a very soft voice and peeled an egg for her.
Lu Qingxue gave Lin Feng a fearful smile, took the egg, and ate it in small bites.
This scene caught the eyes of the young woman who had just given birth and was eating takeout, and she was extremely envious.
Wow, you're so lucky. Daddy is so handsome, and you are so beautiful, this baby will definitely look great when they grow up.
The old lady was somewhat dissatisfied with her behavior of talking to her. She snorted a few times and sat aside.
Lu Qingxue didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, so she just smiled kindly at the young woman in labor.
The young woman threw the takeaway in her hand into the trash can, fell on the bed, and said to herself,
I don't know when I'll be able to give birth. After giving birth, you can go out to work. If you don't make money, you will be disliked. Lu Qingxue paused while drinking her porridge. Lin Feng frowned, then smiled, and said, Giving birth is so hard for women, they should rest well.
Zhang Hui also chimed in. Yes, now that we have a child, the roles of the family members have changed.
How can I expect my mother to take care of everything? The child's father should also take responsibility.
The two of them were talking back and forth. The young woman in labor next to them was stunned and had a thoughtful expression on her face. Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng and Zhang Hui surrounding her. The uneasiness that had just risen in my heart disappeared in an instant. This time, the room was completely silent. The breakfast was interrupted several times but was finally finished. Lin Feng yawned loudly, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Last night we not only had a heart-to-heart talk, but also had to feed the baby every 2 hours, change diapers, and other chores.
I was so sleepy. Lu Qingxue couldn't see the dark circles under her eyes. He saw the dark circles under Lin Feng's eyes clearly and said quickly, Go back and take a nap. Auntie and I are here.
Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Hui stopped him.
Don't sleep too long. You need to hurry up and rent a house.
Speaking of this, Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed.
I walked around all afternoon yesterday but couldn't find a suitable house. Lu Qingxue also remembered the unreliable agents she encountered when renting a house, and consoled her. It's not necessary to get it done before you're discharged. The more anxious you are, the less suitable it will be. Lin Feng nodded, I know, you don't have to worry about these. As soon as he left the hospital, Lin Feng received another call from his father. Dad, what's wrong? Father Lin said, Something's wrong. Something's wrong with you and your mother. What's going on?
Lin Feng laughed awkwardly. Dad, you've been lying in bed for too long, so you're suspicious.
What could possibly happen to me and Mom?
Don't worry, I'll rent a house here, settle in, and Mom will be back soon. Lin Feng and Zhang Hui have already discussed it.
My father had just recovered from a serious illness.
The doctor told him not to get angry or overwork, otherwise there would be big problems.
Because of my father's old-fashioned and fussy temper, he really didn't dare to tell him anything about Lu Qingxue's safety and happiness like he did to his mother.
Okay, hurry up, it's almost time for the follow-up examination, and we can't handle it without your mother.
Dad, how could I leave you alone? Mom and I will definitely come back one by one. In fact, if it weren't for the incident with Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng would have gone back. But we can't be too confident now. Lin Feng felt emotional, finally understanding the feeling of having old people above and young children below.
After taking a nap, Lin Feng rushed back to the hospital to replace Zhang Hui.
I casually talked about the phone call and was a little worried about my father.
At the beginning of the year, Mr. Lin rolled down the stairs due to complications caused by high blood pressure. I stayed in the ICU for almost a month. After being discharged from the hospital, he could only take care of himself, and his mother took care of him at home. Now Lin's mother is taking care of Lu Qingxue and the children, and there is no one around their father.
Mom, you've worked hard. When Qingxue is discharged from the hospital, you can go home.
Zhang Hui waved her hand.
It won't be a big deal in a few days. Don't worry, I'll ask your uncle Zhang next door to watch over your dad. Nothing serious will happen.
You, on the other hand, should think carefully about how to tell your father about this so that his blood vessels don't burst. Lin Feng was worried. After seeing Zhang Hui off, Lin Feng adjusted his expression and went to tease Ping and Rui.
Now, he has figured out some of the patterns in the little ones' lives.
After feeding, you have to talk to your baby for a while, otherwise he won't agree.
However, it is very interesting to talk to Rui.
The little guy would try hard to open one eye a little and respond with gestures.
Peace is different.
Eyes closed, steady and composed. If it weren't for the little mouth moving up and down, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to tell he was listening.
What's wrong, little brat? I'm reporting my homework to the teacher.
Lin Feng patted Ping'an's little butt. Lu Qingxue beside her chuckled. No wonder the old saying goes, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, and each one is different.
Everything is going well.
We are siblings from the same mother, but it's only been 2 days and you can already see such big differences in your personalities. Lin Feng also smiled, one is lively and the other is calm.
God still takes good care of us. Both of them are lively.
From now on, our home will be the flower fruit mountain. Both of them are calm, and the house is too dull.
Home, home.
Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, then pursed her lips and smiled.
Thinking about that scene, it seems pretty good. When the two of them were talking and making the child laugh.
The woman in the next bed clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. My stomach hurts, call a doctor, I might be giving birth. Her mother-in-law turned a deaf ear and replied slowly.
How can giving birth be so quick? Some of it hurts.
Lu Qingxue recalled the pain she felt when giving birth, shook her head, and signaled Lin Feng with her eyes.
Lin Feng understood immediately and walked out of the ward quickly.
After a while, Dr. Zhao, who was in charge of this ward, walked in quickly, pulled the curtain and checked.
Dr. Zhao looked a little surprised and said. Why are all 6 fingers open?
She turned around and asked the nurse who followed her.
Is there any vacant bed in the delivery room now? The nurse nodded, yes, one was born.
Dr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and called the red-browed grandmother. Hurry up and help the woman to the delivery room.
Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue looked at each other's backs as they left.
Lin Feng scratched his head.
What does 6 fingers open mean? Dr. Zhao looks so serious. Lu Qingxue thought for a moment.
Dr. Zhao probably wasn't serious about dilating to 6 fingers, but because it was dilating too quickly.
Oh, dilating to 10 fingers means she's giving birth.
These are all in the blind spots of Lin Feng's knowledge.
However, he did recall the scene when Lu Qingxue gave birth. Is it reasonable to live a peaceful and happy life like yours? I think it's too long. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue with a distressed look.
I was waiting in the corridor, and it felt like the days were passing by so slowly.
I was terribly worried. Lu Qingxue found it a little unbelievable when she heard this. Every day feels like a year? At that time, why would you worry about me and the child? How can you put yourself into the role of a father just by making a phone call? After all, the two of them had no emotional foundation before. Chapter 21. Everything is over, and everything is just beginning. Hearing Lu Qingxue's silly question, Lin Feng blushed a little while hugging Ping and Rui. What you said reminds me of what happened that day.
After a pause, Lin Feng continued. I was outside the delivery room at the time. I heard the shrill cries of women in labor, but I couldn't tell which one was you.
I'm so anxious.
I don't know your attitude, physical condition, or the health status of your child.
I've been waiting to be a father since I arrived.
Lin Feng sighed slowly.
My heart is in turmoil.
I'm looking forward to seeing you and the child, but I'm also afraid to see you and the child. Later, when the doctor said you and the children were safe, my legs went weak. When Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng like this, a strange feeling surged in her heart. She always thought that on the day of delivery, the other party would wait calmly outside the delivery room. Who knows, he might be playing games while waiting for me. However, I only now realized that the suffering Lin Feng endured at that time was no less than my own.
Hey, all.
Lu Qingxue wanted to say that it was all in the past, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt as if everything was just beginning again.
Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Lin Feng was puzzled. What? Nothing. Lu Qingxue smiled, with a hint of teasing and a hint of seriousness. From now on, we must train our little Rui to judge people well. Don't be like her mother, who not only didn't understand her father, but also scared her legs to death. Lin Feng held Xiao Pingyan in his arms and looked at Xiao Rui, confused. What's going on? Both of them felt that the woman in the next bed might not give birth until that night. Who would have thought that in just over an hour, Aunt Hongmei came back with the child in her arms? The woman in labor walked in by herself and didn't use a wheelchair at all. Lin Feng was surprised and couldn't help but confirm. She's giving birth already? Lu Qingxue looked at the child in her aunt's arms and felt that there would be no harm without comparison. Giving birth to a child was so painful, could it be that my physical condition is really that bad? Aunt Red Eyebrows smiled happily. Yes, a son. Next year, if we have a daughter, we will have both a son and a daughter. At this time, the young woman in labor lay down on the bed and said somewhat unhappily. Doctor, my labor was too short. It's very dangerous. I don't recommend having a second child anytime soon. Auntie Hongmei curled her lips and said, You are just trying to scare me. Aren't you fine? Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had started arguing again, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue looked at each other and stopped talking tacitly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hui came over with the food and was also shocked. Ha? How long have I been gone? She's already given birth? Lin Feng explained. From the time she started crying out for stomach pain to the time she returned to the ward after giving birth, it was only about an hour. Zhang Hui was an experienced person, and she looked at the woman in labor with some surprise. However, seeing that the other person looked in good spirits, he didn't say anything more. Set the table for Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng no longer needed any instructions and quickly handed over chopsticks, spoons and tissues. When the lid is opened, a very special fragrance overflows. Auntie, what kind of soup is this? The weak cannot tolerate tonic soup. Zhang Hui cheerfully explained. You can't officially start taking supplements until tomorrow. This 5-fingered peach and longan soup is good for the spleen and stomach, and will help you get through this. Lu Qingxue took a sip carefully, her eyebrows curved. Delicious. The woman in labor next to her looked at Lu Qingxue eagerly. Auntie Hongmei held the child in her arms and muttered impatiently. Watching others eat will make you starve to death. Zhang Hui, do you have lunch boxes? I cook a lot, let me show you my cooking skills. She had already seen that the mother-in-law in this family was confused and domineering, and did not care about the mother at all. Unfortunately, the mother was young and didn't know much. But if you can do good things, please lend a hand. Aunt Hongmei refused, but the young woman in labor did not refuse. She took half a bowl of soup and drank it in small sips. After Lu Qingxue finished her meal, she walked around the bed with the help of Zhang Hui, holding the railing. On the one hand, it helps digestion, and on the other hand, it promotes the discharge of lochia. Another day passed and the pain from the contractions had improved. But after a few laps, Lu Qingxue's little face was still covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Zhang Hui asked Lu Qingxue to lie down and rest. Let's not use too much force, or you'll hurt yourself later. Lu Qingxue nodded obediently. Okay, I'll lie down for a while. On the other side, Lin Feng went back to eat, rested for a while, and then went straight to the furniture market. The problem of finding a house cannot be solved in the short term. But I have to buy a crib for the kids quickly. Otherwise, after being discharged from the hospital, it would be very dangerous for adults and children to squeeze into one bed. Lin Feng still had no experience and thought that he had to go to the furniture market to buy a bed. When I got there, the boss told me that cribs belong to a special category and I have to go to a maternity and baby store. I found several large maternity and baby stores on the map and went there excitedly. As a result, I was dazzled by the choices at the first one. Handsome boy, take a look. I have all the baby cribs on the market. There are dozens of categories. You can choose whatever you want. Looking around, there are cradles, storage facilities, and lifts. There is also a smart model that comes with 7 or 8 sleep-inducing modes. Lin Feng sighed, I'm almost having trouble making a decision. The boss was used to this kind of sentiment and said with a smile. Children nowadays are very precious, and parents are willing to spend money, so there are many varieties. Handsome guy, usually dads come to buy alone, I always recommend this one, take a look. The boss brought Lin Feng to an ordinary-looking baby crib. Lin Feng frowned, Dad came here alone to buy it, and you only recommend this? Hearing the strong doubt in his words, the boss laughed. Don't worry, I opened this shop to do repeat business. I will definitely not cheat you. If it's mom who chooses, then mom definitely has the final say. As long as my mother is happy and there are no quality issues after picking up the goods, generally no refunds are accepted. But if my dad were to choose and bought an impractical bed, he would definitely be asked to return it. The boss spoke from experience, patting the bed and saying, as a merchant, I definitely don't want customers to return products. Trust me. As for the material, it's made of natural wood, so it's safe. The bed is wide, and the child can sleep in it until he is 1 year old without any problems. Of course, the most thoughtful thing is that it can be raised and lowered manually. When the child can't roll over, you can raise it so that you can easily put the child down and pick him up without bending over. When the baby can roll over, you can adjust it to the lowest position so that the baby won't fall. All of them have the most practical functions. It's worth buying. After this introduction, Lin Feng was also moved and walked around the small bed. The scene of Lu Qingxue standing beside the crib and teasing Ping and Rui emerged in my mind. Boss, how much is it? 1,200, return or exchange within 7 days without any reason, 1 year warranty. Cheaper. The price isn't cheap, but I can give you a baby gift package. I have twins, a boy and a girl. How do I divide them? Twins? Sure, no need to say more, I have to give you 2 sets. Lin Feng still wanted to bargain. The boss exaggerated. Handsome guy, this is a small business, the price can't be any lower. If you don't believe me, I'll search for the same model online and show you. The boss took out his cell phone and saw that the price online was also 1,200. But there are no gifts and the delivery takes a week. Seeing him thinking, the boss quickly said, if you want, I can deliver it to your door right now. In addition, I will give you 2 packs of diapers. How about that? Okay. Lin Feng nodded. After paying the money, I took the boss's pickup truck that delivered the bed back home. He then worked with the workers to install the crib before setting off for the hospital. Chapter 22 Raising a Son for 100 Years, Always Worrying About 99. Lin Feng arrived at the ward, sweating profusely. This surprised Lu Qingxue and Zheng Hui, who were chatting happily. What have you been doing? Why are you like this? I bought a crib for Ping and Rui and came here after setting it up. Zheng Hui slapped her head and said, why didn't I think of this? You really should buy it. I've heard of tragic cases where children were crushed while sleeping with their parents. You are still careful. By the way, did you buy good quality ones? Lin Feng nodded, of course it must be solid wood, pure natural. Zheng Hui winked at Lin Feng, indicating that he should follow her out. Outside the ward, she handed the card in her pocket to Lin Feng. I have 200,000 yuan in my card. I'm going to buy you a house. But given the current situation, you have to use it if necessary. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was all the family savings. I felt a little sad at the moment. Mom, Dad's follow-up checkup will cost money. You keep this card. I have my own money. Zheng Hui rolled her eyes at him. How could I not know whether you have money or not? Take it quickly. Besides, I don't give everything to you. Qingxue and Ping and Rui are also my treasures. Lin Feng stepped back repeatedly and refused to accept anything. Mom, you know I've been working part-time, so I have a lot of money. Zheng Hui doesn't believe it. How much can you earn from a part-time job? Let me see your balance. Lin Feng opened his mobile banking app, which showed a balance of more than 50,000 yuan. Zheng Hui was shocked and slapped him immediately. Where did you get the money? Last time your dad got into trouble, you sent money home. Now you send so much money? Son, you wouldn't touch anything you shouldn't, would you? Lin Feng covered his painful arm and said with a grin. In addition to my part-time job, I also trade stocks. The market has been good recently, so I've made a little money. He had thought of this excuse a long time ago, and he said it without batting an eyelid. Zheng Hui looked at him doubtfully. Is this true? Lin Feng nodded vigorously, it's more real than pearls. Zheng Hui was quick to shove the card into Lin Feng's pocket. Then these 200,000 yuan are for buying a house, and they can't be touched. You have to find a way to support your wife and children. Lin Feng. Buying a house is a necessity, but he doesn't want to use his parents' money. Let us think about how to make money later. Lin Feng pressed his pocket and decided not to touch the money,
but to make his mother feel at ease, he kept it for the time being.
Okay, Mom, let's go back to the ward. Buying a house is a big deal. We'll talk about it later. Well, our opinions are not important.
What matters is that you and Xingxue live comfortably. The two of them were talking in low voices. In the ward, Lu Qingxue was holding her baby and feeding him while listening to the lawsuit going on next door. She started to breastfeed quite smoothly, and I thought it was the same for all new mothers. But the little woman next door was crying because of the baby's sucking, but she still had no milk. The mother-in-law was sulking and throwing things around.
Why don't you have milk? You have no milk even if you eat meat every day? Back then, how could I have such a good standard of living?
I could even feel milk when I drank plain water. The young woman in labor had tears in her eyes and said weakly,
What's the point of blaming me? Go buy some milk powder, okay? What are you buying? Formula isn't as nutritious as breast milk. Just be patient and don't be so squeamish.
Lu Qingxue listened to this drama of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, hugged Ping and Rui gently inside. Fortunately, the people I met were Lin Feng and his mother.
Otherwise, you will suffer.
It was not until the mother-in-law saw that the mother had no milk and the baby was crying with hunger that she finally agreed to buy milk powder.
Lu Qingxue couldn't help but start chatting with the woman next door who had just given birth. Why didn't the child's father come?
The young woman in labor waved her hands and said dissatisfiedly. The child's father is working outside and says taking care of children is a woman's job, without even asking.
Lu Qingxue was a little surprised. Fortunately, Lin Feng has a strong sense of responsibility and doesn't act like a hands-off boss.
It's not easy to comment on other people as family affairs, so Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng focused on taking care of the children.
Look at how much Lin Feng and Lin's mother care about Lu Qingxue.
The young woman in labor said nothing, but her eyes were filled with envy. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed.
Early in the morning, the nurse brought some examination sheets.
Tell Lin Feng that these tests have been done and if the indicators are normal, he will be discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. Zhang Hui brought the baby, and Lin Feng supported Lu Qingxue, and they checked her body according to the doctor's instructions. After running around the outpatient building and the inpatient department several times, Lin Feng gave the test results to Dr. Zhao.
Highly recognized by doctors. She's recovering very well.
Your family takes great care of her. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt quite proud, but still said modestly,
No, I'm a new dad. I don't know anything.
Thank you and the nurses for your hard work. Dr. Zhao smiled and said, You can be discharged now.
Go back and pack up.
Lin Feng returned to the ward excitedly. Lu Qingxue was overjoyed when she heard the news.
Finally, I can go home.
The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and she was tired of it.
Pack up your things and complete the discharge procedures.
Zhang Hui held Pingyan and Rui in her arms, while Lin Feng supported Lu Qingxue as they stood at the hospital entrance to hail a taxi. Lin Feng sent all the miscellaneous daily necessities back home in advance.
Home is not far from here, how about we walk back slowly? Lu Qingxue also wanted to save some money.
Lin Feng directly rejected it. I just did a few tests this morning, and you're already sweating profusely.
Now you want to walk back? No way.
After hailing a taxi, Lin Feng directly carried Lu Qingxue into the car. Then Zhang Hui and I got into the car, each holding a child. This made the driver envious.
Twins? That's such a blessing, isn't it?
Lin Feng puffed out his chest and said, They are twins, a boy and a girl. The driver was surprised.
Wow, a son and a daughter. Congratulations.
Lu Qingxue quietly tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Thank you, master.
I got home with just one step on the accelerator.
Lin Feng happily gave the driver a red envelope of 88 yuan. The old residential complex had walk-up apartments. Zheng Huiran was in high spirits because of the good news, and she went upstairs holding the baby in her arms.
Lin Feng supported Lu Qingxue from behind and went up the stairs step by step. But after walking one floor, Lu Qingxue's legs felt weak. I'll take a break. I never thought having an elevator was such a big deal. Lin Feng felt very sorry and said, I'll carry you up. Lu Qingxue shook her head.
In order to be discharged from the hospital, Lin Feng worked under the scorching sun for most of the day, and the fatigue in his eyes was real. She didn't want to add any more burden to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly.
Are you worried that I won't be able to carry you and you'll fall?
Lu Qingxue quickly shook her head. No, I didn't. Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng picked him up and carried him sideways.
Ah! Lu Qingxue exclaimed.
Lin Feng took a steady step forward.
I was just kidding you, you took it seriously. Don't worry, this is just a temporary transition.
I'll find a good house later. Lin Feng walked up the stairs with a firm step and promised softly.
Here, I am your elevator. Lu Qingxue blushed and stammered. What elevator? You don't use electricity.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. New energy, 8 floors for a bowl of rice, is it worth it? Lu Qingxue chuckled. Suddenly I am looking forward to the days of raising the baby with Lin Feng.
Chapter 23. How will the rooms be allocated tonight? Lin Feng walked into the house holding Lu Qingxue.
Lu Qingxue saw a bunch of sunflowers on the window in front of her, shining brightly in the sunlight. There were also the small succulents she had raised before, the leaves of which were wiped clean and neatly placed on the windowsill. The whole house is clean and tidy, and very warm. Before I went to the hospital with her, the floor was littered with express boxes, looking messy and disorderly, which formed a sharp contrast.
Wow!
She sighed softly, with unstoppable surprise in her eyes. Lin Feng explained with a smile. External conditions cannot be changed for the time being, but when we live behind closed doors, we still have to keep our house in good order.
Take a look, do you like it? Lu Qingxue nodded vigorously. I like it. You and Auntie have been so busy these days, just to clean up the house?
Lin Feng felt a little unnatural. My mom did more cleaning, but I bought the flowers.
I thought they suit you very well.
Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. She has lived in all kinds of houses, including villas, garden houses, and other houses that symbolize happiness. But no other house can compare to this place, which feels more like home. Zhang Hui placed Ping and Rui in the crib, and when she turned around, she found that Lin Feng had carried Lu Qingxue into the bedroom.
Her face was as bright as a flower. This kid, who was silent all the time, suddenly got it.
After Lu Qingxue lay down on the bed, Lin Feng brought in a floor fan and placed it at the door. The weather has been a bit hot these past couple of days, so I'll just use the fan for now. I'll find a house with air conditioning later.
Lu Qingxue nodded, looked at Lin Feng's sweaty face, and said with a smile. I see. Go take a shower and don't let the heat cause any problems. Okay.
Lin Feng followed suit. After he left, Zhang Hui smiled and said.
Qingxue, something happened at home, I have to go back tomorrow. Xiao Feng's father doesn't know about your situation yet. I have to go back and do some ideological work.
When I'm not around, let Xiao Feng do whatever you want.
Don't feel bad.
I can't say anything else about this child, but he's pretty good at housework.
Lu Qingxue nodded. Father Lin was in poor health and could not stand any stimulation.
Lin Feng had told her about this these days. Auntie, don't worry, Lin Feng and I can handle it. While the two were talking, Lin Feng came over, wiping his hair. Mom, Qingxue, this is your first meal home.
Let me try my cooking. Do you want to order some?
Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. I'll eat whatever you cook.
I'm not picky.
Zhang Hui stood up cheerfully.
I'll help.
In the kitchen, Zhang Hui was chattering while washing vegetables. I was afraid that Lin Feng would be negligent and cause Lu Qingxue to suffer from postpartum illness. Lin Feng's head was so confused. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I know the seriousness of the matter.
Zhang Hui frowned. You little brat, are you complaining about your mother's nagging now? Forget it, I won't be away for a few days anyway.
Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head.
You don't have to rush back. Dad has a lot of things to do. We can't leave him alone at home.
The doctor said his condition is unstable. If he develops an attack at home and you and I are not around, it could be a disaster. Zhang Hui wanted to say something, but Lin Feng made a decision straight away.
I asked you to come here before because Qingxue was too weak. There are some things that a grown man like me can't help with. There aren't as many problems now as before.
I can take good care of her during the confinement period.
And peace and happiness, I can handle that too.
Looking at Lin Feng's confident look, Lin's mother hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly put down the work in his hands.
Mom, just let me give it a try. If I'm too busy later, I'll definitely call you. I won't force myself. Now, you have more important things to do, which is to persuade my father to accept the facts. Zhang Hui thought again and realized that the most urgent thing was to convince her husband. Otherwise, next time I come, I will still have to be sneaky, which would be bad. Okay, if you have anything, be sure to call me. I know. My ears are about to get calluses. That means you didn't listen. In the end, the conversation ended with Lin Feng kicking his mother out of the kitchen. Lin Feng took charge of everything, starting with cooking, heating up the wok with oil, and preparing 4 delicious dishes and a soup. Take off the apron and say, let's eat. Lu Qingxue was a little surprised when she saw the delicious food on the table. Auntie said you're pretty good at housework, but that's just being modest. Lin Feng pulled out a stool for her. So my mom said my housework skills were something I was trained to do? But I remember clearly that it was her who got addicted to mahjong. Before he could finish his words, he received a sharp glare. Lin Feng immediately changed his words. Ahem. My mom worked so hard to train me to do housework that she even developed periarthritis of the shoulder. Seeing the interaction between the mother and son, Lu Qingxue couldn't help laughing, and she also said seriously. Well, you've worked hard. How about I try it? As she spoke, she raised her chopsticks and picked up a piece of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Crisp, refreshing, smooth and fresh. Lu Qingxue gave a thumbs up. Tasty. Looking at Lu Qingxue's smiling eyes, Lin Feng felt a little proud. On the side, Zhang Hui felt a little relieved. After dinner and cleaning up, Zhang Hui sat in the living room, fanning herself with a large palm leaf fan to enjoy the cool air. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were in the bedroom, taking care of Ping and Rui. After several days of hard work, little Rui can now open one eye a crack, and now both eyes can open a crack. After eating, the little guy moved his eyes left and right, as if looking at the new environment. Xiao Ping'an clenched his little fist and waved it left and right again and again. Lin Feng couldn't help but touched Xiao Ping'an's eyebrows. Baby, your sister has opened her eyes, why don't you open yours? Lu Qingxue was just about to say that newborns usually open their eyes in about 7 days, so don't be impatient. Lin Feng's voice sounded again. Is it because your eyes are too small and you are embarrassed to open them? Xiao Ping'an. Lu Qingxue? Lu Qingxue touched her eyes and then looked into Lin Feng's eyes. Who are you calling has small eyes? Even if your eyes are small, it's up to you. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue's big, round, watery eyes, which looked like a Barbie doll, and blinked. Just staring at each other quietly. Lu Qingxue's face flushed suddenly after seeing this sudden eye contact. What are you looking at? Look into your eyes. Lin Feng explained seriously. Lu Qingxue's reputation as the school beauty wasn't earned for nothing. These eyes are so big and beautiful, as lively as if they contain the starry sky. I know you looked me in the eye. Ouch. Lu Qingxue stomped her feet, carried Xiao Rui out of the bedroom, and sat next to Zhang Hui. What's wrong? Zhang Hui was confused as she looked at Lin Feng, who was slowly coming out from behind holding Xiao Ping'an. Nothing, just finished feeding and took the baby for a walk. Zhang Hui was even more confused. What on earth was the baby trying to eat? All right. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange, but it didn't seem like a quarrel, Zhang Hui decided to ignore it. However, there is a problem that still needs to be solved. So, she asked Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue. There are only 2 bedrooms in the house, and there are 3 of us. How are we going to sleep tonight? Chapter 24. Lu Qingxue had never thought about this question, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head, Seeing the 2 people's stunned expressions, Zhang Hui suppressed her laughter and took the initiative. I'm old, and I can't sleep if there's any noise at night, so I'd better sleep in the 2nd bedroom. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Feng, be smart. After saying that, Zhang Hui quickly went into the 2nd bedroom. Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall, which was less than 8 o'clock, and 3 vertical lines appeared on his head. Lu Qingxue's eyes were a little evasive. Well, how about you sleep on the sofa in the living room? Lin Feng blinked his eyes. Otherwise? I didn't even dare to think about sleeping in the master bedroom. However, for this small apartment, the landlord provided a small sofa. Lin Feng gestured and found that the length was not enough. He thought his sleeping position might be a little funny, so he gestured with a smile. Qingxue, look, I'm resting my head on this armrest and my feet on that armrest. Do I look like a shrimp?
Originally, Lin Feng wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but Lu Qingxue gestured seriously and hesitated.
You'll get a stiff neck if you sleep like this, right? How about, you and I sleep in the master bedroom?
As she spoke, the back of her neck turned red.
One quilt per person.
Lin Feng didn't expect that Lu Qingxue would actually let him sleep in the same bed with her.
I was stunned at that moment. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lu Qingxue bit her lip and said, "Aren't you supposed to take care of the children? That way, you'll know if they make any noise."
Lin Feng said oh and thought for a moment. Then when my mom leaves, you sleep in the second bedroom, and I'll sleep in the master bedroom and take care of the babies.
Okay.
Lu Qingxue felt relieved all of a sudden. The starting point for both of them is for the babies, don't think too much. Lin Feng carried the children back to the bedroom and began to coax them to sleep. The babies, who should have been sleepy, were whimpering at this moment, perhaps because the temperature in the room was too high. Lin Feng didn't dare to blow the fan at them, so he could only carefully fan the two little guys manually. Seeing that his hands were sore from shaking, Lu Qingxue felt a little guilty.
It's all my fault.
I didn't think carefully when I rented the house. Lin Feng smiled. People say that a woman's bones open up when she gives birth, and the baby's bones are tender.
With these two buffs stacked together, I might not even dare to use the air conditioner. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said, "You are quite generous."
Lin Feng nodded, "Of course not.
I only found out after my wife gave birth." "You're still talking." Lu Qingxue covered her face, "Don't call me wife."
Lin Feng smiled and knew that the matter had been exposed, so he didn't mention it again. Despite Lin Feng's strenuous fanning, Ping and Rui finally succumbed to the sleepiness and fell asleep with a smacking of the lips. Lin Feng yawned and climbed onto the bed from the foot of the bed.
"Good night, Qingxue." He lay down on the bed obediently.
Lin Feng was really exhausted these days. It's okay during the day, but especially at night, the bed in the hospital is small and unstable, and it squeaks when people move. In order not to disturb the child and Lu Qingxue, he curled up in one position until dawn. Now that he could finally lie comfortably in bed, Lin Feng had no romantic thoughts at all. He closed his eyes and fell asleep.
However, he could sleep, but Lu Qingxue couldn't.
With a person of the opposite sex lying next to her, it was difficult for her to ignore the other person's presence.
Just when I was feeling nervous, I heard Lin Feng's even breathing.
Lu Qingxue sighed inwardly and closed her eyes. Gradually, the only sounds in the room were the four even breathing sounds of two adults and two children. I don't know how long it took. Lin Feng was awakened by the whimpering sound of the baby. Glancing sideways at Lu Qingxue, and seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Lin Feng turned over and quietly got out of bed. I picked up the child and checked him.
He must be hungry. Lin Feng unbuttoned Lu Qingxue's shirt familiarly and put the child on it. The whole process went smoothly and Lu Qingxue was not woken up at all. After taking turns feeding, Lin Feng put a bib on his shoulder and burped the babies. After coaxing the children to sleep again, Lin Feng was already refreshed. I picked up my phone and saw that a high-rise building had been built in the dormitory complex. We're talking about renting a house.
Simply put, there is a house that perfectly meets Lin Feng's requirements, but the rent is very expensive. He asked Lin Feng if he wanted to lower his requirements a little bit, and recommended several houses with good value for money.
Lin Feng read them one by one and replied, "Thank you, brothers. I'll treat you when I find a good house."
"Zhou Chang, you didn't reply for a long time, I thought you were asleep."
"You how, brother Feng, are you busy taking care of the kids?" Lin Feng, "Yeah." "Zhou Chang, at this time, are you sleeping in the same bed with the school beauty?"
"Zhou Chang, eating meat is not popular nowadays, brother."
"Wang Xiong, I just came online, what did I miss?"
Lin Feng was speechless when he saw it. After a brief discussion in the group, Lin Feng looked at the time, it was 11:59, he put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of caring for the baby for 5 days. The reward is a 200 square meter Yuncheng Huading residence." Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was exactly 12 o'clock. To be honest, no matter how hard he took care of the baby these days, the system never came out again. If the actual balance on the card hadn't reminded him that the system had indeed been there, he would have doubted his life. Lin Feng reacted and felt happy.
Reward housing? That's great. I can finally give the babies a home.
According to the system prompts, get the real estate certificate.
If he wasn't afraid of disturbing his family, Lin Feng would have wanted to sing a song.
Lying back on the bed, Lin Feng was no longer sleepy. He supported his head and looked sideways at Lu Qingxue beside him.
Black hair like ink, pouring on the pillow.
Under the dim night light, her long eyelashes cast long shadows on her beautiful little face. Lin Feng suddenly felt itchy and wanted to poke the other person's face gently, just like he poked Ping and Rui. However, he finally held back and lay back down, crossing his hands and placing them on the back of his head.
I started thinking about moving. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice that Lu Qingxue beside him quietly let out a breath.
As early as when Lin Feng was burping her baby, she woke up in a daze. But seeing that Lin Feng was in good order and didn't seem to need any help, he closed his eyes again.
Just as I was lost in thought, I felt a burning gaze staring at me. The sleepiness disappears in an instant. Lu Qingxue clenched her fingers tightly under the quilt, not daring to move. Afraid that Lin Feng would do something. Fortunately, Lin Feng looked for a while and then lay back down.
Lu Qingxue loosened her grip, but for some reason, after the tension, she felt lost.
What is this Lin Feng doing?
Lu Qingxue's heart was in a mess, but she heard Lin Feng's even breathing coming from beside her again. She simply opened her eyes and, imitating Lin Feng, propped up her head to look at the other person.
Why do I suddenly want to reach out and poke the other person awake?
Lu Qingxue felt a little itchy, but in the end she held back. As she watched this, Lu Qingxue felt sleepy. Her head nodded slightly, and finally, her hair brushed against Lin Feng's cheek, and she fell asleep.
Chapter 25. Lin's father comes to talk about marriage. The next day.
When Lu Qingxue woke up, she found her head resting on Lin Feng's shoulder. She sat up with a bounce, her face slightly red.
Did he fall asleep while watching? And he was so close to me? Fortunately, I woke up early and was not seen by Lin Feng.
Lu Qingxue never thought that Lin Feng got up twice in the middle of the night to feed her, and each time he pushed her away before getting up. Seeing her getting so close to him, Lin Feng felt helpless.
The weather was already hot, and Lu Qingxue kept leaning against him, making it even hotter.
However, when Lin Feng felt the other person's cold feet on his body, he realized that she would feel cold because she had just given birth and her body was weak. In the end, Lu Qingxue was allowed to sleep freely. Lu Qingxue had no idea about this, she was just happy that she woke up early enough. I tiptoed to the crib to see if Ping and Rui was awake. At this time, Zhang Hui also pushed the door open gently.
Qingxue, breakfast is ready. Go and eat.
I'll take care of the child.
Okay. Lu Qingxue tiptoed out.
Zhang Hui looked at Lin Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, her eyes full of helplessness. This kid vowed yesterday that he could take good care of Qingxue and the two children. But it was only the first day and he was already sleeping so soundly.
How could she feel at ease?
I checked the baby's diapers and they were dry, with no pee or poop.
Zhang Hui tapped the baby's noses. Babies are awesome.
After thinking about it, Zhang Hui carried the two children to the big bed and placed them next to Lin Feng.
Then he picked up a large palm leaf fan and fanned it gently, driving away the rising heat in the air.
Lu Qingxue sat at the dining table, picked up a small spoon, and took a sip of porridge. The temperature is moderate and the taste is delicious and fragrant. He took a few more chopsticks of the refreshing side dishes specially prepared by Zhang Hui and squinted his eyes in delight. Lu Qingxue felt that this was actually the happy life she had always been looking forward to. Drinking porridge in small sips. After a while, Lin Feng and Zhang Hui came out, each holding a baby.
Why don't you get some more sleep?
Lin Feng smiled and said, the sun is getting brighter and brighter.
I can't sleep.
Zhang Hui smiled and said, Qingxue, don't feel bad for him. When I'm not around, just wake him up and make breakfast.
If he hadn't been holding the child, Lin Feng would have surrendered. Am I your biological child?
No. Zhang Hui rolled her eyes at him. I found it in the garbage dump. After saying that, Zhang Hui walked to Lu Qingxue and said kindly,
do you like the porridge? Auntie, can you get another bowl?
Lin Feng imitated Zhang Hui and secretly rolled his eyes at Lu Qingxue, which immediately made her laugh. Lu Qingxue pinched her thigh and shook her head.
Auntie, no need, I'm full. Zhang Hui laughed, you're the one breastfeeding the baby, how can one bowl be enough? You need to eat more.
This time when I go back, I will take the time to go to the countryside to collect some local eggs, geese, ducks, etc. to nourish you well. After hearing this, Lu Qingxue remembered that Zhang Hui was leaving today, and her heart was suddenly filled with reluctance. Just as he was about to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble, Lin Feng's cell phone rang.
Hello, Dad?
The next moment, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically.
What, you're in my school? I'm not in school. I'm out shopping with my mom.
Lin Feng looked at Zhang Hui for help.
Zhang Hui grabbed the phone.
Hey, old man, we're looking to rent a place.
We've already rented it. Address? It's right here.
We talked a lot on the phone, and finally ended with the address being given.
After hanging up the phone, the three people in the room looked at each other. Lu Qingxue raised her hand weakly. Uncle's current physical condition can't stand any stimulation. How about I go out and take shelter?
That won't work. Lin Feng was the first to disagree. You and the babies are not shameful. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, feeling a little touched, but it was fleeting, and she quickly said, "But I don't want to cause unrest in your family because of me." Lin Feng patted Lu Qingxue's shoulder seriously. "Don't worry, let me take care of everything." Having said that, Lu Qingxue no longer insisted, but waited for Lin's father to arrive with a nervous mood.
In a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed.
After receiving the call, Zhang Hui gave Lin Feng a wink, and the two of them went downstairs together to pick up Lin's father. Arriving at the gate of the community, Lin Feng greeted Lin's father with a smile as he saw him walking on crutches.
Dad! Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'll pick you up at the station.
Zhang Hui also chimed in.
Exactly, with your current health, how can you take a long-distance trip alone? Father Lin waved his hand. How convenient is the high-speed rail now? Besides, I'm not made of paper, how can I be that fragile? As he spoke, Father Lin took a look at the exterior of the community and was somewhat dissatisfied. Why don't you rent in a better neighborhood? Dad, although this place is old, life is convenient.
Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't stand there, walk around, let's sit down inside the community and talk." When Father Lin heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After taking 2 steps, he sighed with a complicated expression.
Xiao Feng, don't hide it from Dad. I know everything. Ah? Lin Feng's body stiffened. What do you know? Father Lin looked up at the sky. Zhou Qingdu told me. What?
Lin Feng secretly groaned in his heart. Why did he forget to remind Zhou Chang?
That's right, Dad has gone to school, how could he not go to the dormitory? This.
Lin Feng hesitated, but Zhang Hui's eyes fell on the crutches that Lin's father was leaning on. If I use the crutch, my son will die, right?
Bang!
The crutch hit the concrete floor hard, giving Zhang Hui a fright.
Explain. Father Lin's eyes widened.
Lin Feng felt bitter in his mouth, helped his father stand still, and stammered.
Zhou Chang, that loudmouth, doesn't even understand the full story. He's definitely exaggerating. This matter isn't a big deal.
Lin Feng was confused and walked around in circles, and Lin's father was also confused.
Wait a minute, get to the point. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. You're a grandfather now. Ha! Father Lin pondered for 2 seconds and raised his cane. You grandson. Hey, Daddy. I'm your son. Old man, don't get excited. The scene suddenly became a mess.
After chasing for several rounds, Father Lin was leaning on a crutch, his face flushed and panting. Lin Feng looked at his father like this, walked up to him obediently, and closed his eyes.
Dad, I know I was wrong. Go ahead and hit me if you want. Don't get yourself hurt by getting angry.
Zhang Hui also tried her best to appease Lin's father.
No matter how angry you are, you can't turn back time, and you can't put the children back in. You've got to look forward.
Marriage and having children are part of my son's life, so it doesn't matter if it's earlier.
Father Lin sighed heavily. The question is our son married?
Zhang Hui and Lin Feng were suddenly speechless. Father Lin looked at Lin Feng, his face full of regret. Don't think that just because you take care of the mother and raise the child, you are fulfilling the so-called responsibilities of a man. The girl has no status at all, yet she gave birth to your child.
That's a huge injustice. Let's go upstairs and talk about getting married. Chapter 26, How did a proper discussion of the problem turn into a confession? Talking about marriage? Lin Feng was instantly scared out of his wits.
It's not that he doesn't want to, but in the current situation, talking about marriage with Lu Qingxue is nonsense.
Dad. We still need to discuss this.
Lin Feng grabbed his father's cane and said repeatedly. If you act like that, the girl might think you're forcing her into marriage. Zheng Hui also advised.
Old man, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. It's really not the right time yet. Father Lin took a deep breath and said helplessly. Both of you let go.
Lin Feng put down the crutch in his hand. Zheng Hui loosened the corner of the clothes in her hand. Father Lin straightened his clothes.
Can you two let me see the girl first?
Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped up.
My father is an old-fashioned person. He won't say anything to embarrass Lu Qingxue, right? Dad, this is all my fault.
It has nothing to do with the girl.
Father Lin glared at him and said, lead the way. Okay.
As they walked into the house, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but stand up to greet them while holding her child.
Qingxue, right? I'm Lin Feng's father, Lin Jianhua.
Lu Qingxue was nervous. Hello, uncle.
Father Lin said kindly, let me see the two children. The child changes every day.
Now Ping Ru Yi's face has become much whiter. When he is not asleep, his face has many little expressions. When Father Lin saw them, he remembered Lin Feng, who was still a baby more than 20 years ago. The anger that was stuck in my heart suddenly dissipated a lot. Lu Qingxue observed Lin's father's expression and felt relieved when she saw that he looked gentle.
The next moment, Father Lin looked at her.
Qingxue, please leave the child with Grandma.
I have something to tell you in Lin Feng.
Zheng Hui was stunned for a moment, then quickly took Ping and Rui and went into the bedroom.
Suddenly, only Lin Feng, Lin's father, and Lu Qingxue were left in the room. Father Lin sat down on the sofa. Lin Feng helped Lu Qingxue and wanted to sit down too. Qingxue, sit down. You stand.
Lin Feng immediately remembered the fear of being dominated by the bamboo sticks and stood straight.
In an instant, Father Lin looked at Lu Qingxue kindly, like a master of face-changing.
Qingxue, Xiaofeng told me everything about you two downstairs. He has wronged you in this matter.
How do you punish him?
This question caught Lu Qingxue off guard, and she quickly shook her head.
What punishment? Uncle, no need. Father Lin shook his head.
Although my Lin family is not a well-known family, we still have rules. Lin Feng made a mistake and must be punished.
Lu Qingxue shook her lips, feeling very embarrassed, and could only say sincerely. Uncle, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on Lin Feng. If you really want to count it, I am also at fault. If you must punish me too. Lin Feng was a little touched, and the next second, he received a warning look from his father. After glaring at Lin Feng, Father Lin said to Lu Qingxue sincerely.
Since you won't tell me, I'll make the decision. Just make him take good care of you and the babies. He can't say one thing and he can't say another. If he dares to violate the rules, bully you, or even do something that would let this family down, you don't have to do anything, his mother and I will take care of him.
Lu Qingxue nodded. She can accept this, so don't use any other punishment. Father Lin's expression slightly calmed down, and his tone was steady.
Then wait until the baby is 1 month old, and then you two can get your marriage certificate.
Lin Feng? Lu Qingxue?
In the bedroom, Zheng Hui was listening with her ear pressed against the crack of the door. Her eyes lit up and she leaned closer.
Father Lin's voice continued. Lin Feng, what's with that expression on your face? Giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell for a girl. You can't let her down just for this reason. Is it reasonable for me to live with you without any status and raise 2 children? Even if we don't talk about Qingxue, let's just talk about the 2 children. When they grow up and start school, will the family relationship column say father unknown? How do you expect them to hold their heads up in front of their classmates?
So, this marriage must be concluded. Lin Feng never expected that his father would suddenly do this.
But speaking of marriage. In fact, he was willing to do so, and he didn't want to let Lu Qingxue and the children down. However, we can't just be too hasty in this matter.
Lin Feng turned his gaze to Lu Qingxue.
Following Lin Feng's gaze, Father Lin smiled. Qingxue, our Lin family is just an ordinary family. It's really unfair for a girl like you to marry into our family. But I can guarantee that our family will never treat you and the child unfairly. Lu Qingxue was completely confused and didn't know how to open her mouth. How come we ended up talking about getting married? Getting married before the confinement period? I'm totally unprepared. Seeing Lu Qingshue's anxious expression, Father Lin said kindly. Of course, you can speak freely about whatever you think. I'm an old-fashioned person. When something like this happens, I just want you to get married quickly. But no matter how anxious I am, I must respect the wishes of you young people. Lu Qingxue was silent for a while.
In fact, she has been thinking about her and Lin Feng's future these days.
I also feel that getting married seems to be a good option.
However, he couldn't make up his mind to talk to Lin Feng openly about this matter.
Now, the opportunity seems to have arrived. After thinking for a long time, Lu Qingxue nodded. It's not that I can't get married, it just feels so sudden. With these words, a smile appeared on Lin's father's face.
Zhang Hui adjusted her appearance and pushed the door open.
Since we are talking about marriage, shouldn't the boy's parents be present? Lin's father's impression of Lu Qingxue was based on Lin Feng's description. But Zhang Hui is different. She has been with Lu Qingxue day and night for so many days, and she is very satisfied with Lu Qingxue's appearance and personality. I'm afraid Lu Qingxue doesn't like Lin Feng. However, now that I'm out, I still have to pretend. It's embarrassing to eavesdrop on someone of my age.
Zhang Hui smiled at everyone.
The child is asleep. What are you talking about? Do you want my help? You came at the right time. Let's talk about the two children getting married. Father Lin looked at Lu Qingxue happily.
Silly child, when fate has arrived, everything will happen naturally.
How can it be sudden?
We'll hold the wedding after you're out of confinement. By the way, Xiaofeng, her mother, and I will go to the in-laws' house to apologize.
Lu Qingxue's face suddenly froze.
Zhang Hui saw this and immediately interrupted her heartbroken husband.
Don't be so anxious. Let the children discuss it among themselves. Come on, let's go see the baby.
As she spoke, Zhang Hui forcibly pulled Lin's father away, giving Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue space to discuss.
Lin Feng comforted Lu Qingxue. My dad is too impatient.
If you don't want to get married, tell him now and I'll go talk to him. Lu Qingxue shook her head and pursed her lips.
Actually, I am willing to marry you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingxue's cheeks flushed red. No, we were just discussing something. Why did it sound like a confession? It's so embarrassing.
Chapter 27. I seem to have found a man who is easily soft-hearted. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue with blushing cheeks, and his heart softened.
However, he confirmed again. Are you serious about what you just said? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and nodded. Well, will you be nice to me? Lin Feng didn't hesitate, of course. I will do my best to treat you well. Lu Qingxue thought for a moment. Then, will you also have children with someone else?
Looking at Lu Qingxue's anxious eyes, Lin Feng smiled.
What are you thinking about? You think I'm with you because of the child?
Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue seriously.
It is undeniable that our current situation is indeed related to Ping and Rui.
But I'm getting married of my own free will. After marriage, putting aside the legal and moral constraints, just tell me, where can I find a girl better than you? Unless I was kicked in the head by a donkey, I would cheat on my wife and have a child with another woman.
Lu Qingxue, I will definitely treat you well.
Listening to Lin Feng's serious words, Lu Qingxue felt a sweet feeling in her heart.
Is Lin Feng a confession? Well, you said it, don't regret it. Finally, Lu Qingxue said in a low voice. The atmosphere here is warm for the young couple.
However, things were not so good for the old couple in the master bedroom.
Father Lin had a dark face and said nothing.
Zhang Hui rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the great job he just did, she would have wanted to curse.
Forget it, forget it. Why get angry with a patient?
Zhang Hui prepared herself mentally and smiled.
Don't be angry, smile. Father Lin. Oh, you're already a grandfather, aren't you happy? Father Lin, heh. Okay, I was wrong. I didn't tell you before because I didn't know how to say it. I was afraid that if you got excited, something might happen to your body.
Yes, my son was wrong this time, but for the sake of the twins, please don't be angry.
Zhang Hui brought out Ping and Rui, and Father Lin finally couldn't hold it anymore. He snorted and walked to the crib. My dear grandson, let Grandpa see.
Those people outside are a bunch of bad guys who won't let Grandpa come to see you.
Zhang Hui. I had planned to be home before noon.
But now that my husband is here, I might as well stay and take care of Lu Qingxue until she is out of confinement.
However, as soon as this request was made, Lin's father rejected it.
The emotional experience of a young couple is different from that of a normal relationship.
Now is the perfect time for them to cultivate their relationship. Why would we, two old guys, get in the way? Father Lin was open-minded and willing to let it go. He persuaded. There's also a generation gap between us and the young people. We have different living habits and philosophies.
If we live together for a short time, it's fine, but over time, there will definitely be conflicts.
Let's go back. Zhang Hui hesitated. Can a pair of new parents take care of two children reliably? Father Lin thought for a moment.
I am worried, but the children have to grow up too. If it really doesn't work out, we can just call each other more often and visit each other more often.
Zhang Hui thought for a while and spread her hands. We can't just consider the relationship between the young couple. What about the material foundation?
You two are both at home taking care of the kids, yet you're being affectionate with each other.
Where's the money for raising the kids coming from?
I still have to help take care of the children so that they both have the energy to go out and work.
That's the right way. Don't forget, our son doesn't even have a house yet. Can you bear to let his family of 4 live in this tiny rental house? Hearing this, Father Lin fell silent. Our family savings.
Zhang Hui continued, I gave all the 200,000 to Xiaofeng. I don't know if it's enough for the down payment.
Father Lin looked at Ping and Rui lovingly and decided.
I'm here, and you have to take care of me.
I'd better go back.
You take care of the children.
Once I recover, I'll be able to make money.
With the two of us helping the kids, we can't make life too difficult for them.
Zhang Hui nodded in satisfaction, that's right. Having made up his mind, Father Lin smiled. Where's your phone? Come on, take a picture of me and the babies. I'll check it out when I get back. Zhang Hui dislikes. Oh, you country bumpkin. Video chat is so convenient nowadays.
I'll show you my baby every day and make sure he grows up right under your eyes.
Okay, you're right. Father Lin was happy. Look at these two children. How much do they look like our Xiaofeng when she was little?
The old couple finally put down their worries, and at this moment there was a knock on the bedroom door.
Lin Feng walked in. Dad, since you're here, why don't you stay here? Father Lin shook his head. No, seeing that you are okay, I feel relieved. I will leave in the afternoon.
Zhang Hui also joined in the conversation. I'll send your father back, then go to the countryside to get some chickens and ducks, take care of Qingxue during her confinement, and take care of your baby. Lin Feng pulled his mother aside and whispered.
Dad is in such a bad condition that he can't leave it alone. You can leave it to me without any worries.
Anyway, I don't have many classes in my senior year, and summer vacation is coming up in a few days, so I have some free time.
Zhang Hui refused. How can that be possible?
Now you not only have to consider your studies, but also your work.
With me here, you and Qingxue can relax.
Lin Feng explained.
Don't I still have half a year to transition?
But Dad is in the critical period of recovery now.
Mom, you should understand what's more important.
Zhang Hui looked at her husband and then at her children.
They can't let go of each other.
Lin Feng still had something he didn't understand, so he quickly assured.
Mom, why are you still hesitating? Your son has a mouth. He will call you if he is too busy.
Zhang Hui thought about it for a long time and finally nodded.
Okay, then you have to remember that if you can't take care of everything, you must call me.
Not only must we take care of the baby without any problems, but Qingxue must also avoid any underlying illnesses during her confinement. Lin Feng nodded. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of them. Zhang Hui was helpless and only regretted that she could not split the body into 2 parts.
Son, I'll bring you chickens, ducks, and geese later. After giving numerous instructions, Zhang Hui and Lin's father left reluctantly. After the two left, Lin Feng was busy explaining to Lu Qingxue. As soon as the beginning came, Lu Qingxue understood.
Don't worry, I have any grudges.
Uncle is not in good health, and auntie is too busy.
I understand the dilemma you face as a son, having to take both sides into consideration. Looking at the considerate Lu Qingxue, Lin Feng felt a little guilty.
You've been wronged. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, how could that be?
Taking care of the child is what I should do. She went through pregnancy and childbirth all by herself. Now that she has Lin Feng, is she still afraid that she won't be able to take care of the child? However, Lu Qingxue only thought about this in her mind. She knew that if she said that, Lin Feng would blame himself again. There's no way, I seem to have picked up a particularly soft-hearted man. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It's time to cook. You take a rest while I go to the kitchen. Okay, can we not make peanut and pig's trotter soup? Lu Qingxue wrinkled her nose. It's too oily, I can't drink it. I didn't dare to say it when my aunt was here. Anyway, the marriage has been made clear, so Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng naturally have more requests now.
No problem. There's so much food.
Let's switch. Lin Feng agreed immediately and went to the kitchen happily. Lu Qingxue looked at his back and smiled sweetly.
Be safe and sound, your father is doing well.
She sat in front of the crib and coaxed the babies softly.
Chapter 28. Fortunately, the children's granary is big enough, so what are you saying about tigers and wolves?
Lin Feng came to the kitchen and started washing and cutting. I was originally planning to have pig's trotter and peanut soup at noon, but I started stewing it this morning. However, Lu Qingxue said she thought it was too greasy, so Lin Feng didn't plan to serve it. Let's just stir-fry a few dishes first, and then do some research to see which nourishing soups are suitable for postpartum women. Lin Feng made up his mind, turned on the range hood to the maximum, and started cooking. The sound of oil frying in the wok mixed with the sound of the range hood, whirring and blocking out all sounds from the outside world. But while cooking, Lin Feng felt a little uneasy.
Feel like the babies are crying again?
Lin Feng quickly turned off the fire, listened carefully, and found that his telepathy was correct.
It was indeed the guys crying.
Lin Feng quickly washed his hands and went over to see what was going on.
Are you hungry or have poop? When I walked into the bedroom, I saw Lu Qingxue busy changing the children's diapers. I'll do it.
Lin Feng took a few steps forward.
Lu Qingxue turned around and pointed at the crib. Well, can you see if this bed can be raised a little higher? It's a little uncomfortable for me to bend over.
During her pregnancy, Lu Qingxue had been under pressure on her lumbar spine, and now she felt pain in her waist when she bent over even for a moment. Lin Feng went forward to try it out, and found that the bed could be raised, so he started to adjust it.
This seller really didn't cheat me, all the functions are practical. Lin Feng chatted while adjusting. However, once it's adjusted, you don't need to do anything.
Your main task during the confinement period is to take care of your body.
Lu Qingxue shook her head. Taking care of your body doesn't mean doing nothing. Lin Feng smiled and said, the protest is invalid.
Lu Qingxue could only hold her chin and watch Lin Feng adjust the bed and change the diapers for the two children. At this moment, Rui's little head was already nodding around, and Lu Qingxue quickly raised her hand.
I'm the one who feeds the baby, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng smiled and handed Xiao Rui to Lu Qingxue.
Baji, Baji.
Little Rui was enjoying the food, but little Ping'an couldn't stop eating after smelling it. Hum. Seeing how anxious he was, Lin Feng quickly took him to find food on the other side.
You little rascals, you want to eat right after you poop, and you can't wait even a moment. Where's the little piggy?
Fortunately, your mother's granary is big enough, otherwise it would be very difficult.
Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. What are you talking about? Turn away, don't look. Lin Feng.
I swear to God, it's just a casual remark. Then you feed the children while I cook in the pot. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Qingxue's arm, asked her to hold Xiao Ping'an, then turned and walked out.
Lu Qingxue's eyes followed his back closely, and she looked a little uneasy.
I kept wondering if I had said something wrong, and it felt like Lin Feng didn't mean anything.
Until Lin Feng's back disappeared, Lu Qingxue sighed and patted Ping'an's little butt.
Xiao Ping'an reached out to hold on to his rations. Don't shake.
Baji. How could Lin Feng know that Lu Qingxue had so many inner thoughts?
Returning to the kitchen, he quickly cooked the dishes and set the table before calling Lu Qingxue.
Have the babies finished their drinks?
Lin Feng smiled and reached out.
I'll burp the kids, you go eat. Because of Mr. Lin's sudden arrival, today's lunch was later than usual. Lin Feng was afraid that Lu Qingxue would get seriously hungry.
After all, feeding two children at the same time requires a relatively high level of nutrition. Lu Qingxue indeed felt that she was about to have hypoglycemia, so she quickly sat down at the dining table. A bite of stir-fried vegetables and a mouthful of rice, and I'm instantly back to normal.
Tasty. Lu Qingxue smiled at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng felt relieved and smiled back.
It's too late. There's no soup for this meal.
I'll do some research later to see what kind of soup is best for women in labor, and then you can order.
Lu Qingxue waved her hand, no need.
Her milk supply is sufficient without drinking soup, but she occasionally feels uncomfortable due to engorgement. Lin Feng didn't reply to her. He had already seen that whenever he asked Lu Qingxue whether she wanted it or not, the answer he would get would definitely be no. After burping the two babies, Lin Feng put them in the stroller and pushed them to the dining table.
Now that you're full, it's Dad's turn.
Lin Feng also started eating and explained to Lu Qingxue.
Today is a special situation. I cook late, so I won't be able to make it for the next meal. Lu Qingxue shook her head. It's not late. I'm not hungry at all. Isn't this a special case today? Lu Qingxue didn't want to add any psychological burden to Lin Feng.
After the two of them finished their meal, Lu Qingxue stood up and wanted to clean up the dishes and wash them. Lin Feng quickly held her down. You're in confinement, don't do these things. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said nothing, but she didn't put down the dishes in her hands. Seeing her stubborn look, Lin Feng sighed.
I know you want to share some housework with me, but can you bend your waist now? Don't think I don't know that you often hit your waist intentionally or unintentionally.
Go lie down, I'll give you a massage later.
Lu Qingxue.
The original intention was to reduce the workload for the other party, but now, another item has been added. Helplessly, I pushed the children back to the bedroom. Lin Feng rushed into the kitchen and washed and scrubbed. At this time, my mother called.
Hey, Mom. Yeah, I've eaten.
I made stir-fried vegetables and steamed eggs with minced meat for Qingxue. She also drank the pig's trotter soup you made.
Qingxue drank 2 big bowls and kept praising your cooking skills.
Okay, I'll definitely take good care of her. Lin Feng held the cell phone between his head and shoulders and talked to his mother. But I could still hear my father's voice next to me, as loud as a bell, as if he was talking to someone on the phone.
My daughter-in-law gave birth to twins. Twins, did you know? I'm going to be a grandfather.
In 2 years, there will be children running around the house. Hearing the loud voice that could not be ignored, Lin Feng was helpless. Mom, tell Dad to be more restrained.
We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, have we?
Zhang Hui's words were also full of disgust.
Let me tell you a joke. Your dad said he wanted to keep it a secret and only make it public after you and Qingxue get your marriage certificate. But now, your third uncle has learned from him that he has become a grandfather.
Lin Feng smiled. Oh, let him be, as long as he's happy.
Zhang Hui nodded and said. Then take a nap after dinner.
You're seriously sleep-deprived right now, so you need to find time to rest. When the children grow up a little, they no longer eat and sleep, and you have to spend more time and energy on them. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Just as she was about to hang up, Zhang Hui remembered something and said. The diapers at home are almost gone, remember to replenish them.
Although the 200,000 yuan is for buying a house, it's not that rigid. Don't let Qingxue worry about spending money. It's not easy for her either. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. I know.
Zhang Hui paused and said, Okay, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hui was still a little worried. This time, Lin's father comforted her instead. Our son is already an adult, and as parents, we need to know how to let go. Zhang Hui looked at the scenery outside the high-speed train window. Oh, when he was born, he was only as long as my arm, and in the blink of an eye he has become a father.
Time flies. Father Lin nodded, his face showing emotion.
Yes, the child has grown up.
Chapter 29, Give the children a real home, let us get started.
After Lin Feng finished washing the dishes, he returned to the bedroom, smelled some sweet aromas, and then collapsed on the bed. But before I even closed my eyes, I remembered that I still had something important to do.
I haven't even seen the house in Yunsheng that was rewarded by the system.
I don't know if it's appropriate to move in now. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Zhou Chang.
De Kangzi, I need your help with something. Zhou Chang knew Lin Feng's situation and nodded without saying anything. Address, leave now.
Lin Feng shook his head.
That's not necessary.
Go to Yunsheng and help me check out the house.
The password is 010916.
Zhou Cheng thought this was the house that Lin Feng rented, and nodded.
Okay. I'll video call you when I get there.
Yuncheng Huading is close to the school, and Zhou Cheng only needs 10 minutes to ride a shared bicycle there. Lin Feng simply decided not to sleep. He got up, took out some fruit from the refrigerator, and started cutting a fruit plate. By the time the coolness of the fruit has dissipated, Lu Qingxue should be awake, and it will be time to eat.
Although the old tradition says that you cannot eat raw or cold food during confinement.
But Lin Feng specifically asked the doctor about this, and the doctor said that if the mother is in good health, it is actually okay to eat some fruits at room temperature. It helps with bowel movements and supplements dietary fiber and vitamins. After Lin Feng finished cutting the fruit plate and placed it gently on the bedside table next to Lu Qingxue, Zhou Cheng's video also came.
Brother Feng, I'm in. This house is great.
Where did you pick up the leek? The camera was pointed at the decoration in the house, and Zhou Cheng was amazed.
It's really luxurious that the owner is willing to rent out this kind of decoration.
Yuncheng Huading is a famous high-end residential community in this area, with units starting from 200 square meters.
Zhou Cheng photographed each room one by one, and he liked them more and more. The decoration is so good. When I have money in the future, I will decorate it like this. Lin Feng followed the camera around and felt very satisfied.
However, the decoration was too new and he was still worried. Dekengzi, buy a formaldehyde tester and see if the air quality in this room meets the standards.
No problem. Let me think about what else I need to test.
Lin Feng was talking to Zhou Cheng about the quality of the house. In the bedroom, Lu Qingxue woke up slowly and stretched. She had just woken up, she looked dazed, her hair was a little frizzy, and she looked very confused. After a long while, she turned her head to look at the cute fruit plate on the bedside table and smiled. It should be something Lin Feng prepared specially for her. Pick up a piece of fruit with a fork, put it in your mouth, and the sweetness spreads all the way to your heart.
As she laughed, Lu Qingxue's expression froze. I kind of need to go to the bathroom. Glancing at the children in the crib. Well, I was sleeping soundly. Lu Qingxue walked towards the bathroom with confidence.
When Lin Feng saw Lu Qingxue coming out, he instinctively rushed over, holding his phone.
What are you going to do? I'll do it. Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng blinked. I'll do it, you don't have to do it. I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Qingxue rushed into the bathroom with a red face. Lin Feng. I'm being careless. This can't be done on my behalf.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Cheng's voice of suppressing laughter sounded. Brother Feng, you and sister-in-law have a really good relationship. Go, I'm going to take the kids out.
Let me know when I have the result.
After hanging up the video at the speed of light, Lin Feng covered his face and ran to Ping and Rui. The old father is a little embarrassed. Little darlings, come and comfort him. Although Ping and Rui was sleeping soundly and had no time to interact with his old father, it did not prevent Lin Feng from entertaining himself. Holding the mobile phone, I took a lot of pictures of the babies.
Lin Feng felt extremely happy.
I'll make a growth manual for you according to the timeline, so you can read it when you grow up. Lin Feng stood in front of the crib, looking at the little babies with a silly smile.
TSK, you are the little angels sent to me by God, right? So cute. How can there be a little baby who is so cute even when sleeping? Lin Feng couldn't help but gesture next to Ping and Rui.
The hands are tiny, the feet are chubby, and also a little. After Lu Qingxue came out of the bathroom, she always felt that there was a smell on her body. The old-fashioned toilet was dark and damp, with only a humming exhaust fan that served mainly as a comfort. Every time I go to the toilet, I always feel that my clothes have absorbed the smell. Lu Qingxue pulled her clothes in disgust and walked into the master bedroom, and saw Lin Feng holding Ping and Rui's little feet and sucking them. She just stood at the door, watching quietly. During this period, Lin Feng's words and deeds all clearly showed that he loved peace and happiness. Lin Feng sucked it with great satisfaction. I had just put down the baby's little feet and turned my head to see Lu Qingxue leaning against the door, looking at me quietly.
Well.
He felt embarrassed as if he had been caught. I didn't wake the babies.
Lu Qingxue chuckled, not understanding why Lin Feng was so embarrassed, but he looked quite cute like this. Why are you laughing?
Lin Feng felt relieved and also found it funny.
He couldn't help but puff.
Now, the two adults were like two idiots, smiling at each other for no apparent reason. The room was filled with joy. Lu Qingxue completely forgot about the troubles she had just experienced in the toilet. If possible, she would like to live like this forever. After the two of them had laughed enough, Zhou Chang called to report.
Brother Feng, the test results are out, and the air quality is amazing.
After getting this answer, Lin Feng felt relieved. Thank you, De Kangzi, for coming to my place for dinner and doing me a favor.
Great.
I've been in college for almost 4 years, and I still haven't tasted your cooking. Zhou Chang readily agreed, but still had some doubts.
Then should I buy some braised dishes and beer? No need, trust my craftsmanship. Lin Feng smiled and said, I guarantee you will be satisfied.
At 6:30 in the evening, Zhou Chang arrived on time with a box of beer.
Lin Feng greeted him in the kitchen.
De Kangzi helped serve the dishes.
Zhou Chang walked towards the kitchen, but he looked back every few steps. He wanted to see the baby in the school beauty Lu, but he didn't want to see Lin Feng.
But Lin Feng was worried that Zhou Chang drinking beer would make Lu Qingxue and the baby feel nauseous, so he ate them separately. Lu Qingxue's meal was delivered to the bedroom.
Zhou Chang could only watch helplessly. Lu Qingxue was a female relative, so he couldn't enter the bedroom, right? Why are you always looking over there? Eat.
Lin Feng raised his chopsticks and greeted Zhou Chang.
You hid your sister-in-law, nephew, and niece so well.
Zhou Chang shook his head, picked up a piece of braised pork trotter and started chewing it.
The next moment, he forgot his resentment.
Brother Feng, your cooking skills are really good.
Eat.
You might get to hold your nephews and nieces later.
By the way, can you hold a child?
Lin Feng felt a little disgusted with Zhou Chang. Brother Feng, look at you, you're such a child slave.
Zhou Chang also began to dislike Lin Feng.
The two of them were arguing with each other. When they had almost finished eating, Lin Feng told Zhou Chang why he had invited him.
He's ready to move tonight. Chapter 30. If friends helped with the move, and their eyes made Lu Qingxue shy.
I called Haozi and Nobita, and asked them to come and help after 8 p.m.
Okay, so we're moving to Yunshenghuoding?
That house is well decorated, and the monthly rent is probably more than 2,000.
Lin Feng smiled and said, I didn't rent the house, I bought it.
Zhou Chang was shocked.
You bought it? How much was the down payment? Where did you get the money?
Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm lucky. I heard that someone was in urgent need of money and was selling a house at a low price. I saved some money over the past few years and have been putting it in a bank deposit for a fixed period.
I'm afraid I'll spend it recklessly.
I borrowed some more from my parents and scraped together the money to buy it. Zhou Chang chewed it hastily and swallowed it, then spoke hurriedly.
Buying a house is a big deal, why didn't you tell me?
We can definitely scrape together 70,000 or 80,000 yuan for you.
His family is well off, so borrowing tens of thousands of yuan is not a problem.
Lin Feng patted his shoulder, his eyes moved. De Kangzi, as long as you have this intention.
If I hadn't been forced to that point, I wouldn't have asked you to borrow money. It's not easy for you all.
Zhou Chang smacked his lips.
Do you still have money now?
I bought this house, and now I have to take on family responsibilities.
Money is needed everywhere.
Brother Feng, if you don't have money, tell us brothers.
Don't just try to hold on by yourself. I'm transferring 10,000 yuan to you now. You must accept it today. If you don't treat me as a brother. As he was about to transfer the money, Lin Feng stopped him. I still have a few dollars in my pocket now, so I won't be short of food. Don't be in a hurry to send the money.
Zhou Chang shook his hand and said, Go away.
You are just stubborn sometimes and insist on being polite to me. Zhou Chang speaks loudly when he gets excited. All the babies in the house are crying.
Lin Feng stood up and said, Keep your voice down. I'll go take a look. He had changed his diaper and drank milk before, and was probably woken up by Zhou Chang's loud voice.
What's wrong with the children? Lin Feng asked, Do they need to change their diapers? Lu Qingxue shook her head.
No, you guys were talking so loudly outside that you scared me, not to mention the babies. Lin Feng immediately made a hushed gesture. Sorry, Zhou Chang got a little excited during the conversation just now.
Pay attention, pay attention.
Returning to the dining table, Zhou Chang shrugged, looked apologetic, and whispered.
Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I was a little drunk just now.
Lin Feng knew he didn't mean it. This old house is not soundproof.
If you speak a little louder, you can hear it in several rooms. Zhou Chang nodded. If we move to Yunshenghuoding, this problem won't exist.
As I said before, brother Feng, you must take this money. Lin Feng refused to accept it. Zhou Cheng was about to shout at the top of his lungs when he was awakened by a look.
I forgot, I remember it this time.
Lin Feng smiled and raised his beer.
Zhou Cheng, I know your intentions. Thank you for your generosity. I'll come back to you when I really need it.
At this point, Zhou Cheng didn't mention it again.
Okay, brother. If you have any difficulties later, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. Good.
After finishing the meal, Lin Feng began to pack up. I originally thought that Lu Qingxue had just rented a new house and didn't have many things. Who would have thought that when cleaning up, there would be quite a few things, big and small.
Brother Feng, do you want this?
No, I'll buy a new one later.
What about this? That's not necessary.
Since you are moving to a new home, use what you can use and throw away what you don't need or have little use for. After cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, I started to clean the bathroom. Except for the toiletries that are left over, you can discard everything else.
Let's take a break. We can clean up together after Housie and the others arrive.
Lin Feng opened his mobile phone and started using the shopping supermarket app to buy necessities, which would be delivered before noon tomorrow. Zhou Chengpang was sweating profusely after working for a short while, and was fanning himself with a small fan distributed on the roadside. Lu Qingxue heard a lot of noise coming from the kitchen in the master bedroom and came out to take a look out of curiosity. The things in the second bedroom have been packed, and the frying pan, rice cooker, and dishes in the kitchen have also been put away.
She was a little confused. What are you doing? Are you moving? Lin Feng nodded. Well, we'll move when my other two friends arrive. Why haven't I heard him mention it?
Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then the things in the master bedroom haven't been packed yet.
Lin Feng hummed, clean it up now.
At 8:30, Nobita and Hiroko came over and packed up the remaining things. The moving company we booked has also arrived. Zhou Cheng knows the place. Let him go with the moving company first.
You two can help me carry the baby. After all the cleaning, it was getting late.
Lin Feng thought Lu Qingxue walked too slowly, so he picked her up and carried her downstairs. Lu Qingxue's face was almost red, and the looks from Housie and Nobita made her too embarrassed to look up. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest and whispered, I can walk by myself. He went down the stairs quickly and held her steadily, so she didn't have to worry about falling at all. I could still hear the thumping of his heartbeat and smell the faint scent of soap. Lin Feng didn't care much about it. When he got downstairs, he asked her to sit here first while he went to bring the children down. Originally, I wanted him to hold one, and let Housie or Nobita hold one. As a result, the two of them looked at the milk-smelling little baby and were afraid to hold it, fearing that they would accidentally hurt it. What should they do? Those who refused retreated one after another, hoping to avoid it. There is no other way. Lin Feng holds one on each side, it is stable. He also mocked the two singles, saying, you can't even hold a child, what else can you do? Obviously he had forgotten that this was his first meeting with Ping and Rui. After arriving at Yunshenghuading, Lin Feng asked and searched along the way before he found out where Building 15 was. I heard the moving company's truck downstairs.
There weren't many things, so it would only take 2 trips back and forth to be done. Arrived at Building 15, 15-2, the door was open. Zhou Cheng directed the moving company to put the things away.
Lin Feng asked them to clear out the cribs so that he could put the babies down first before he could do anything else. Several people moved the crib to the master bedroom, but the 3 older boys could only watch from afar and didn't dare to touch the babies at all.
Lu Qingxue carried the baby into the crib.
You watch over them while I go find some things and set up the master bedroom first.
Good.
Find a cool mat and pillows and make the bed first so that Lu Qingxue can lie down and rest. Go to sleep, I'll go clean up outside.
Here's the air conditioner remote control.
Lin Feng turned his head and found that the baby's mosquito nets were not hung. He thought that there should be no mosquitoes on the 15th floor.
Just in case, I finally chose to hang up.
After leaving the room and closing the door gently, Lin Feng took a deep breath as he looked at the things in the living room.
The baby's things in Lu Qingxue's unopened boxes were all placed in the second bedroom. Just put all those things in the kitchen into the new kitchen.
The 3 of them sorted and categorized the general items, while Lin Feng had to sort out the details himself. Time was still very fast. It was almost 10 o'clock, and except for Zhou Cheng, they all had to go to work. Lin Feng urged them to go back and rest. It's getting late, you guys should go back quickly.
I'll take care of the rest tomorrow. Chapter 31, Encountering Lu Ruyan by chance, the brothers start to go all out. Nobita and Hiroko wanted to help clean up, but they didn't have the time. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Moreover, if they helped to sort things out, Lin Feng might not be able to find them later, so he was simply allowed to sort them out himself and take and put them away as he pleased. Okay, we're all brothers, you're welcome, we'll be leaving first. Sister-in-law, let's go. Little Ping'an, little Rui, uncle is gone. After greeting everyone one by one, the three of them left Lin Feng's house. As soon as they went out, Nobita and Hiroko talked about the decoration of the house, which was really classy. Considering the current labor and material costs, it is impossible to achieve such an effect without a renovation cost of around 700,000 yuan. This month's rent shouldn't be cheap, at least over 5,000 yuan, so a year's rent should be at least 60,000 yuan. The situation is different. We can't let the school beauty live in such a shabby old house. Zhou Cheng heard the two people's discussion and whispered, Brother Feng didn't rent this house, he bought it. This startled the two people who were discussing this, and they said in shock at the same time. Bought it? Impossible. Where did he get the money? Exactly. When I found the job, he said there was only a little over 2,000 yuan in his bank account. It's only been a short time. How could he buy an apartment so quickly? It's impossible. Zhou Cheng disagreed, it was indeed Brother Feng who bought it. He said he happened to meet someone who was in a hurry to sell their house, so he sold it at a low price. He deposited some money in a bank account and asked his uncles and aunts for some support, so he bought it. Nobita and Haozi didn't believe it at all, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was no need for Zhou Cheng and Lin Feng to lie to them. Therefore, this is probably true. They thought they were just moving, but it turned out to be a housewarming. It's close to the university, but that's not why it's expensive. Instead, it is close to the city's south largest wetland park, with good air and beautiful environment. In recent years, with the expansion of enrollment in several universities, teaching resources have improved, and many people are willing to take the exams here. Real estate projects and commercial streets are being planned nearby, and the surrounding area will become better and better. Correspondingly, housing prices will also rise rapidly. Among the four people, only Zhou Cheng's family has 2 houses and several storefronts. The remaining 3 people need to work hard to realize their dream of owning a house and a car. Suddenly, Lin Feng became a homeowner. This made Zhu Hao and Wang Xiong happy for him, but also made them feel a little melancholy. Everyone starts from the same point, so how come others have a wife, kids, and a house in the blink of an eye? Look at myself again, nothing. Life around here is quite convenient, and many night snack stalls have been set up. Zhou Cheng smelled the barbecue and his appetite was whetted. Would you like to have some barbecue? I'll treat you guys. They both have no objection. It was such a coincidence that I met Lu Ruyan and her sisters eating barbecue at the same barbecue stall. There are a few good-looking people of the same age around me, probably also students. Zhou Cheng is chubby, Haozi looks a bit handsome, and Nobita is gentle and polite. However, the 3 of them combined are not half as good-looking as Lin Feng, so they are naturally not attractive in the eyes of beautiful women. Of course, if you drive $1 million sports car or something, that's a different story. There were 6 men and women on the opposite side, and 3 on their side. As soon as they sat down, they heard the artificial voices of Lu Ruyan and her sisters. I won't eat anymore. I have a small stomach and can't eat anymore. I really envy you boys. Everything you eat tastes delicious. You guys, eat more. Don't waste food. It's not environmentally friendly. When they heard this voice, several people became furious. Zhou Cheng was stubborn. Before Da Xiong and Haozi could stop him, he turned around and said, Hey, isn't this Lu Ruyan? What? Which of these handsome guys are you betting with? Do they have money? Well, there should be, otherwise why would she speak in such a coquettish voice? Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Cheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Her sister also followed suit. Fatty, are you crazy? Zhou Cheng is a carefree person and doesn't get angry even when people call him fat. Haozi stood up and said, You are the crazy one, your whole family is crazy. He said to the boy who was traveling with Ruyan Lu, Brother, I advise you to be careful with this woman. My brother was pursued for 3 months by her and her sisters in a bet. She's so shameless and treats love like a joke. Lu Ruyan was angry. Slander, you are slandering me. Her little sister immediately asked the 3 boys at the same table for help. Are you just going to watch them bully us 2 girls? The three boys looked at each other, and one of them asked Hausi, "Is this true?" It was obvious that Lu Ruyan was not very familiar with them and probably had only known them for a short time. Just as Hausi was about to speak, Zhou Chang yelled, "Lu Ruyan, you know best whether this happened or not. If I, Zhou Chang, lie, I'll be hit by a car and killed. I'll never get rich or get married. If you have the guts, swear that you didn't bet with my brothers and sisters. Do you dare? Do you dare?" One of the boys suddenly said, "Is that person called Lin?" Hausi quickly said, "Lin Feng." The boy quickly said, "Yes, he is indeed quite handsome. Isn't it rumored that he was the one who pursued her?" Lu Ruyan said stubbornly, "It's because he pursued me but failed, that's why he spread rumors, saying that I was pursuing him." Zhou Chang sneered, "Bullshit. My brother is so generous that he doesn't allow us to discuss this matter. Otherwise, I will beat the drums and say everywhere that you, Lu Ruyan, chased my brother because of a bet." Lu Ruyan's pursuit of Lin Feng caused quite a stir. Zhou Chang still thought that right and wrong were all in everyone's minds. Who would have thought that Lin Feng went to the hospital and took care of Lu Qingxue and the babies without distraction? Lu Ruyan turned around and started to confuse right and wrong? Lu Ruyan was caught lying by the real person, and her face turned red and white. Of course, she couldn't say that Lin Feng agreed to go on a blind date because his family urged him to, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to win her over. Her pride wouldn't allow it. You can't say that you went after someone because you made a bet with your sisters. Therefore, all the dirty water could only be thrown on Lin Feng. Who told the other party not to be in school during this period? After she said this, she gained both face and money. The three boys looked at each other and stood up to pay the bill. What is surprising is that there was no food for Lu Ruyan and her sisters, although they didn't order much. Lu Ruyan and her friend came over to eat barbecue. When they saw a handsome guy sitting next to them, they came over to flirt with him to see if there was any chance of developing a relationship. Anyway, her pond can accommodate it. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhou Chang and the others, and they told her the truth. She was so angry. So soon, her true colors were revealed and she sneered. "Lin Feng is just a poor bastard. What's wrong with me looking down on him? What business do you have of mine and my sister's bet? Just the number of you doesn't even give us the qualifications to bet. Ha, nowadays it's a realistic society. If you don't have money, all you have is face, what's the point of talking about love? You guys are destined to be bachelors for the rest of your lives." Chapter 32, School Bell 2 Lin Feng what? Lu Ruyan breaks the defense. Provoked by Lu Ruyan, Zhou Chang jumped up, his tone filled with disgust. "It's because of people like you who put a price tag on love that people feel love has changed. If Brother Feng's family hadn't just happened to be urging you to go on a blind date, would he have agreed to it? Look at your face, the foundation is already 2 ounces thick. What are you talking about? We don't even have the qualifications to bet with you? No, leave this qualification to others. We find it disgusting." Zhou Chang was the most confrontational of the four, and he started cursing at Lu Ruyan and the other two. The two of them had no chance to retort and were furious. Finally, when Zhou Chang was about to take a breath, Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to talk about Lin Feng. "You are Lin Feng's friends, so of course you have to speak up for him. A bunch of poor bastards, no wonder they're all single. It's just that Lin Feng is better than you guys. He's handsome, but handsomeness can't make a living. In the end, he's still poor." Hausi was furious, "You're talking nonsense, my brother Feng is a winner in life now, okay? I just bought a house a few days ago and moved into my new home today. Not only that, his wife is the school belle. The school belle." When Zhou Chang saw Hausi start playing big, he instantly became the supporting actor. "Do you know the campus beauty? Do you understand the gap between you and her?" Hausi snorted coldly. "School beauty goddess Lu Qingxue is now my brother Feng's girlfriend." Zhou Chang exhaled through his nose. "Are you half as pretty as she is? Would you dare to go out without a fan? Lu Ruyan is angry. She does wear makeup. But there is absolutely no powder on the face. She roared. Lu Qingxue has been on leave from school for a year and hasn't been seen since. How could they be together? This is hilarious." Her sister's eyes lit up and she grasped the key. "You said in your last sentence that Lin Feng agreed to Ruyan's confession just to get through the blind date. Now they're saying he's with Lu Qingxue. Doesn't this rumor have any logic? Lu Ruyan also calmed down immediately and looked at people with a frown.
You guys are really unscrupulous in order to win. Zhou Cheng crossed his arms, his chin almost raised to the sky. The school beauty is taking a leave of absence to give birth to Brother Feng's child.
Haozi chuckled.
And she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl.
It's something everyone would beg for.
The school beauty is willing to give birth to a baby for Brother Feng.
She must love him to death. Zhou Cheng played the supporting role, looking intoxicated.
That's right, otherwise why would you be willing to give birth to two babies? As expected of the school beauty, even giving birth to a child is different from others. Lu Ruyan was so shocked that her contact lenses were about to fall out. I don't believe it, you're all talking nonsense. The school beauty wants to give birth to Lin Feng's child.
What a joke. Even if you want to lie, you should find someone of high quality, okay? What does Lu Qingxue want? Lin Feng's car and house? Or is it just because he's handsome?
Nobita, who had been silent the whole time, handed the phone to Lu Ruyan.
Hey, this is a photo of Brother Feng and the babies. This is a picture of Lin Feng holding two children in each hand while moving. Because it was so memorable, he took more photos.
The more Lu Ruyan watched, the more frightened she became.
Is what these people say true? Did Lu Qingxue really drop out of school to give birth to a child for Lin Feng? Love like this? At this moment, Lu Ruyan's friend snorted. Didn't they say there was a school beauty? Where is she? The next one is it?
In the next photo, Lin Feng is not holding a child, but a girl. Not to mention the half of her face that was exposed, she was wearing a knitted hat, long-sleeved and long trouser pajamas, and linen slippers.
You can tell at first glance that it's the outfit for confinement.
Besides, her appearance, just by looking at half of her face, you can tell that she is stunningly beautiful, and there is a look of helplessness and shyness in her eyes.
Lu Ruyan had seen Lu Qingxue in person, and she felt like she had been struck by lightning.
Her sister was trying to be stubborn, saying it was only half a face and didn't look like. But when he saw Lu Ruyan's expression, he fell silent.
Shit, it might really be Lu Qingxue. Zhou Cheng grabbed the phone and said, not everyone is just interested in money. Haozi clicked his tongue. Some people are so short-sighted.
Now Brother Feng has the campus beauty, a pair of adorable twin boys and girls, and he's even bought a house. And it's the most upscale Yunsheng Huading here. This large flat of over 200 square meters is so high-end.
Zhou Cheng shook his head and said, yes, life will get better and better in the future. This school beauty is a lucky star and will bring prosperity to her husband. Haozi nodded, I think so too. Zhou Cheng stood up and said, why don't we eat here instead of here?
Let's go to another place, otherwise your fortune will be affected by others.
Haozi was even more exaggerated than him and hurried away, then hurry up, I still want a promotion and a raise. Nobita said nothing. He was very gentle and his mouth couldn't speak.
He was not good at arguing with people, but he still remembered one thing.
By the way, Lu Ruyan, didn't you take advantage of Brother Feng's absence to spread rumors, saying that he was pursuing you? Now it's time to restore the truth. I'm going to give you a banner. Thank you for your tireless pursuit of Fenga Iyue. And I sincerely wish you to find a way to make 2 generations rich. Zhou Cheng slapped his forehead. That's a good idea, brother. I'll find a shop to do it tomorrow. We'll also send it off with drums and gongs, to announce it to the world. The 3 of them left while playing and joking. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale with anger.
The younger sister was afraid that she would faint, so she quickly calmed her down.
Ruyan, don't listen to them. They must be making up stories to piss you off. They're just a bunch of poor bastards, just looking for trouble. If they dare to give me a gift, I'll give one back too, just reciprocate. Lu Ruyan shook her head. This might be true. When the sisters heard this, they said, no way, how could the school beauty be with him and even give birth to 2 children for him? Lu Ruyan was upset. You ask me, who should I ask?
She didn't expect that she had made a mistake. Someone like Lin Feng can afford to buy a house in Yunshenghuading and have a school beauty to give birth to his children.
The sisters comforted her, it's okay. Even if it's true, the school beauty is just stupid. Lu Ruyan thought it made sense.
Lu Qingxue could have chosen anyone else based on her beauty, but she chose Lin Feng because of his good looks.
There will be a time when she will regret it. After all, you are just buying a flat, how can it be as good as a villa or a bungalow?
Just look at the way she dressed during her confinement period. She didn't have a single brand name on her.
You can tell she wasn't having a good time.
Lu Ruyan kept comforting herself. On the other side, Haozi, Zhou Cheng, and Nobita walked away. After making sure that Lu Ruyan and the others couldn't hear anything, Zhou Cheng's back suddenly collapsed.
It's over, it's over, it's over.
Brother Feng said we shouldn't use our sister-in-law and the child as tools to crush Lu Ruyan.
We forgot everything in our anger. Nobita scratches his head. Wasn't it Lu Ruyan who started the rumor first? If it were Brother Feng, he definitely wouldn't tolerate it. Haozi nodded, we did the right thing. Zhou Cheng, Brother Feng doesn't have time to deal with the school's mess, we can't lose face.
Come on, let's discuss what to write on the banner for Lu Ruyan. Chapter 33, Give Ping and Rui a bath, the system's god-level reward. The three of them were discussing how to get back at the party. Lin Feng was also busy here. I need to clean up the kitchen first because I have to make breakfast tomorrow. I also need to clean up the living room, there's no place to step. Lu Qingxue slept for a while in a daze, turned her head and saw that there was no one around. She went to the living room and saw that no one was still busy. It's late, go to bed and clean up tomorrow. Lin Feng yawned, okay, I'll go take a shower. There was a small bathroom in the master bedroom, and he was afraid that he would disturb the children if he took a shower, so he simply went to another bathroom to take a shower.
Taking a shower in the summer is convenient. You can wash off the sweat and dry your hair with a light blow.
After finishing the work, it was already midnight.
What should I do if I want to play with my phone or watch some videos while lying down? He hasn't read the news or watched any videos for many days. Lu Qingxue looked at him, aren't you going to sleep?
Lin Feng put down his phone silently, I'll just charge my phone and go to sleep. Just when I was about to go to sleep, the babies were hungry again. Both of them got up, one fed the baby and the other changed the diaper. It's almost time to toss and turn, Lin Feng hurry up and get some sleep. The next day, when the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock, Lin Feng felt his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds and he couldn't open them at all. After thinking about it, he realized that the porridge was cooked in the rice cooker on time, so he just had to boil eggs and stir-fry some vegetables. So he turned over and went back to sleep, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. As a result, 5 minutes of squinting turned into half an hour. Lin Feng rushed into the kitchen with messy hair, as if he was going to war. After making breakfast, Lin Feng served the porridge and let it dry, then went downstairs to pick up the express delivery.
These are all necessities that I ordered at the supermarket last night. Kitchen condiments, nice plates, hangers, garbage bags, etc.
When we got downstairs, we were stunned when we saw a big cardboard box. The delivery guy smiled, let me help you. Fortunately, it was an elevator, so 2 people carried it in and then carried it home.
Thank you, little brother. You've worked so hard. Thank you very much. It's okay, it's okay. You really can't lift it. There's nothing I can do.
Next, Lin Feng packed up his things. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, it was time to feed and diaper the babies, so he could call Lu Qingxue to get up. The master bedroom has a small bathroom, which is very convenient for washing the baby and adults. Although babies don't sweat now and one get their clothes dirty, their clothes still need to be changed.
Oh, this is... Lin Feng shouts startled Lu Qingxue, what's wrong? She came over and saw that the baby's armpits were all red. The 2 of them were heartbroken. Lin Feng looked at the baby's clothes and said, I applied talcum powder before, how could this happen?
No wonder Pingyan, who has always been steady and quiet, was humming while eating today.
What to do?
Lin Feng comforted Lu Qingxue, it's okay, I'll call Dr. Zhao and ask about the situation. Dr. Zhao just came down from the operating table at this point.
Well, you can apply it with comfrey. Just buy the pure plant kind. It's normal in the summer. Even delicate babies will get red buttocks. This medicine can also be used to wipe the buttocks. Dr. Zhao, which brand of purple herb is better? They're all pretty much the same. If you buy them at the pharmacy, they all have the same ingredients. Dr. Zhao asked again, by the way, it's been 3 days since you went back. Have you given the babies a bath? Not yet.
The weather has been nice lately, so I can give the babies a bath. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng picked up the key and went to the pharmacy downstairs to buy.
I'll be right back, maybe 10 minutes at most.
Purple herb is very cheap, less than 20 yuan a bottle. After buying it, Lin Feng came up. In the community, Lin Feng also met a classmate. They were not very familiar with each other. After a few greetings, they went on with their own business. Lin Feng returned home, washed his hands, and hurried to the master bedroom with the medicine.
Lu Qingxue suggested, how about we apply the medicine after we give the babies a bath?
Lin Feng thought it was okay, I'll go drain the water now and prepare the things I need.
Lu Qingxue also stocked up on small bathtubs for babies.
Comes with a thermometer, a little duck, a small hand towel, and a small shelf. Parents can put the baby on the small rack with a mesh to wash. Lin Feng rinsed the bathtub with boiling water, and then soaked the little duck and the small towel in boiling water. Once you're ready, place the thermometer in the bathtub and fill it 2/3 full with water. Prepare a large bath towel, diapers, and small clothes in advance. This was the first time to bathe the babies, so Lin Feng was still very nervous and looked at the bathtub tutorial on Taobao.
It's actually very convenient. Just let the baby lie down and then pour water on the baby.
After reading the tutorial 2 or 3 times, she finally started.
Lu Qingxue couldn't bend over to work yet.
He could only watch from the side and remind Lin Feng to be careful. I gave Ping'an a bath first, and then the little guy woke up after taking off his clothes and diapers. 8 or 9 days after birth, the little guy has grown a lot. Lin Feng did not put the baby on it directly, but tested it slowly. First, let his feet get wet, then his legs.
Ping'an was a little resistant.
He twisted his head, waved his little arms, spread his feet, smacked his lips, and looked unhappy. Lin Feng had tested it enough before slowly placing Ping'an on the shelf. Then cover his belly with a wet towel to prevent him from catching a cold. The little guy was not happy and resisted with his meager strength.
Lin Feng hummed a little tune while gently washing Ping'an with another towel. Lu Qingxue stood aside holding a toy to attract her son's attention.
You have to be very careful when bathing a baby. It is very tiring to wash the neck, as the baby twists and turns and does not cooperate at all. When washing his hair, Lin Feng just uses water and has not needed shower gel or anything like that so far. Ping'an was still resisting at first, but later he seemed to enjoy it and stopped struggling.
He was quite happy.
After washing, wrap yourself in a bath towel, dry your body, and apply comfrey oil on your armpits and buttocks. After applying, put clothes on the little one and cover him with diapers. The hair is still half dry, so you need to wipe it at this time. Every time he wiped, Lin Feng was extremely careful because the babies were still young and their fontanelles had not yet grown fully. Sometimes it would jump up and down, and he was afraid that he would hit it too hard and poke it.
What would happen? This is the baby's head. Well, we become clean, fragrant little balls again.
Lin Feng put on the baby's socks and kissed the baby's little feet, unable to let go. The elderly always say that cold starts from the feet, so babies' feet should be protected in summer and they should wear socks.
Place Ping'an in the crib and then wash Rui. Pour out the water and refill it. Rui started crying as soon as she got into the water.
Lin Feng coaxed her while washing her.
Our little princess doesn't want to take a bath. What should we do if she gets smelly? If you're smelly, you're not cute. Let's be clean little princesses, okay?
Lin Feng was just talking to herself, because Rui ignored her and just cried on her own. The little face was wrinkled and turned a little purple from crying, which scared Lin Feng. I was afraid that the little one would faint from crying, so I quickly washed him. After I wrapped him in a bath towel, the little one stopped crying again.
Dry crying, not a single tear, fake. But crying like that is really scary.
Then I applied medicine on Rui, put on her diaper, and dressed her, and she kept crying. After I cleaned him up and put him in the crib, he gradually stopped crying.
Lin Feng was busy.
I was already sweating profusely, and was so tired that I sat in the bathroom, ready to take a break before cleaning up. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, it's detected that the host is bathing the babies for the first time.
Reward, good sleep and no baldness skill. Lin Feng was overjoyed. After taking care of the kids for so many days, he really feels like he is not getting enough sleep. The skills rewarded by this system are really useful. Chapter 30 for the little things that make Lu Qingxue happy.
Lin Feng was happy in his heart, but he still restrained his expression.
I can try this skill tonight to see if it works.
Beside him, Lu Qingxue fanned him and said, "Come to the living room to rest."
The bathroom is too hot.
Lin Feng came back to his senses and nodded, "Okay, right away." He stood up, poured out the water, and put away the baby's bathing tools on the balcony. He wiped the sweat off his face, gave himself a quick shower, and then sat down to rest.
Think that's the end? No, the babies are hungry.
If one makes a sound when hungry, the other will follow suit.
It's like a parallel switch. So what should Lu Qingxue do at this time?
She just had to sit or lie down and let the two children eat by themselves. Lin Feng put a pillow under her and Lu Qingxue felt much better. Lin Feng watched from the side, fanning them with a gentle look. Lu Qingxue had already grown accustomed to her shyness. What else could she do?
Would she let the babies go hungry by being so pretentious?
After Rui finished eating, she turned her head to indicate that she didn't want to eat anymore. The milk was flowing out. She had been eating very good milk-producing meals recently, and all the milk was flowing out on Rui's face. Lin Feng cried out ouch and quickly picked up the little guy and wiped him clean with the towel. Then burped the baby. After a long time, Ping'an had finished eating, but Rui still hadn't burped.
If the burps cannot be relieved, the baby will easily suffer from bloating and abdominal pain.
Lin Feng could only patiently continue. Seeing that Lin Feng was too busy, Lu Qingxue picked up Ping'an and took pictures of him.
Ping'an burped soon after. Rui laughed at Lin Feng, making him lose his temper.
Finally, he slowly burped. After taking care of the babies, it was time to prepare lunch, so Lin Feng went to the kitchen again.
Following Lu Qingxue, he came to see if there was anything he could do together. Seeing Lin Feng working so hard every day, she felt distressed. Why did you follow me into the kitchen? Go get some rest.
Lin Feng smiled and said, wait for me to make you some delicious pork liver to replenish your blood. In the kitchen sink, the pig liver had been soaked in clean water for a whole morning, and all the blood had been removed. Lu Qingxue wrinkled her nose slightly.
Could you please stir-fry the pork liver a little longer? I don't like it too tender. In fact, Lu Qingxue doesn't like eating pig liver very much. The taste is a bit unbearable for her. But she couldn't help but appreciate the confinement meal recipes that Lin Feng made and bought specially. Lin Feng smiled, that's just right. I like it fried a little dry. It tastes better when it's burnt.
When two people live together, both their appetites and living habits need to be adjusted. Being able to eat together makes cooking easier in the future. The book says you can eat some nutritious foods that contain trace elements, such as iron, copper, folic acid, and vitamin B.
I'll ask the doctor this afternoon when he's free.
I'll go get you some when I have time.
If you can buy it at a nearby pharmacy, you don't have to go to the hospital. Lu Qingxue felt extremely warmed by Lin Feng's thoughtfulness.
Okay, thank you for your hard work.
Lin Feng smiled, it's not hard at all. Go away for a moment.
I'm going to put it in the wok, so the oil won't splash on you.
Lu Qingxue said and took a few steps back.
Lin Feng learned from Zhang Hui that to stir-fry pork liver, you need to use cold oil in a hot pan and stir-fry over high heat. If you want it to be tender, just stir-fry it a few times. If you want it tougher, fry it for a little longer. Lin Feng was wearing an apron and busy at the stove, while Lu Qingxue was watching with a piece of spinach in her hand. She had imagined this scene before. Lin Feng served the dishes and fried some leek and egg scrambled eggs. In addition, pigeon soup was also prepared. There were dates and peanuts in the pigeon, and it smelled delicious. In the dining room, Lu Qingxue did what she could, picking up chopsticks and a small soup spoon.
Eat quickly.
Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, thank you.
Lin Feng laughed, I say thank you for everything I do. Do you say thank you so much in one day? Lu Qingxue drank the pigeon soup, which tasted delicious with just a little salt in it. Wait a moment. Ta-da-day, Lu Qingxue trotted to the second bedroom and trotted back.
In his hand was the bank card that Lin Feng was familiar with.
Last time in the hospital, he confiscated it. Lin Feng asked with a questioning look, what does this mean? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. This is our little home, and I want to contribute a little bit.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. He and Lu Qingxue got together because of their child, but their feelings for each other were actually vague. I definitely like Lu Qingxue, the kind of liking a boy has for a beautiful girl.
But he couldn't figure out what Lu Qingxue was thinking.
But now Lin Feng seemed to understand a little. The first time she gave me the bank card, it was to show that she didn't want to be dependent on herself and didn't want to add burden to herself. But this time, it was clear that she trusted him and let him be the housekeeper. Lin Feng pushed the bank card back and said, I didn't rent this house.
I bought it. Lu Qingxue was shocked. You bought it? How much did you pay for it? Full payment or a down payment?
I bought it in full because the landlord needed to sell urgently and they haven't even moved into the house yet. When Lu Qingxue heard that no one was living there, she was about to say something. Lin Feng seemed to know what she was thinking.
I asked Zhou Cheng to test the air quality. Don't worry, you can live here peacefully. Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good. She shook her head. If that's the case, then the family will need money even more in the future. You must take this money. You keep the money. I'll talk to you when I'm out of money. Lin Feng was very happy. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who pretends to be poor. Lu Qingxue said. Oh. After dinner, Lin Feng went to wash the dishes. Zhang Hui called and asked the routine question. What did you have for lunch? Did you cook a good meal for Qingxue? Lin Feng curled his lips. Mom, why don't you care about me? Why would I care about you? Do you want to breastfeed your child? You cook for yourself, and you're worried about starving yourself? After a pause, Zhang Hui asked again, have you been good today, Pingyan and Rui? Good boy, I even gave them a bath today. Zhang Hui quickly reminded them, when bathing babies, the temperature must not be too high. You must hold them firmly, okay? Lin Feng reluctantly reminded, Mom, I've already washed. Zhang Hui said oh and paused. I'm still worried. I'll come over once I've arranged things at home. Lin Feng, okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng continued to clean the room. Moving house is not easy. It took me 2 or 3 days to pack up my things. Lin Feng didn't know how Lu Qingxue managed to accomplish so many things while being pregnant. I couldn't help but feel even more sorry for her. That day, after Lin Feng finished buying vegetables, he passed by a shop selling flowers and plants and went in. He remembered that on the day Lu Qingxue was discharged from the hospital, she liked the bouquet of sunflowers she bought for her very much. Moreover, she seems to like growing succulents. The succulents at home are so cute, just like her. Lin Feng immediately wanted to buy some more plants to take back, to make Lu Qingxue happy, and to make them more beautiful and purify the air. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 35, Misappropriation of House Purchase Funds? Lin's mother got furious. Lin Feng actually didn't know much about plants, but following the boss's introduction, he bought a money tree and planned to place it on the balcony in the living room. I also picked a pot of green ivy and a pot of lucky bamboo, and planned to place them in the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Let's buy these 3 pots first. No problem, if you need anything in the future, please continue to come to our store. The money tree was bought in a large pot, and the boss had a delivery service, so Lin Feng took a ride and went back with him. The potted plants are placed properly, adding a touch of green to the home and making people feel happy. I'm not very good at choosing, so I only bought these. When you're out of confinement, we'll go shopping together. Lu Qingxue looked very happy. Okay? Lin Feng also smiled. Okay, then I'll go cook. This time Lin Feng bought a fish, and the boss cut it into fillets. He planned to make tomato fish for Lu Qingxue. In the kitchen, he first stated, this is my first time making this, so please don't be offended if it's not tasty. Lu Qingxue shook her head. No, I'll eat it even if it doesn't taste good. The new kitchen is much better than the old one. The smart range hood is silent and has strong suction power. He followed the instructions on the app, and Lu Qingxue watched from the side, occasionally helping. After lunch, Lin Feng washed the dishes while Lu Qingxue took a walk around the house. Want to watch TV? May I? You can watch less, but not for a long time. 1 hour is fine. Lu Qingxue was surprised and delighted. Lin Feng, you are so kind. You don't know how bored I have been these past few days. Lin Feng smiled and told his plan. I'll install the TV in the living room and the second bedroom first. Later I'll buy a good projector and a white screen online. That way it'll be better for your eyes. Lu Qingxue thought this was a good idea. Wouldn't it be too big to move a TV the size of the living room into the second bedroom? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, let's do this for now. We'll make plans after you're done with your confinement. So, the two of them looked at the purchasing platform and found that the electrical appliances were brands that Lin Feng usually bought and had good service. A dedicated person will come directly to the buyer's door to install it, adjust it, and teach him how to use it. After placing the order, Lin Feng felt relieved. It will be there tomorrow afternoon. Lu Qingxue was full of anticipation and went to take a nap happily. It was cloudy today,
and the temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, so Lin Feng also took a nap. I have to say, with the system's good sleep and no baldness skill, he can now charge for an hour and last for a whole day. But who can resist having a sweet-smelling person sleeping next to them? On the other side, Zhang Hui and Lin Feng's aunt had already taken the high-speed train to find their son. As we get older, neither of us feels comfortable taking long-distance rides. But fortunately, it only takes about 2 hours and it will be over if you endure it. She called Lin Feng, but the call didn't go through. Forget it, he's probably taking a nap right now. Ding dong, the new house is ready. The host has given the children a home and rewarded them with a Xiaomi Su7. The subsequent procedures for relevant documents have been arranged for the host, and the car is already in parking space 82. Lin Feng woke up with the sound of the system, and when he looked at the time, he found that he had slept for more than an hour. In his notebook bag, there was a document bag containing all the procedures and invoices for purchasing the car. Lin Feng was excited. Although Xiaomi Su7 was not a top-of-the-line car, it was hard to come by now. I had even discussed this car with Housie and others in the dormitory. Everyone liked it very much and said they wanted to buy one in the future. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to go and see it immediately. But now Lu Qingxue and the babies are still sleeping, so we can only postpone it for now. Restraining his excitement, Lin Feng saw that there was a missed call from Zhang Hui and dialed it.
Mom, you're here? Where have you been? Are we almost at the bus station? I'm not where I used to be. I moved.
Moved to Yunsheng Huating, not Yunshan Huating. How about this, you wait at the high-speed rail station and I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, I saw that it was almost time for a nap, so I woke up Lu Qingxue.
Lu Qingxue opened her eyes dazedly. What's wrong?
Lin Feng, my mother, and my aunt are here. She doesn't know the new place, so I'm going to pick her up and buy some food on the way.
Lu Qingxue said, let's go now.
Lin Feng shook his head. It's time for the babies to have their milk.
Let's wait until they finish their milk before we go. It will take almost half an hour to get to the station. Lu Qingxue nodded and leaned against the pillow. Come on, let's see if the babies are hungry.
Generally speaking, when babies are hungry, they are fed and soon they will poop.
If you poop, you must drink milk.
Lin Feng went out only after he finished taking care of the babies. In parking space number 82 is a brand new Xiaomi Mi 7 in radiant purple. When this car was first released, Zhou Chang and his friends said they wanted to save money to buy it. And they started arguing about which color looked best. Lin Feng didn't expect that less than half a year had passed and he already owned this car, and it was in his favorite color. Well, he is not familiar with the system of this car. Fortunately, he is a college student and has no problems with reading and comprehension skills, so he was able to get the hang of it quickly. The other side. Zhang Hui and her sister got off the station, feeling cold and hot and unable to breathe. The two were waiting at the exit, and the convenience store nearby saw that they looked very tired standing under the parasol. The female boss brought out 2 wooden stools and said, Auntie, it's hot outside. Sit by the door. You can enjoy the air conditioning. Both of them were full of gratitude. Thank you, little girl, you have such a kind heart. Thank you so much. We'll sit for a while. I hope we won't disturb your business. The boss smiled and shook his head. I won't bother you. There's still plenty of space at the door. Zhang Hui was holding a thermos cup in her hand. As she was getting older, she needed to drink hot drinks. Drinking cold drinks made her stomach uncomfortable. It is said that this was the result of Lin Feng eating something cold when he was born, which caused stomach pain for many days. That's why Zhang Hui is so nervous about Lu Qingxue now. Lin Feng drove to the exit and looked around but couldn't find it. Zhang Hui fanned herself and called out to her son, Xiao Feng, we're here, right here. Lin Feng came over, Mom, Aunt. At their feet was a snakeskin bag with several holes in it, and a few chickens and ducks were lying with their heads tilted. In addition, there was a small backpack, but I couldn't see what was inside because it was sealed. My aunt hadn't seen anyone for a while, so she looked around and said, Xiao Feng is getting more and more handsome now, that's great. Lin Feng smiled, picked up the snakeskin bag containing the chickens and ducks, and prepared to carry the backpack himself. Zhang Hui slapped his hand away and said, I can do it myself. You're wearing white clothes and it will be hard to wash them if they get dirty. Lin Feng's car was on the side of the road. He opened the trunk and put the chickens, ducks and quilt backpack in. Mom, Aunt, get in the car. In the car, Zhang Hui realized that it was her son who was driving, but she didn't ask anything. I thought that maybe my son borrowed the car, but it was impossible for him to buy it. But my aunt is a chatterbox and she started talking non-stop as soon as she got in the car.
This car is nice. The color is nice and suits you young people. There is no unpleasant smell in the car. The seat feels quite comfortable, it must be very expensive. Xiaofeng, how much is this car worth? It belongs to your friend?
Lin Feng wanted to hide it from Zhang Hui, but after thinking it over he decided to tell the truth. After all, the system will give other rewards in the future. This car costs just over 200,000 yuan.
It's not my friend's. I bought it.
Before my aunt could speak, Zhang Hui called out.
You bought it? Where did you get the money?
In a flash, she thought of the 200,000 yuan she gave to her son. This time when they returned, the couple had already discussed it and would borrow some from someone. With these 200,000 yuan, the down payment for a house is ready.
Mr. Lin's illness cost the family a lot of money, and the family really can't afford anymore.
Zhang Hui was furious when she thought about her son's high probability of using his savings to buy a car.
This kid really doesn't know what's important or what's not.
Chapter 36, Lin's mother is a ruthless person, you can't make such a vow casually. Zhang Hui was so angry that she couldn't hold it in any longer.
Lin Feng, where did you get the money to buy a car?
Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, knowing that his mother had misunderstood, and he quickly said, Mom, I earned this money from investing. My aunt became more excited when she heard this.
Invest? How do you invest?
Oh, your uncle-in-law spent every day at home researching this and lost tens of thousands.
Lin Feng,
seeing that his aunt was serious, he didn't dare to say anything nonsense and just talked about a lot of professional terms.
The frightened aunt kept exclaiming oh. Finally, she summed it up. It seems that Lin Feng was lucky and did not lose money.
Zhang Hui was half believing and half doubting, as she had indeed heard her son mention this matter some time ago.
She did some calculations.
There are still 200,000 yuan on the card, plus the more than 200,000 yuan for buying the car, which is more than 400,000 yuan.
With this much money, it's more than enough to pay a down payment in the city. Damn, I bought a car, it cost more than 200,000 yuan.
Zhang Hui simply didn't dare to think about it too much. The thought made her heart ache, and her face turned very bad.
You idiot, wouldn't it be better to save the money and buy a house?
A car is useless.
Do you live in a car?
My aunt nodded and said, that's right, buy a house first when you have money. You have a family to support now, so buying a car is a waste. Zhang Hui gritted her teeth in anger.
What's wrong with you? You didn't even discuss the car with us before buying it. You just bought it without a second thought. Are you trying to piss us off to death?
Lin Feng comforted Zhang Hui, Mom, don't be angry, I also bought the house. Zhang Hui almost fainted from anger just now, and her brain immediately stopped working.
What? You bought the house? Are you kidding me? Auntie blinked. Xiaofeng, is this true?
Lin Feng repeated what he said before, saying that he was lucky to have met a homeowner who was in a hurry to sell his property. As for how much it cost, he did not say explicitly, only that he bought it in full and the price was lower than the house price in this city. Zhang Hui didn't get angry for a while and sat in the back seat without saying a word. My aunt exclaimed, oh my god, Xiaofeng has made it big. Look, it's only been half a month, and he already has a wife, a child, a house, and a car. Sister, your daughter-in-law is a lucky charm for her husband. Xiaofeng is so lucky. Zhang Hui frowned, thinking that the matter was too mysterious. But he is his own son. He can lie about small things, but there is no need for him to lie about big things. Suddenly, she cried out. You said the house was fully renovated, but the owner hasn't moved in yet. How could there be formaldehyde in it? Lin Feng smiled, Mom, we're going to do the test. It's safe, don't worry. Zhang Hui said oh. She didn't say a word the whole way, staring out the window in a daze. Arriving at the Yunsheng Huading parking lot, Lin Feng stopped the car and went to the trunk to get something. He was carrying a small backpack and a snakeskin bag. Mom, Auntie, go this way. After entering the door lock password, the door opened with a sound of unlocking, and Lin Feng invited them into the house. Mom, Auntie, you guys take a seat first. I'll go see if I have your slippers. Put the things in the kitchen. The aunt nudged Zhang Hui with her elbow, looking envious and surprised.
Oh my god, look at how beautifully decorated this house is. This TV is so big. And look at the floor, it's so clean you can see your reflection in it.
This balcony has plenty of sunshine, it's so comfortable to dry clothes on.
I'm going to look somewhere else. This is the dining room, right? This chandelier is so beautiful, so sparkling. Zhang Hui was a little worried.
She went to the second bedroom and grabbed her son, who was looking for his slippers, with a serious expression.
Xiaofeng, tell me honestly, did you earn the money for this house and car? Or did you buy it with a loan online? Tell me the truth, I won't be angry.
To be honest, Lin Feng has been deceived by this sentence countless times.
Mom is not angry, is just empty talk. If you say it every time, you will get beaten.
Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Mom, I really earned this money through legitimate means. I'm your son, so you have to trust me. Zhang Hui glared at her. Swear, if you lie to me, I'll die a miserable death.
He's always been a ruthless person.
Lin Feng was speechless.
Mom, I'm your son after all, okay? Have you ever seen me do anything bad since I was little?
I can swear, but I don't have to swear like this. Zhang Hui sighed and her expression became slightly better. She poked her son's forehead and said, if you lie to your mother, you are a motherless child.
When I was a kid, this was the trick that worked for me.
He was so scared that he didn't want to be a motherless child at all, like a blade of grass.
As a result, I was beaten a lot for being naughty when I was a child. Mom, you have to believe in your son. I won't do anything reckless. Xing Shuai and the child were completely an accident. If I had known, I would definitely take responsibility.
If I hadn't been drunk that day, I wouldn't have done such a thing.
Zhang Hui sighed and said unhappily. In the past 2 weeks, you've been buying a house and a car. Isn't that arousing suspicion? But Mom believes in you. Now that we have a house and a car, life isn't so stressful anymore. I can breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hui then smiled happily and looked around. This house is so beautifully decorated. Lin Feng chuckled, your son is lucky.
He made some money from investing, and the landlord happened to be in a hurry to sell the house.
The landlord agreed to sell it only because we got along well. Zhang Hui nodded repeatedly, that's right. Tell Mom how much money you made this time.
Lin Feng smiled, Mom, most people lost money on this investment, but I made money.
After buying a house and a car, I don't have much left. When the children are older, I'll see if I can find a part-time job. Zhang Hui nodded. No matter what, I'll put my children and this family first.
I searched for a long time but couldn't find the slippers, so I decided to go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some. By the way, buy a few more sets of toiletries so that they can be used when guests come to your house in the future. Mom, I'm going downstairs to buy some things.
Go ahead. Aunt, I'm going out for a while.
My aunt finished her tour and only left the master bedroom, thinking that everyone was probably still sleeping there.
This house is so beautifully decorated. How nice it would be if I had a beautiful house like this to live in.
Zhang Hui smiled, Xiaochuan has made some money, you have time to enjoy it, don't worry. My aunt pouted. When he brought his girlfriend home, he actually said that he wanted to get married after graduation.
But I see, the car and the house are all taken care of by his father and me. How can Xiaofeng be so worry-free?
Zhang Hui smiled and teased.
So, you're not too happy about helping your child get married? How about kicking him out of the house? My aunt smiled and said, you kick Xiaofeng out of the house first, and I'll follow.
The two old sisters smiled at each other.
My aunt remembered something and said, your daughter-in-law and grandson are in the room, right? Why haven't they woken up yet? Do you want to go check on them?
Zhang Hui also wanted to see her little grandson, and she missed him very much if she didn't see him for even one day.
Qingxue, are you still sleeping? Lu Qingxue was lying in bed and was almost awake. Mom, you're here. Zhang Hui introduced, Qingxue, this is my aunt, my second sister. Lu Qingxue stood up and greeted, hello, auntie.
My aunt smiled with her eyes curved.
Oh my god, this girl is so pretty, prettier than those stars on TV. Xiaofeng is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girl. I'm jealous. Why isn't she my daughter-in-law?
The aunt was half joking, but she was also feeling emotional in her heart that Xiaofeng was really lucky.
Chapter 37, Don't hurt your daughter-in-law's heart, Mother Lin is touched. Where's the child? Where is he? Let me see.
Ping and Rui was lying down and sleeping soundly. He had changed a lot in the past half-month.
He became fair, tender, and cute. The two babies together weigh almost 9 kilograms. This is a good weight for twins, and I hope the children will grow up well. Both parents are good looking, so they will definitely pass on their good looks to their children. They will grow up to be a handsome boy and a beautiful girl. Sighing, my aunt frowned. When will I be able to hold my grandson in my arms? As a mother, watching your children grow up, all you worry about is their future and family. Now I have to worry about my children getting married, buying a house, and raising them. Now Zhang Hui's worries have been reduced by more than half, but I am still worried. Lin Feng came back with some toiletries. Mom, Aunt, please buy some slippers. My aunt slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, right, you haven't changed your shoes yet. If you dirty such a clean floor, it will be so difficult to clean it." Mom, Aunt, your toiletries are in the toilet. Zhang Hui replied, I understand. Zhang Hui and her aunt went to the bathroom to clean up the chickens and ducks. 3 old hens and an old duck. I brought you some chicken and duck eggs in the basket. Go boil a pot of hot water. Your aunt and I will clean the chicken and duck and put them in the refrigerator. We can stew as much as we want. My aunt said, it's a little stale if we do this. It would be great if we could raise them somewhere and kill them as we eat them. Lin Feng suggested, Mom, why don't I take them to the comprehensive market and give money to the owner who sells chickens and ducks to help us kill them? I don't know how long it will take to get these 3 chickens and a duck. I have to make dinner soon. Before Zhang Hui could say anything, her aunt waved her hand. Why would you pay someone else to do it? Your mom and I can do it in no time. We have nothing to do anyway. We'll kill a chicken soon and stew it. I see you have a pressure cooker, right? I'll use it. Oh, and chicken and duck blood are good things. I'll make some for your wife later. They're fresh. The older generation is frugal and wants to save money on everything. This is also normal. People who have lived through that era know that making money is not easy. Zhang Hui had no objection. Just listen to your aunt and boil a big pot of water. It's useless if there's not enough water. Lin Feng went to the kitchen to boil water, while the two of them were in the bathroom preparing the chicken. My aunt said, Xiao Feng, bring me a knife and a big bowl. Zhang Hui waved her hand. I remember you have a kettle, right? There's a socket here. Use it to boil water. The smell will be gone soon, so close the door and go do your thing. My aunt agreed, that's right, you can't help much. You'll stink up and the children will cry. Lin Feng turned on the bathroom exhaust fan. Then I'll go check on the kids. Mom, do you want me to go downstairs and buy some groceries? Zhang Hui said impatiently, No, I just saw that there are a lot of vegetables in the refrigerator. There is no need to buy more. My aunt also said, Your wife can just make something delicious, and we can just have a bowl of noodles. Close the door quickly. I'm going to kill the chicken. Lin Feng said closed the bathroom door and went to the master bedroom. Lu Qingxue asked eagerly, When will Mom and Auntie leave? Lin Feng was surprised. They just arrived. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. What happened? Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said, Well, the projector I bought will be arriving tomorrow afternoon. This sentence can be translated as, What about the plan to watch TV before? According to the older generation, women should not use electronic products during the confinement period, as it will damage their eyes. Although Lu Qingxue knew that he meant well, she also wanted to watch TV for a while. She had bought everything and her expectations were maxed out. If she can't see it, I'll be so sad. Seeing her pitiful look, Lin Feng comforted her. This one, look at it in the master bedroom. Let them watch the TV in the living room. It's okay for us to watch it for a while after they go to sleep. Lu Qingxue was worried again, what if your mother heard the noise? Lin Feng grinned, silly, this can be connected to Bluetooth, just wear Bluetooth headphones to watch it. Lu Qingxue felt that this was a good solution, and she felt much better and cheerful. By the way, the last time you video chatted with Auntie, it seemed like her phone was a little slow. Do you want to get her a new phone? Lu Qingxue, who was in a good mood, took the initiative to propose. Mainly, she saw Zhang Hui running around for her and wanted to do something to give back. Lin Feng was a little surprised, and then felt embarrassed. As a son, I didn't even notice. My mom's phone is 3 or 4 years old now. It's time to change it. Lu Qingxue nodded and said, I bought it for Auntie. You are not allowed to take the credit from me.
Lin Feng smiled and didn't agree or disagree.
He just took out his phone and opened the Taobao app. How about this phone? Lu Qingxue nodded. Yes, this is the same brand you're using now, right?
Lin Feng smiled. Yeah, I asked the physical store, and it's 100 yuan more expensive than on the app. The physical store is having a promotion and giving away a small fan or something.
Lu Qingxue raised her hand and said, I have nothing to do right now. I'll go buy it. Wait a moment.
Lin Feng smiled and said,
Let me be honest. I bought a car. I can drive there to buy it. It's very convenient. You don't have to go. Ah?
Lu Qingxue was surprised. Lin Feng stood up and said, Let's go buy a cell phone now. We'll talk about the car later.
Oh, okay, wait, Lin Feng, money. Lu Qingxue didn't call out from behind.
Lin Feng went to the physical store and bought the phone without saying a word. After checking it, he got an invoice and drove back. It took about 20 minutes in total, which was pretty quick.
Zhang Hui was busy in the kitchen.
When she saw her son come back, she looked stern.
Where have you been? You left without even saying goodbye.
You and your aunt were busy, so the smell was a bit strong, so you didn't open the door.
Zhang Hui glanced at him and asked, Why did you go out? It's so hot?
Lin Feng chuckled and said, I went to buy a cell phone.
Zhang Hui was puzzled. Why buy me a phone? I think your phone is pretty good. It's perfect. Give me your old one that you don't want anymore. My phone is so slow that it's inconvenient for me to video chat with the kids.
When she is at home, she is always worried about her children's safety and well-being.
It's so strange. I used to miss my son.
But since having grandchildren, my son no longer thinks about them, he only thinks about his two little ones. Lin Feng held up his phone. Mom, why are you using an old phone?
Qingxue noticed your SIM card and asked me to buy you a new one.
Zhang Hui was stunned for a moment.
Qingxue bought it?
This. She was moved. How could she be so lucky to have such a good girl?
Let me see. Zhang Hui couldn't let go of her new phone, but in the end, she pushed it back.
I appreciate your kindness, but you guys need the money right now, so please return it. Use the money you saved to buy Qingxue some supplements and some new clothes.
Girls need to look pretty. Lin Feng suppressed a laugh. What about me? You?
Zhang Hui rolled her eyes and said,
Don't spend money lavishly. You need to spend frugally, okay? Whether you're rich or poor, thriftiness is a virtue, don't you understand?
Lin Feng was convinced and smiled.
Yes, I won't waste my money. I'll keep it all on Qingxue and the babies, okay?
Zhang Hui smiled with satisfaction and was about to say something else when Lin Feng interrupted her. Although, this is the first time your daughter-in-law has given you something as a gift.
I understand you want to save money, but won't it hurt Qingxue's filial heart if I don't take the photo?
Zhang Hui hesitated, and Lin Feng stuffed the phone into her arms.
I went to see my aunt cooking.
This child. Zhang Hui looked at the phone in her hand and smiled.
Chapter 38. The couple quarreled. Lin Feng, you were so mean. My aunt worked efficiently.
While the two of us were talking, she had already started cleaning the chicken's internal organs and chopping it into pieces. Stew part of it and put part of it in the refrigerator. The old hens in the countryside smell good, different from the broiler chickens bought in the city. Lu Qingxue came out as soon as she smelled the scent.
Lin Feng was busy in the living room, so she went over and asked, Where are Mom and Auntie?
Oh, they process chickens and ducks in the bathroom. They are brought from the countryside.
Lu Qingxue said oh and asked what was in the backpack. It's just some free-range chicken and duck eggs. They said they would cook them for you every day.
Although the nutritional value of artificially raised eggs is the same as that of free-range eggs, the elderly still believe that the eggs laid by free-range chickens in the mountains, which eat feed and grain, are different. Lu Qingxue was stunned when she saw a bowl of bright red chicken blood and duck blood.
This is blood. Added after the chicken is cooked. What? You can't stand it? Lu Qingxue shook her head and whispered, I've never eaten anything so fresh. Lin Feng asked with a smile, Are you hungry?
I'll make you 2 poached eggs with some brown sugar and dates. I wasn't hungry at first, but I became hungry after smelling the chicken soup.
Now I have to eat.
Lin Feng made 3 fried eggs for her and said, Eat it.
Lu Qingxue took a bite and seemed to remember something. Should I ask Mom and Aunt if they want to eat?
You eat first. They'll probably be done soon, and dinner will be ready soon. It was 8:30 when Zhang Hui and her aunt finished their work.
Mom, Auntie, let's eat first and clean up later.
At the dinner table, my aunt saw that Lu Qingxue was eating little and quickly said something. You are breastfeeding 2 children now, so you need to eat more to have milk.
Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment. I have plenty of milk. I just ate 3 fried eggs, so I'm not very hungry now.
My aunt shook her head and said, your appetite is still not good enough. Back then, we could only eat a bowl of rice in this slightly smaller bowl for soup.
Lu Qingxue was stunned. This guy eats too much.
Ever since she became pregnant, she has let herself go when it comes to eating and has never given a thought to gaining weight. She thought she had eaten a lot and the babies had enough milk.
Now I realize that this is nothing. Halfway through the meal, the babies started crying.
Lin Feng went over to see that they had pooped. Zhang Hui gestured, you eat first. Wait until he cleans up the baby before you go feed him.
Eat first.
After saying that, he stood up to help.
My aunt said, that's right, eat quickly, Xiaofeng is taking care of the child, so you are not needed for the time being.
She also talked about how she was very busy at that time, holding her baby, feeding her, and eating at the same time.
As for you two, if you're too busy, ask your mother-in-law to help.
Your mother-in-law really wants to take care of her grandson. She went back home these days and kept saying she was thinking about the child.
Lu Qingxue nodded.
We'll see when the time comes. If I'm too busy, I'll have to ask mother-in-law to lend a hand.
After finishing the last few bites, Lu Qingxue went over to feed the babies.
At this moment, Zhang Hui is using her new mobile phone to video chat with her husband.
Old man, have you noticed? I have a new phone. My daughter-in-law bought it for me. Father Lin. What's wrong with feeling a little sour? That, waste of money, huh?
Lin's father is arrogant, Zhang Hui ba ba ba.
This is the children's filial piety. It's wrong for you to say that.
On the side, Lin Feng joked.
A new phone is not as good as peace and happiness. Come and see the baby. Sure enough, the old couple's attention was immediately diverted. Oh, Grandpa saw me pooping, aren't you ashamed? Grandpa, can you tell who is Pinyin and who is Rui? Ha, I know that more hair means good fortune, less hair means peace. Okay, Mom is here, we have to eat and say goodbye to Grandpa.
Zhang Hui hung up the video and said to Lu Qingxue happily.
This new phone is so easy to use. The video is very clear and there's no lag. Qingxue, thank you.
Lu Qingxue glanced at Lin Feng and knew that he had given all the credit to her. At the moment, I smiled shyly. Where? Lin Feng immediately interrupted her, come, the baby wants to feed.
After a pause, he said to his mother. Dad misses the kids so much, but it's not convenient right now.
I'll drive back when they're safe and sound and a little older.
Okay, the old man misses the babies.
After feeding the babies, the 3 of them, except Lu Qingxue, were busy in the kitchen. My aunt is strong and she chops the chicken, Zhang Hui is responsible for washing it, and Lin Feng is responsible for packing it.
My aunt is talkative and kind-hearted. I can tell that she really cares about me. We had lunch at 8:30 and finished work around 10 o'clock.
Zhang Hui tidied up the refrigerator and put the chicken and other items in the freezer. The amount for each meal is separate, so you don't have to bother when stewing.
Then pack the chicken and duck eggs.
My aunt took a shower and went to bed, and Lu Qingxue also lay down, leaving only the mother and son in the living room.
Tomorrow, take your aunt to the central hospital to register and buy a medicine that your uncle uses. He called and asked about it.
The doctor will see him tomorrow.
I'll take care of Qingxue and the child. Lin Feng opened the work number of the central hospital, made an appointment online, and found the doctor.
He wants to bind his uncle's ID number, so he called to ask.
It's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tell your aunt. Okay, I'll tell her later. It's getting late, you should go to bed. Master bedroom. Lu Qingxue was not asleep and was waiting for Lin Feng.
She unexpectedly discovered that she couldn't sleep without Lin Feng by her side.
Getting used to something is such an indescribable feeling. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Lin Feng asked while standing in the crib. Lu Qingxue was too shy to speak, because you are not here. He just said calmly, are you tired? Take a rest. Okay.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. In the second bedroom, my aunt and Zhang Hui were chatting, and the thing they talked about most was their feelings. The next day, Lin Feng took his aunt to the central hospital and waited for his number to be called.
You young people know how to use your phone, which is convenient.
We are old, and phones are too smart to use them.
It was already 11 o'clock when I left the hospital.
When I got home, Zhang Hui had already prepared dinner.
Is everything done? My aunt smiled and said, it's all done. This will last for a long time. Thanks to Xiaofeng for helping me this time.
After lunch, the weather outside was very scorching. Zhang Hui missed her child again, so she discussed with her aunt and decided to go back early the next morning.
It was a little after 1 in the afternoon and the family was taking a nap. The courier called Lin Feng and asked, hello, are you Mr. Xiaofeng? Lin Feng whispered, well, it's me, you are. I'm a courier.
The D784C projector you ordered has arrived.
Are you in building 15, 15-2? Yes. I'll deliver it to you in about 15 minutes. Thanks.
Lu Qingxue was sleeping and woke up immediately when she heard the word projector. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng took the projector from the courier and took it back to the master bedroom.
Well, my mom and the others are leaving tomorrow. How about we wait until tomorrow?
Lu Qingxue's happy smile froze on her face in an instant, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her, and she compromised.
Okay, then I'll wait until tomorrow after Auntie leaves to install it. It'll take about half a day.
Although he said so, his eyes could not hide his disappointment and looked very pitiful.
Lin Feng's heart softened. How about I install it for you now? Lu Qingxue's eyes instantly sparkled, and she said stubbornly, how about we say goodbye?
Lin Feng said, then wait.
Lu Qingxue quickly said, it's okay to install it now.
After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Feng with a teasing expression on his face, pouting, you are so mean. Lin Feng chuckled, just kidding, I'll go get the scissors to open the package.
Chapter 39 Lu Qingxue was moved, he did what he said.
With the instruction manual, it is very convenient to install, but the subsequent debugging is a bit troublesome. I tried several times but failed to connect, it was completely different from what was written in the instructions.
Finally went to customer service.
The customer said that he would arrange for staff to come to his home to install the product, but Lin Feng refused. In the end, he had to send him the installation video. After tinkering with it for a while, Lin Feng finally figured it out and the screen projection function worked fine after connecting to the link.
Lu Qingxue was as happy as a child. She could finally watch a show.
Lin Feng gestured for her to put on his Bluetooth headset so that Zhang Hui wouldn't hear it.
Okay, do you want to watch it with me?
Lin Feng also felt bored, okay, let's watch it together. He hadn't watched a movie with anyone for a long time. When he was in his freshman and sophomore years, the four of them went back to watch new movies.
Later, there were so many bad movies that I rarely went to the cinema. This is a foreign comedy movie, about an hour and a half long.
The two agreed that after watching it, they would not be allowed to watch any more movies today.
Lu Qingxue had no objection, she wasn't picky.
Zhang Hui got up and saw that the door to the master bedroom was open, so it was not convenient to knock. I went for a walk in the neighborhood with my aunt and took a look around so that I would know the way when I come here next time. The greening of the community is well done, and the fitness area and children's play area are also very well done. The two of them also played with the equipment in the fitness area. When we came here, we saw a supermarket here.
Let's go shopping.
They came in from the south gate and went out from the north gate, but couldn't find the supermarket.
We asked questions along the way and finally arrived at the supermarket. My aunt was so happy.
This supermarket is quite big, and the air conditioning is so comfortable. After shopping for an afternoon, the two bought a lot of things. As a result, they got lost in the community. After searching for a long time, they finally found Building 15.
Unit 2, here. When I got home, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were in the living room. Seeing that the two of them were exhausted, I felt a little puzzled. What's wrong, Mom? Did you go to the supermarket? My aunt panted and said, we got lost down there. It took us a long time to find the way. We were so tired.
Lin Feng, Mom, you can call me and I'll pick you up. Zhang Hui smiled bitterly, I forgot to change my phone, so I brought my old one, and I don't even have a SIM card. My aunt didn't bring her cell phone, just a few $100s in her pocket. Lin Feng saw that they had bought grapes and said, I'll go wash them. Lu Qingxue really liked eating fruit, so she washed a separate plate for her and said, eat this. These are all relatively large particles. When Lu Qingxue noticed them, she felt sweet in her heart. Zhang Hui stood up and said, "I'll go see the kids." After coming out for a few minutes, Zhang Hui's expression changed slightly and she went to the kitchen to cook dinner.
Xiao Feng, come and help me pick the vegetables. Okay, Mom, I'm coming.
As soon as I got to the kitchen, I saw Zhang Hui's face darken.
What's on the shelf in the bedroom?
As soon as Lin Feng saw Zhang Hui's expression, he knew that he had been discovered. At this time, he pretended not to know. "This is what I hung." Zhang Hui glared at him.
Are you kidding me? Do you think your mother has never seen the world? This is clearly the one watching TV with the projection. Lin Feng grinned. Mom, how did you know?
Zhang Hui chuckled. "I saw it on your dad's phone."
Who is she looking down on? She's seen this thing in advertisements, okay?
She glared at him, bared her teeth and hit her son's arm.
Did you know you can't watch TV during confinement? And you bought this.
Lin Feng covered his arm in pain. "Mom, I asked the doctor, and it's okay to see a doctor for an hour a day. And this is better for your eyes than TV, so I bought one for Qingxue."
Zhang Hui raised her eyebrows. Did you ask me to buy it?
Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, she was just too bored all day, so she asked the doctor if she could watch TV or use her phone.
Oh, I did ask the doctor. Mom, this era is different from your time.
You can do other things appropriately during the confinement period. Zhang Hui gasped for breath and finally compromised.
Then you supervise Qingxue. You can only watch her for 1 hour a day. Don't watch her for too long and hurt your eyes.
Lin Feng nodded hurriedly. Okay, I will supervise her.
Zhang Hui felt relieved. Half of the month has passed, and there's still half left. You have to persevere. You have to pay attention.
Lin Feng smiled. Mom, I know, don't worry. Zhang Hui chuckled and started busying herself with making dinner.
Get out. Don't stand here and get in the way. You can't help at all. Lin Feng? Oh, he hasn't done anything yet.
Lin Feng went to the master bedroom, and Lu Qingxue hurried over.
Auntie, do you know something?
Her eyes revealed tension and worry.
Well, my mom knows.
Lu Qingxue became anxious when she heard this, and slapped Lin Feng on the arm, feeling sad.
I told you to put the curtain away, and you said Auntie couldn't see it, but now she can see it.
Lin Feng covered his arm.
Why did he like hitting his arm just like his mother? It's okay. Mom asked me to supervise you every day. I can only watch you for an hour, no more. Lu Qingxue asked anxiously. Auntie is very angry, right? Lin Feng nodded, a little bit. Later I came to talk to her properly, and she wasn't angry anymore.
Lu Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her impression in front of Zhang Hui might have been greatly reduced.
Don't worry, I've mentioned this to Mom.
It was all my idea, and it has nothing to do with you.
Lu Qingxue was very touched when she learned that he was defending her.
Lin Feng had fulfilled the promise he made at the hospital.
Thank you.
Lin Feng laughed. It's not a big deal, there's no need to say thank you. After dinner, Zhang Hui went to wash the dishes and Lin Feng wanted to help.
I don't need your help. Just take a rest now that Mom is here.
Lin Feng was touched and came over to wash the dishes together.
Mom, thank you for your hard work.
Zhang Hui smiled and said, if you really think your mother is working hard, then don't let me worry about you anymore and take care of your own little family. After a pause, he lowered his voice and said, your father said that he must come over no matter what when the baby is 1 month old. I've explained everything about you and Qingxue to him.
If Qingxue is willing, we can get the marriage certificate first and register the babies. Let's ask her about the wedding. We don't know what the child's family situation is.
Lin Feng nodded.
My aunt came over and said, Xiao Feng, your mother and I will leave tomorrow. I will come to see you when I have time.
Zhang Hui said, let's take the earliest high-speed train.
We can make breakfast for your dad when we get home.
The earliest high-speed train leaves at 6 o'clock, and she gets home at around 8 o'clock.
With her quickness, it's more than enough for her to make breakfast. I'll make porridge for you when I leave.
Lin Feng shook his head. Mom, I'll take you to the high-speed rail station tomorrow.
No, we can just go out and get a taxi. You can rest.
As parents, we consider our children in every aspect of life and hope that they live well. Lin Feng had never felt the same way before. I'll send you and your aunt off tomorrow.
That's it.
Zhang Hui said this child, but with a smile on her face, then go to bed quickly and get up early tomorrow.
Chapter 40, Gratitude from Lu Qingxue. My wife is not simple. In the bedroom.
Lu Qingxue held 2 small jewelry boxes and smiled at Lin Feng.
Please pass this on to my aunt and auntie. Lin Feng was curious, what is this? Lu Qingxue opened them and saw that one was a ruby ring and the other was a blue gem. The red cabochon is bigger and is a gift for Zhang Hui.
Lin Feng couldn't help but say beautiful in his heart. Especially this ruby ring, which is surrounded by broken diamonds in the shape of a sunflower.
The egg-shaped surface of the blue gemstone ring is 1/3 smaller and is also inlaid with small diamonds around it.
Under the light, the 2 pairs of rings shine brightly.
My aunt and I are sisters, and they are so kind to me.
I didn't have anything else to give them, so I chose 2 pieces of jewelry from my collection that were suitable for them. Lin Feng didn't know much about jewelry, but if these 2 were real gems, they should be worth a lot of money.
I won't deliver it for you. If you want to deliver it, do it in front of them. I think they will be very happy.
As he said that, Lin Feng went to find Zhang Hui.
What are you doing? Can't you see I'm blow-drying my hair?
Lin Feng smiled and said, you'll know when you go there. This smile made Zhang Hui confused.
Why are you smiling like that?
Lin Feng only said, Mom, Qingxue is looking for you.
Go over after you finish eating.
Seeing her son's mysterious smile, Zhang Hui quickly finished blowing her hair and went over to see what Qingxue wanted to talk to her about.
Qingxue, are you looking for me? Auntie, this is for you. Zhang Hui was stunned.
She took the jewelry box and opened it.
She exclaimed. Wow, so beautiful.
Seeing that Zhang Hui liked it, Lu Qingxue also smiled.
Auntie, try it on.
Our fingers are about the same size, so you should be able to wear it.
Zhang Hui has very long fingers.
Because she works a lot, the joints are larger, but it does not affect her ability to wear rings. She is currently wearing a plain gold hoop ring that she has worn for many years.
It's beautiful.
Zhang Hui looked left and right and liked it very much.
This ring is really beautiful. Although Zhang Hui has never been exposed to gemstones, which woman doesn't like this?
Lu Qingxue's gems are all natural, emitting beautiful light under the light, which is incomparable to synthetic artificial gems.
Auntie, this is for you.
Zhang Hui shook her head, took it off and returned it to Lu Qingxue.
This is too expensive. It's not convenient for me to wear it while working.
It would be a shame if it got knocked off.
I appreciate your kindness, but you can keep the item. It's not suitable for me to wear.
Lu Qingxue insisted on putting it in Zhang Hui's hand.
Auntie, just accept it. It's just a ring. Wear it if you like.
You've been taking care of me and the babies during this time, it's been very hard.
I don't have anything else suitable to give you, but you must keep this. Zhang Hui is not stupid. This thing is most likely real. You can tell from the workmanship.
Zhang Hui shook her head.
How can someone just buy me a phone and then give me a ring?
Keep this and wear it yourself later. Lin Feng stood aside, watching them pushing each other, and then spoke.
Mom, this is Qingxue's gift, just keep it. Lu Qingxue quickly said, yes, Auntie, don't be polite to me.
Zhang Hui hesitated for a moment, then took the jewelry box and said, thank you, Qingxue. Lu Qingxue took out another ring and prepared to give it to her aunt, but she still had to ask Zhang Hui's opinion.
Give it to my aunt? This.
Zhang Hui thought about it and said, if you want to give it to me, then give it to me.
Your aunt and I have had a good relationship since we were young. We have always helped each other.
This time, Xiaofeng's father was injured, and her family took good care of him.
Your aunt is also a warm-hearted person. Apart from being talkative and gossipy, she's pretty good. Your aunt will definitely be very happy to see that you have her in your heart. My aunt had already gone to bed.
When she was called over, she saw that Lu Qingxue wanted to give her a ring.
Give it to me? How can I do that? How could my aunt take Lu Qingxue's things? She kept refusing.
Zhang Hui smiled. Qingxue said you were good to her, and she didn't have anything to express her gratitude to, so she gave you a ring. This one of mine was also given by Qingxue, so you can take yours too.
Finally, my aunt happily took it. Thank you, Qingxue. You are a kind-hearted and considerate child. My aunt was so envious that she didn't know what to say. She liked Lu Qingxue more and more.
Back in the second bedroom, My aunt put it on her hand and looked at it over and over again. It's really beautiful.
I'll keep this and wear it when I visit friends and family. From now on, it will be equivalent to a piece of jewelry that you can show off.
Zhang Hui also couldn't let go of the ruby in her hand, but there was a hint of sadness between her brows.
My aunt turned around and asked, Qingshua's family should be well off, right? Have you met her parents?
Zhang Hui shook her head. No, I'll wait for the right opportunity to meet her parents.
Lu Qingxue didn't mention this, so they didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. My aunt nodded and said, let's do it this way for now, step by step.
On the other side, Lin Feng saw Lu Qingxue tidying up her jewelry box.
The small box holds a lot of capacity.
Not only rings, but also earrings, diamond necklaces, small hairpins.
There are also very beautiful jade bracelets.
It was obvious that the bracelet was different, even Lin Feng, an outsider who didn't know much about it, could tell. In addition, there is a black pearl necklace, each one is very large and beautifully polished.
There is a little bear inlaid with diamonds. Its style seems a bit out of place among all the jewelry. Lin Feng asked. Is this also jewelry? How cute.
Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, her eyes revealing her love for the little bear.
Well, it's a limited edition worldwide, so it's hard to buy.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It seems that his child's mother's family is very rich. At night, he changed the baby's diapers, and Lu Qingxue drowsily hugged the two children and fed them. After burping the baby, Lin Feng went to the toilet and played with his mobile phone.
Suddenly, he thought of Lu Qingshue's teddy bear and searched it online. It is indeed a limited edition and out of print. It was previously sold for 150,000 yuan. Lin Feng. Early the next morning. Lin's mother and aunt tiptoed out at 5:30.
When Lin Feng's alarm clock rang, he got up and saw that the meal was ready, but the person was gone.
Call Lin's mother immediately. Mom, you and my aunt left? Why didn't you call me? Mother Lin smiled and said, let's go. We're almost at the bus station now. The meal is ready, come and have some.
Don't forget to give Qingxue the eggs and duck eggs in the refrigerator, and remember to stew the chicken as well. They are all old hens, which are the best for postpartum women. You have to take care of the two little ones in Qingxue now.
It's hard enough. We can go on our own. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sighed and ate breakfast.
It was also on this day that when he was changing Pingyan and Rui's clothes, he discovered that there were bumps on their arms where they had been vaccinated.
What's going on?
Lin Feng immediately called Dr. Zhao.
Dr. Zhao smiled. This is a normal reaction for babies after vaccination. It's nothing to worry about. After about 4 to 8 weeks, a pustule will form and burst, and after 10 to 12 weeks, a scab will form, leaving a small, slightly red scar. Lin Feng took a look at the marks on his arm and suddenly realized. He was too anxious just now and didn't think about this. Lu Qingxue came over from the living room. Did you just call Dr. Zhao? What did you ask? Chapter 41, finally out of confinement.
Taking full moon photos for Pingyan and Rui. Lin Feng laughed. The baby's vaccinations were packed, and I was so anxious that I forgot about it.
I called to ask what was going on. Lu Qingxue took a look and said, after a while, pustules will form. We have to be careful. The weather is getting hotter and hotter now. My life is simply given by air conditioning. I can't live without it for a while. Lu Qingxue, who was in confinement, felt even more uncomfortable.
Her body temperature was already high from breastfeeding, and she couldn't use the air conditioner 24 hours a day.
After eating, I was covered in sweat.
Even though Lin Feng had wiped her with a towel, she still felt uncomfortable.
Lin Feng suggested, how about just taking a shower?
Lin's mother told her to try to avoid washing her hair and taking a bath during this month, but she didn't say that she couldn't wash it. It was such a hot day that Lu Qingxue felt that her hair was so oily that it could be used for cooking, and her scalp was very itchy. The more she scratched, the more itchy it became. In order to maintain her image in front of Lin Feng, she tried her best to restrain herself.
Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Feng smiled, shall I turn up the temperature for you? Good. By the time Lin Feng adjusted the water temperature, Lu Qingxue couldn't wait to take a shower.
Lin Feng put the anti-slip mat in place and gestured to help Lu Qingxue go in. More than half a month has passed, and Lu Qingxue said that she no longer feels dizzy.
Lin Feng said, washing your hair is still inconvenient. Let me wash your hair first and blow dry it. You can take a shower wearing a shower cap, okay? Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, that's fine.
It's uncomfortable for me to wash with my waist supported.
Everything was ready.
Lin Feng washed her hair and ran his fingers through her long hair.
You have a lot of hair, I guess a lot of people envy you, right? Lu Qingxue's hair is so thick that it can be equivalent to the hair of 3 people. Can you cut hair? Cut my hair to this point.
This position is just right for tying a small elastic band to give her head some relief.
Lin Feng smiled, thank you for your trust. It's better to wait until you're out of confinement and let a barber cut your hair. My skills are probably as bad as a dog's. Lu Qingxue thought about it and said, that's fine.
After washing his hair, Lin Feng used a towel to wrap it several times until it fell apart.
I wonder how the barbershop is run. Lu Qingxue took it and just wrapped it around her.
Lin Feng, suck some water, I'll blow it dry for you. The dry and wet areas are separated, one side is the squat toilet, and the other side is the wash basin. Lu Qingxue sat on a small stool while Lin Feng slowly blew her hair.
The atmosphere was very warm. Lu Qingxue stared at the pattern on Lin Feng's t-shirt in a daze.
The feeling of Lin Feng blowing her hair was so pleasant. The strength was just right and the blow was done perfectly. At least it didn't stop in one place, causing her scalp to ache.
It took at least half an hour to completely dry Lu Qingxue's hair. Here's some hair oil. I'll put some on you.
This hair care oil belongs to Lu Qingxue.
There is a little left, so I threw it away after applying it.
The hair care oil has a light jasmine scent, which is very pleasant.
Is this strength okay? Okay. After drying her hair and taking a shower, Lu Qingxue lay on the bed inside. Wow, I feel so much more relaxed.
Sometimes, Lu Qingxue is quite childish. The temperature then reached 35 degrees every day, and Lu Qingxue never put down her fan. Lin Feng was afraid that the babies would get too hot, so he put them on the adult bed and fanned them while lying down. Because of system reasons, Lin Feng can be energetic all day long after sleeping 4 or 5 hours at night.
If you take a nap, then it's okay to stay up late at night. In the blink of an eye, the babies are 1 month old. Lu Qingxue, finally, is out of the moon.
That day, Zhang Hui called her son specifically to give him instructions. Even after the confinement period, Lu Qingxue was advised to eat less spicy food so that it would be easier for the babies to pass it on.
Plus, it's the beginning of the hottest days of summer, and the weather is hot. If you feed spicy food to the babies, they'll easily get irritated.
Even if the babies don't drink formula, they still need to be fed some water and remember to apply talcum powder. During this phone call, Zhang Hui gave detailed instructions on everything she could think of. A full moon banquet doesn't have to be held on the first full month.
Your dad has already picked a date.
Should we hold it at your place or here? Lin Feng was about to answer, but Zhang Hui continued.
You guys should do it over there. It's hot in the countryside.
How can such a small child like Ping and Rui bear the round trip?
Lin Feng? Now that you have made up your mind, why are you asking me?
I'll send you the list of people coming to the full moon banquet.
Find a nice hotel and book the banquet. Those of your friends over there who you can invite should come over and have some fun together.
After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he turned around and saw Lu Qingxue fanning the babies. When the weather is cool in the morning, they will push the babies onto the balcony to bask in the sun and replenish calcium. Lu Qingxue got up and changed into a plain long dress, tidied her hair, and looked less homely. She looked back at Lin Feng tenderly.
What did Auntie say about the full moon banquet? Lin Feng explained the arrangements, and Lu Qingxue nodded without objection.
At this moment, she remembered something. Yeah, I saw that when other people have a full month banquet, they always put up their baby's full month photos in the reception area.
The peace and happiness hasn't come yet.
Lin Feng slapped his forehead and said, I saw there's a kind of home service shoot.
How about making an appointment now? The two of them acted immediately and found a store with good reviews online.
Less than 2 hours after I explained my request, 2 staff members from the other side came to my door. One person was carrying a bag and the other was carrying some fruit, and they were handling things very well.
This is the watermelon I bought from the supermarket downstairs.
Lin Feng said politely, come on, bring some fruit, sit here.
There was a man and a woman, and the man was chatting with Lin Feng. The woman was chatting with Lu Qingxue about the child and was praising Ping and Rui in every possible way.
Anan and Ping Ping, who are now 1 month old, can be said to be the latecomers who have surpassed the old ones. Although they weighed only 4 kilograms when they were born, they became plump and white after being fed. With their good-looking parents, the brother and sister are cuter and prettier than other babies. Rather than flattering, it is better to tell the truth. While talking, they also asked if there were any photos of the baby when he was born so that they could take them out for comparison. Not to mention this, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue had not thought about it yet. When I took a look at the photos on my phone, I was amazed at how much the babies had changed.
I didn't notice any changes in them after spending a day together. Now they are thinner and redder, like little monkeys.
We have full moon photography packages here, some are 888, some are 999, some are 1280, and some are 1480.
This is the album we took of babies who are 1 month old. You can take a look at it and consider taking a set for your babies as well. Lin Feng asked, is the price the same for the two of us? The staff member smiled slightly and said, it's the same price.
When Lin Feng heard this, he thought, that is not bad. When I opened the photo album, my god, both of them were so cute.
Oh my god, these little angels are so cute, they're so adorable, aren't they? They can't wait to take pictures of Ping and Rui. The result of their photos must be very cute, very cute.
Finally, I chose a set of 1280, which came with 2 baby hairbrushes and a hair shaving brush for the babies.
Lin Feng asked, when can we start? We can do it right now. We can just call the store staff and ask them to bring over the clothes you two have selected. The set tools are in the car, we'll go get them now. Chapter 42, Classmate Lu, I heard that you and Lin Feng are together?
The team is very well trained, some are good at setting up the scenery, and some are good at delivering the costumes.
Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue didn't need to do anything, the staff moved things around to make room.
Soon, the clothes were delivered. Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng both tried to check the quality, to see if they would prick the babies, or if the material was too poor.
What if the babies were allergic?
Don't worry, these are all sterilized at high temperature, and you can rest assured about the material.
There will be no problem. You can tell the quality by touching it. It's very soft and won't hurt baby's skin.
After the arrangement was completed, the 2 little cuties were invited out and the dressing was left to Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue. The first set features babies wearing little white dresses with a pair of feather wings tied to the back. The setting is a sky with white clouds, and there is also a prop Cupid's arrow. The babies are now very soft and the photographer asked them to lean on their little feet. The photographer took pictures and asked the staff nearby to pose. Soon the set of shooting was over, some people changed the background, some took clothes. This was a thick, soft cushion, and they placed the 2 babies in a prone position with beetle shells on their backs. Rui has a small red flower tied on her head, and the 2 of them look so cute standing next to each other. Ping and Rui were very cooperative, and the staff praised them for being well behaved and not making any noise. Next is a handmade pedal bed, where the 2 babies take turns posing. In the middle of the night, Ping and Rui was hungry and went to the master bedroom to feed. After burping the baby, Lin Feng looked at the time and saw that it was past 11 o'clock and it was time to make lunch. The staff member smiled and said, let's go out to eat first, and then we'll continue.
Lin Feng said politely, stay and join us.
The 3 staff members waved and left with a smile. The staff came to take pictures at 1:30. At this time, they had already eaten and the kitchen was cleaned up.
In the next few sets of photos, Mom and Dad also participated.
The whole family is very good looking, which is enviable. In the afternoon, the babies were more active, yawning, pouting, and bickering, all of which were captured by the photographer, who pressed the shutter button frantically. After the shooting, I fed the babies and changed their diapers. After finishing their work, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng enthusiastically selected photos on the computer.
Can we have a copy of these? Sure. It is also very difficult to choose photos. The babies in every photo are so cute, how can I choose? This one is so cute, let's pick this one. Wow, Ping Yan's smile is so healing, so cute. This is a nice couple photo.
It took them a long time to choose the photos, and in the end the staff gave them a discount. If you book our 100th birthday photoshoot, we can give you a family portrait to hang in the master bedroom.
This one is perfect. You can each hold one. The babies are cooperating really well. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were indeed very satisfied with this photo. There was love in their eyes, and the babies were smiling while lying in their arms. Although this is a marketing gimmick, the attitude and service of the staff are very good. Especially the photography skills were very good. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were very satisfied, and finally decided to take the centenary photo and paid the deposit. Lu Qingxue was used to taking a nap, so she went to sleep. Do you want to take a nap?
Lin Feng hadn't planned to sleep, but seeing Lu Qingxue's expectant look, he decided to lie down and take a nap.
Lu Qingxue smiled contentedly and said in a daze while lying there, I want to go out for a walk this afternoon. She hasn't been out for a month and wants to go out for a walk. Sure, you go shopping while I stay home to watch Ping and Rui.
Once the stroller arrives, we can go downstairs together.
Lu Qingxue was silent, having fallen asleep.
Lin Feng also fell asleep. On a summer afternoon, the room was exceptionally quiet, and everyone was sleeping soundly. Ding, the host diligently accompanied the baby for a month and received a reward, master-level cooking skills. The system in his mind rang and Lin Feng woke up.
Mastered cooking skills? Does that mean my cooking will be as delicious as a master's?
As soon as I thought about it, a lot of cooking skills suddenly flooded into my mind.
Is this even possible?
Lin Feng is actually a good cook, after all, he has been trained by Zhang Hui for many years. However, it is just the level of a home-cooked meal.
Now, the knowledge that this skill brought him made him feel like he had suddenly seen the light. After receiving the reward, Lin Feng looked at the time and asked Lu Qingxue to get up and go out for a walk. Lu Qingxue yawned.
Although she was out of confinement now, she still couldn't lift heavy objects. She had to hold the baby less and rest more. By the way, the doctor told us that after we finish our confinement, we need to go to the hospital for a checkup.
Lu Qingxue was stunned.
Oh, yes, Dr. Zhao said so. He also said that I should take the baby for a physical examination or something. So the two decided to go to the hospital tomorrow.
After Lu Qingxue finished packing, she went downstairs for a walk.
Lin Feng reminded her to bring her cell phone so as not to get lost in the community. She felt that she would definitely not get lost. After everyone left, Lin Feng cooked dinner and showed off his chef skills, which were really cool. When slicing cucumbers, we used to cut them one by one, but now we cut them with tap 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 tap.
This hand works very well. Cutting an onion, wow, it's done in no time.
This made Lin Feng's cooking more efficient, and it seemed to have become an instinct. After Lu Qingxue went downstairs, she walked out of the community. After a stroll around a nearby supermarket, Lu Qingxue felt that there was nothing much to see, so she might as well go home and lie down.
As a result, when walking back, Lu Qingxue was confused.
She thought she remembered the way, but she didn't expect to get lost.
Huh? This, building 18? Shouldn't it be building 15? Could it be that building 15 is behind it? I went around and took a look. Oh my god, building 21. Lu Qingxue used navigation, but the map didn't show the number of buildings.
It just said that the distance was too close and navigation could not be initiated.
Then go find it.
Fortunately, she met many people who were leaving get off work at this time, and she found the way after asking them. Suddenly, someone called Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue turned her head and saw that she didn't recognize the other person, but she still greeted him politely.
Who are you? We're from the same school. I'm a junior in the Department of Media Studies. It's normal that you don't know me. I know you.
The little girl was holding a cup of iced milk tea, and Lu Qingxue looked at her with envy.
Oh, it's a classmate. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. To outsiders, Lu Qingxue is aloof, which fits her image as a school beauty. In reality, Lu Qingxue was just socializing with people she didn't know well, and she had some social anxiety. So, she wanted to leave quickly after just a few words with the classmate who called her. However, this girl was very outgoing and quickly called out to Lu Qingxue. Goddess, can I ask you a question? Although Lu Qingxue felt a little embarrassed, she was also curious. What questions would you ask yourself if you were to meet a stranger you don't know? People say that you and Lin Feng are together. Is that true? Chapter 43, Dare to Bully Lin Feng? Pass it to me, pass it hard. Lu Qingxue was surprised, huh?
Seeing that Lu Qingxue seemed to be unaware of the situation, the girl's curiosity was burning, and she said,
Goddess, you don't know anything, do you? The story goes like this.
First, the beauty from Lin Feng's department, Lu Ruyan, started pursuing Lin Feng.
The girl recounted Lu Ruyan's story in vivid detail.
Lu Qingxue frowned slightly. She knew about this matter. Lin Feng had said before that she felt very sympathetic towards Lin Feng.
Only. What does this have to do with the question the girl asked before? The girl observed Lu Qingshue's expression and continued.
Later, Lu Ruyan denied that she was pursuing Lin Feng and spread rumors about him.
Then Lin Feng's roommate took action, beating drums and gongs and sending a banner to Lu Ruyan's dormitory.
It says green tea model, money-worshipping model.
Lu Qingxue, ah?
Girl, when they presented the banner, Lin Feng's roommate said that Lin Feng was with you. You two are doing very well, and you both have a child.
Then the school forum exploded. Some believe that you and Lin Feng are together, and say that you dropped out of school just to have a baby. Yes. They say that neither of you two are speaking out. That's definitely a lie. Lin Feng's friends are trying to save face by dragging the school beauty out to take the blame. After all, the school beauty is better than the department beauty.
As she spoke, the girl's voice became softer and softer, her eyes fixed on Lu Qingxue.
Lu Qingxue looked surprised.
She didn't expect that even though she and Lin Feng were not in school, such a stir could be caused.
But Lin Feng's friends are awesome. Otherwise, if we wait until Lin Feng and I know about this matter before clarifying it, it will be too late. But they took a lot of photos when they moved. Why didn't they produce them as proof? How could Lu Qingxue know?
Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng said that they would not use their wives and children to slap Lu Ruyan in the face.
That's like using jade to hit stone, it's not worth it.
Therefore, after Zhou Cheng and the others acted impulsively, they all felt guilty.
How dare you expose the photos of Lin Feng's wife and children? This Lu Ruyan is going too far. Lu Qingxue looked at the girl angrily and nodded.
Lin Feng and I are busy taking care of the kids, so neither of us has time to read any campus forums. I didn't expect someone would throw dirty water at us. Please help clarify, I am with Lin Feng.
Besides, I dropped out of school just to have a baby. This is all above board. There's nothing to hide. Girl, huh? Then, she manually closed her jaw and nodded, oh. After a pause, she sighed. No wonder your waist looks thicker, you've really had a baby. Lu Qingxue, ah?
The girl covered her mouth and looked down at the ground. At this point, the day's conversation completely fell apart. Lu Qingxue was a little upset, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only concentrate on looking for Building 15. After walking a few steps, she came to her senses.
Did the person just now say left or right? She stopped and turned to ask the girl, excuse me, how do I get to Building 15? The girl was just about to slap herself in the face when she suddenly heard Lu Qingxue's voice and became nervous. Ah, Building 15, it's just in front. I'll take you there. At the elevator door, the girl dug her toes into the ground. Goddess Lu, I'm sorry just now. You're not fat, really not. You're so beautiful. Lu Qingxue also dug her toes into the ground, it's okay. The girl waved, well, bye? Lu Qingxue nodded, goodbye. After returning home, Lin Feng had already prepared dinner.
Seeing that she was holding something, he quickly took it. I can't lift heavy objects after having a C-section, even though these are not that heavy. But seeing that Lin Feng cared about her so much, Lu Qingxue felt sweet in her heart.
I'm not lost, that's good. Lu Qingxue automatically ignored this topic. I met a female classmate from our school in the neighborhood. Lin Feng didn't care much, well, I've met this classmate once or twice. Lu Qingxue asked, did they ask you anything? Lin Feng shook his head, no. Sure enough, girls are more gossipy. The girl asked me if I was with you and asked if I had given birth to your child. Lin Feng served the food, what did you say? After washing her hands, Lu Qingxue helped and told the whole conversation between her and the girl. Of course, except for the part where he said he was fat. After hearing these words, Lin Feng was moved and smiled. Why are you laughing? Laughing, I found a treasure. Lu Qingxue? I say east, you answer west. Forget it, as long as these rumors don't bother you, let's eat. Lu Qingxue sat down at the dining table and transferred half of the rice in her bowl to Lin Feng's bowl. Lose weight. I can't eat so much anymore. But, the next second. It smells so good. Lu Qingxue's saliva started to flow wildly as she smelled the scent, and she looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Why does the food smell so delicious this time? Lin Feng took a bite and found the master-level cooking skills given by the system, YYDS. In the end, Lu Qingxue ate 2 bowls of rice and a lot of vegetables. She looked contented, lying on the chair as if she had no bones, with a very sad look on her face. My waist has gotten thicker.
Lin Feng looked at her and said, I didn't see it, it feels like I can pinch it with 2 hands.
Lu Qingxue blinked. Really? It doesn't show fat?
Lin Feng shook his head, you are feeding the child, it is normal to eat more. If you are not satisfied with your figure, you can do some exercise to lose some weight after feeding your child.
Anyway, I don't think you're fat. Besides, even if you're a little fat, so what? It doesn't affect your beauty. This was a statement of fact, and Lu Qingxue was overjoyed when she heard it. Then I'll lose weight after I stop breastfeeding.
Lin Feng couldn't understand why some girls, who were already very thin, insisted on losing weight.
Does being skinny as ribs look good?
At least it doesn't look good in his eyes. On the contrary, Lu Qingxue is a little fat now, and it's okay if she gets a little fatter. What I made today was delicious, and Lu Qingxue ate a lot. She pushed at the kitchen door and looked at Lin Feng pitifully like a child.
Do you have any stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets at home? Lin Feng hung up his apron and asked, Are you full? Lu Qingxue was very embarrassed. I feel uncomfortable even taking a step.
Lin Feng was speechless.
I told you not to eat so much. Next time, stop eating. Lu Qingxue felt aggrieved. Because everything you cooked today was super delicious, I couldn't help myself. Seeing her like this, it seems like I am wrong?
Lin Feng laughed and said, I'll go downstairs and buy some for you.
Ah, I don't want the adult stuff, I want the children's stuff, that's sweet and delicious. Well, wait, you big friend. As soon as Lin Feng left, Lu Qingxue couldn't help laughing.
Lin Feng's helpless yet doting expression just now filled her heart with happiness. Although, it's just a small thing. When Lin Feng came back, he saw Lu Qingxue lying on the sofa, slowly sitting up while holding her stomach.
Are you back? Yes, 4 children. Chapter 44, The Runaway Girlfriend, The Full Moon Party is Coming. Early the next morning, Lu Qingxue went to the hospital for a checkup on an empty stomach. I have to say that the system is very user-friendly. When rewarding a car, there are also 2 child safety seats. Because the babies are still very small, they need to be installed in the car in reverse. After Lin Feng carefully checked and found nothing wrong, he drove to the hospital. Although they set out early, the journey was long and the hospital was already full of people waiting. After the review, can I change to another one?
While waiting for their number to be called, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue chatted. This kind of carry-on safety seat can be taken down and carried, but it is quite heavy. When it was Lu Qingxue's turn, the doctor wrote out an order for an ultrasound, blood tests, and other examinations, and then she had to queue up for the examination and get the report. The babies undergo routine examinations to see if their head circumference, weight, height, etc. meet the standards.
After the inspection, Lu Qingxue was still waiting in line.
Seeing Lin Feng, she asked,
Have you finished checking the babies?
Lin Feng nodded, holding a baby in each hand, and sat outside the ultrasound room waiting with Lu Qingxue. The main purpose of this examination is to see whether Lu Qingxue's body has recovered to its pre-delivery state after the confinement period. Everyone who came for the checkup was interested in this extremely good-looking couple and cast curious glances at them. Ping and Rui's cuteness made them stare at her with envy. There are many 4-dimensional color ultrasound photos on the wall outside the B ultrasound room, where you can see what the babies look like. Lin Feng wanted to see the color ultrasound photos of Ping and Rui.
Qingxue, where are the 4-dimensional color Doppler ultrasounds for our babies? Lu Qingxue replied, It's in the drawer. If you want to see it, I'll go back and find it for you. It was Lu Qingxue's turn to go in for inspection. She came out 10 minutes later with the report in her hand. Dr. Zhao was in the hospital office in the obstetrics department on the 3rd floor. He took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Dr. Zhao?
Dr. Zhao was writing medical records on the computer. He looked up when he heard the voice.
Oh, you must have eaten well during the confinement period. I feel like you've gained a lot of weight. Lu Qingxue. At that time, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng were celebrities on the 3rd floor. Other doctors and nurses came to see the babies and praised them for being well fed and said they would be very good looking when they grew up. Dr. Zhao, this is my report, please take a look. After reading the report, Dr. Zhao said, I'm recovering well. You still have to take good care of yourself after you go back. Don't think you can eat anything after the confinement period. Don't lift heavy objects, not for the next 1 or 2 months. Hold the baby less and just let him lie in bed and feed him. Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, as long as everything was normal. They arrived at the hospital at 8 o'clock, and it was already 10 o'clock. Lu Qingxue was very hungry. Lin Feng took her to the hospital cafeteria to buy breakfast. The master still remembered him. "That's your wife, she's so beautiful, you're so lucky." Lin Feng's handsomeness is hard to forget. With the added bonus of being a new father, a father of twins, and a father of a college student, it is hard to forget him. The new maternal and child healthcare hospital has been under construction for many years, and we will be able to move there before the new year. Everyone at the dinner table was talking about it. At this point, the sun has risen and it is another hot day. The two of them hurried home with the babies. Lin Feng shook his arms. It was really tiring to hold one baby at a time. Less than 5 minutes after he sat down to rest, the baby supplies he bought online arrived. There is no door-to-door delivery service, so you can only go downstairs to pick it up. There were a lot of things, and Lin Feng took some effort to bring them home. "I'm going to cook and open the package later." Good. Now with the master skill at hand, cooking speed has doubled. "Delicious, my God, why are all your cooking so delicious now?" Lin Feng reminded her, "I'm not stopping you from eating, but don't overeat like last time and have to rely on stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets to survive." Lu Qingxue was also helpless. "Who asked you to make it so delicious?" "I didn't want to." Lin Feng laughed. "Do you blame me?" Lu Qingxue raised her chin. "If I don't blame you, who else should I blame? If you had cooked something a little unpalatable, I wouldn't have eaten so much that I couldn't stand up." "You are being a scoundrel." "No, I'm just stating the facts." "But you're such a great cook, if you open a restaurant, business will definitely be booming." "I'm only taking care of your business now, but I decided to make it a little less tasty next time so you can eat less." What you're doing is just mistreating your two children. Doesn't it hurt you?" "No, it hurts when someone wrongs you." The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lu Qingxue was still full after this meal, but fortunately she didn't need to take stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. I can just walk around the house, it's no problem." After Lin Feng finished washing the dishes, he saw Lu Qingxue twisting and turning in the living room, as if she was doing some exercise and watching a movie on the projection screen. Lin Feng laughed and didn't care. When he had packed up everything and sat on the sofa, he received a photo from Zhang Hui. The above are all the people who will come to the full moon party. There are only about 10 people, so 2 tables are enough. Lin Feng got the number of people and called to reserve a table. The price for a set meal was 898. It's the full moon banquet, right? Do we need to make a PPT or something for the babies? Lin Feng is a new father and doesn't understand many things. After asking, he found out that the hotel could hold an event for them. For example, playing children's birthday songs, making a photo album PPT and other celebration projects. Your hotel has such a service, then we'll do it according to your requirements. Please add me on WeChat later. We have staff here to take care of this. Okay. The other party quickly agreed to be friends, and Lin Feng sent over some carefully selected artistic photos of the babies. On the other side, Lu Qingxue looked at the sleeping babies with a frown and a troubled look on her face. In the afternoon, she dialed a number, and the phone rang for a long time before the other party answered the phone lazily. "Who?" "It's me." "Qingxue?" "Qingxue." When the other party heard Lu Qingxue's voice, he immediately became energetic and started cursing. "How dare you call me when you're not a real person? You disappeared for so long, I thought you were dead out there. You're so cruel. You just left without even saying a word. Do you still consider me your friend? I'm telling you, Lu Qingxue, if you don't explain this to me clearly, Zuoqing, will never let you go." The other party talked a lot, his anger level rose rapidly, and the phone receiver was about to be muted. Lu Qingxue hung up the phone directly. "Well, let Zuoqing calm down first, and call her back later." Then, Zuoqing kept calling. Lu Qingxue turned the phone to silent mode so no sound could be heard at all. After she finished feeding the babies and was busy around, she came back and took a look. A lot of text messages. "Lu Qingxue, you're so bad. You actually hung up on me." "Yeah, you didn't answer my call?" "That's great. Very good, woman, you succeeded in irritating me." "Hey, answer the phone, you bastard." "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I'll talk to you properly. Answer the phone." "Fairy Qingxue, can we have a chat?" I'm calm now, really. Is this how you treat your best friends? Do you still consider me your bestie? Answer the phone. Qingxue, my dear baby, my little fairy, my little cutie, you don't want me anymore? Really? Really? Wow, have you abandoned me? Our feelings for so many years were all fake? In the end, was it my fault? Answer the phone. Are you in City A? I'm buying a plane ticket right now. Don't ignore me. Chapter 45. The love between me and my babies will always be with you. Lu Qingxue dialed the number.
Zuoqing's tone this time was better than ever before, gentle and delicate, and she acted cute in a coquettish voice.
I've already bought a plane ticket to City A. Where exactly is it? Can I come find you? Okay. I missed you so much.
We haven't seen each other for a year.
I was in a bad mood just now. Can you forgive me this time? In fact, it was just a trick to trick Lu Qingxue and see her attitude. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue agreed readily. You can come, but you must not tell anyone.
Zuoqing also readily agreed.
Okay, if nothing goes wrong, I'll be in City A at noon tomorrow. You don't need to pick me up at the airport, just send me the address.
After Lu Qingxue sent the specific location, Zuoqing immediately revealed her true colors.
Lu Qingxue, just wait for me. Lu Qingxue said calmly, I'll be waiting. Bring some more money with you. Zuoqing's tone suddenly weakened. You're out of money, right? Wait for your sister to come and feed you. Damn it, you only thought of me when you had no money. What were you doing before? Lu Qingxue hung up the phone and went to talk to Lin Feng. One of my best friends is coming to attend the full moon banquet. Does that mean she only has her best friend here?
Lin Feng said, okay. Lu Qingxue stared at Lin Feng, who was busy preparing for the full moon banquet, making it difficult for him not to be distracted.
He half-jokingly asked, why are you looking at me? Because I'm handsome? Lu Qingxue answered this question seriously, well, you are really handsome.
Lin Feng smiled back, and they complimented each other, you're beautiful too. Of course Lu Qingxue knew this, everyone said so. But when it was Lin Feng's turn, she felt something strange in her heart and smiled happily. Then the two of them didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng selected photos while Lu Qingxue watched silently. She hesitated several times to speak, and Lin Feng couldn't bear it any longer.
What's the matter? Lu Qingxue mustered up her courage and said, let's go get a marriage certificate tomorrow. Lin Feng was stunned and blurted out, why? Lu Qingxue's expression changed slightly, you don't want to?
Lin Feng quickly explained, no, I just think that this should be brought up by me, not you.
Lu Qingxue thought Lin Feng was unwilling, and she was scared to death.
Lin Feng didn't understand why Lu Qingxue suddenly brought this up. He had originally planned to wait until after the half-month party to bring it up.
Lu Qingxue's answer was simple.
This thing has to be done sooner or later.
What's the difference between early and late? She said with a bit of coquettishness, then are we going tomorrow? Lin Feng said without hesitation, go ahead, I have my ID, what about you? Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, yes.
Lu Qingxue was a little insomniac at night, but also a little expectant. Lin Feng also had insomnia. Under the dim light, two people lay face to face, staring at each other without speaking. When they opened their mouths, they all agreed.
I.
You. They both had such a good understanding that they couldn't help laughing, and then they said in unison.
You speak first. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingxue said, can I talk to you for a while? Lin Feng smiled, sure, what do you want to talk about? Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, then tell me about your relatives. I'd like to learn more about them during the full moon banquet. Lin Feng's father has an older brother and a younger sister.
The two brothers had different personalities, and after Lin Feng's grandmother passed away, they had little contact. A few years ago, we occasionally contacted each other during the holidays, but we stopped calling each other later.
It was a year ago when my dad fell and injured himself that the two of them reconnected. My uncle even lent us 20,000 yuan, which was quite surprising.
Now the two brothers call each other from time to time, and their relationship is pretty good.
He worked as a contractor in another city and lived a good life. He had a son and a daughter.
I rarely contacted them.
My aunt died of illness when I was in my second year of high school.
At the time, my uncle's two children were in their third and second year of high school, and this incident had a huge impact on them. I also have a younger sister-in-law who married and moved far away. She gave birth to 2 sons who are younger than me. My family is well off, so I bought a house for each of my sons. Lu Qingxue thought about the list and it seemed that they were not on it. I have 2 older sisters and an uncle on my mother's side. My uncle is an interior decorator. I heard he spent over $1 million on renovating his second house a while ago, and also bought a car worth over 200,000 yuan. My mom is the 4th child, the youngest. She told me that when she was going on a blind date, many people liked her, but she finally chose my dad. My eldest and second aunts are both married outside the family and have a good relationship with my mother, but my uncle doesn't have a good relationship with my family.
Well, it's mainly my aunt.
I heard that when my grandparents were still around, everything was fine. After they passed away, their relationship became distant. In short, they are the only family still staying in this province. The others were all in different places. When we greeted them this time, they all said they couldn't make it and would make up for it by sending gifts later.
Lu Qingxue said, "Why did uncle and aunt choose to live in the countryside?"
Lin Feng replied, "It was mainly because my grandmother was ill, and my mother took care of her for many years.
At that time, my father was still working in a factory outside.
After my grandmother passed away, my grandfather was old and sick. My mother was too busy to take care of my studies and my grandfather, so my father came back. Well, my grandma fell ill when I was in 6th grade, and my grandpa fell ill when I was in my first year of high school. They both loved me very much, and I saw him off when he passed away. I always told him that I would study hard, earn money, and buy him a big house so he could live in comfort." Lin Feng felt very sad because his grandparents doted on him unconditionally.
You can eat whatever you want and buy whatever you want.
Even when Grandpa was lying on the sickbed at the last moment, holding his hand, his cloudy eyes were lifeless. But still said,
"Xiaofeng, Grandpa is leaving soon. Grandpa will protect you and keep you healthy and free from disasters. My Xiaofeng.
You must be obedient and sensible, and be a filial child, and live in peace."
Grandpa can't bear to leave Xiaofeng.
Mingming had no strength to speak before, but when he saw his beloved grandson, he suddenly came to life. I still remember that when my grandma passed away, it was very sudden and she didn't say anything. He thought that since his grandmother loved him so much, she would probably give him such instructions. There is no greater love for one's son than this. His grandparents passed away when he was in elementary school, if you have any memory.
That was when his grandmother brought him water for washing his feet, and he mischievously knocked it over.
Then she watched her hunched back as she went to fetch water, and then the water spilled again, so she went to fetch water again. At that time, I don't know why, but this memory has remained to this day. I will always remember my grandmother's back. From then on, Lin's father and mother renovated the old house in the countryside. Lu Qingxue saw that Lin Feng was upset and held his hand.
"Although Grandpa and Grandma are gone, their love will always be with you. My babies and I will always be with you."
In the night, her eyes sparkled, as bright as the starry sky.
There seems to be a sea of stars inside. Chapter 46. Why do you think I will cry? Get the marriage certificate.
Lin Feng smiled back. When he thought of Lu Qingxue and the babies, his heart always softened. He also has a family, blood-related children, and a lover who will accompany him throughout his life. Lu Qingxue went over and hugged his head, coaxing him softly.
"If you want to cry, go ahead. I won't laugh at you." Lin Feng asked gloomily, "Why do you think I will cry?" "He won't cry, he is very steady." Lu Qingxue said softly, "I just know it. Because your expression just now was really sad."
That night, the two hearts gradually moved closer and understood each other better.
Early the next morning, I packed up and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get my certificate. "Have you brought all your documents?" "Let me check. I have my ID card and household registration book. I have everything with me. Let's go."
Early in the morning, after breakfast, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married.
Because it was too early, the store was not open yet. However, the advertising shop next to it that did typing and copying was open, with a sign saying taking wedding photos on it.
Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue entered the store, and the boss was eating.
"You are here to take wedding photos, right? This way." When he saw Lin Feng pushing the two babies, he was stunned for a moment. "Oh, twins, a boy and a girl, congratulations." Well, they often take photos of young couples who are getting married, so they can be considered knowledgeable. Some couples take wedding photos while quarreling, while others break up right after taking wedding photos. Some people are not satisfied with their wedding photos and simply don't get married after disagreeing with each other.
However, this was the first time the boss saw a young couple bringing their baby to take wedding photos. The boss took 3 2-inch close-up photos of himself without a hat on a red background, and then began to make some minor modifications. Both of them were so good-looking that there is no need to do anything. Just brighten their faces a little and smooth out their skin. Then make copies of both of their household registration books and ID cards, which will need to be prepared when the time comes. After paying, Lin Feng smiled. I've often heard of getting married for 9.9 yuan, but the cost of just the copies and photos is more than that.
Lu Qingxue was very satisfied with the film they had made and said,
maybe they didn't take these into account, but why not just settle it if it's not 9.9? Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. After the Civil Affairs Bureau opened, the staff first gave them a physical examination form and said, go to the second floor for the physical examination.
Bring it here and go through the relevant procedures with me. Lu Qingxue didn't need to do most of the tests.
She went to the hospital for a follow-up check a few days ago and had already done the examination. Fortunately, she had all her information with her, in the bag that Lin Feng always carried. Blood tests, limb checks, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. All in all, I came at 8 o'clock, and it was not until 11:30 that I got the test results and went to ask the staff for the materials.
Are the photos ready? I've prepared it. Here are our household registration books and IDs.
They're all here. The staff member glanced at Ping'an and Rui, then looked at the ages of the two and found that they met the marriage standards.
Please read this document carefully. If it doesn't make any sense, just sign the declarant column and write the date.
After reading it, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue expressed no objection.
The staff repeatedly confirmed, you are willing to form a couple, right? Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue nodded, yes. The staff took the information and gave them a number. Please wait in the waiting area for a while.
I'll come get your ID when I call you. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After being busy all morning, they finally had time to rest.
During the journey, the babies were hungry, so Lu Qingxue covered her face with a veil and fed them.
This was bought online.
It is a veil similar to a cape, which makes it convenient for mothers to feed their babies outside. Only now did Lin Feng have time to change the baby's diapers, and the line had already turned completely blue.
Thank you for your hard work, babies.
It is very convenient to change diapers when peeing.
Just wipe the butt and change another one.
But it is not convenient to poop outside, so you need to prepare a diaper pad, baby wet wipes, and baby powder. For example, now, Lu Qingxue has a diaper on her legs with the baby on it, and Lin Feng is changing his diaper. Lu Qingxue hugged the little cutie, and the couple were busy with their heads touching, having a lot of fun. I had just wiped Ping'an's butt, sprinkled some baby powder on it, and was about to put on a diaper.
Peaceful pee.
Lin Feng dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been covered in it.
Oh, luckily Dad dodged quickly. Lu Qingxue came back to her senses, you little naughty boy.
Rui is very well behaved. Apart from kicking her father in the face, she is still very ladylike. After cleaning up the babies, Lin Feng went to find a mop to clean the dirty floor in the stool.
Everyone around them silently pays attention to the couple's every move.
After all, the two of them are so good looking that they attract attention wherever they go. Number 3, Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue. Number 3, Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue, come to the marriage certificate office to get your marriage certificate. The two stood up, and Lin Feng pushed the stroller and backpack. Lu Qingxue took a few steps and suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken her palm leaf fan yet, so she went back to get it.
The staff confirmed that the two were correct and handed them their marriage certificates.
It's yours, it's yours. Congratulations to you two on your marriage, may you live happily ever after.
The staff gave their sincere blessings, but the two did not say anything and just gave wedding candies to express their gratitude.
Of course, the two of them didn't think of this wedding candy in advance. After all, it was their first time getting a marriage certificate and they had no experience. Instead, when Zhang Hui learned that they were going to get their marriage certificate, she was extremely happy and specifically asked them to buy some wedding candy. The staff and everyone at the scene had wedding candy and everyone was smiling. They also felt the joy and happiness of the young couple, and wished them a happy marriage and a long-lasting love. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, the couple, who had been promoted to husband and wife, looked at the busy streets and felt a little dazed for a moment.
Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue with a smile, wife? Lu Qingxue was stunned and gave a shy smile, husband.
He said, "From now on, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life."
Lu Qingshue's smile was stunning but also contained a hint of naivete.
"Please give me your guidance." After getting the certificate, Lin Feng took Lu Qingxue and Ping and Rui directly to the nearest shopping mall. He wants to buy a wedding ring for Lu Qingxue. Only when they arrived at the jewelry store did Lu Qingxue realize what he was going to do.
This brand is very expensive. It doesn't matter. It's just a one-time marriage, so it doesn't matter if it's expensive. No, let's do it another time.
Lin Feng stepped forward and held her hand.
Let's go. Today is a day worth remembering.
Lin Feng led him into the store, and the clerk came over to greet him warmly. The clerk asked Lin Feng what his requirements were for the price and style of the wedding ring, and they would make the selection accordingly. Lin Feng said, "I don't have any requirements for the ring.
It mainly depends on what she likes." The clerk quickly asked Lu Qingxue what she wanted.
Lu Qingxue smiled faintly, "No need, I can look at it myself." She is not familiar with wedding rings of this brand, but she knows a little about jewelry from another brand under it. She picked and chose, looking at styles and prices, hoping to find a pair of wedding rings that would satisfy her.
Chapter 47. There is a long way to go, no need to rush. Please show me these wedding rings.
Miss, the women's version is an 80-point diamond ring, and the men's version is a 50-point diamond ring. The styles are simple and elegant, and suitable for a hand like yours.
Lu Qingxue tried it on, and her slender jade fingers added a dazzling brilliance to the ring. However, looking at the price, she didn't like it very much and looked for it again.
"I fell in love with a very simple and elegant ring with a small circle of frosted surface.
This is it, the store sells it for 9,848. Lin Feng, come here and see if you like this couple. It's very convenient to take care of babies while wearing it, and it won't hurt them. Come, let me put it on for you to see."
When taking care of babies, the bullhead, 6-claw, 4-claw, and petal types may scratch the baby's skin if you are not careful. Some people take off the glasses after buying them to take care of their babies and put them back on when the children grow up. Then, some mothers will find that the ring is worn from the middle finger, to the ring finger, and finally to the little finger.
Because they are fat. Over time, the wedding ring was left at the bottom of a jewelry box.
Lin Feng likes this ring very much and is very satisfied with the style.
Lu Qingxue thought it was good. She tried it on herself and found that the band was tight. What size is this? Number 11. Well, I've gained weight, that's normal. When the two put their left hands together, the effect is very eye-catching. That's it. Okay, please pay here. Do you want to pay by card, cash, or scan code? Scan the code. Getting the marriage certificate, buying wedding rings, full of ritual sense. Let's go home and buy some food. We're going to have a big meal today. What do you want to eat? It's all fine. As long as you do it, I'm fine with it.
Driving home, while waiting for the traffic light, Lin Feng discussed the menu with Lu Qingxue.
In the taxi in the other lane, there were two beautiful girls sitting in the back seat. One of them inadvertently looked up in the direction of Lin Feng. Oh my god, Ruyan, look at Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Look, look. Lu Ruyan was chatting with someone when she was frightened by the little sister and asked, "What are you doing?" The little sister was so excited, "It's Lin Feng, and the girl next to him looks like Lu Qingxue, do you think they look alike?"
Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment and stretched her head to take a look. Just then, the light turned green, one went left and the other went straight. At that glance, Lu Ruyan saw Lin Feng, but did not have time to see Lu Qingxue.
Seeing Lin Feng driving a car worth more than 200,000 yuan,
Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Where did he get the car?
The little sister's eyes widened. Did you see that? It looks like Lu Qingxue is really sitting in the passenger seat. They look so much alike. How many people are similar to such a beautiful person? Lu Ruyan heard the little sister's confidence and asked, "Is it true? Did you see it clearly?" The little sister nodded, "It's probably Lu Qingxue, but I didn't see the child." Lu Ruyan's face looked very ugly and she was in a bad mood. Damn it!
Then he thought about the banners Lin Feng's roommates presented him with, beating drums and gongs.
Lu Ruyan was in a bad mood and blurted out, "Even if they are together, it can't change the fact that Lin Feng is a poor bastard. How can a mere 200,000 yuan car possibly be worthy of the school beauty? Just wait and see, when school starts, they're definitely going to break up." The little sister was skeptical. Really? Lu Ruyan said firmly, of course it's true.
We're already seniors now, so we have to plan for the future.
Just believe me, they won't last more than a few months. They'll definitely break up when school starts. Let's go. It's so hot in the middle of the day. My makeup is almost smudged. This foundation is not waterproof at all.
After returning home, Lin Feng went into the kitchen to cook a big meal.
Lu Qingxue was lying down with the air conditioner on.
She felt a little pain in her lower abdomen, maybe because she had walked too much today, so she decided to rest for a while. If Zhuo Qing hadn't called her, she would have forgotten about it.
Lu Qingxue, I'm at the hotel. Where are you?
Zhuo Qing thought Lu Qingxue was in the hotel, but she couldn't see her at all.
She was so angry that she quickly came over to call. Xianyang Hotel is diagonally opposite their community, just a 500-meter walk away. Lu Qingxue felt her lower abdomen getting better. When you speak with a little more composure, come back and see me.
Zhuo Qing gnashed her teeth in anger, accusing, Lu Qingxue, you have no heart. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, I have a heart, but it's not for you. For the babies and her husband.
Husband. Well, my heart was beating strangely.
Lu Qingxue had left Zhuo Qing alone in the hotel for a few hours, and she was no longer so angry.
Qingxue, you went to so much trouble to tease me, there must be a purpose. Okay, I'm not angry.
I will definitely control my temper and be nicer.
I can promise you that no matter what happens, I can do it. My dearest friend, you have to believe me.
Zhuo Qing expressed her opinion for a long time, and Lu Qingxue hummed.
After so many years of friendship, how could I not trust you?
Zhuo Qing felt that after so many years of friendship, it felt like feeding a dog.
Lu Qingxue said calmly, okay, I'll send you a new location, and you can come find me. Zhuo Qing was suspicious. Qingxue, you won't play tricks on me again this time, will you? I'm telling you, if you keep teasing me, I'll come back.
Lu Qingxue snorted, and Zhuo Qing immediately changed the subject after receiving the warning, come on, duel me and I. Zhuo Qing couldn't help but despise him for being so cowardly.
Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, well, it's not appropriate for you to come here empty-handed. Why don't you go to the fruit store and buy some fruit?
Zhuo Qing was like a fish in the air, taking a few breaths.
What kind of fruit do you want to eat? Oh my god, after a year, I have to bring fruit when I go to see her? This is really too formal.
Lu Qingxue, however, said to herself, why don't you make a nice fruit basket and bring a bouquet of flowers?
You can buy the flowers as you like. I don't have any requirements. I just want a nice-looking fruit basket. Any kind of fruit will do. Well, I'll send you the address now. Come find me and have lunch at my place. I'm hanging up now, come here quickly. With a click, Lu Qingxue hung up the phone and went to the kitchen.
Lin Feng, my best friend will be here soon, please prepare her lunch as well. Lin Feng exclaimed, okay, I bought a lot of vegetables today anyway. I'll go clean up the second bedroom later.
What else do you think we need? Do you want pajamas and toiletries? Or should we use yours?
Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, no, she doesn't live in our house, she lives in a hotel.
Lin Feng said, okay, you take care of it. By the way, come here for a moment. Lu Qingxue thought that someone was talking about something serious from the tone of voice. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked seriously, now that we're getting married, do we have to change the name to wife?
Lu Qingxue's heart suddenly skipped a beat and her face started to turn red. Lin Feng smiled slightly, come on, call me husband to get acquainted with him. Lu Qingxue cried out inwardly, this smile was too unfair.
The oil in the pot is about to burn. I'm going to call and ask where my bestie is.
After saying this, his departing back looked a bit like he was fleeing in panic. There is a long time to come, so Lin Feng is not in a hurry.
Chapter 48, Good girlfriends should use their best efforts. Lu Qingxue bought a hidden album hook online.
It had just arrived, so she was reminded to pick it up. Looking at the scorching summer day outside, Lu Qingxue thought, why not ask Zhuo Qing to bring it up as well?
Called Zhuo Qing. What are you doing?
Zhuo Qing's tone was calm, afraid that she would not be able to hold it in and burst into tears.
Buy flowers and fruit.
The temperature today is over 35 degrees Celsius, and there are no cars or people around at noon. I wanted to take a walk to see if there are any fruit or flower shops nearby. In this way, she walked for more than 10 minutes in her high heels, asking questions along the way before she found the store.
What a bad fate. She and Lu Qingxue are destined to be together. Don't be enemies, be friends. 398 yuan in total. No more talking, I'll pay.
Wait a moment, help me pick up the package at the express station in Yunqing.
I've sent you the pickup number, please check it. Thank you.
Zuoqing stared at the words call ended and looked up to the sky, feeling sad in silence.
What sin did she commit in her previous life that made her become Lu Qingxue's best friend in this life? She has no heart.
Zuoqing held a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a large fruit basket in the other, trying to hide from the scorching sun as gracefully as possible. Arriving at the express delivery station, Zuoqing gave the number 893342. The other boss took a look at Zuoqing. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly because of the big sunglasses, but her temperament and figure were definitely that of a beauty. The other party handed her a medium-sized express box and asked, "Your name is Qingxue, right?"
Zuoqing nodded, yes, it's her. Why does this sound like she has to grit her teeth to speak?
She went to Yunqing with the express delivery under her arm.
Building 15, Building 15. OMG, where is it? Isn't there a sign here? Am I a humanoid navigation system? Ha! That's too much, Lu Qingxue, you're going too far. Friends are gone, friends are gone. Lu Qingxue was looking from the balcony. She vaguely saw a figure downstairs and squinted to take a closer look. She looks a bit like Zuoqing.
The more I look at her, the more similar she is.
She seems unhappy. Lu Qingxue sent a message, keep going. It's the building on your right. There are some trash cans next to it.
Zuoqing followed the prompts and finally found Building 15.
The moment they entered the elevator, Zuoqing gritted her teeth. Lu Qingxue, wait for me, wait for me.
Received a message on the phone, remember, be nicer.
Zuoqing chuckled at the mirror. Lu Qingxue, please beg me. You're still a coward. If you have the guts, say it to Lu Qingxue's face. Ding, the elevator opens. 15-2. Zuoqing heard the sound and went over to take a look.
She saw Lu Qingxue wearing home clothes, standing at the door with her arms folded to greet her. There was no intention of helping her carry the things.
Not at all. Before coming, Zuoqing worried more than once.
Lu Qingxue must have called her because she couldn't hold on any longer.
Maybe he is now pale and thin as a bamboo pole and will fall down if blown.
Now, seeing Lu Qingxue, whose face was smooth and whose figure was even more rounded than before, Zuoqing felt that her worries were wasted.
It's obvious that they have a good life, otherwise how could they eat like this?
Zuoqing wanted to throw the bouquet to Lu Qingxue, but she turned her body and took out a courier.
Thank you. Please come in.
Zuoqing's mouth twitched slightly, and she said with a forced smile.
Hey, I haven't seen you for a year.
You look even more plump and healthy.
Seeing that she didn't enter the house, Lu Qingxue went in first and said, remember to close the door. Zuoqing.
Zuoqing breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen and saw this high-end decorated home. I put the fruit basket and flowers at the entrance, took off my high heels that were rubbing my feet, and put on a pair of brand new women's slippers. At this time, she discovered the highlight.
Ouch, men's sneakers? Men's slippers?
Just when Zuoqing was about to ask, a pleasant male voice came from the kitchen.
Honey, is your bestie here?
Then, Zuoqing saw a tall and handsome boy wearing a cute cat apron coming out of the kitchen. He gives people the feeling of a good family man, and he exudes an unstoppable handsomeness. Zuoqing did not miss the title of wife. At this moment, she had not yet thought about what this meant.
I thought it was just a name given to each other in love. She was still satisfied with Lin Feng. He was handsome and seemed to be able to cook. Maybe it's all his fault that Qingxue eats like this. Zuoqing has an impetuous personality and has nothing to do with being gentle and quiet. She has short hair and delicate features, but compared to Lu Qingxue, she lacks a breathtaking beauty. Her figure is consistent and she is good at dressing up, so it is difficult to find and notice her. Lu Qingxue came over and introduced them. This is Lin Feng, and this is my best friend Zuoqing. In front of my bestie, my husband couldn't yell. Lin Feng nodded slightly, hello. Zuoqing's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she said with a smile, hello, I'm Zuoqing.
Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there was still oil burning in the pot in the kitchen, so he hurried back to check.
Honey, I'm going back to the kitchen. Go get busy, thank you for your hard work.
Zuoqing pursed her lips and imitated.
Go ahead and get busy. Thank you for your hard work. Why didn't you do this to me?
Lu Qingxue was unpacking a package and rolled her eyes when she heard this. Zuoqing sat down on the sofa and asked, "This is nicely decorated.
Is it rented or is it his own house?"
Zuoqing was very interested when she saw Lu Qingxue's ring.
What a ceremonial feeling.
Your iron tree finally blossomed.
What's the matter? Did you just ask me to come over and eat some dog food? Tell me about him. How did you meet? What's his family situation like now? How many people are there? What's your family's financial situation? Are you an only child? Oh, I'm talking to you. Stop messing around with the delivery.
Lu Qingxue stopped and looked at Zuoqing. Come, let me show you two treasures. Zuoqing widened her eyes and asked with a smile.
Baby? What baby? Let me see.
She followed Lu Qingxue to the master bedroom and stood in front of the crib, staring blankly. Then, Zuoqing's voice rose an octave.
What is this? Lu Qingxue looked at him as if he were mentally retarded. You don't know?
Zuoqing was still in shock. Where did it come from?
It was obvious that Lu Qingxue was too lazy to pay attention to her. Could it be possible that peace and happiness could actually pop out from the cracks in the rocks?
The next second, Zuoqing screamed in shock.
Oh my god, you guys have a child? You gave birth to a child?
Seeing Ping and Rui was obviously frightened, Lu Qingxue felt distressed.
Could you please keep your voice down a bit?
Zuoqing recovered from her shock and said, So, you disappeared for a year to give birth to a child? Lu Qingxue checked the baby's diapers and felt that there was a smell coming out.
I guess so.
Zuoqing was unable to find words to describe her feelings at the moment, and her expression was filled with mixed emotions.
You really gave birth to a baby quietly and then surprised everyone.
Zuoqing felt it necessary to get to the bottom of this matter.
But Lu Qingxue was seen smelling something at the babies. What are you doing?
Lu Qingxue turned her head and looked at Zuoqing with sparkling eyes, and said seriously.
Take a deep breath and smell it hard.
Zuoqing didn't react, so she did as she was told and said puzzledly, It seems a bit smelly.
Chapter 49, A Mild Case of Mysophobia?
That's perfect, come and change your diaper.
Lu Qingxue could confirm that the babies had indeed pooped.
But this time they didn't cry or make a fuss. The next second, the babies whimpered and began to twist their bodies uncomfortably.
Next to the crib is the table for changing babies' diapers.
The height can be adjusted for Lu Qingxue's convenience. She asked Zuoqing to help her, go to the bathroom, wash it in the small red basin, and then bring some warm water. There's a small red handkerchief on the hook.
Take that, too. Zuoqing came back to her senses right away.
Diapers, wet wipes, talcum powder, comfrey oil, changing pads, etc. are placed next to the counter. Lu Qingxue spread the diaper on the table, picked up Rui, and opened the diaper's ears. Zuoqing, who was holding a small basin, came out of the bathroom and was stunned by the scene in front of her.
Lu Qingxue was seen holding the smelly diaper, smelling it and checking it.
She suddenly came to her senses. Just now, this little girl deliberately made me smell something stinky.
Every time babies poop, we check to see if it is normal and whether there are any signs of diarrhea.
Lu Qingxue handed the diaper to Zuoqing and took the small basin from her to wash An's butt. Zuoqing nearly screamed, as if she was holding something horrible in her hand, and she turned around in circles looking for a trash can.
Where's the trash can? Ah, where's the trash can? Lu Qingxue was amused by her monkey-like behavior. Isn't it right at your feet?
Zuoqing looked carefully and saw that it was indeed the case. Throwing away the diaper, she quickly went to wash her hands. Lu Qingxue, you did this on purpose.
Lu Qingxue skillfully changed Rui's diaper, and then it was Ping'an's turn. Come and help. No. You know I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Lu Qingxue sighed, I just came out of confinement and haven't recovered yet. Can you help me?
Zuoqing was struggling. Lu Qingxue handed her the small red basin and said, fill the blue basin with some water, and bring the small blue handkerchief as well. Zuoqing curled her lips and said, forget it. Since they are your children, I will condescend to serve them. He was clearly admitting defeat, but he still had to save his face. After Zuoqing came over to fetch water, she noticed that Lu Qingxue had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl.
Good boy, Qingxue, you are amazing. You have a son and a daughter at once.
No, I won't throw it away, just take it away.
Lu Qingxue, you're going too far. You always bully me. After throwing away the diaper, Zhuqing went to wash her hands again, thinking that was the end of it.
She found Lu Qingxue already lying on the bed with a strange U-shaped pillow behind her, and couldn't help but ask curiously.
What are you doing? Feed me.
I just changed the baby's diapers and put them on the bed.
Lie down now, hug one on the left and one on the right. Come here and help me hold the baby. Zhuqing came around, frantic. How do I hold it? Like this? After stabilizing the two babies, Lu Qingxue began to feed them.
Zhuqing's pupils trembled, and she shed tears of envy as she looked at Lu Qingxue. Your two children have a strong family background.
Lu Qingxue glanced at her and said, You are still penniless. Zhuqing's face darkened.
This was her sore spot. The little babies are so cute when they drink milk, and their little feet will spin around. The little hands were waving in the air, as if they were eating and listening to them talking at the same time. Zhuqing has a soft heart, and no one doesn't tea like a cute little angel.
Qingxue, what on earth is going on? Lu Qingxue told Zhuqing the whole story.
The story unfolds like a romance novel, full of twists and turns.
I don't know what to say for a moment. She knew Lu Qingxue and roughly guessed why she drank.
I just never expected that this would happen in the end. Zhuqing's expression suddenly became serious.
Did you marry him because of the child or because you loved him? Lu Qingxue answered honestly.
Both. When I first saw how much they loved the babies, I wanted to give them a complete home. Later, as we got along, I discovered that he was a good man worthy of entrusting my life to. Zhuqing didn't want to pour cold water on her. You've only known each other for a month.
Lu Qingxue knew what Zhuqing meant. Time reveals a person's true character. What could a month represent? Yeah, but I think he's the one I want to find.
You always asked me what type of person I liked before, but now you know I only like him. Or maybe, because that person is him.
Zhuqing's teeth are sore.
Qingxue, I know you've decided on him now, and you won't listen to anything I say.
I hope your choice is right.
If he dares to do anything to offend you, I will deal with him for you.
Lu Qingxue was touched. I thought you would quarrel with me after hearing this. Zhuqing chuckled. It's done, the marriage is done, the child is born, what else can I do? Besides, you went to so much trouble to torment me, wasn't it just to help me cool down?
I, Zhuqing, am not a fool. She sighed, it's just that his family conditions are average, so you will suffer in the future.
Lu Qingxue didn't think so. It's pretty good. We have a house and a car now. I believe our lives will get better and better. Seeing that she looked like a completely happy little woman, Zhuqing didn't say anything to spoil the fun. Then, what about uncle and aunt? Lu Qingxue didn't care much. They are so busy that they don't have time to pay attention to me. Don't you think you never gave birth to me? Let's just leave it at that for now and take it one step at a time. Zhuqing smiled.
My dad doesn't want to admit that I'm his daughter every day, and my mom regrets giving birth to me all the time.
Look, I didn't take it to heart, did I? Lu Qingxue smiled and said nothing.
Zhuqing restrained her smile.
Uncle and auntie were indeed a little too hasty and shouldn't have pushed you. But you're a parent now, so be more understanding.
Also, during the time you were away, auntie called several times to ask about your situation.
Lu Qingxue immediately warned, if you dare to tell anyone about me, I will break off all ties with you. Zhuqing got angry. How dare you break up with me? You ran away from home without a word, and you don't even want me, your best friend. You're such a jerk.
In the kitchen, Lin Feng fried 2 more dishes, and after he arranged the dishes, the 2 of them did not come out. I wondered what they were whispering about inside, so I knocked on the door and said, it's time for dinner.
It was Zhuqing who opened the door. Qingxue is feeding, we'll eat later.
Lin Feng came over and saw that the babies had almost finished eating, so he picked up the towel and put it on his shoulders.
Rui is a hard-working person.
He eats faster and more than his brother, and he is also stronger than his brother. Lin Feng took out a new breast pad and put it on Rui while picking her up, his movements very skillful. He picked up Rui and burped her milk.
Babies are too young to be held upright, so positioning is important. Lu Qingxue glanced at her son. Pingyan, my sister has finished eating, can you please cheer up?
She played with her son's hands and realized that it was time for the babies to have their nails trimmed. Lin Feng, the babies need their nails trimmed. Since birth, the babies have never had their nails cut.
Lin Feng hummed.
I saw you bought a set of tools for the babies.
I put it on the shelf.
I'll look for it later.
Rui finished burping the baby and Ping'an finally finished eating.
While Lin Feng was burping Ping'an, he was also keeping an eye on the guests.
Wife, go eat with your friends first. Lu Qingxue smiled, let's eat together.
After saying that, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, wiped them with a hot towel, and changed into pajamas.
Zuoqing, She's really hungry, okay? And she's a guest.
Lu Qingxue changed her clothes and came out, and Lin Feng had also finished his work. After sitting down, Lin Feng served soup to his wife first.
I don't know what kind of food or flavors you like. Because we're breastfeeding, we always eat very light meals.
Zuoqing took a look at the delicious dishes and thought that the taste would not be too bad, and she became more satisfied with Lin Feng. Lu Qingxue smiled. Zuoqing isn't picky about food, and her tastes are universal, so she's easy to please. Zuoqing rolled her eyes in response, somewhat sarcastic.
Yes, I'm not usually picky about food.
After taking a bite of Lin Feng's cooking, Zuoqing's eyes lit up.
Not bad, very delicious. Lu Qingxue looked proud.
Lin Feng's cooking skills are on par with those great chefs.
The ready-made dog food was randomly splattered on Zuoqing's face.
She turned her body to the side, not wanting to see Lu Qingxue's boastful face. Lu Qingxue picked up some food for Zuoqing, probably because she felt that she hadn't eaten enough dog food.
This fish tastes amazing, come and try it.
There's also this cold dish, it's light and refreshing, come on.
This is Lin Feng's specialty, you must try it.
Zuoqing doesn't want to bear the love from her best friend.
I can do it myself.
In order to wear beautiful clothes in the summer, she ate fat-reducing meals and went to the gym every day in the past few days.
I finally lost some weight, but if I keep eating this. Oh my god, this tastes really good.
After eating, Zuoqing felt so regretful. Standing on the balcony, I recalled myself working out like a dog in the gym, and tears welled up in my eyes. How much sweat, effort, and persistence did you put in just to lose a pound? The meal was ruined by a sudden change, and she had just secretly loosened her belt. I want to cry, I really want to cry.
Tomorrow is the baby's full-month banquet. As my only guest in attendance, you must demonstrate gentleness and tact.
Zuoqing turned her head and saw Lu Qingxue walking around in the living room to digest her food, so she silently joined in.
Should I give your son a red envelope? Why else would I ask you to come here? Isn't it just to get your share of the money? Lu Qingxue, you're getting more and more shameless. Don't you feel guilty when you say that? Pack more, I'll open an account for the babies to save money later. How much do you think is appropriate? Just name your price. 2 million is fine. Hee, call me daddy, I can think about it.
When Lin Feng came out after washing the dishes, he saw two beauties joking in the living room.
At noon, Lu Qingxue wanted to take a nap. What about you, going back to the hotel?
Zuoqing looked at the scorching sun outside.
I'll sleep in the second bedroom. Lu Qingxue pointed at the sofa. That's too luxurious. Let's sleep on the sofa.
Zuoqing once again pointed out that Lu Qingxue had no heart, and finally slept with Lu Qingxue in the master bedroom. In the bedroom, Zuoqing held her chin and chatted with Lu Qingxue.
That's great.
You're much more cheerful than the Lu Qingxue I knew.
I can see you're happy. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, I used to feel that marriage was a kind of constraint, but now I don't think so. It depends on who you marry.
Zuoqing was sincerely happy for Lu Qingxue, and asked with her head held high. Tell me about your husband's family situation and who will be attending the full moon party tomorrow.
Chapter 50. I tried to stop him, but failed.
In the afternoon, Lin Feng had already started preparing dinner. Zuoqing said that apart from some vegetables and fruits, she doesn't eat rice. Lu Qingxue was content with being fat because she had to breastfeed, and she let herself go when it came to eating. She eats whatever Lin Feng does, and then loses weight after feeding the child. For dinner, Zuoqing had Lin Feng's special fruit salad and a fat-reducing meal. There is boiled chicken breast, boiled broccoli, half an egg, a few leaves of lettuce, and a piece of purple sweet potato. Zuoqing was very satisfied, but when she saw their dinner, she suddenly felt that what she ate was worse than grass.
Well, let me take a bite and see how it tastes. Let me try this, too. Ha ha. I'll have another bite.
In the end, Zuoqing didn't stick to her weight loss plan.
Isn't rice with fish-flavored pork shreds delicious?
After dinner, Zhuqing came to her senses and beat her chest and stamped her feet in regret.
You didn't stop me from ordering, I ate a lot. Lu Qingxue looked innocent and said, I tried to stop him, but he failed.
Zhuqing rolled her eyes, it's nothing. It was past 7 o'clock and the sun had not yet set. Usually at this time they would take their baby for a walk in the community. You can hang a small mosquito net on your baby's stroller to keep mosquitoes out. Zhuqing picked up her small bag, put on her sunglasses, and followed them downstairs in her high heels. There are a lot of people walking downstairs at this time, and occasionally you will see a few familiar faces and nod and say hello to each other. Zhuqing waved her hand and said, You guys go for a walk, I can go back to the hotel by myself. I also need to go to the ATM to withdraw money to give the kids red envelopes tomorrow. The two of them walked around from the north gate and then returned to the community from the south gate, walking slowly for about half an hour. Lu Qingxue held a palm leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself, then fanning Lin Feng who was pushing the stroller, and then fanning the babies.
Oh, there are so many mosquitoes tonight.
Lin Feng was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, so he didn't feel anything when bitten by mosquitoes. Lu Qingxue, on the other hand, easily attracts mosquitoes.
Don't worry about me, just fan yourself.
There's a small supermarket up ahead, let's go buy some mosquito repellent.
Lu Qingxue was also smart.
She went out wearing a long cotton shirt and trousers, but her exposed ankles were still bitten.
The couple arrived at the supermarket and the smell of mosquito repellent was strong. It's better not to buy it. It will easily irritate the babies. That's what I thought too. Boss, give me a box of Huoxiang Jingqi water.
Lin Feng asked her to sit on the chair bought from the supermarket. He took out a small bottle of Huoxiang Jingqi water and applied it to the mosquito bite on her ankle.
This mosquito bite is so annoying. The bumps are big and swollen. Lu Qingxue asked, Is it effective? It should work. My mom used to use this.
If that doesn't work, she'll use saliva or pinch herself in the shape of a cross.
Lu Qingxue said, Oh.
Lin Feng applied it and said, Wait a while and see if it still itches.
If not, go back and apply some iodine.
After walking for a while, Lu Qingxue felt less pain and itchiness.
That means it's working.
Although it was a small matter, she was still very touched that Lin Feng took it to heart.
It feels like tonight isn't as cool as the past few days. It's stuffy. I'm afraid it's going to rain. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Lu Qingxue checked the weather forecast. Showers are forecast for tomorrow. The rain started falling in the middle of the night.
After breakfast the next day, Lin Feng began to pack the baby's things. Diapers, wet wipes, baby powder, and small clothes that can be changed. These things are often placed in the backpack, so just check them. And there is a spare in the car in case of emergency. Now all the babies are wearing X diapers, and the XS we used to use up just a few days ago.
Lin's mother called and said, Xiao Feng, we will be here around 11 o'clock. Let's meet at the restaurant then. Lin Feng nodded, Okay, Mom, we're packing up and getting ready to go out. I'll ask them to serve the food right away when I get there. Lin's mother said, That's fine. We can eat it when we get there.
The weather was great today, the rain started in the middle of the night and now it is cloudy. Occasionally blowing a little differential, it is so cool and comfortable. Lin Feng was packing up, and Lu Qingxue was also choosing suitable clothes to give everyone a good impression.
Because I have to breastfeed, I can forget about wearing dresses.
Don't even think about wearing light-colored tops, as it will be embarrassing if you are not careful after feeding. Finally, she chose a blue chiffon shirt with hidden buttons, wide leg pants, and casual white shoes. She had previously thought about buying cosmetics that could be used during pregnancy, but in the end, for the sake of her baby's health, she decided not to use them for the time being.
Later she came up with an idea.
She exchanged enema with a certain amount of water and then used a compressed facial mask to replenish moisture. It's amazing to say, some pregnant mothers will develop pregnancy spots, and their skin will become dark yellow and dull. However, some mothers' skin is even better than before, and Lu Qingxue is one of the latter. So just make a facial mask occasionally to replenish water. However, eyebrows must be trimmed, and drawing light eyebrows will definitely make the look different. She can now say that her breasts are so round that you can squeeze water out of them, and her overall condition is excellent. She turned around in front of the mirror with satisfaction. Well, nothing much has changed except that I'm a little fatter. After Lu Qingxue finished packing, she called Zhuqing.
Are you done packing? Let's go to the restaurant together.
Zhuqing showed some courage today.
She didn't stay in bed because she knew something was going to happen. I'll pack it up right away.
I'll be waiting for you at the hotel entrance.
Good.
Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qingxue and said, very beautiful.
Although Lu Qingxue didn't dress up deliberately, she was already stunningly beautiful. Lu Qingxue smiled at the compliment and said, let's go.
Downstairs in the hotel, Zuoqing was dressed exquisitely and fashionably, holding a bag in her hand and playing a small game on her mobile phone. Lin Feng's car stopped by the roadside, and Lu Qingxue called out to her, get in.
When Zuoqing walked in, Lu Qingxue sniffed. Realm of aroma?
You can take a taxi yourself, it smells too good. Zuoqing was used to spraying perfume and for a moment she forgot that there was a baby in the car. He handed the handbag to Lu Qingxue and said, okay, I'll follow your car. Then, he waved for a taxi and said, follow them to a restaurant called Tianlai. Lu Qingxue picked up the bag, opened it, and saw a half-sized iron box inside. When I opened it, I saw bundles of money inside.
200,000. Lin Feng was driving and didn't see it. He only heard Lu Qingxue say that there were full moon red envelopes for the babies. Arrive at your destination and park your car in an open-air parking lot. Lin Feng got out of the car and took out the stroller from the trunk, then unfastened the baby safety seat with a handlebar. In addition to these, of course we can't forget about diapers for babies. Lin Feng has already booked a seat, and he wants a large private room as it would be quieter. Zuoqing followed behind in high heels, took off her sunglasses, shook her short hair, and asked the staff. Where is the restroom here? Lu Qingxue, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Lu Qingxue reminded her not to make a mistake in remembering the box. The stroller was placed in a corner of the box. The babies were awake by now, and Lu Qingxue turned sideways to feed them. Chapter 51, Something is wrong, young man.
Lin Feng said to the waiter, the meal we ordered is ready. After checking the time, Lin Feng called his mother and asked where she was.
We're in the car and heading this way. The driver said we'll be there in 10 minutes.
At this moment, Zuoqing entered the private room and sat a little further away.
Has anyone else arrived yet?
Lin Feng replied, we'll be there in about 10 minutes.
What would you like to drink? Zuoqing replied, I drink soda water, not drinks or alcohol. I only feed the babies when I go out. Their diapers and other things are all new. The little ones are not hungry at this time. You sit down first, I'll go to the door to meet Mom and the others. It just so happened that Haozi and his two companions came together and bumped into Lin Feng at the door. Brother Feng, which private room? Little Bridge family. Then, Haozi stuffed the red envelope into Lin Feng's pocket. This is the full moon red envelope for the children, don't think it's too little, Brother Feng. Lin Feng did not refuse, thank you, you guys go sit down first, I'll wait here to pick you up. As soon as the three of them entered the box, they saw that in addition to Lu Qingxue, the beautiful sister-in-law, there was also a beautiful woman. Lu Qingxue introduced, this is my best friend, Zuoqing. Zuoqing, this is Lin Feng's good brother and college classmate. This is Zhou Chang, Haozi, and Da Xiong. Only then did Lu Qingxue realize that she didn't seem to know their names. Lu Qingxue has stunning beauty, and her facial features are impeccably delicate. Although Zuoqing is not as stunningly beautiful as her, she is also a beauty, and with her single eyelids, she is very attractive. Zuoqing smiled slightly and greeted them, hello. Zhou Chang smiled naively, hello, beautiful lady. Haozi and Nobita also greeted her, but because she was their sister-in-law's best friend, they didn't dare to show too much appreciation. Zhou Chang asked naturally, beautiful lady, where are you from? Zuoqing shook her head. I'm from Shanghai. I'm here to attend the baby's full moon celebration. Zhou Chang asked again, oh, so you're a junior too? Zuoqing thought for a moment and said, I guess so. I'm studying abroad and will graduate and return home at the end of next semester. A person's conversation and temperament can be divided into innate and family-derived. It is easy to see that Zuoqing, who comes from a well-off family, is a bit rebellious. On the other side, Lin's mother and father, his aunt, uncle, and people who had a good relationship with Lin Feng came. It is summer vacation now, and some elderly people bring their children here, but there are no young people here. Lin's mother didn't look very good. It turned out that she was too anxious to catch the high-speed train and felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. You guys go in. I'll rest outside for a while. I haven't been in a car for a long time and I'm starting to get carsick. Lin Feng asked the waiter to take them to the private room while he took care of his mother. Mom, are you okay? It's okay, I'm just a little carsick. I'll be fine after a rest.
Mother Lin dressed up today and put on the ruby ring that Lu Qingxue gave her last time. She is a beauty, but she is not good at dressing up. However, she looks very beautiful after a little dressing up. After resting for less than 5 minutes, Lin's mother was fine and couldn't wait to see her little grandson. It's already July 25th, and many of the people I want to invite can't come back. I'll go back to my hometown and hold a wedding during the Chinese New Year when my child is 7 or 8 months old. Lin's father introduced Lu Qingxue to others that if they were the same age as Lin's mother, he could call her aunt, and if they were the same age as himself, he could call her uncle. Old Lin, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful and capable. She gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, for your Lin family. Your daughter-in-law is a lucky charm for her husband. She'll give you twins, a boy and a girl. The two of you will have very cute children in the future. Sit down one after another and start eating. There is a projection screen hanging in this box, on which photos of the babies are played in a loop, with blessings written on them. The decoration was also very warm, with colorful balloons and ribbons. The children they brought wanted the balloons as soon as they saw them. Zuoqing smiled and responded politely to their answers. Lin Feng's parents didn't mention Lu Qingxue's family situation. They just said that their son and daughter-in-law gave birth to the child without their knowledge, saying that they were afraid that they would not agree. At the dinner table, it was inevitable that someone would ask about Lu Qingxue's parents. Uncle and aunt are very busy at work, running around everywhere right now. I said I'd come back when I had time. There's really no other way. Otherwise, I would have definitely come. As for me, my home is in Shanghai, and Lu Qingxue is also in Shanghai. I went abroad to study, music. At the dinner table, Zuoqing acted like Lu Qingxue's relative and answered their questions with a smile. Lu Qingxue only needed to eat her fill and avoid the spicy food on the table. Lin Feng and his mother used serving chopsticks to pick up food for her, one on each side, and she ate with a look of satisfaction and happiness. In the past half-month, Lin's mother called her son almost every day to ask about Lu Qingxue's diet and the care of her grandchildren. Lu Qingxue looks very good now, and even more plump than before she left. I feel relieved. Auntie, don't just focus on me, eat too. Mother Lin laughed. You and Xiaofeng have already obtained your marriage certificate, but you still call me aunt? Do you need to change your words? Lu Qingxue was startled and shyly called out mom, which made Lin's mother very happy. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Your father and I will make up for the cost of changing your statement later. The squirrel fish here is the restaurant's signature dish and tastes great. Lin Feng was busy preparing the fish for Lu Qingxue. My aunt joked, look how much Xiaofeng loves his wife. He keeps picking up food for Qingxue during the meal, afraid that she will be hungry. Then he said to Haozi and others. You should learn from this too. When you're dating a girl, you must be gentle and considerate, and want to be good to her. Some girls don't want anything from you, they just want someone who understands and cares for them, so you should hurry up. Sitting at another table were Zuoqing, Haozi, Zhou Chang, Daxion, and a few other children. The two youngest were about 5 or 6 years old, the age that even cats and dogs disliked. He ran around the box with the balloon, and every time he passed by Zuoqing, he bumped into her several times. Finally, Zuoqing couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the wrist of one of the children. Smile with a fake face. Little boy, please stay seated and eat your meal. Don't run around with balloons. What if you fall down? One of the children was so frightened that he immediately ran to his grandmother. The person in Zuoqing's hand was also frightened, but he couldn't run away, so he could only nod. Zuoqing was very satisfied with her own intimidation and turned her head to eat the vegetarian dishes. However, in less than 5 minutes, the two children started playing again, and Zuoqing's temples were throbbing. The grandmother of these two children obviously can't control them, and they are eating happily at the table now. Zhou Cheng sat next to him and said, how about I switch seats with you? He sat in the corner, with a cabinet behind him containing chopsticks, water cups, and other necessities. Zuoqing stood up and said, thank you. He sat down and let the two children make noises and run around without affecting him. Zhou Cheng said, children tend to be naughty when they reach a certain age, and boys are more naughty. This is normal. Zuoqing took a sip of water and hummed absent-mindedly. At this time, everyone had finished eating and was just waiting for them to finish the topic so that they could go home. Xiaofeng, where is the house you bought? They say it's beautifully decorated. Is it close to here? Will you take us to see it later?
Chapter 52, Brother Phone, I have a request, but I don't know whether I should mention it. My aunt quickly said, Xiao Feng's house is really beautiful. You will see it when you go there. Then let's go take a look, Xiao Feng. I'll just sit for a while and then leave in the afternoon. As we were talking, the meal was almost over and it was time to leave the table. At another table, a lot of food was left untouched. My aunt asked. It would be a shame to dump these out. Can you pack them up? Lin's mother said, it should be possible to take away. Waiter, can these be taken away? The waiter replied, you can take it away. Do you want it to be taken away? I'll go get the boxes for you. Lin's mother said, pack it up. The waiter went to get the takeaway boxes, and Lin's mother discussed with a few people what to pack. This dry pot, and this crispy pork. Soon, everything that could be packed on the table was packed. My aunt held up the box and said, it would be a shame to throw it away. We spent money on these. It would be better to pack them up and take them home. It won't be wasted. When they arrived at the parking lot, everyone came over to see what car Lin Feng bought. This car is beautiful, really beautiful. Isn't this the car my old boss's son bought? It's exactly the same, and it looks like he spent over 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Having a car is so convenient. I can go out to do things and go back home by car. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue settled the babies, and the uncles and aunts exclaimed that it was high-tech when they saw it. Isn't this the kind of chair that's meant for children? People are really amazing. They can come up with all kinds of tricks. There is nothing that current technology cannot accomplish, except what you can't imagine. After seeing enough, everyone wanted to go and see the house that Lin Feng bought. Nobita and Hiroko still have to go to work in the afternoon, and it's already late. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, we have to go to work so we'll leave first. We'll get together with you another day. Uncle and aunt, we too are leaving first. We have to go to work in the afternoon. Beauty, we're leaving first. After saying hello, the two rode back to work on their electric bikes. Fortunately, it is cloudy today and I came back at 2 or 3 o'clock. If it were any other day, I would have been sunburned. When they arrived at the community, the aunt told them the funny story of how she and Lin's mother got lost. Lu Qingxue, who was also lost, and Zhuo Qing. As soon as the babies got to the elevator, they started whining and crying. I guess they were hungry because they hadn't been fed for several hours. As soon as they got home, Lin's mother asked Lin Feng to call people while she helped take care of the babies. This was also the first time that Mr. Lin saw his son's new house. Except for the master bedroom, he looked around with everyone. They expressed great satisfaction with the decoration and said that his son was lucky to have come across such a good house. Those people envied Lin's father because he no longer had to worry about the worries of being a parent. What's this shiny gold thing? It's so beautiful. Look at this floor. It's so shiny that you can even find people. It looks nice, but it must be very troublesome to clean. You think you need to work in the countryside? Don't we have those robot vacuums now? My daughter-in-law's family bought one, and it just flies around the house. This house has great light, is open from north to south, and is very comfortable to live in. Lin Feng went to school in junior high school, and university, and did not stay in the countryside for 6 or 7 years. I lived on campus in high school and had a heavy academic workload, so I rarely went home during summer and winter vacations. I went back even less often during college. Later, some people went back to the countryside to live with their sons and daughters-in-law, while others moved away to renovate their houses. Lin Feng only had an impression of them, a few families in the village who were relatively close to each other. He poured water for everyone. Xiao Feng, no need to pour water, we'll just sit for a while and then leave. I was full just now and couldn't drink any water. I'm not thirsty at all. Xiao Feng, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You've grown up now and will manage this family well in the future. This is the master bedroom. Mother Lin held Pingyan in her arms so that Lu Qingxue could breastfeed, and she took the opportunity to praise Zhuo Qing for her beauty and good temperament. When my aunt had some free time, she came over and also praised it. I'm just too thin. I should eat more. I feel like I'll fall over if the wind blows. Girls, it's better to be a little fatter. Boys also prefer fat girls. The aunt spoke sincerely, and Zhuo Chang nodded in agreement. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 4 o'clock. The last bus in the afternoon was at 5:30, so it was time to go. Mother Lin was reluctant to leave her 2 children.
She looked at one and then the other, repeatedly telling them to take good care of the children. When Lin's mother was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and gave Lu Qingxue a bag. Here are the full moon red envelopes sent by relatives and friends to Ping'an and Rui. You can keep all the money in the family from now on, and just give Xiaofeng some living expenses every month. Lin Feng at the door said with a smile, Mom, I heard everything.
Mother Lin snorted, so what if you heard it? Why would I be afraid that you would hear it? Smiling, she said, Xingxue, we're going back first. You should have a good rest, and let Xiaofeng do the heavy work. Don't tire yourself out.
Lu Qingxue was sent to the door, and Lin's mother asked her to go back and sleep for a while.
I'm going to see Mom off and we'll be back soon. Lu Qingxue nodded, okay.
At this moment, Zhou Chang had already taken Lin's father and a few others downstairs in the elevator and were waiting.
Zhuo Cheng stood behind Lu Qingxue and said with a smile, Goodbye, Auntie. Be safe on the road. Mother Lin smiled slightly and said, Okay.
As soon as Lin Feng and his mother left, Zhuo Qing sat on the sofa as if she had no bones.
Your mother-in-law is a nice person, and your father-in-law seems nice too. You can tell they really care about you.
This way she can rest assured and no longer have to worry about conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or her best friend being wronged.
Lu Qingxue nodded. Yes, they are all doing well. By the way, what are your plans for the rest of the trip?
Zhuo Qing looked up and said reluctantly, I'm joining a troupe this year and will be performing with them everywhere.
I'll come and play with you when I have time. Then he laughed again, what a coincidence that you called me, I'm only free these few days, huh?
Lu Qingxue sat down and looked at her. Then take good care of yourself.
Contact us more often when you have time.
Zhuo Qing was holding a grudge, so she imitated Lu Qingxue and said pretentiously.
Hey, contact me more often when you have time? You're so funny.
Lu Qingxue apologized to her, yes, what I did before was wrong, please forgive me. In fact, Zhuo Qing learned that Lu Qingxue had a very hard time this year. She had to rent a house alone and bear the double hardship of being a pregnant mother.
When she found out, she just felt heartbroken, not angry at all. Anyway, that's just the way her best friend is.
Once she makes up her mind about something, she will never turn back until she hits a wall. Since you apologize sincerely, I will accept it reluctantly.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Tell me if you have any problems.
I'll do my best to help you.
Lu Qingxue nodded. She was happy herself and also wanted her best friend to have a good home. You should find a boyfriend soon. I want to see you happy too. Zhuo Qing rolled her eyes and said, What a bummer. Why are you looking for a boyfriend? Isn't being single nicer? In the elevator.
Mother Lin praised her son for taking good care of Lu Qingxue and the babies. Lin Feng took them to wait for the bus outside the community and watched them get on the bus before going home. Zhou Chang came over with a chuckle, Brother Feng, my sister-in-law's best friend is so beautiful.
Lin Feng glanced at him and asked, Are you going to chase me? Zhou Chang chuckled again, That's what I mean. I want to try my best. Chapter 53 Business Plan, Children's Education Fund. Although Zhou Chang has a silly personality and sometimes seems a little crazy. But they are not without advantages. As long as you think you want to do something, you will do it boldly without looking back. No matter whether it succeeds or not, just do it.
Lin Feng smiled, I can't help you with this. If Lu Qingxue knew that he used his position as a brother to help Zhou Chang pursue her best friend, she would probably be angry. Zhou Chang chuckled, I didn't ask you to help me, lest you end up in trouble and your sister-in-law would be unhappy.
I'm just telling you this. Sometimes he is smart, sometimes he smokes a lot.
Lin Feng was very happy to know that he understood his situation. Although he and Haozi have known each other for the longest time, Zhou Chang is the one who understands him best. After returning home, Zhuo Qing stood up and said, My friends are back.
I'm going to the hotel to pack up and leave.
Lin Feng was changing his shoes, and Zhou Chang behind him didn't move.
Aren't you staying for a few days?
Zhuo Qing stood up and said, No, I still have work to do over there.
I'll come see you when I'm free.
She went to the master bedroom to say goodbye to Ping and Rui.
Auntie is leaving. I'll come to see you guys another day. I'll bring you toys and delicious food, okay?
Such a soft and cute child is sleeping, so adorable, I really want to pinch his little face.
Lu Qingxue knocked her claws away and asked, What are you doing?
Zhuo Qing felt wronged.
You're so stingy.
I just touched the babies' faces.
They look so funny and cute. Lu Qingxue was speechless. They're not for fun.
Before leaving, Zuoqing chatted with Lin Feng alone for a while. It simply meant that Lin Feng must not let Lu Qingxue down, otherwise he would break his legs.
Lu Qingxue, I'm leaving now. If he bullies you, tell me, okay? Well, you have to take good care of yourself and remember to contact me when you have time. Don't worry, I'm not as bad as you. Zhou Chang was already standing at the door. Let me take you there. In front of Lin Feng, Zuoqing couldn't refuse directly, okay. After closing the door, Lu Qingxue walked to the balcony and looked at it, feeling a little depressed. Lin Feng went over and hugged her. The babies and I are with you. After a while, Zhou Chang and Zuoqing were seen gradually disappearing from sight. On the bed, there was the bag that Lin's mother had given him. Take it. Lin Feng shook his head. No, my mother asked you to keep it, so just keep it. Lu Qingxue tilted her head. You really want me to keep it? Lin Feng asked back. Yeah, what? You don't want me and the babies anymore? For this little money? It's not that bad, right? Lu Qingxue patted him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? There were 6 red envelopes in the bag, and the abbreviation of the name was written on the back of each one. One of them was not wrapped in red, but was wrapped in 3 layers of newspaper inside and 3 layers outside. This should have been given by Lin Feng's parents. When he opened it, he saw there were 50,000 yuan inside. Lu Qingxue had heard Lin Feng mention that the 2 old men didn't have much money, so giving them 50,000 all at once. She looked at him. Do you want to return it? Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Just keep what mom and dad gave you. In their eyes, they bought a house and a car, and they stayed at home to take care of the children without a job. Money is definitely tight, and they also want to ease the financial pressure on their son. Lu Qingxue said oh and then opened the red envelope. These were all gifts to be returned, and they were all given auspicious numbers. My aunt's family gave 888. The total is more than 8,000, plus more than 50,000. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there was a red envelope given by Zhou Chang and others in his pocket. Each of them gave 2,000. Lu Qingxue picked up a box and said, This is the red envelope Zuoqing gave to the babies. When he opened it, Lin Feng saw that it was full of money, 20 bundles in total, which was 200,000. Wow, my wife's best friend is really rich. His wife seems to be rich too. Well, it seems he married the daughter of a wealthy family. Lu Qingxue was organizing the money while making plans. Let's save this money for our children as their education fund. Lin Feng had no objection. It's a cloudy day today with a cool breeze, perfect for a nap. Lin Feng set the alarm clock and got up in an hour and a half to make dinner. Who would have thought that the system would appear just as he fell asleep? Ding, the host participated in the baby's important moment and won a shop in the cultural commercial street. Relevant documents and information have been placed in the host's computer bag, please check. These words made Lin Feng lose all sleepiness immediately. He got up quietly and left the room. Unable to contain my excitement, I opened my computer bag and found a file bag inside. Opening the document bag, it contained all the relevant documents for the shop. The system provides a 35 square meter shop located on the famous commercial street of Wenhuo Road. It is now called Snack Street, where all kinds of food are sold. The place is not far from here, about 20 minutes drive away, just behind the school. Come out from the back door of the school and walk 2 blocks to get there. Business on that street is good, and store rents are increasing year by year. In the past, the 4 of them would often eat there on holidays or weekends, but later on, when they didn't have time, they would order takeout. All in all, 60 to 70% of the people in University A would patronize this street. Lu Qingxue had joked about this before. If he had a shop with his cooking skills, he could open a restaurant. He calmed down and called Zhou Chang. What are you doing? I just sent Zuoqing to the plane and was leaving the airport. What's wrong, brother Feng? What happened? Come to my place, I have something to tell you. Okay, I'll take a taxi over now, wait for me. Lin Feng started to prepare dinner. After dinner, he went to the shop to check out what good food to sell. When Zhou Chang arrived, Lu Qingxue was still asleep. Brother Feng, what do you want to talk to me about? Come to the kitchen and talk. I'm cooking. Okay. In the kitchen, as soon as Lin Feng put the food into the pot, the whole pot caught fire, and Zhou Chang was so scared that he hid far away. Lin Feng was busy with a spatula. As soon as he saw the smooth movements, Zhou Chang knew that the person in front of him was no longer the same brother Feng.
Your cooking skills have improved a lot.
Did you know how to do this before? Sure, brother Feng, you're really good now.
Lin Feng turned off the fire, went to wash, and at the same time talked about business with Zhou Chang.
Do you have any plans recently? Have you thought about doing anything?
Zhou Chang hummed, I want to find a job, but right now, there's nothing suitable. He was quite envious of Nobita and Hiroko, who lived fulfilling lives day by day.
Unlike me, I just eat and sleep every day, and the rest of the time I just play games.
If Haozi and Nobita knew that Zhou Chang was so Versailles, they would definitely beat him up. I want to start a business recently, but I don't have the time because I have to take care of my children and the family.
I'm looking for a partner. You happen to be free. Do you want to join us? Zhou Chang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Okay?
I'm planning to start a small business, but you're all busy, and I don't feel like doing it alone.
It's too hot out here. Lin Feng asked, what kind of business do you want to start?
Zhou Chang chuckled, I want to buy a cart to sell barbecue, or maybe stinky tofu. It's convenient to push a cart to sell things.
What about you, brother Feng? What kind of business are you planning to start?
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, let's prepare to sell Maokai. Zhou Chang was stunned. In that case, we need to rent a storefront. Lin Feng nodded, yes, I have a storefront now, over there on the snack street.
Zhou Chang's eyes widened. Brother Feng, you have a good reputation? Lin Feng nodded, yes, there is one.
As for the others, don't ask me.
In other words, are you willing to work with me? Zhou Chang patted his chest and said, of course I'm willing. I'm willing to work for you.
Lin Feng smiled and said, no need.
We will split the profits proportionally when the time comes. But it may be more difficult for you. I have to take care of the family.
Zhou Chang didn't care much, it's okay, brother Feng, I don't have any other strengths, but I can endure hardships. He rubbed his hands and said, regardless of whether the business makes money or not, as long as he doesn't charge rent, the business will get better sooner or later.
Brother Feng, do you want to tell Haozi and Nobita?
Haozi finally got hired as a full-time employee from an intern, and his salary is pretty good in City A. Nobita spent half a month looking for a job before he got this one.
He is very satisfied and likes it very much.
Based on Lin Feng's understanding of them, they would not be interested in business unless it made money.
Go talk to them and ask them what they think and whether they're willing to do business together.
Chapter 54, Going to School, Having a Family, and Having Children at the Same Time, Without Delaying Anything.
Zhou Chang excitedly went to the balcony to make a phone call.
As expected, no one agreed and said they would consider it later.
Zhou Chang sighed, feeling somewhat lost.
Lin Feng comforted him, Haozi and Daxiong are doing their jobs well. If you asked them to suddenly quit their jobs and do business with us, you would definitely not agree.
You know how tiring Haozi's internship is, so you just want to persevere and get a permanent position.
Then Nobita's salary is not bad, and there is still a lot of room for advancement.
Zhou Chang felt better. Brother Feng, thank you. You thought of me when you had good news.
Lin Feng smiled, we are all brothers. After cooking, Lin Feng went to wake Lu Qingxue up. Wife, get up.
We have to go out and do something after dinner. Lu Qingxue stretched lazily.
She had gradually gotten used to being called wife by Lin Feng, and she enjoyed it very much.
What's up?
Lin Feng smiled, get a card for the babies and deposit all the money into it. Lu Qingxue slapped her forehead and said, oh, that's right.
I'll get up now.
Lin Feng gave her a hand and said, I'm going to serve the food.
Oh, Zhou Chang is here. I have something else to do after I deposit the money. Lu Qingxue nodded, I'll pack up and come out right away.
Zhou Chang has already served the food. Brother Feng, your cooking skills are amazing now. I just stole a piece of meat and it was incredibly delicious. I have great confidence in our Maokai restaurant.
Business is sure to be booming.
Seeing Zhou Chan laughing foolishly, Lin Feng also laughed in a good mood. At the dinner table, Lu Qingxue learned that Lin Feng was planning to open a Maokai restaurant. Then you don't have to save that money. Lin Feng picked up some food for her and said, you'd better save it.
I have money on hand. Come and eat the food, otherwise the bank will be closed soon. Lu Qingxue said oh and asked uncertainly, do you really have money?
She has 300,000 yuan in her hands, the babies now have 300,000 yuan, and the family has 600,000 yuan. He must have money from his business.
Lin Feng nodded, really? Lu Qingxue was relieved. Zhou Chang is a foodie. He focused all his attention on the meal and exclaimed that it was delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. There's still rice in the pot, plenty of it. After dinner, Lu Qingxue opened a savings card at the China Construction Bank near the residential area. It is very convenient to open a card now. You just need to operate the machine for a while and then pass the facial recognition to get the savings card. No need to go to an ATM to deposit, just go to the counter to deposit. Before getting off work, Lu Qingxin saved the baby's education funds. Zhou Chang watched the babies in the car, waiting for Lin Feng and the others to get in. He asked with a hint of doubt. Brother Feng, the Xiaomi Su 7 is so hard to come by. When did you order one? You're pretty tight-lipped. Zhou Chang was still quite emotional. When the four of them went to sign up for driving school, they didn't expect that Lin Feng would be the first to have a car. Lin Feng laughed it off and let the matter go. We drove to the commercial street, which was very busy at this time. But there is one downside, you have to go far away to park, and sometimes you may not even find a parking space. Lin Feng was pushing a stroller, and his good looks along with Lu Qingxue attracted people around them to look back frequently. Although Lu Qingxue has not been in school for a long time, such a beauty is still memorable. I was inevitably recognized by my classmates who were shopping. Look, does that look like our school beauty Lu Qingxue? It seems so. The boy next to her is the school hunk Lin Feng. And a baby stroller? Oh my god, what they said on the campus forum is true. Oh my god, they're such a good match. The discussions did not disturb Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue, and they walked to a shop. It's right here. On the left and right sides, one is a milk tea shop and the other sells wontons. Lin Feng used the key to open the rolling door. Inside were two opposite doors with a U-shaped lock. When I opened the door, I found that the inside was very clean and the area was very large. There is also a kitchen for cooking, a toilet, and a place for living. Zhou Chang exclaimed, nice style. I think it's good for making maokai. I remember there was a maokai place up ahead. The taste wasn't very good, but the business was pretty good. Brother Feng's cooking skills are so good, there will definitely be a lot of customers coming to patronize us. Lin Feng walked around and looked around, then asked Lu Qingxue, what do you think? Lu Qingxue nodded. That's great. I support you in whatever you do. Lin Feng asked, aren't you afraid that I'll lose money? Lu Qingxue disagreed. Isn't it normal for business to have gains and losses? Everyone wants to make money, so how can this business be done? Lin Feng smiled in disgust with Zhou Chang whether they should find someone to make a design. We will try to open the store when school starts. It's the end of July now, and there's still about a month left. If we get busy, school will almost start. Zhou Chang wiped his sweat. Brother Feng, you make the decision, I will listen to you. The freezer for selecting food is here, the cashier counter is here, the kitchen is here, and tables are placed elsewhere. Also, there's air conditioning here. Who would eat at a restaurant without air conditioning on a hot day? I also looked at some shops and found an advertising design shop less than 100 meters away from the parking lot. Lin Feng pushed the stroller over to talk to the boss and asked for 400 yuan for the drawing, which included 2 revisions. Okay, the store is nearby. I'll ask my friend to take you there. This store was opened by a couple, after the husband and Zhou Chang left. The proprietress invited them to eat watermelon and chatted with Lin Feng. Twins. What a blessing. They're so cute. They're over a month old, right? So you're all students at a university, that's great. You can go to school and have a family and kids at the same time without any interruption. You're planning to do business here? Okay, the maokai is delicious. When you open, I will definitely come to support you. Eat it. This watermelon I bought is so sweet. Try it. Half an hour later, the boss's electric car came back. He said that the drawing would be produced in 2 days and the design would be made according to Lin Feng's opinions. When he returned home, Lin Feng went to the fruit store again and bought a lot of fruits. Lu Qingxue was allowed to eat as much fruit as she wanted every day, and Lin Feng didn't think anything she wanted to eat was expensive. After returning home, Zhou Chang went to wash the fruit, while Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng were busy feeding the babies. After taking care of the babies, Lin Feng and Zhou Chang were talking in the living room. Lu Qingxue was eating fruit and listening at the side. Roughly wait for the designer's drawings to come out, and then someone has to find out about the market conditions.
I know exactly what ingredients are available in other people's stores, what kind of freezers they use, etc.
Zhou Qingjia is from the local area, and his old father has many friends. As for the renovation, I'll ask my dad for help. He knows someone who can do it. As for the ingredients, I'll go get them. I'll make sure to clearly explain the prices and types of ingredients to you. It's getting late. I'm going back, brother Feng. Call me if you have anything. With work to do, Zhou Chang became more energetic and went about his business happily.
Zhou Chang came from a well-off family, but he was in poor health as a child and almost died. Therefore, parents don't care much about their reputation. As long as their son is healthy, they will let everything else take its course. Later, Zhou Chang's health improved, but his parents' thoughts did not change. Zhou Chang had no work anxiety, but suddenly one day his good brothers were all busy. He was the only one who was so useless that he suddenly felt the disparity in the world become apparent. Whatever you do, you have to find something to do. He's usually looking here and there, seemingly without much focus. But as long as you find something for him to do, he can do it well for you. This is one of Zhou Chang's greatest strengths as a friend. Very trustworthy. Chapter 55. I didn't realize it before, our daughter is still a talent. After eating the fruit, Lu Qingxue yawned and went to wash up and go to bed. The two of them lay on the bed together, wearing Bluetooth headphones and watching a movie. What do you want to watch today? Lin Feng asked. It will be all right. Then let's watch Star Masters? Okay. The two sat on the bed, Lu Qingxue cracked melon seeds, and Lin Feng helped her hold the small trash can. Eat less melon seeds. They can easily cause internal heat. Come, eat some dragon fruit. Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, put down the melon seeds obediently and took the fruit plate from him. Come on, Dad has worked hard. Lin Feng ate the fruit Lu Qingxue fed him. I prefer to hear you call me husband rather than the child's father. Quick, there's no one around now, shout. Lu Qingxue felt embarrassed by his teasing and shook her head without shouting. It was obvious that he was just making fun of her. Lin Feng didn't force her. Halfway through the reading, Lu Qingxue leaned her head on his shoulder. Are you sleepy? Then let's go to bed? No. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qingxue fell asleep. Only Lin Feng was left, watching the movie alone. There seems to be something wrong with Zhou Chang's electric car battery, and it consumes power very quickly. I originally planned to replace the battery, but I forgot about it several times. Anyway, it is convenient to ride a bike by scanning the code now, so it doesn't matter whether you have an electric bike or not. His family has many houses, one is rented out, one is a new house, and the other is an old house where the family of 3 lives. It is said that once Zhou Chang finds a partner, they will start decorating the new house so that it will be just right for them to move in after they get married. His mother was watching a talk show that was all about family matters and was as melodramatic as it could be. But she loves watching it so much that she is addicted to it. As a result, no one watches TV with her at night. The kitchen has left some food for you, do you want to eat? Zhou Chang changed his shoes and sat on the sofa. I've eaten. Where's Dad? Mother Zhou got angry when she talked about this, he must have fallen into the toilet. As he was talking, Zhou Chang's father came out and asked, why did I fall into the toilet? I took my phone to the toilet and squatted there for half an hour. Why don't you use the toilet? Since the phone is so beautiful, I'll make it my wife. Let your phone cook for you, wash your clothes, and clean for you, and you two can live well together. Zhou Chang's father sat down in a bad mood. I was just checking the news on my phone. Are you so fond of such gossip? When Zhou Chang's mother heard that this was related to her, she became even more angry. What's wrong with me watching TV? What's wrong with me liking to watch TV? At least I'm not watching TV while using the toilet. Zhou Chang's father was not convinced. Your conditions don't allow it. If you want, I'll buy you a small TV and put it in the bathroom. How about that? This sentence made Zhou Chang's mother so angry that she almost fainted. She turned around and took her anger out on her son. You two are the same, father and son. What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve to have met 2 evildoers like you? Zhou Chang was confused. What does it have to do with him? He didn't do anything. Zhou Chang's mother said in a burst of chatter. If you had found me a daughter-in-law and given me a grandson, I wouldn't be so bored as to watch sentimental shows. Your dad wouldn't even take his phone with him to the bathroom. He'd sit there for half an hour.
People who didn't know him would think he was making and selling his own stuff. Zhou Cheng's father glared at him and said, "Speak properly." Turning his head, he agreed and said, "Although your mother's words may be unpleasant sometimes, they are all true. Who asked you to find something for us to do?" Zhou Cheng. Is it his fault that there is discord in the relationship and family?
Zhou Cheng sighed, took out his cell phone, clicked on the album, and found Zhu Qing's photo.
The couple came over to take a look and immediately made peace. This girl is pretty. What's wrong? Do you like her? This girl has a good temperament, but she's a little too thin. She needs to eat more.
Zhou Cheng said, Brother Feng's wife's best friend, whom I met at the full moon banquet today, is studying abroad, learning the violin.
I like her and want to give her a try.
When the couple heard this, they both raised their hands in agreement, supporting their son to bravely pursue his own feelings. Well, there's one more thing, Dad. Brother Feng and I are planning to start a business together.
Zhou Cheng's father thought the suggestion was good. Okay, how much do you want? Do you want Dad to help you find a storefront? Zhou Cheng's father has met Lin Feng, Haozi, and Da Xiong.
From freshman year to now, he has always had a good impression of Lin Feng and has been very caring towards Zhou Cheng. Now Lin Feng is married, has children, and owns a house and a car.
This surprised Zhou Cheng's father, but he and his son couldn't find out anything.
Zhou Cheng is a man of loyalty and didn't even tell his parents about Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue. It doesn't cost me anything, but there are some parts of the storefront that need some renovations, and I just want your help.
Zhou Cheng's father was surprised. You two are opening a shop together, and you don't have to contribute any money? That's impossible.
Zhou Cheng grinned. Brother Feng has a storefront on the commercial street behind our school.
Zhou Cheng's father was surprised. Where did he get the shop? Zhou Cheng shrugged. He didn't tell me that. He's just like that anyway.
The couple looked at each other, and finally Zhou Cheng's father asked,
So what are you going to sell?
Maokai, there's only one place that sells it on that street, and it doesn't taste that great.
By the way, Dad, let me tell you, Brother Feng is a good cook.
I have a feeling that his business will be very good in the future. In the end, Zhou Cheng's father agreed to help with the decoration. After all, they were acquaintances, so all he had to do was give him a phone call.
Lying in bed, the couple speculated. Could it be that Lin Feng's family was originally very rich, but he just didn't show it off? Men and women think completely differently. Why do you care so much? Xiao Feng is a good kid and reliable. I think it's a good idea to let my son work with him. It's okay for young people to try their luck. Let my son do whatever he wants. No matter what he does, he can't just play games all the time. By the way, what do you think of the girl named Zhu Qing today? I think she's pretty good. What do you think? Should we decorate our new house now? What if we suddenly become grandparents one day? Zhou Cheng's father said, It's too early to think about it when we haven't even started yet.
No, the styles young people like are different from ours.
And that girl studied violin and studied abroad, so her appreciation level must be very high. Zhou Cheng's father said, That's just the beginning.
Go to bed early and stop thinking about those nonsense all day long.
What do you think we should name our grandchild? We can have 3 children now, but I wonder if they would agree. Zhou Cheng's father said, Oh my god, just think about it, I'm asleep. Hey, why are you asleep? I'm discussing something with you. Really, I can't count on you for anything.
Zhou Cheng, lying in bed, sent a message to Zhu Qing and looked at her circle of friends.
Some things require effort. As a result, all this news fell into oblivion and Zhou Cheng didn't care. Say good night and go to sleep. He will be very busy these 2 days.
In the middle of the night, Rui, the little eater, woke up and whined for milk. After feeding the little guy, he didn't wake up and continued to sleep soundly. Normally, the 2 little guys drink milk together, poop together, and pee together.
It seemed as if everything had been discussed in advance. This time, it was quite unexpected. Lu Qingxue yawned and asked, Is Pingyan still not awake? Lin Feng shook his head, No. Maybe he's not hungry now.
Suddenly, Lu Qingxue felt something hot on her palms and looked down. Good guy, Rui is trying hard to eat, but she is pooping at the same time.
How did she do it? What a talent! What's wrong? Rui has pooped.
Lin Feng came over to take a look and saw that it really happened.
He was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I can eat and poop, which is good. Chapter 56, Lazy Little Pingin Scares the New Parents.
After Rui finished drinking the milk, Lin Feng held her, who was still wrapped in her poop, and burped her.
You're such a foodie. Isn't it the same thing to wait until Cho Cho finishes pooping? Your mom has enough food, what's missing from your snack?
Lu Qingxue, who had ample supplies, was worried. In the past, when both babies ate at the same time, she had less trouble.
Now Rui only needs to eat one side, the other side is so wet that the chest of her clothes is wet. I'm going to change my clothes.
Now, every time Lu Qingxue finishes a meal or feeding, she changes into pajamas and underwear.
If you count carefully, you need to change clothes for 3 meals a day, plus take a nap, and feed. I always have to change 5 or 6 pieces. These clothes pile up for a day, and Lin Feng would take some time to wash them that evening or the next morning. Anyway, they were not particularly dirty. Looking at Lin Feng again, he sometimes wears a t-shirt or a vest when going out, which is breathable and cool. Just change 2 or 3 pieces throughout the day. Because they need to hold their babies frequently, they must keep themselves clean and fresh. It's hard to take care of a baby in the summer. Don't get prickly heat due to the heat, your skin is delicate and needs careful care. Don't use the air conditioner for too long. Adults are prone to air conditioning sickness, let alone babies. Of course, babies are not that fragile. Children are immune in the first 6 months, but as parents and guardians, we always hope to do better. Well, it's not particularly hot at night, so I just use the fan. When it was cool, Lin Feng would sit next to the crib and fan them until midnight before going to bed. I check the baby's poop every day because I'm afraid that they didn't get well taken care of last night and their little tummies caught a cold. Everything is fine because Pingyan and Rui eat and sleep together, and their pooping intervals are not too long, so it is very convenient to take care of them. But shortly after the full moon, the twins' rhythms became inconsistent for the first time. As a result, Lu Qingxue had just changed her clothes, and Lin Feng had just changed his diaper, and Pingyan was hungry. The two of them had just fallen asleep. Lin Feng has a system, and his sleep quality is much better than that of ordinary people. Lu Qingxue lay on her side in a daze, feeling the baby in her arms, and fumbling to feed the little one. I don't know how many minutes passed, but when Lin Feng came over to hold the child, he ejaculated. It turned out that the breast pad on the other side had fallen off, and the dripping sound washed Pingyan's face below. It flowed from the little face into the little clothes, wetting a lot of them. Lu Qingxue seemed to notice something, and felt that something was wrong when the baby left her arms. When he woke up and looked, he exclaimed, "Oh my!" Looking at his son who was taking a milky bath in Lin Feng's arms, he suddenly became nervous. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng shook his head. "It's okay, just wash up, change clothes and tidy up. You, go change into pajamas." Lu Qingxue had no time to take care of herself. While Lin Feng was burping the baby, she prepared warm water in baby clothes. Pingyan also had a lot of milk on his head. He lay on Lin Feng's shoulder, squinting his eyes and yawning. After doing all this, Lu Qingxue went to change clothes and take a shower. After Pingyan burped, Lin Feng changed his clothes and wiped him on the changing mat. I was afraid to start at the beginning, but now after a month I can do it easily. After cleaning Pingyan, put him back in the crib. An hour later, Pingyan groaned and the two woke up again. "It must be because you pooped. Go to sleep. I'll take care of it." Lu Qingxue thought about how hard it was for him, so she stood up to help him. "I'm not asleep yet. Let's sleep together after you finish cleaning up." Taking care of the child is the responsibility of both parties, and Lin Feng cannot do everything alone. In fact, she didn't do anything when she got up, just fetched water and poured it. Finally, the two lay down. The next day, Lu Qingxue woke up and found a large ulcer in her mouth. Lin Feng came over. "Let me see." Lu Qingxue opened her lips, and he saw that they were indeed very big. Mothers who are breastfeeding their babies should pay special attention to their diet, as it will directly affect their babies. This definitely means you cannot take medicine that clears away heat and eliminates fire. Does it hurt? Lu Qingxue nodded. It hurts. It might be because of the dry weather lately that I'm getting irritated. Lin Feng went to send a message to Dr. Zhao. Not necessarily. The doctor said that a mother's immunity will be weakened after giving birth. Your mouth ulcers may be due to a decrease in immunity or zinc deficiency. I'll go ask Dr. Zhao if I can drink some honeysuckle water. Soon Dr. Zhao sent a voice message. It is okay to drink honeysuckle in moderation, but not too much.
It clears away heat and reduces internal heat, and when fed to babies through mother's milk, it may cause diarrhea in babies. You can take zinc supplements or drink more crushing carp soup. So the two of them decided to drink zinc supplement oral solution and crushing carp soup. After breakfast, Lin Feng went downstairs to the pharmacy to buy zinc supplement oral solution and to see if there were any good crushing carp. When I got home, the first thing I did was let Lu Qingxue drink it. Lu Qingxue was very touched and drank obediently. It was almost noon. Lin Feng was cooking lunch in the kitchen while Lu Qingxue helped pick vegetables. Lin Feng bought the sweet potato tips, which are the tenderest part of the sweet potato leaves. After buying it, you have to pinch off the old parts before eating it. This job naturally fell into Lu Qingxue's hands. She stood aside picking vegetables and watched Lin Feng cook like a chef, her eyes full of admiration. Wow, that is amazing. Her husband is so handsome when he cooks. It was soon out of the pot, and Lu Qingxue looked down at the dish in her hand. Hey, there are some water spinach in here, they are small and tender, they can be stir-fried. Lin Feng was stunned. He remembered that the boss didn't sell water spinach at his stall. He came over to take a look, his expression strange. This is grass, not water spinach. Lu Qingxue's expression was similar to the blade of grass in her hand. They really look alike. Lin Feng laughed at her, they obviously look different. Take them out quickly, or we'll have to eat grass. Lu Qingxue hurriedly picked out the grass. Lin Feng was amused by her, little fool, you can't even tell the difference between vegetables and grass. Lu Qingxue blushed, hate it, stop talking. Lin Feng laughed, okay. After the two of them finished their meal, the boss of the advertising design company sent an email saying that the renderings were ready. It looked pretty good. Lin Feng was very satisfied and forwarded it directly to Zhou Chang. I've already called my dad, and he said he'll have it renovated for us according to the drawings in half a month. Thank you, uncle. I will pay for the renovation. My dad said no, he knows a few good renovation bosses who are happy to help. Okay, I'll buy you some good cigarettes and a few bottles of wine later. No need, brother Feng. My dad already has 3 highs, and my mom wants him to quit smoking and drinking. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng called Zhou Chang as father. Uncle, thank you for the hard work on the shop renovation. I'm sorry to bother you. It's no trouble, it's just a small favor. Now that you're starting your own business, I'm happy to be able to do something for you. Thank you very much, uncle. I'll treat you to a meal later. No need to treat me to a meal. I'll bring my friends to the store to show my support on the opening day. Zhou Cheng's father smiled and said, Uncle knows you are busy now, and the 2 little babies need someone to take care of them. You don't have to worry about the store. Uncle will have someone take care of it for you. My son said you're a great cook. I'd like you, the chef, to come back when we open. The other party provided the shop and didn't ask his son to spend any money just to cooperate. As a father, he helps as much as he can. The renovation will take half a month. Retile the floor, putty the walls, hang the ceiling, install chandeliers, etc. Zhou Chang would go to the Maokai restaurants in City A every day. As a foodie, he would pack up the delicious food from any restaurant and let Lin Feng try it. Lin Feng has chef skills, so making these is naturally no problem for him. Come, try it. Wow, it smells so good. Delicious, brother Feng, your Maokai is super delicious. Lin Feng is still very confident in his cooking skills. During this time, you will learn how to make it from me. I will prepare the soup ingredients. No problem, brother Feng. With this flavor, our business will definitely be a big hit. During the following period, Zhou Chang came in the afternoon and studied until the evening. Chapter 57 Lu Qingxue's embarrassment, grass and vegetables, can't tell the difference. Lu Qingxue devoted herself to taking care of the children. The twins, a boy and a girl, began to grow on their own after they were 1 month old. You eat yours, I eat mine, and we don't crowd together. It can't be compared with her sister. Pengyan's hair is still yellow. The doctor said that the baby is normal. I guess Rui works too hard on her daily diet. When she went for a physical examination this time, she was almost a pound heavier than her brother. Even the doctor who examined her said, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was her sister. Both babies are healthy and parents can rest assured. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng remembered something and said, Doctor, our child has finished his cod liver oil. The doctor said, then I'll write you a prescription.
You know the directions and dosage, right? A doctor who knows. After the examination, Lu Qingxue pushed the stroller while Lin Feng went to negotiate the price and get the medicine. When they were almost at the door, Lu Qingxue suddenly thought of something and asked, "Besides checking and vaccinating the babies today, do I need to do any tests?"
Lin Feng was puzzled. Without your examination, the doctor asked you to go to the hospital next month, 3 days after your relatives leave, to see her for another examination to see how her recovery is going.
Lu Qingxue slapped her forehead and said, "Look at my memory, I thought it was this month."
It is said that pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years. She felt that she was sometimes confused.
Then go get the babies vaccinated.
There is a list printed by the hospital in the vaccination book, which clearly states what vaccines should be given in which months.
After one injection, just like before, the two children started crying. After coaxing the child, Lin Feng went home and went to the kitchen to cook.
The two little guys were quite energetic, and Lu Qingxue used a bell to amuse them.
Their eyes will follow the sound.
When they hear adults talking, they will listen very carefully, looking for the adults with their eyes.
So cute. Lin Feng could hear Lu Qingxue and the children playing and laughing in the kitchen. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This meal is even more delicious.
Ever since Zhou Chang's father came to help, all the work in the store has been done smoothly.
Before I knew it, it was the end of August.
Lin Feng and Zhou Chang discussed and decided to open the store on the first day of school.
It's a grand opening sale, why don't we do something like a discount for spending a certain amount, or maybe free drinks?
Lin Feng thought it was a good idea. Okay, we're going to do takeout orders, and then we'll do it online, and give out rewards for positive reviews.
Zhou Chang nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll take care of it. Zhou Chang was now full of energy.
After deciding on something, he rushed out without even eating. On the other side of the living room, Lu Qingxue sorted out the baby's toys and disinfected them. The baby's toys were so cute that she bought a lot of them without realizing it. Lu Qingxue shook the bell toy on the rope to attract them with the sound. Sure enough, Ping and Rui was immediately attracted and stared at the toy in his mother's hand.
Lu Qingxue smiled and said, "Do you like it? Give the handle bell to peace and good fortune."
Rui was very strong and was able to grab it with one hand and hold it firmly in his hand in just 2 months. The bell rang as soon as she moved her hand, and her big eyes like black grapes were full of doubts.
Shake it again, and it rings again.
Rui was excited now, and smiled happily while shaking her little butt. Here, Ping'an was obviously not as strong as his sister in holding the toy, and he dropped it in just 2 seconds. Lu Qingxue picked it up and teased him again, "Ping'an, come and play." After all, it was only 2 months, so Rui couldn't catch many. When Lu Qingxue was tired, she would use a rattle to entertain them. She found that Ping and Rui seemed particularly interested in the color red. In order to verify my guess, I used 2 bells, 1 blue and 1 red, to test it.
Sure enough, the kids prefer red.
She excitedly told Lin Feng about her discovery and demonstrated it to him personally.
Yes or no? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes, my wife is really smart. The stroller is placed next to it while eating.
The two of them entertained the babies with toys while eating. Suddenly, Rui's expression became strange, her facial features wrinkled together, and her little face turned red.
This is pooping.
It looks like he hasn't finished pooping yet.
Eat first and clean up after he finishes pooping.
Finally, Rui's expression returned to normal, because Xiao Xiao was feeling uncomfortable on her butt and was crying loudly.
Wife, you eat, I'll do it.
Lu Qingxue quickly went to help change the diaper with her husband. Holding Rui's legs, the little guy started kicking around, making it very inconvenient for Lin Feng to wipe his butt with a diaper.
Honey, I'll do it.
After throwing away the diaper, Lin Feng started to wash Rui's butt. After he finished cleaning up, Rui stopped crying immediately.
Lin Feng teased her, "Is there something smelly on your butt? Is our Rui feeling uncomfortable?"
Rui would reach out to grab something, and Lin Feng would move forward to let her grab it. He would even pretend to bite her hand, and Rui would laugh. After finishing their work, the couple continued to eat.
While eating, Lu Qingxue asked her son, "Ping'an, when are you going to poop?" Ping'an is only interested in the bell in his hand.
Before taking a nap, the couple put the babies on the bed and started playing games with them. Put the arch-hanging bell on. Rui would kick her legs and stretch out her hands trying to grab the toy that was making the noise. Ping'an was also very interested in this toy, but he was not as strong as his sister. In order to train his son's leg strength, Lin Feng would let Pingyan lie down with his legs bent and hold his two little feet. Normally the children would push over, and at this time Lin Feng would use a little more force to fight against them. Practicing this regularly will make Pingyan's legs stronger. When Rui does this movement, the little guy kicks with great strength and does not need any practice at all.
In addition, Lin Feng would let the babies lie on the bed.
Rui can hold her head up for nearly a minute. When Lu Qingxue teases her with toys, she will turn her head to look for the sound. When Lin Feng pushed Rui's little feet with a little force with his palm, she would try hard to crawl forward, which was very powerful.
Pingyan is obviously not as good as his sister in this aspect.
When he lies down, his head looks like a chicken pecking at rice. I lifted it up slightly, and held it for about 5 seconds before it dropped down.
Lu Qingxue would use red toys to attract his attention. Pingyan, look here, Mom, what is this? Pingyan would try to look up and search, his eyes following Lu Qingxue's movements.
When Lin Feng pushed his little feet with his palm, Pingyan just moved his but a few times and had no strength to crawl forward.
In addition, Lin Feng will also train the baby's grasping ability.
Use toys that interest him to tease him, let him play with them, and if they fall, pick them up and tease him again.
He is different from Rui.
Rui will grab with both hands and can receive toys with both hands. Pingyan can only play with toys with one hand. Even if you teach him to use the other hand, he will switch to his right hand. Lu Qingxue almost thought that something was wrong with Pingyan's left hand, so she turned his hand over and over to check it, which made Lin Feng nervous as well.
Until Pingyan used his left hand to catch the toy.
They finally realized that there was nothing wrong with Pingyan's left hand.
It was just that people didn't want to use it.
Seeing that it was time for exercise today, Lin Feng smiled.
Okay, let's take a nap.
Chapter 58, Miraculous Inheritance. Bad habits are inherited from my father. I've played enough with the babies, it's time to coax them into a nap.
How to coax? Then it depends on Lu Qingxue.
The babies drink milk, making gurgling sounds of enjoyment.
Rui was particularly obvious and was eating very hard.
Usually, the two little guys would fall asleep while eating. The only difference is that Rui can sleep after eating, which is very worry-free and does not require any follow-up services.
But Pingyan is completely different.
He eats while holding the food in his mouth while sleeping. When he is motionless and looks like he is asleep after eating, it may be an illusion. As soon as Lu Qingxue was about to leave, the little guy would start smacking his lips and eating again, refusing to let go. After repeating this several times, Lu Qingxue still couldn't tell whether he was not full or was just playing. Later, Lu Qingxue learned her lesson and knew to try moving first to test the waters.
See if the little guy is still eating. If he smacks his lips when you move, it means he hasn't fallen asleep yet. If it's loose, you're probably asleep.
But there are exceptions, such as now. Lin Feng carried Rui to sleep in the crib.
Lu Qingxue tested him and easily unloaded his rations, concluding that he must have fallen asleep.
Then, he carefully moved a few centimeters and prepared to leave. Just as I was about to secretly congratulate myself, when I finished feeding Pingyan this time. Pingyan, who was not asleep, moved a little and smacked his lips.
Seeing this, Lu Qingxue secretly cried out, "Misjudgment."
She was as agile as a leopard. When Pingyan was about to cry, she immediately lay back down and fed him again.
The whole set of movements is smooth and seamless.
Because there are so many unexpected events, it takes more than 3 times as long as Rui to feed Pingyan and coax him to sleep.
Lu Qingxue said she was very tired.
But when she saw the little guy's angelic profile, she really didn't have any temper at all. I can only sigh and accept my fate. After feeding him for another 10 minutes, Lu Qingxue stopped feeding him and waited for a few seconds.
She saw him snoring like a piglet. I know this is really falling asleep. I'm going to change my clothes.
Rui has a big appetite, so she is fed by both sides. Pingyan usually gets full after eating from one side. Every time I feed Pingyan, the clothes on the other side are almost completely wet.
Lu Qingxue came out of the bathroom with a worried look on her face. Hubby, we have to find a way to let Pingyan eat properly. How can we play while eating? How about we starve Pingyan for a while? He might have too much food and doesn't know how to cherish it.
Lin Feng felt that this method might not work. A 2-month-old baby only knows how to cry for you when he doesn't get what he wants. Just cry. Crying is their way of expressing emotions. Lu Qingxue sighed, okay, this method isn't very good. Lin Feng was naturally worried. If Pingyan didn't take good care of his breast milk, his physical condition would be even worse than Rui's. I'll call my mom and see if she has any ideas.
Lu Qingshue's eyes lit up. Oh, right, how could you forget about Mom?
When Lin's mother found out, she acted as if it was normal and told them how many months old Lin Feng was. Xiaofeng also has this habit, but it only happens in fits and starts. For example, they like to hold their mouth in their mouth while sleeping for a few months, then stop doing so later, and then start holding it again around 8 or 9 months old. Until one day, you suddenly stopped drinking milk and stopped sucking, and just like that, you were weaned off from milk. Maybe Pingyan is just like Xiaofeng, he just got upset and wanted to play, and he'll be fine after a while.
The couple looked at each other. Lu Qingxue seemed to be saying, could this be hereditary?
As twins, the younger sister was lighter when she was born, but now her weight is increasing. When Lin's mother learned that they were worried about Pingyan, she felt worried too, but tried to comfort them. Raising a child is a long process.
Don't worry or rush. Just take your time. It's only been 2 months and you're already worried. Won't you worry so much that your hair will go bald in the future?
Also, in the summer when it's hot, adults tend to eat less, not to mention children. When autumn comes and the weather gets colder, maybe we can have a good meal when things are safe. After hanging up the phone, the two thought they should wait a few months and see. Wife, you're going to have to work hard these past few months.
Lu Qingxue shook her head. I'm not tired, you're the one who's tired.
She is just a tool for feeding while lying down.
She usually plays with the child at home. It is not hard at all.
It was he who got up in the middle of the night to change the baby's diapers, and he was also busy cooking and doing housework during the day.
Not to mention that I'm busy like a top all day long, it's true that I don't have any rest.
Go to sleep, I'll do the housework. Lu Qingxue took his arm, blinked her big eyes and spoke coquettishly.
No, you take a nap with me, and then we can do it together later. Lin Feng smiled, it will be done in a few seconds, it will be quick. Lu Qingxue insisted, not soon, take a nap with us now.
Lin Feng smiled and compromised, saying, okay, let's take a nap together. Lu Qingxue immediately became as happy as a child. She had a smile on her face all this time while she was entertaining the babies.
Come on, cover yourself with the thin blanket, don't let your belly catch a cold. Listen to what he said, it's not like he's safe and sound.
Lu Qingxue yawned loudly, as long as you lie next to me, my sleep quality will become particularly good.
So, can you accompany us for a nap at noon?
Seeing that she was very sleepy, Lin Feng said, I know, go to sleep. Lu Qingxue turned her back to Lin Feng, rested her head on his arm, hugged his hand, and gradually fell asleep. She really likes sleeping with her head resting on Lin Feng's arm like this. Lin Feng thought about the living room not being tidied, the clothes not being put into the washing machine, and the dinner not being prepared. As he was thinking, Lin Feng fell asleep unknowingly.
With the system, his sleep quality is better than usual.
As long as you get enough sleep for 4 or 5 hours, you will be in good spirits and won't feel sleepy all day. After sleeping until 3 o'clock, Lin Feng got up and went to do his own thing. After finishing the housework and steaming the rice, Lin Feng returned to the room and saw Pingyan woke up.
He greeted his son quietly, wake up. It's great that you're safe today and didn't cry. I don't know if the hanging toy worked, but he woke up peacefully and was very quiet.
Lin Feng held his son next to Lu Qingxue.
Look, this is Mommy. Mommy is still sleeping. Can we wake her up?
Pingyan turned his head to look at his parents, curiosity written on his face.
Lin Feng said softly, Mom, get up.
Lu Qingxue's eyelashes trembled slightly, and Lin Feng pretended not to know and teased his son.
Hey, Mom didn't seem to hear it. What should we do? Why don't you just give Mom a kiss? Pingyan is still young, so how about Dad come over? Lu Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes, I'm awake.
Lin Feng looked disappointed, oh, Mom is awake.
Lu Qingxue kissed her son's head. You woke up safely. It seems he didn't cry or make a fuss today. Lin Feng praised him, that's right, Pingyan is very well behaved now, isn't he? As he was speaking, Rui's loud cry came from the crib. The couple couldn't help but smile at each other. Chapter 59, Valentine's Day Gift, Being Your Wife, I am very happy.
Lin Feng went over and picked up his daughter, come here, little eater, wake up. The first thing Rui has to do when she wakes up is to eat. The best way to stop her from crying is also to eat. She was like a little pig, and started to growl anxiously before Lu Qingxue was ready.
Don't be impatient, Rui is very strong, and it hurts Lu Qingxue every time she feeds her. It's only been 2 months, what will happen in the future? Rui was concentrating on eating, while Ping'an just watched.
During the day, Ping'an plays while feeding, but this phenomenon never happens at night.
Babies need to be fed twice in the middle of the night. Needless to say, Rui cries when she is hungry and sleeps when she is full.
Ping'an is just a little more troublesome, and feeding takes longer, unlike during the day when he can eat and play at the same time.
This puzzled the couple. Why is this happening? Lu Qingxue came up with another very good bad idea.
Hubby, how about we draw the curtains when we're feeding during the day, so that Ping'an can create the illusion that it's still nighttime?
Lin Feng pondered. Ping'an is now adapting to the day and night, will he know? Lu Qingxue thought it was worth a try. Why not give it a try? What if, by some chance, we succeed?
You don't know, Rui always eats empty both sides, but Ping'an eats seriously at night, and both sides can actually be eaten empty. Therefore, as long as you drink milk safely and well, your physical condition will definitely catch up with Rui.
She can't eat so much in one day, and can't let Ping'an waste it.
Lin Feng thought about it and finally agreed to Lu Qingxue's suggestion to give it a try. So, when Ping'an wanted to drink milk during the day, Lin Feng would draw the curtains in the room.
For added effect, turn on the night light.
The atmosphere was immediately set, and it seemed to be working as Ping'an said when breastfeeding. At least it didn't take that long, and the playing time was also shortened. The two people saw the results and felt that this method worked.
It's only a matter of time before Ping'an corrects this bad habit, haha.
As a result, less than 3 days later, Ping'an would eat it in his mouth before sleeping, whether it was day or night. To make matters worse, Ping'an would cry in the middle of the night, not because he was hungry or had a bowel movement.
He just wants to eat it while sleeping. Lu Qingxue was dumbfounded. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Honey, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Of course Lin Feng knew that she didn't know.
They were both new parents and had to take their time with raising a child. Maybe we disrupted Ping'an's sleep routine for the past 2 months.
It's okay, take it easy, it will be fine.
Lu Qingxue felt extremely guilty. Hubby, thank you for your hard work.
Lin Feng smiled. I'm not tired, it's you who is tired.
When the babies were just 1 month old, feeding both of them saved time and effort, and Lu Qingxue had time to rest well. Rui's appetite has increased this month.
Lu Qingxue fed this side and turned sideways to feed the other side. When feeding, you must not be drowsy.
If you fall asleep, the food will block the baby's mouth and nose, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Feng will watch from the side and not take it lightly. Ping'an likes to sleep with the baby in his mouth.
Lin Feng will take care of him as long as Lu Qingxue feeds him.
In this way, the couple stayed awake to feed the baby at night. However, Lu Qingxue often became confused while feeding her, so Lin Feng had to watch over her in the later period. Because I have to burp the babies, change their diapers, etc.
Husband, are you tired? Lin Feng patted Ping'an's little pee-pee and said, it's tiring, but it's worth it. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, I think so too. At this point, the two of them continued as before, and there was no need to deliberately block the breastfeeding during the day, just let it go as it pleased. 2 days later, it was back to normal. It was quiet at night, but it started working during the day. Before we knew it, it was mid-August. It was an uneventful day.
Lin Feng went downstairs to buy groceries, thinking about what to eat today.
In the past, I would definitely not be able to get up early in the morning to buy groceries.
Now, in order to let Lu Qingxue eat fresh vegetables and let the babies grow strong, he is happy to do these things. Passing by a flower shop, Lin Feng found many bright red roses outside. I looked at the calendar and found out it was Chinese Valentine's Day. Lin Feng came back from buying vegetables and bought a bouquet of red roses when he passed by a flower shop. The boss saw that he was handsome and was riding a bicycle to buy groceries, so he asked with a smile, handsome guy, are you buying this for your girlfriend?
Lin Feng scanned the code to pay, no, I'm buying this for my wife.
The boss was surprised and saw his ring, I'm so happy to be your wife.
Lin Feng smiled and said, I am very happy to have her. Watching Lin Feng leave, the boss sighed, how come I haven't met such a handsome and family-oriented boy? Are you back? Hey, this is.
Lin Feng handed the bouquet to Lu Qingxue, happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then took it shyly, thank you, husband. I've been so busy taking care of my babies that I even forgot today is Chinese Valentine's Day.
This was the first time she received flowers from Lin Feng. They were so beautiful and fragrant. She happily placed it next to the TV and took a photo with her phone as a souvenir. Since it is Qixi festival, shouldn't I prepare a gift as well? What to give? While Lu Qingxue was thinking, Lin Feng received a call from his mother. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Lin's mother asked, are you going to school soon? What are your plans, kids? Lin Feng spoke frankly, the courses in my senior year aren't very demanding.
Qingxue and I decided to take care of the babies while studying for the postgraduate entrance exam.
Mother Lin frowned, can you handle it?
Lin Feng smiled, let's take it one step at a time.
If you're too busy, I'll trouble you to come and help take care of the baby for a while.
Lin's mother scolded, why are you saying such troublesome things?
I'm your mother, just tell me if you encounter any problems. Anywhere I can help, I'll do my best. Lin Feng hummed, Mom, I know.
When I heard these words before, there was always something missing.
Later, when I became a father, I could really relate to some of the things I heard.
What his parents think is also what he thinks. Lin's mother heard the change in her son's tone and felt relieved.
By the way, I just checked my phone and it said today is Chinese Valentine's Day, did you know? I know, I bought a bouquet of roses for Qingxue.
Mother Lin smiled with satisfaction, that's right, being a mother is hard, and being a wife is not easy either.
As a man, you should be more considerate of her.
Mom is a woman, and she's been through it all.
Women's thinking is sometimes very simple. As long as you treat her wholeheartedly, she will also treat you wholeheartedly. Husband and wife are all about mutual understanding and tolerance. Mom also knows that it's not easy for you. It must be very hard during this period. If you are tired, tell me and I will come over to help you for a while.
Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, okay, today is Chinese Valentine's Day, go remind Dad and ask him to express his gratitude.
Mother Lin chuckled, let him express his feelings? I'm afraid I'm dreaming. We've been married for so many years, and I haven't even seen a single flower. Lin Feng smiled, if you don't tell me, how will my dad know? I need to remind him appropriately. Lin's mother also laughed, him? Oh, forget about that wooden head.
Lu Qingxue used her mobile phone to buy an electric shaver for Lin Feng, and it will arrive this afternoon.
You can pick it up when you take a walk in the afternoon. She remembered the one in the bathroom, but it didn't seem to be very useful.
In order to take care of the babies, Lin Feng shaves almost every 2 days, and he will shave as soon as there is a little stubble.
Otherwise, if the baby is pricked, the skin will immediately turn red. This gift is very practical.
Lu Qingxue secretly praised herself for being a genius. Chapter 60, School starts, bring peace and happiness to the campus.
Everything went according to Lu Qingxue's plan.
In the evening, the family went downstairs for a walk, and she deliberately brought a small bag with her. There is a small basket under the stroller, which is filled with everything the baby needs. It only takes more than half an hour to go downstairs for a walk, and the babies rarely poop, so there is very little stuff in the bag.
I'll take it down.
Lu Qingxue took a step back and said, no, I can do it myself. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Lu Qingxue asked Lin Feng to go in first while she went to the supermarket to buy some things.
Let's go together. No need, you can just wait for me here.
Lin Feng nodded in confusion.
After a while, Lu Qingxue came over with a happy look on her face and said, let's go.
Lin Feng glanced at her small bag, which was bulging. When he got home, everything was the same as usual, but the difference this time was that Lu Qingxue was standing in front of him with a smile on her face.
Lin Feng was infected by her smile, what are you laughing at? Lu Qingxue coughed lightly. Well, today is Chinese Valentine's Day. It's customary to return gifts. This is my gift to you.
After saying that, he handed a gift-wrapped box to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was slightly stunned, what's in here?
Lu Qingxue looked at him expectantly, open it and you'll find out. Lin Feng opened the package and found it was a brand new electric shaver.
Lu Qingxue observed Lin Feng's expression and asked, do you like it? Lin Feng nodded and said sincerely, I like it, and it's exactly what I need.
Lu Qingxue was very happy because she gave the right gift and Lin Feng liked it.
As long as you like it.
In the evening, Lin Feng looked at the new electric shaver for a long time and smiled.
Lu Qingxue went to the living room to get a glass of water.
She looked at the big bouquet of red roses and a sweet smile appeared on her face.
Time flies and it's time to register. The night before.
Last night, Zhou Chang and his son came over and brought back the soup ingredients made by Lin Feng to the store. Recently, the store hired a waitress and a cashier, and Zhou Chang is in charge of the kitchen. From now on, apart from being responsible for making the soup, Lin Feng basically doesn't have to worry about anything else in the store. It was originally said that Zhou Chang would come alone, but when Lin Feng learned that his uncle would also be coming, he bought some more vegetables.
Uncle is here, please sit down first, the meal will be ready soon. Zhou Chang's father changed his shoes and said, you go ahead and do your work. Oh, these are the twins, a boy and a girl. They look so cute. Lu Qingxue stood up and greeted him, hello, uncle. Zhou Chang's father took out a red envelope from his bag and said, here, this is a meeting gift for the two babies. Lu Qingxue refused to accept it, and Zhou Chang's father smiled and said, this is a little gift for the child. Keep it, don't refuse it. Zhou Chang smiled, sister-in-law, just keep it. Lu Qingxue then accepted the red envelope and said, thank you, uncle. Zhou Chang's father smiled and said, you're so polite. It will be hard for the two of you to take care of this child. Lu Qingxue nodded. It's a bit hard, but it's worth it. Zhou Chang's father gave her a thumbs up and said, I can say that there are very few young people nowadays who take care of their children themselves like you do. Most people just give their children to their parents and don't worry too much about it. Then they turn around and find that the child has grown up. If I don't take care of my own child, how will I communicate with him in the future? How can I understand the difficulties of being a parent? Lu Qingxue nodded. Zhou Chang's father asked again, school is about to start. I heard Zhou Chang say that you guys are taking your kids to school? Lu Qingxue hummed, let's look at it this way first. Zhou Chang's father smiled and said, that's fine too. If you're really too busy, you can ask the elderly to help take care of the child. Dad, sister-in-law, it's time to eat. After washing his hands, Zhou Chang's father sat down and was surprised by Lin Feng's cooking skills. It looks delicious. Dad, Brother Feng's cooking skills are very good. Just wait, the store will definitely make money. Zhou Chang's father took a bite and his eyes lit up. It's delicious. The cooking is really good. At the dinner table, Lin Feng raised his drink to toast Zhou Chang's father. Uncle, thank you for your help in opening this shop. I don't have any other treats, but since you've quit smoking and drinking, I'll make a few home-cooked dishes. I hope you like them. Saying thank you would be too formal. You two are friends. I will definitely support you in starting a business together. Zhou Chang's father ate heartily. Xiaofeng, I have a feeling too. Your business will definitely be successful. After the meal, Zhou Chang's father was still savoring the meal. The store will open after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the morning, Zhou Chang will go to the store after finishing his schoolwork. Brother Feng, I'm so grateful to you for trusting me. I will definitely work diligently and give you every penny I earn. Lin Feng is busy with his children, so Zhou Chang is temporarily in charge of the store business. He had great trust in Zhou Chang's character and patted him on the shoulder. It's really awkward for us brothers to say this. After seeing the two off, the couple went to clean up the mess in the kitchen. There was a baby carriage at the door, and two people were washing dishes while entertaining the babies. They opened their beautiful big eyes and looked at their busy parents with curiosity. Hubby, when I was pregnant with them, I loved eating grapes like a madman. Later, a mother told me that my baby would definitely have very big eyes when he was born. Ha, it's true. Lin Feng is responsible for washing, and Lu Qingxue is responsible for cleaning. He wondered if he should consider buying a dishwasher when he gets too busy to wash dishes. While Lu Qingxue was washing, she would turn her head and make faces at the babies. It made them all laugh. Lu Qingxue was intoxicated. Hubby, they are so cute. Sometimes I really feel so grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such a pair of lovely babies. Lin Feng also started making faces, and the little babies really liked it. Especially Rui, who was laughing with her but shaking and staring at her calves. In the evening, Lin Feng packed up the materials he needed to prepare for school, with a stack of things in his hand. Lu Qingxue was feeding Rui. The little guy could eat and sleep well, and even if he was sleepy, no amount of movement would wake her up. Honey, what's that in your hand? Lin Feng looked down and said, oh, this is the flyer Zhou Chang gave me. It's about the grand opening promotion tomorrow. Let me go to school to distribute it tomorrow, and give one stack to Haozi and Nobita too. Lu Qingxue asked, I don't have it? Lin Feng divided it in half and said with a smile, here, take it if you want. Lu Qingxue raised her chin and said, put it in my bag. After cleaning up, Lin Feng came over and replaced Rui with Pingan. Lin Feng gestured and whispered, wife, you feed her while I go take a shower. Lu Qingxue also asked quietly, "Honey, did you get my spare clothes? Did you put the breast pads in my bag?" "They're all put away." "Okay, go ahead." The next day, Lin Feng was packing up the babies while Lu Qingxue was changing clothes. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Qingxue comforted herself in her heart. "How can we keep our babies healthy if we don't eat more? So being fat is worth it. Let's go, beautiful mom." She didn't know when Lin Feng stood at the door, looking at her with a smile on his face. The babies in the stroller each held a toy and looked at her with their big eyes that could hold stars in them. Lu Qingxue pouted, "I've gained weight." Lin Feng couldn't hide his amazement at Lu Qingxue's appearance. "You look just right like this." Lu Qingxue liked what she heard and smiled sweetly. "Let's go." A university. When Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue appeared pushing a double-row stroller, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. Soon, the news that Lin Feng married the school beauty and brought twins to school spread throughout the school. Chapter 61: Encountering Lu Ruyan on campus. Before coming, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng were prepared to be talked about. From the moment Lu Qingxue entered the school, she seemed to automatically switch to another mode when facing other people. A cool goddess. Although she had a very cute yellow mouse on her clothes, a cute bun on her head, and a bell toy in her hand. But her stunning face was cold and she responded to the gazes from people around her with the air of a queen, ignoring everything else. Lin Feng was pushing the stroller, looking at his wife, the mother of his 2 children, in astonishment. "She's outside, is that what she's like?" "Wife, Rui wants the toy in your hand." Rui was very interested in the bell in Lu Qingxue's hand. She threw away the toy in her hand and wanted the one in her mother's hand. The coldness on Lu Qingxue's face disappeared without a trace when she saw Rui. With her eyes curved in a smile, where is the aura that makes people feel 1,000 miles away? The yellow mouse on the clothes is not as sweet as her smile, nor as lovely as her voice. "Rui, do you want the toy in mommy's hand? Then mommy will tie it to the car with a rope for you to play with, otherwise it will fall off." Rui is happy holding the new toy, and Lu Qingxue is also happy. Her daughter is so cute. She screams inside when she gives her a kiss. "Ah, I really want to rub her little face." After the matter was done, Lu Qingxue returned to her aloof goddess self, as if everything just now was an illusion. "Is this the school beauty Lu Qingxue? She's much prettier in person than in the photo. Rumor has it that the school beauty got married and had a baby, and it seems to be true. Oh my god, I'm heartbroken. This boy is so handsome, the 2 of them look really good together. Did you see that? Twins, a boy and a girl. What a stroke of luck. She's truly a goddess. We're both in college, but some are married and have kids, while I've been single for years. Is the world so different? Wow, I see the babies. They're so cute. They'll grow up to be handsome men and beautiful women. The school beauty is on leave, it turns out she's gone to give birth. Isn't this the guy Lu Ruyan despised for being poor and saying no girl would want to be with him? Ha! What kind of melon is this? You don't know yet? It was revealed that Lu Ruyan pursued Lin Feng because of a bet with her sisters, and she was slapped in the face in the end. No way, I heard she was a nice person. TSK, you can't judge a book by its cover. This is hilarious. Who knew Lin Feng was not only with the school beauty, but they even had a child? Indeed, in the end, I discovered that the clown was actually me. How did these 2 get together? Someone previously revealed they weren't related. How would I know? Maybe they met outside of school. I really envy them. I also want to have a sweet relationship and have a cute baby with the one I love. Sister, please wake up and stop dreaming in broad daylight. As Lin Feng's former ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan openly despised Lin Feng after being torn apart by Zhou Chang and others. Now that he knew about this, his face looked as beautiful as a color palette. Turning around, he asked the stunned little sister, "Didn't you say they would break up before school started?" The sisters never imagined that they had such a good relationship that they would bring their children to school together. She said speechlessly, "There comes a time when people have to leave." Lu Ruyan's face turned even worse, but the younger sister soon comforted her. Don't take it to heart. You're going to transfer schools anyway, so the most important thing is to focus on what's happening right now. Lu Ruyan's expression looked a little better. She started a long-distance relationship with a boyfriend some time ago. I met her a few days ago. She looks pretty good and her family is said to have assets worth hundreds of millions.
Dressed in luxury goods and driving a $1 million sports car, apart from not meeting their parents, the two have already decided to be together.
Lu Ruyan specially transferred to his city, which is the neighboring city of City A. Lu Ruyan was in a bad mood.
Come on, accompany me to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. Ping'an only ate one side today, and Lu Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable with the other one.
Honey, wait here for me, I'm going to the bathroom. Want some paper? No, I have it in my bag.
After Lu Qingxue left, Lin Feng found a bench and sat down. A message came from the brothers group, asking about his location. He said, I'm in the women's restroom on the Qingxue building side, where there's a big banyan tree. After putting away his phone, Lin Feng teased Ping'an and Rui. In addition to being interested in the ringing of the bells, the babies also have their own little hands. They will look at their hands in a very cute way, turning them over and over as if they are not theirs.
That expression is so funny. People passing by couldn't help but come forward to say hello to these cute babies. Wow, the babies are so cute. Are they twins, a boy and a girl? Lin Feng nodded slightly and said with a smile, yes.
This smile made the two little girls blush.
Are you the Lin Feng who married the school beauty Lu Qingxue?
Lin Feng nodded.
Am I so famous?
The two girls nodded, their eyes widened as they said, now a lot of people know about you.
I'm so envious.
Lin Feng smiled. The two girls took out the small pendant toys they bought and gave them to Ping and Rui. Lin Feng accepted it on his behalf, thank you on behalf of the babies. The two girls waved their hands and said, you're welcome.
Because the babies are so cute.
Just as they were about to leave, Lin Feng remembered that he had forgotten to distribute the flyers.
This is a shop my friend and I opened. It opens at noon today. You can go eat there after you finish your schoolwork. There are discounts.
The two girls took it and saw that the discount was for 3 days, which was a pretty big discount.
Thank you. Here, Lu Qingxue became the focus wherever she went. She was used to it. After I cleaned up in the bathroom, I felt better. I put on a nursing pad and left the room. Oh, what a coincidence.
There are so many toilets, but Lu Ruyan, her sisters and Lu Qingxue happened to run into each other here.
The little sister blurted out, Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue looked at the two of them expressionlessly.
She didn't think it was strange that they knew her, so she went to the sink to wash her hands. Through the mirror, she saw that the two girls behind her looked at her in a different way than they did with the other onlookers. She wiped her hands carelessly with a piece of paper, thinking about the pretty one among them. She felt that she looked familiar. Lu Ruyan and her sisters didn't expect to meet Lu Qingxue here. That face without any makeup, a face that is so beautiful even without makeup. Even if you wear ordinary clothes, you will look more plump after giving birth and still look elegant and outstanding. When she stood aside, even a beautiful woman like Lu Ruyan was overshadowed by her. It is not an exaggeration to use the word second kill.
Lu Ruyan had no idea why Lu Qingxue fell for Lin Feng. So she asked, Lu Qingxue, why are you with Lin Feng? Because he's handsome? The first time Lu Qingxue saw Lu Ruyan, she inexplicably disliked her. She did not answer, just pretending that Lu Ruyan was a transparent person. An existence that is too lazy to care about.
Just as she was about to leave, someone called Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan, Teacher Zhang is looking for you.
She immediately retracted her foot and finally looked Lu Ruyan in the eye, raising her eyebrows slightly. At this moment, his aura was fully opened, not to mention 2.8 meters, he was even 3.8 meters tall. Chapter 62 Lu Qingxue domineeringly protects her husband. Lu Qingxue's aura was so strong that the people watching around her automatically moved aside to make room for her.
Are you the Lu Ruyan who openly bet with my husband and confessed her love for him for 99 consecutive days? Lu Ruyan raised her chin. So what? Don't be jealous. I don't really like that poor boy.
Lu Qingxue's face was so cold that water could drip out of it as she stared at Lu Ruyan's face. You really need to find someone rich to fix your plastic surgery face.
Lu Ruyan was so angry that her facial features twisted. Damn, she's already pretty.
But facing Lu Qingxue, whose beauty was far superior to hers, he couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. Before she could catch her breath, Lu Qingxue spoke again.
If plastic surgery fails, it doesn't matter, it can be fixed. But if there's something wrong with your brain, like you're mentally retarded, that can't be fixed.
She endured being told she was ugly, but she couldn't win this battle.
Lu Ruyan couldn't stand being told that she was mentally retarded. In terms of IQ, you're the idiot, right? What can Lin Feng give you? You're completely devoted to him.
Her sister came to her senses and said, yes, you are not smart either.
Lu Qingxue folded her arms and sneered with an absolutely overwhelming aura.
I really envy the skin on your face, you take such good care of it.
Listen, are you and your friend speaking human language?
Lin Feng and I are not strawboats, don't shoot your arrows at us.
I'm just curious, when humans were evolving, were you hiding?
Lin Feng is gold, always shining, and you are shards of glass, always reflecting. With every word Lu Qingxue spoke, Lu Ruyan's expression grew uglier.
The key is that he couldn't even utter a word when he was scolded. His constipated expression was so funny.
Her younger sister quickly stepped forward, looking as if she was about to take action.
What, you're going to take action even if you can't talk it out?
Lu Qingxue folded her arms and stood still, staring at her little sister with a cold look.
She spoke in a queenly manner, what do you want to do?
In the end, the younger sister was sensible and took Lu Ruyan away, having already found an excuse.
Let's go. Why are you wasting so much time talking to her? Teacher Zhang is still looking for you. Lu Qingxue shouted at their backs, if you say that about my husband again next time, I'll slap you to death. This sentence doesn't sound like a joke.
Lu Qingxue snorted coldly, wiped her hands and went out to find her husband and babies.
Seeing that scumbag Lu Ruyan, my eyes are filled with anxiety. I need to look at something beautiful.
Lin Feng sat on a bench and distributed flyers to every student, teacher, and school staff member who passed by. Haozi and a few others had already finished distributing the papers outside the school gate.
Zhou Chang was even more outrageous. He printed a promotional t-shirt and gave one to everyone.
They were already dressed, and they were so eye-catching that they were like walking leaflets.
Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the three people, this idea is absolutely amazing.
Zhou Cheng chuckled, my mom came up with the idea, and my dad asked someone he knew to do it overnight.
Come, brother Feng, this is yours.
Then he chuckled and said, this is my sister-in-law's.
If she doesn't want to wear it, then forget it. I won't force her.
Lin Feng was naturally willing to promote his own store. The clothes had been washed. When Lin Feng went to the men's restroom to change, he met Lu Qingxue.
Husband? Where are you going?
Lin Feng shook out the t-shirt and said, hey, this is the idea Zhou Cheng's mother came up with, for publicity.
Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Sure, do I have it?
Lin Feng gave her the one she had and said, go try it on.
Lu Qingxue went to change clothes happily. As long as she can help Lin Feng, she is happy to do it. It fits perfectly, Lu Qingxue was very satisfied and told Lin Feng happily.
Hubby, when we go out, we are the most handsome guys. Even without this, she is. In this way, the 5 people wore flyer clothes and distributed the flyers that Lu Qingxue had not distributed along the way.
Lu Qingxue didn't know.
The scene where she argued with Ruyan Lu was recorded by a cute little girl and posted on the school forum. At this moment, the forum has exploded.
Oh my god, Goddess V5, that aura is amazing. This is the aura of a heroine.
Lu Ruyan was instantly reduced to scum by her, ha ha ha.
I'm so excited. Ruyan Lu successfully made me vomit up all my leftover food. Goddess 87 V5, YYDS. Looking at Ruyan Lu's face, I could laugh for the whole semester. Class, I've already made emoticons for Ruyan Lu and the goddess. If anyone wants one, leave your email and I'll send it to you. Oh. The goddess is not only beautiful, but also knows how to be nice. I've learned something.
It's so cute when the goddess protects her husband.
They are definitely in love. School starts today.
In addition to the opening ceremony, Lin Feng and others also have to register and pay tuition. However, for senior students, the procedure is very simple, just pay the fee and register. It's not like freshman year where you have to run around here and there and have a lot of information waiting to be filled out.
Wow, you're getting married, congratulations. These are your babies, twins, a boy and a girl. What a blessing. May you live forever.
Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue distributed the prepared wedding candies one by one, with happy smiles on their faces.
At the same time, we also don't forget to promote the newly opened store. Lu Qingxue was even more active than her.
In order to promote the event, Zhou Cheng said that there needed to be an atmosphere. So, she wore a professional smile throughout the whole process, held her chest and head high, so that people could see the slogan on her clothes.
Teacher, this is a shop opened by my husband and his classmates. They have great discounts and the food is delicious. You must come. Teacher, this is my husband.
Those single teachers covered their chests where the knife was stabbed, enduring the pain while having to face the smiling response.
Okay, we'll definitely go and show our support then, no problem.
Those who knew Lu Qingxue a little bit saw her change her usual cold expression and recommended to them with a smile as beautiful as a flower.
How could they bear to reject the smile of this stunning face? Moreover, this should be the best time for Lu Qingxue to get along with each other.
Finally, the work was done and the babies were hungry. They found a cool and deserted place and sat down for Lu Qingxue to feed the baby.
She put on the magic weapon and fed Rui first. The little girl is hungry and can't wait any longer. She has to eat right away.
Lin Feng picked up the fan and fanned them, teasing Rui.
How's he called? And by then they had already finished their work and gone to the store. Brother Feng, look at the link I sent you, there's a surprise in it. Lin Feng asked back, what are you posting in broad daylight? Howsy smiled and said, you'll know once you see it.
Without further ado, I'll hang up now. Lin Feng opened it and saw that this was their school forum.
I only saw the 4 words school beauty, angrily retorted, and haven't opened it yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingxue, who was breastfeeding. After opening the link, I saw the video.
As soon as I opened it, I heard Lu Ruyan's words.
Lu Qingxue turned her head and asked, what are you looking at?
Lin Feng sat down and placed his phone in front of Lu Qingxue.
Come, let's watch it together.
Lu Qingxue had already roughly guessed what it was, and her face didn't fall.
Don't show me this, I hate her.
Lin Feng looked at his domineering wife on the screen.
Lu Ruyan was speechless and her face turned pale. I couldn't help but praise, wife, you did a great job. Chapter 63 Rui's eating spirit is terrible.
Lu Qingxue snorted softly, and changed the side for Pingyan to drink milk, looking very proud.
Pingyan is looking at his mother while feeding.
Lu Qingxue hugged her and patted her little butt.
Pingyan, what are you looking at your mother for? Lin Feng smiled as he read the comments, it must be because my mom is pretty, isn't she?
Pingyan smacked his lips, ate the food whole, and shook his head to indicate that he was full. Lu Qingxue quickly held down her rations to prevent Pingyan from getting slapped in the face. Previously, in order to help Pingyan break the bad habit of sleeping while drinking milk, the couple accidentally confused the little one's daytime and nighttime hours, but he gradually recovered.
Pingyan is quite well behaved when drinking milk during the day. He will only linger for a few minutes after drinking enough.
Lin Feng can use toys to divert his attention. It doesn't work at night. The little one insists on holding it in his mouth before falling asleep.
No matter what I do, it doesn't work. I woke up in the middle of the night and found that I had no food, so I cried loudly.
Lin Feng burped Pingyan, and the little guy vomited again.
He didn't know what to say.
You little bastard, you're the only one who's worrying. Pingyan lay on Lin Feng's shoulder and ate his clothes, and Lin Feng quickly stopped him.
Oh, these are daddy's clothes. You can't eat them. Lu Qingxue laughed beside her. Pingyan, mommy doesn't expect you to be as good at eating as your sister.
I just hope that when you drink milk seriously, you can show your true strength. After Rui finished drinking it, she felt much more relaxed all over and no longer had chest tightness or shortness of breath. I drank it safely, but I felt uncomfortable not long after.
Sigh. After packing up the babies, the two decided to go to the store to take a look. Wife, walk faster, the sun is coming out. The dog days of summer ended at the end of August, but it was still very hot today. It's a rare cool morning, and the sun is about to come out again.
Lu Qingxue quickly opened the parasol, and the two got into the car and turned on the air conditioner. Lin's mother said that the baby cannot be hot and then cold.
It is easy for babies to catch colds.
Catching a cold in the summer is the most uncomfortable thing, and it never gets better. She repeatedly reminded us over the phone to use the air conditioner as little as possible and to bathe the babies every day. Lin Feng steered the wheel with one hand and wore a Bluetooth headset with the other, preparing to call Zhou Chang.
The store is open, are there any customers coming in?
Seeing this, Lu Qingxue spoke with a slightly reproachful tone.
Just drive carefully. Don't drive while talking on the phone. It's easy to be distracted. My babies and I are in the car. We are the most important people to you. Turning around, he asked Pingyan and Rui, what do you think, is what mom said right?
Lin Feng accepted Lu Qingshue's criticism. My wife is right, I won't be on the phone while I'm driving. It's difficult to park here, so Lin Feng plans to drive to the store entrance to take a look. Wow, the store is full of customers. Zhou Cheng's parents originally planned to bring their friends to support the event, but they ended up having Haozi and Nobita work as waiters. Lu Qingxue was overjoyed. Honey, business is doing great. Lin Feng's words were very pertinent. It's a grand opening sale, and many people are here for the event. It's also dinner time, so they want to come and try the food. If there are still so many customers coming after a while, that means business is good. Lu Qingxue disagreed and said, just wait, my husband is such a good cook, the business will be so busy every day. Any man would be genuinely happy to be unconditionally trusted and supported by his wife. Lin Feng drove home, and the babies needed to take a bath and a nap. Lin Feng's parking space is very close to the elevator, just a few steps away. The parking lot was cool and cold, so the couple quickly left with their baby. Honey, take the watermelon out of the refrigerator and let it dry. Honey, I'm going to give the babies a bath. Can you find their change of clothes? An hour and a half passed with this busy work. Judging from the baby's mental state, I guess they won't sleep for the time being. Honey, you look after the babies while I go cut the watermelon. Lu Qingxue was playing hide and seek with the babies, hiding behind the curtain and then suddenly appearing. Wow, mom's here. Or when they appear, they make a face at them, and the two little guys are so happy. It is actually very tiring to coax a child. For example, now she has been playing for more than 10 minutes and is already tired. I'm not going to play anymore. Mom is tired. Let's go eat watermelon. The children were playing with their toys, but Lu Qingxue insisted on teasing them with a watermelon. Peace and good luck, what do you think this is? The red watermelon immediately attracted the attention of the two children. She chuckled and wiped the two children's lips with the tip of the watermelon. The two children smacked their lips, finding this taste other than milk very interesting. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing the two of them staring at the watermelon, Lu Qingxue finished eating the watermelon in front of them. Pingyan is better, but Rui sticks out her butt and kicks her calves to show that she wants more. Lu Qingxue used the tip of the watermelon to give Rui a little taste. This is the last bite. Ha, so naive, telling this to a 2-month-old baby? Does she understand? Then Rui said she wanted more, and Lu Qingxue said she had finished eating and there was no more. Rui Ganfanren was very angry and looked at Lin Feng, who was watching the fun on the side. He was so scared that he quickly finished the last piece of watermelon in his hand and spread his hands to indicate that there was no more. Rui smacked her lips, savoring the slightest bit of watermelon flavor lingering in her mouth while shaking her butt. After watching the fun, Lin Feng picked up the watermelon peels on the table. Wife, you started the fire, so you are responsible for putting it out. I took out the trash and washed the fruit plate, and when I came back I saw Lu Qingxue feeding Rui. There was a helpless expression on her face. Hubby, Rui's eating habits are terrible. If I didn't have milk, it would be difficult to coax her. Lin Feng lowered his head and asked Rui, who was drinking milk, Rui, there is still watermelon, do you want some? Lu Qingxue patted him and said coquettishly, hubby, you're annoying. Fortunately, Rui doesn't understand now. If she did, it must be annoying. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm going to exercise with Pingyan in my arms. Pingyan has made great progress now. His leg strength has obviously increased a lot, and the grip strength of his hands has also improved. He can hold on to a toy for a while before dropping it, and now he can even hold his head up for a while. After the exercise, Lin Feng kissed his son's little feet and said, Pingyan is awesome. Daddy gives you a thumbs up. Pingyan showed no resistance during the exercise and was very cooperative. Pingyan kicked Lin Feng in the face, and Lin Feng bit his little feet, making the little guy giggle. Suddenly, the laughter of father and son could be heard from the bedroom. Lu Qingxue looked down at her sleeping daughter and couldn't help but smile. Every day is full and happy. In the afternoon, it is time for the family of 4 to take a nap together. When it's time to cook dinner, Lin Feng will get up and cook, and Lu Qingxue will wake up and come to the kitchen to help. Lu Qingxue used a peeler to peel the cucumber, doing what she could. Honey, should we buy milk storage bags and a milk storage container? I'm busy with my classes later, and I can't bring the babies to the classroom if they want to drink milk. Lin Feng had also thought about this problem, so he had already bought milk storage bags and a small refrigerator to store the milk bags. You bought it? Lin Feng nodded. Before, I thought about you going to school, so I took the babies to find you at school. If I'm in class, you and the babies can rest at home, but I think it would be more convenient to buy some milk storage bags in case of emergency. The couple had this idea entirely because of Rui, the little foodie. Chapter 64. It's hard to fall asleep without my husband. Why didn't you tell me? I told you, just a few days ago. Maybe you were breastfeeding at the time, so it was inconvenient. It is very uncomfortable to cook in the kitchen on a hot day, especially stir-frying, as the heat hits you in the face. Wife, go to the living room and eat some fruit. The kitchen is too hot. Don't let it burn you. Lu Qingxue stood at the door with a fruit plate in her hand. Then I'll stand further away. How can the living room be as fun as watching my husband cook? Suddenly, her ears moved. I seemed to hear the babies' voices. Did ran over to take a look and saw that the babies were all awake, and Rui was crying loudly. Pingyan is quite gentle and rarely cries. After the twins are 1 month old, they begin to develop on their own, each with their own ideas and habits. As a mother, Lu Qingxue can already distinguish the difference between crying sounds and loud voices. Being hungry is different from having to poop or poop. This little guy is so anxious and smacking his lips, he must be hungry. Lu Qingxue picked up Rui to feed her, and took the time to comfort Pingyan. Turn the bell on the crib. While eating, Rui kept trying to keep an eye on the bell behind her. Lu Qingxue gently patted her little butt, reminding her to drink milk well, and turned her body around at the same time. Now you see it, eat quickly, brother will need more later. Lin Feng prepared dinner while Lu Qingxue was feeding Pingyan. Honey, it's time to change Rui's diaper. Lin Feng brought some warm water and changed Rui's diaper. Honey, let's go to the store after dinner. Lu Qingxue had no objection. Okay, I'll still wear this t-shirt. After dinner, Lin Feng packed up the 2 little ones and carried their diapers, bottles and other equipment to go to the store. After 8 o'clock, the snack street is at its peak business. When Lin Feng arrived at the store, it was full of people, and the 3 tables outside were also full. This tastes good. Let's come here again next time. Let's just order takeout. It's so hot outside and I don't want to run. This place is much better than the previous one. I won't go there anymore. The food is expensive and not tasty. I heard this is the shop opened by the school beauties, right? Lu Qingxue happened to hear the 2 young ladies mentioning her, and hurried over to advertise for her husband. Yes, but it's opened by my husband and his friends. When the 2 young ladies turned around, they saw the school beauty with an exceptionally bright smile, and she was very friendly to them. The video post of Lu Qingxue arguing with Lu Ruyan became popular in the school, allowing people to further deepen their understanding of this cold goddess. The goddess is not to be trifled with, stay as far away from her as possible. Her fighting ability is really too strong. Therefore, seeing Lu Qingxue being so amiable and smiling, both of them were somewhat flattered. Lu Qingxue asked with a smile, "How does it taste?" The 2 girls immediately showed their happy expressions as foodies. It tastes super good. Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, then please come often in the future. It's delicious and I hope you'll recommend it to more friends. The young ladies were already immersed in Lu Qingxue's smile and couldn't help themselves. For this smile, I would rather come here often than eat 3 meals a day. He would definitely recommend everyone he knew. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this beautiful smile? Lu Qingxue stood up and said, "Thank you." Someone outside finished eating and left, and it was Zhou Cheng's father who came out to clean up the dishes. He was busy and sweating profusely. "Xiao Feng? Are you here?" Lin Feng went over to help. "Thank you for your hard work, uncle." Zhou Cheng's father never thought that he was just there to show his support but ended up working as a waiter. From noon to now, I only took a short break around 3 or 4 o'clock. The rest of the time, they are busy clearing dishes, wiping tables, and welcoming the next customer with a smile. Oh my god, he is at home, just as Zhou Cheng's mother described. He's the kind of person who won't even help if he sees an oil bottle fall over. This time I was really tired. You sit outside for a while, I'll go in and check on the situation in the kitchen. Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, okay? Turning her head, she asked passers-by, want to try some maokai? It's delicious. It's our grand opening promotion, all you can drink. The other party became interested and asked, do you have beer? Zhou Cheng's father quickly said, yes, drink as much as you want. Lin Feng. Several tables in the store were full, and the waitress was busy adding ingredients.
Zhou Cheng's mother and Zhou Cheng were standing at the kitchen door, enjoying the air conditioning, looking tired. There are too many customers today, and Zhou Cheng can't handle the kitchen alone.
Seeing this, Zhou Cheng's mother hurried over to help. When you are free, find a seat and sit down if there is one. There was no space, so she stood at the kitchen door to enjoy the air conditioning. Her eyes were empty.
Aunt? Zhou Cheng's mother was so busy today that she was confused.
Lin Feng called her several times before she came to her senses.
Xiao Feng is here.
Sit, there's no place to sit.
Then stand. Auntie, thank you for your hard work.
Zhou Cheng's mother shook her head, but she was very happy. Xiao Feng, you don't know, from noon till now, we have been having customers non-stop.
Lin Feng nodded, that's great, there will be another peak period in the evening.
She worked hard for Zhou Cheng and to make the store successful. Lin Feng was a kind person and split the profits 50-50, so Zhou Cheng's father took on all the work in the early days. If she had known that business would be so good, she would not have worn a skirt and high heels, standing in the kitchen, looking so tired. Later, I went to a supermarket not far away and bought a pair of slippers to wear.
Zhou Cheng was so tired that he was almost dumbfounded. He was sweating all the time.
In order to make his image as a chef look less greasy, he kept wiping his sweat and changing his clothes. When he has some free time, he wants to lean against the doorframe, empty his mind and be quiet.
Brother Feng, there isn't much soup left. I don't know if it can last until tonight.
Lin Feng said, I won't sell the soup ingredients anymore once they're all used up.
It's been a busy day today, so take a good rest.
Zhou Cheng still wants to earn some money.
Lin Feng shook his head. It's okay. There's no end to making money. Go back and have a good rest today, and continue tomorrow. Hire 2 more waiters tomorrow. It's too much trouble for uncle and auntie today.
After sitting in the store for a while, Lin Feng went back to prepare the soup ingredients for tomorrow.
It's almost 9 o'clock, and it's time to put the babies to sleep. Thank you for your hard work today, uncle and aunt. Please go home early after you are done.
He also wanted to stay and help, but the children were the most important.
The ingredients for making the soup were bought.
After Lin Feng coaxed the babies, he let Lu Qingxue sleep first while he still had to make the soup.
Lu Qingxue insisted on coming to help, wanting to do something within her ability.
I'm ready here, no need to help, just go to bed.
Don't you girls say you guys are very particular about your beauty sleep? It's almost 11 o'clock now. Be good, go to sleep. It's a good thing that you have this intention. Your husband knows it.
Even when chatting with Lin Feng, Lu Qingxue still stubbornly wanted to accompany him. I can't sleep without you. It's not that she's being pretentious, she's just used to having Lin Feng around, and it's hard for her to fall asleep without him.
Chapter 65, Consideration from the System, Income Doubles.
Lin Feng turned off the fire and said, well, let your husband accompany you until you fall asleep, and then we can work on this. Lu Qingxue exclaimed, no need, husband, I'll sleep with you later.
I'm not a child.
Lin Feng took her hand and went back to the master bedroom.
This will take me more than an hour, and it will be midnight by then.
The quality of your rest affects the baby's food intake.
We all want our babies to be healthy, right?
Lu Qingxue had no choice but to lie down with them, feeling depressed.
Lin Feng knew her feelings, and that was enough.
Go to sleep. Go to bed early so your husband can go to work. Lu Qingxue turned her back, rested her head on Lin Feng's arm, and held his fingers together.
Husband. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, really.
Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng also took a short rest for about 20 minutes. When he woke up, he saw that Lu Qingxue was already asleep.
He tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door.
After a while, there was a noise from the kitchen. At about 11 o'clock, Zhou Cheng called and said that there were only 2 tables left and they could close the stall after they finished eating.
Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for your uncle and aunt's hard work. It's hard work, but I'm very happy. Do you know how much we earned today?
Hearing Zhou Cheng's excited voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, how much did you earn?
A little over 59,000, almost 60,000. Lin Feng was surprised, 60,000? How much will it sell for?
Zhou Cheng laughed like a child. At first I thought it was wrong, but then I found out there really are that many.
Brother Feng, we are going to get rich. His laughter was so contagious that Lin Feng laughed too. I'm making the soup now.
I'll drive it to the store tomorrow.
He is going to buy groceries tomorrow and will deliver it to you on the way. Zhou Cheng hurriedly said, Brother Feng, my dad and I will come to get it tomorrow. You don't have to send it off. Just take care of the children. Lin Feng stirred the cauldron. Uncle is going with you tomorrow? Zhou Cheng smiled. My mom said she'd join us too. What if there are still so many customers tomorrow and the store is overwhelmed? They'll help for a few days, but they'll quit once the waiter finds someone else. Lin Feng turned off the fire and said, Then we have to pay our uncle and aunt. Zhou Cheng was stunned. He had never thought of this. What's the appropriate price? Oh, forget it. I have to get busy now. Lin Feng made the soup and his t-shirt was full of the smell of the soup. He was afraid of disturbing the babies, so he quickly went to take a shower. There were still a few pieces of clothes left in the clothes basket, so Lin Feng simply washed them after taking a shower. After doing all this, he did not go to the master bedroom to sleep immediately, but went to the second bedroom and played with his mobile phone for a while. Lu Qingxue turned around in a daze, and a familiar breath came. Husband. Here I am. She patted his back like she was coaxing a child. Thank you for your hard work, husband. I love you. Lin Feng came over and asked, You said you love me? You love me? Lu Qingxue snuggled into his arms and said, Yeah, I love you so much, husband. So much. Next, Lin Feng asked her questions while she fell asleep. Lin Feng supported his head with his hands, looked at Lu Qingxue's beautiful face, and felt that God was still kind to him. Ding dong, a sound came from the system. It turned out that the store's profit of 59,830 yuan today was transferred to Lin Feng's bank card. Lin Feng was delighted. Does that mean I can get 2 shares of the profit? Seeing that it was midnight, Lin Feng called to ask Zhou Cheng if he had returned home. Just finished packing and getting ready to go home. We'll just open the shop at noon, so you and your uncle and aunt can have a good rest. Okay, my dad and I will come to get the soup tomorrow. In the car, the whole family was exhausted, but everyone was super happy. Zhou Cheng's father said, Today is the first day of business, so it's normal that business is good. The next few days will depend on whether we can retain customers. Zhou Cheng said with a smile, I have great confidence in Brother Feng's cooking skills. Everyone who has eaten here for the past few days says it's delicious. Zhou Cheng's mother sat in the back, took off her slippers and crossed her legs. A daily turnover of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan is considered very good business. Zhou Cheng's father said regretfully, We lost a lot of customers today because there were no seats. Zhou Cheng had already let it go. Dad, they didn't get to eat today, they will come to eat another day. And now it's very convenient to order takeout. If they can't eat it, they can just go home and order takeout. Zhou Cheng's father thought about it and it made sense. I never thought about how much money I could make in the first place, but now that I can make money, I am greedy and want more. When Zhou Cheng got home, his mother immediately turned on the massage chair and started giving him a good massage. Zhou Cheng went straight to take a shower. Mom and Dad, I'm going to bed. Call me tomorrow. He was extremely sleepy, but after lying down, Zhou Cheng couldn't fall asleep. I can't tell you how happy I am when I think about how much money I made today. Zhou Cheng's mother hasn't been so tired in many years. Lying in bed, this hurts, that hurts. She wanted to talk to Zhou Cheng's father for a while. Go to sleep, what are you talking about? I'm dying of exhaustion. In less than a minute, she heard him snoring, and Zhou Cheng's mother kicked him in anger. Sleep, 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 just sleep. After 10 o'clock the next day, both father and son got up, and Zhou Cheng's mother said she wanted to sleep a little longer. You guys go ahead, and when the store opens give me a call and I'll come over. The father and son went to Lin Feng's house to get the marinade ingredients. Zhou Cheng's father's attitude towards him became more intimate. Xiaofeng, we're leaving first. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. When he got back in the car, Zhou Chengkai remembered that he had to pay his parents' wages. You're my own son, but I'm more considerate than you think. Zhou Cheng smiled and asked, Do you want to be paid? Zhou Cheng's father glared at him. Yes, of course I don't want to. I've worked hard all day, so why don't you give me some hard work pay? After they left, Lin Feng went to the express station to get milk storage bags and storage boxes. 2 people were opening a package in the living room. Pingyan and Rui were in the baby stroller, looking at them curiously. Dang dang dang, do you know what this is? Lu Qingxue held the bag in front of the babies and showed it. This is the bag for your rations. This is a food storage container. Wow, honey, it's so cute. It's a cute little square refrigerator, a bit like the ones used in cars. It's yellow, and there's a yellow mouse on it.
Lu Qingxue recalled that she had a yellow mouse t-shirt that she bought casually.
Does her husband think that she likes yellow rats? In this case, she will like yellow rats from now on.
Lin Feng bought a disposable milk storage bag with the milligram number on it, a label with the time and date, and the baby's name. She carefully read the instruction manual at the back and said, "Honey, let's try it with a few bags first to practice. Wait until you are familiar with it and know how to operate it before giving it to your babies."
Sure, I just want to test whether this food storage box is useful.
Lu Qingxue stood up with the bag in hand.
I remember I stocked up on a booster before. I'll go find it.
Lin Feng also stood up and went over. "I know where it is."
I put it on the cabinet. You can't reach it. Let me get it. This is an auxiliary tool that can be used after giving birth if you have not started breastfeeding. In fact, Lu Qingxue has personally experienced that this is of no use in clinical practice. Chapter 66. Grandma came to see Pingyan and Rui, and was shocked.
After Lu Qingxue got it, she knew how to use it as soon as she saw the shape, and quickly went to disinfect it and try it out.
Arriving at the bathroom, Lu Qingxue began to get busy. Lin Feng asked, "Do you need my help?" She quickly said, "No, I can do it on my own."
Lin Feng was picking up the express garbage on the floor, and suddenly looked at the living room and fell into deep thought. Lu Qingxue packed most of the bag into the fresh keeping box, then turned around and saw Lin Feng measuring something on the floor with his feet.
"Husband, what are you doing?"
"I'm thinking about clearing out some space in the living room and turning it into a play area for the babies." Lu Qingxue thought, "Sure, let's put up a fence and lay some carpet on the ground.
There's sunshine right here."
So the two reached a consensus and moved the coffee table in the living room back and moved the single sofa on the left armrest to the master bedroom. This way, you can free up a corner of the living room where the babies can play when they are a little older.
Adults can do their work in the living room, which is more convenient.
When they have free time, they will wake up from their nap and look at their phones together. Lu Qingxue was watching TV series, while Lin Feng was shopping to see what they needed to buy for the house.
Before I knew it, the day was over.
In the evening, the system will reward the store's sales to his card.
Today's sales are not much different from the first day of opening. Zhou Qingdu was so happy that he was going crazy. It was so exciting to make money every day.
The next morning, Lin Feng was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen when Lu Qingxue came over with the milk that she had stored yesterday at noon. She poured it into a glass and warmed it with warm water.
"What you do?"
"Warm milk, I'll drink it later and see if it gives me diarrhea." Lin Feng was stunned.
"You'll drink it by yourself later?" Lu Qingxue nodded, not thinking it was a big deal. "Yeah, I have to give it a try. What if I get diarrhea after drinking it?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, what if you have diarrhea?" Lu Qingxue said, "That shouldn't happen.
It's very common for babies to drink bagged milk now, which means it's quite effective." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll drink it."
Lu Qingxue tilted her head and said, "You might not like it."
She had tasted it secretly herself, after all, it was her own. "Anyway, I tried it several times and it tasted weird." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Even if I don't like it, there's nothing I can do. For the sake of the baby's food rations, I have to stick to it."
Lu Qingxue took out a water cup and said, "Well, drink it. I'm going to the bathroom."
When she came to the kitchen again, Lin Feng was washing the cups with a frown on his face.
"How do you feel?"
Lin Feng said it was okay.
Seeing that he looked okay, Lu Qingxue went over to him and recited, "Don't eat anything else for a while. Wait a while and see if there is any reaction."
For the next few hours, Lin Feng had no problems at all.
Lu Qingxue became worried again. But babies have weak stomachs and intestines. They can't compare to us adults. This is what being a mother is like. When it comes to children, you have to think carefully and think everything through. Lin Feng thought about it and could only comfort her. "Didn't you just say that many babies have started drinking bagged milk? Our baby can do it too. Besides, we may not give it to the baby. We'll see what to do after school. Let us just leave it like this for now." In a blink of an eye, they got the class schedule.
In the early days, Lu Qingxue had 2 classes per week, and later on, she had almost 1 class per week. In this way, there is no need to let the baby drink bagged milk, and she has plenty of time to feed the baby fresh food. Moreover, as long as she squeezes in some time, she can even take the postgraduate entrance examination. Lin Feng's courses are similar to hers, but they are arranged at different time periods, which allows the two of them to stagger their schedules so that someone can take care of the babies.
Ding dong.
Just when the two were having fun, Lin's mother arrived. In the scorching sun, Lin's mother came without saying a word, which surprised both of them.
Mom, why are you here? Lin Feng asked. What? I can't come? Lin's mother asked unhappily. Lin Feng was speechless. You know that's not what I meant.
Mother Lin was carrying a small basket containing 2 old hens and some chicken and duck eggs.
Lu Qingxue quickly poured water for Lin's mother. Mom, have a drink. It's so sunny today, why didn't you tell us you were coming so we could pick you up? Lin's mother's attitude towards Lu Qingxue was so kind and amiable. I wanted to call you, but then I realized how hard it is for you to take care of the kids all day, so I'll just take a taxi over. After gulping down the water, Lin's mother asked, Are Pingyan and Rui both sleeping?
Ping and Rui slept soundly. I haven't seen him for a month and he has grown a lot. Seeing the babies growing up plump and white, Lin's mother was very satisfied and said, Thank you for your hard work during this period. You have to go to school and take care of the children at the same time. I came here to see if you can spare some time and if you need my help. Lin Feng showed their class schedule to his mother.
Mother Lin nodded.
So you still plan to take care of the child while he goes to school, right? The couple looked at each other and nodded.
Lin's mother didn't say anything else.
She got up and went to the kitchen to prepare the chickens and ducks she brought. Xiaofeng, go boil a pot of hot water for me. Lin Feng asked her to take a break. Mom, you take a break, I'll take care of the chickens. He has the skills of a chef, so it's natural for him to handle these things.
Lin's mother laughed. You want to do it?
Then all the hair will fall into your flesh, and you'll have to clean it up later. Lin Feng smiled. Mom, believe me, I definitely won't. Lin's mother was still worried. If the chicken feathers were not cleaned properly, she would have to pluck them one by one with tweezers, which would be very troublesome.
Then Mom will help you. The two of you can finish it sooner and call it a day.
Lin Feng had no objection. In the toilet, Lin Feng raised his knife and chopped the chicken down. The chicken fluttered a few times in his hand and then stopped.
Mother Lin chuckled. Of course you can. It's only been a month since we last met, and you've learned a lot.
Only then did Lin's mother start to look at her son differently. Plucking, cleaning and processing are done with a clean and efficient technique. Even Lin's mother felt ashamed of herself, lamenting that her child had grown up and she was old. She really became a helper, cleaning up the toilet feathers and keeping it clean. Lin Feng had cleaned the chicken and duck in the kitchen and put them in the refrigerator. Lu Qingxue fell asleep while lying down. In the living room, mother and son sat together chatting and talking about their recent situation.
Your dad is just like that. I'm fine, though. But you're so busy and now you have to go to school.
You have to take good care of yourself. Mom, I'm old enough to take care of myself. No matter how old the child is, parents believe that they are the ones who need to be taken care of.
Mom, let me tell you something. What's the matter? I've been doing business with a classmate recently. Zhou Chang probably knows about it. I know. What business is it? Selling food is pretty good.
I provide the recipes and he does the hard work.
I can earn tens of thousands a day. Lin's mother sat up straight at once. You earn tens of thousands a day? Chapter 67, Lu Qingxue's thoughtfulness touched Lin Feng.
Lin Feng nodded. Yes, as long as the taste is good, the daily turnover will be roughly stable at this number. Mother Lin looked at her son with satisfaction, and patted his arm hard for a long time, feeling proud and complacent.
Not bad, son. Now you've even started a business. If your dad knew, he'd be so happy.
Lin Feng took out 10,000 yuan in cash and gave it to her.
Mom, I have some extra money now. You can use this money to eat something nice with Dad.
Mother Lin leaned forward and continued fanning herself, saying, Put the money away quickly.
Your father and I have money on hand, so we don't need yours. It's not easy to make money now.
It seems like you can sell tens of thousands a day, but after paying for the family's expenses and saving a little, it's almost enough.
Your father and I have no way to help you, and we can't do anything right now. Just save your money, okay?
Lin Feng put the money in her pocket and said, Take good care of yourselves, stay healthy, eat well and sleep well.
That will be the greatest help to me.
Lin's mother said calmly, just leave it there.
I don't want it anyway. Lin Feng was amused. Mom is so fashionable now that she doesn't even want money.
Mother Lin knew he was teasing her and continued fanning herself.
Keep the money. We'll talk to you when we really need it. Lin Feng added.
Mom, this is not only my idea, but also Qing Xue's idea. If you don't want to take the money, go and tell her. Lin's mother was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law, but still refused to accept the money.
I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to lie down in my room for a while. I'll be back in the afternoon. Will you stay a few more days?
No, your aunt has some work to do, so I have to go help her out for a few days.
Suddenly, Lin's mother thought of something and complained about Lin's father. Do you know what your father has done recently? What? I have 2 turtles. What's wrong with raising a turtle?
He takes better care of the turtle than himself. He takes it out to bask in the sun as soon as the sun comes out.
Lin's mother continued, if he has that much free time, why doesn't he help me cook, pick vegetables, or do something else within his ability?
Lin Feng sighed, when my dad comes to help with the chores, you'll have something to say. You'll say he's almost bald from picking vegetables, sweeping the floor is like painting, and washing dishes is so slow.
Mother Lin's eyes widened. Nonsense. I can't possibly say that about him.
If I did, it must be something he did that was truly incompetent. Lin Feng felt that there was no need for him to argue with her about winning or losing in this matter.
Yes, whatever you say is right, go to bed.
When Lin's mother heard this, she was unhappy.
Whatever I said is right. The facts I said are the facts.
Lin Feng hummed, that's exactly what I meant. Lin's mother is quick-tempered and efficient in doing things.
Mr. Lin is a gentle and serious person.
He believes in taking his time to produce fine results, so he is indeed very slow in doing his work. Even though these 2 people have some bumps in life and quarrels all the time, their relationship is still very good. Mother Lin lay down, Lin Feng put the money in her bag, and then turned around to take a nap.
Lu Qingxue stood up and asked, Husband, did you have a fight with Mom? Lin Feng asked in confusion, No, why would I argue with her? I'm a mature adult now.
If I had encountered this situation in the past, I would have had to convince Lin's mother. It was obvious that she was dissatisfied with the other person's inefficient work and insisted that the other person was tactless and refused to help. Now, he understands how difficult it is to be a parent. Sometimes, the seemingly small conflicts between a couple are actually the glue that helps them bond.
Look at his parents.
After so many years, even though they dislike each other, they still have a very good relationship. It's just that my mother doesn't want the money, so I said a few words to her. Lin Feng lay down and hugged her, go to sleep, I also need to take a nap.
I will take my mother to the station this afternoon. Afternoon.
Lin Feng sent his mother to the bus station. He felt his bag was heavy and quickly took out the money.
Lu Qingxue asked her to hold it. She nodded, I'll take it, and then I'll give it to my 2 children, is that okay?
In the end, Lin's mother still did not accept the money. According to her, since she didn't have the ability to do anything to help her son, the only thing she could do was not to cause trouble for him. Lin Feng had classes that day.
1 class in the morning, and go home at noon.
Looking at Lu Qingxue, who was standing at the door looking at him eagerly, her eyes seemed as if he had abandoned her.
Come back soon, Pingyan and Rui will be waiting for you at home.
Lin Feng nodded, okay, I'll go home as soon as I finish class and won't go anywhere. As for you, I wasn't home this morning, so thank you for taking care of the babies.
I'll come back and cook at noon. If you're hungry, there's milk and fruit at home. Lu Qingxue was holding onto the doorframe, looking like a husband-waiting rock.
I'll take good care of our babies, don't worry, husband. Lin Feng nodded, then I'll leave. Lu Qingxue's voice came from behind, husband. When Lin Feng turned his head, he saw Lu Qingxue opening her arms and making a heart shape to him with a bright smile on her face. Lin Feng smiled and responded to her, heart.
After closing the door, Lu Qingxue went to the balcony to look.
In less than 3 minutes, she saw Lin Feng heading towards the parking lot. The 2 have been inseparable for 2 months since they met. Lin Feng went to class today, and she felt empty inside.
Lin Feng rode an electric bike to class.
As a celebrity in the school, he attracted a lot of attention from people around him as soon as he entered the school. When I got to the class, my classmates started to make noises. Lin Feng smiled, took out some wedding candy from his pocket, distributed some snacks, and put some on the podium.
Tell us, how did your relationship with the school beauty begin? You're great, young man. You've hidden it well enough. Tell me, how does it feel to be a father now? Your restaurant is really delicious. Our entire dormitory loves eating at your restaurant. For the sake of our classmates, can you give us a discount? Everyone gathered around him and started chatting. Lu Qingxue was at home playing with the babies while doing housework. Before I knew it, it was almost noon. Lu Qingxue was a little hungry and went to find something to eat. Suddenly, an idea came to me. My husband works so hard every day, why don't I cook a meal for him today so he can eat it when he comes home? Lu Qingxue frowned, a little unsure of her own strength. But when he thought about it, he realized that Lin Feng had taken good care of 3 people during her pregnancy, and he suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a big problem if he took over. Steamed rice. How much is it for 2 people? 1 cup or 2 cups of rice? Well, 2 cups. Cooking. Let's have some wood ear mushroom salad. Lu Qingxue grabbed a handful of dried fungus and put it in warm water, then went to the refrigerator to find a piece of meat. Let's stir fry the pork, cut along the meridians. I want to take a good look at how this piece of meat is grown. In a word, in a nutshell. After working for most of the day, the rice was steamed and the vegetables were fried. As for the taste, it's just okay, but the thought behind it is what matters most. She cleared the table, served the rice and dishes, and then went to make soup. By the way, I called Lin Feng and asked, "Husband, where have you been?" Waiting for the elevator. Are you hungry? I'll cook as soon as I get back. Hee, great. After serving the soup, she cut some fruit, clapped her hands, and put her hands on her hips. The effect is very good. Just in time, Lin Feng came back. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled the aroma of food. Honey, have you cooked? Chapter 68. My own husband, I feel bad for him. Lu Qingxue looked at him with sparkling eyes, like a child waiting to perform on stage. Yes, today I made a few of my favorite home-cooked dishes. You can try them. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He took a look at the home-cooked dishes on the table and they looked okay. After all, he now has the skills of a chef. Lu Qingxue's dishes look barely passable. As for how they taste, we'll have to wait and see. Let me first say hello to our 2 little babies. Daddy is back. I gave both babies a kiss on the head, then went to the kitchen to wash my hands and eat. Lu Qingxue couldn't wait to pick up some food for him and said, "Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Feng took a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's a bit salty, eat more rice, and it's okay overall. Eat some cold mixed black fungus, it looks good and smells good too. It's a bit sour, eat more rice, and it's okay overall. How about some stir-fried eggplant with shredded pork? The meat was a bit tough, and the eggplant was blanched but the water wasn't squeezed out, so it was all oily when I ate it. So, eat more rice, it's okay overall. Lu Qingxue quickly asked, "Honey, is it delicious?" If someone has worked hard to prepare 3 dishes and a soup for you, you must praise them and not let them down. Lin Feng nodded, "It's delicious, tastes good." After listening to this, Lu Qingxue was greatly encouraged. I decided that from now on, when Lin Feng goes to class, I will prepare dinner and wait for him to come back. I can't let him do everything. If my husband doesn't feel sorry for me, who will? Lu Qingxue picked up her chopsticks. Hey, this seems a bit salty, this is a bit sour. I can't chew this. Lin Feng was amused by Lu Qingxue's expression. I think it's okay. I can eat it. Lu Qingxue suddenly became unhappy, my husband must not have had a good experience. Honey, let's not eat this stir-fried eggplant with shredded pork. Lin Feng disagreed, my wife worked hard to make this, why not eat it? I think it's quite delicious. Cheesy love talk is the most deadly. Lu Qingxue's eyes curved with joy, then, husband, can you eat more? Lin Feng. After dinner, adhering to the idea of seeing things through to the end, Lu Qingxue asked Lin Feng to rest while she cleaned up the kitchen. Lin Feng rarely enjoyed Lu Qingxue's service, so he went to entertain Ping and Rui. I haven't seen them for just one morning, and I'm already missing them. Putting the 2 little guys on the bed, Lin Feng played games with them. They will also ask them to call Dad, come on, call Dad. Rui is indeed a foodie. She held one of her feet and played with it with great interest, then tried hard to eat it. He looks like a hard-working eater, eating with his feet in his arms. Lin Feng quickly called Lu Qingxue over, wife, come and see Rui.
Lu Qingxue heard Lin Feng's tone was not right, so she ran over to see what's wrong.
What's wrong?
Lin Feng pointed at the bed and motioned her to look.
Lu Qingxue looked over and burst into laughter.
I quickly pulled out my phone to record it, and will show it to my daughter when she grows up.
Lin Feng came over and asked Rui, are your feet salty and oily? They taste so good?
Rui made a smacking sound in her mouth, the food tasted so delicious.
Lin Feng thought, how can a baby be so cute? Lu Qingxue was happily recording the video nearby. Husband, don't you say that now? Let's show it to our kids when they get married.
Lin Feng smiled and said, wife, feed Rui.
She must be hungry.
Lu Qingxue chuckled, she's just playing.
If she were really hungry, I don't know how she would cry.
Finally, Rui had eaten enough, and Lin Feng went to wash her feet.
Holding her little feet, Lin Feng asked, can Daddy have a bite too?
Rui kicked over, as if responding to him.
Lu Qingxue laughed, your daughter doesn't seem to agree.
Lin Feng touched her little feet with his nose, oh, your feet are so smelly.
It made Yaya giggle.
After washing his feet, Lin Feng went over to play with Ping'an. Ping'an was playing with the hanging bell, and Lin Feng would let him grab it, and then let him go after Ping'an held on for a while.
Ping'an is much stronger than before, and can hold on for a few seconds before letting go.
After playing enough, Lu Qingxue changed into pajamas, wiped the sweat off her face with hot water, and fed the babies. As soon as Rui was in Lu Qingxue's arms, she started to wriggle in and out like a piglet, looking very impatient.
She was so scared that Lu Qingxue didn't dare to feed the baby. Hiss. Rui took a bite, and Lu Qingxue's facial features wrinkled in pain. Little foodie, spank me.
Lin Feng also came over to warn his daughter, regardless of whether she could understand or not.
Rui, can you be gentler when eating?
It hurts my mother.
Rui said, the person who is eating and doesn't want to listen to anyone.
On this side, Ping'an was probably hungry, so he turned his head to look at his mother. That look and that expression made Lu Qingxue feel guilty instantly.
Hubby, please carry Ping'an over. He's looking at me like that, it hurts. Lin Feng picked up his son and said, come on, let's go to the living room to play with Daddy, okay? Ping'an looked at him, unhappy and angry. He didn't make a big fuss, he just whined and was unhappy.
Lin Feng held him and walked back and forth in the living room. By the way, introduce him to the decorations in your home.
What is this? This is a TV, this is a vase, this is a photo album. Look, who is this? Lin Feng brought his son close to his photo and said, do you think he looks familiar? He's you.
Ping'an has a pair of curious big eyes, looking here and there.
Lu Qingxue's voice came from the master bedroom, hubby, it's done.
Lin Feng saw Ping'an holding her up and said, come, let's have dinner together. Then I burked Rui, who had fallen asleep. In order not to disturb them, Lin Feng went to the living room and took pictures quietly. Ping'an is still used to eating and sleeping with the baby in his mouth, so he can't be put in the crib for a while. Lu Qingxue adjusted her position on the bed so that even when she was asleep, the food would not press on the baby's mouth and nose. Lin Feng put something behind her back so that she could lie flat with a slight tilt.
Thank you, husband.
Lin Feng smiled, thank you for your hard work.
He naturally kissed Lu Qingxue on the forehead.
Sometimes when love is deep, these intimate actions come naturally. Even though the two of them lived under the same roof and called each other wife and husband very sweetly, it was the first time they kissed each other. Lu Qingxue blushed and glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye.
Why is her husband so handsome?
Lin Feng was also a little surprised, but seeing that Lu Qingxue didn't show anything, he smiled.
Get some sleep. Sleeping like this is actually very tiring, but there is no other way, adults always have to accommodate children.
I don't know how much time passed, but Lu Qingxue felt as if the child in her arms was taken away by someone.
She was already drowsy and didn't think much about it.
She woke up instantly and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Lin Feng was startled. I saw the child fell asleep, so I took him to the crib to sleep.
Lu Qingxue let down her guard, I just thought someone was stealing the baby.
Lin Feng knew that she was confused because of her sleep, or perhaps it was also a parental instinct.
Go to sleep, no one is stealing the baby.
Lu Qingxue said, thank you for your hard work, husband. She fell asleep again in a daze. As soon as Lin Feng finished taking care of the child and lay down, she moved over and slept in his arms.
Lin Feng was surprised. She is asleep. Chapter 69, The Contrast Between the School Belle and the Enviable Family of Four. I have classes tomorrow, honey. I'll try to come back early to feed the babies.
Lin Feng remembered that she had classes early in the morning.
It's okay.
I'll take the baby out for a walk tomorrow and pick you up from school.
I'll feed the baby while I'm there.
Early in the morning, Lin Feng got up and made breakfast for Lu Qingxue.
Wife, what do you want to eat today? Lu Qingxue was brushing her teeth. It's all right. I like whatever my husband cooks.
After washing up, Lu Qingxue wiped the baby's food with hot water and fed them. The babies woke up very early, most of the time around 7 or 8 o'clock. They woke up as soon as Lin Feng woke up.
Rui was still drowsy at this time, and Lu Qingxue coaxed her, Rui, drink your milk first. Mommy has to go to class soon.
Rui arched her back in his arms, smelled the milky aroma, and drowsily leaned forward to drink.
Wife, it's time to eat. Lu Qingxue carried the child to the living room. Here I come.
Although the doctor said to hold the baby as little as possible, it is okay to hold him occasionally. When Lin Feng came over, he saw Lu Qingxue eating breakfast while holding the child.
At this time, Rui in his arms was completely awake.
She opened her big eyes like black grapes and held the rations, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch them away. Lu Qingxue could still manage to eat with one hand, but she was afraid that rice residue would fall on the baby.
Look, the food scraps fell directly on Rui's face. Fortunately they were cold. Sorry, Mom didn't mean it.
Lin Feng always made nutritious meals for Lu Qingxue.
The portions were not large, but there were many dishes, so she could always finish them. She finished eating, Rui finished eating too, and the rest was left to feed Ping'an. She lay on the sofa, digesting her food while feeding Ping'an, while Lin Feng packed her things. She has a shoulder bag, which is very convenient, but it can hold too many things. Mobile phone, charger, pen, notepad. Lin Feng asked her, what else do you need?
Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, honey, let's prepare some breast pads. After packing up the things, Lin Feng also brushed her shoes, which touched Lu Qingxue who was standing beside him.
Oh my god, the husband I married is so caring.
Finally, after feeding Ping'an, I realized I was almost late. She put on her nursing pads, her shoes, and her bag. Finally, she gave each of the 3 babies in the family a kiss, and she stood on tiptoe to give each one a kiss. It was just her forehead, and she felt a little shy.
Honey, thank you for taking care of the babies. I'm leaving now. Bye. Lin Feng reminded her to take the car keys. Do you know how to ride an electric bike? Lu Qingxue nodded, yes. I'm leaving, husband, I really can't say anymore.
Although she said this, when closing the door, Lu Qingxue made a heart shape with her hands to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng is completely captivated by his wife's cuteness, isn't he?
The next step is to clean up the kitchen, prepare the ingredients for lunch, and steam the rice.
Ping'an Rui is looking at his dad in the stroller.
Lin Feng discovered that babies like to watch adults do things, and they always look curious no matter what they do.
Let's go pick up Mom from school.
Lu Qingxue was in a large class, and if nothing unexpected happened, when they went to school, they guessed that she would have finished class.
The weather is good today. There is no sun and no wind, and it is slightly cool.
Lin Feng pushed the cart all the way to school, which took more than 20 minutes to walk. Babies are curious about everything new around them, such as passers-by, cars on the road, newly built buildings, etc. The baby stroller Lin Feng bought can be operated in both directions. If he is not alone, he will turn the handle around so that he can see what is happening to the babies.
Lin Feng teased the babies as they walked. Isn't it fun outside? When you can walk, Daddy will take you to many places to play, okay?
As I was walking, I passed by a flower shop and was stopped by the owner.
Hey handsome, is this your child?
Lin Feng then remembered that he had bought a bouquet of flowers for Lu Qingxue in this store during the Chinese Valentine's Day.
Yes, twins, a boy and a girl.
The boss was extremely envious and touched by the 2 babies, so he gave them a small flower.
It's almost noon, what are you doing?
Oh, to pick up their mom from school.
Nima, I'm so envious. When they arrived at school, the 3 of them attracted the attention of people around them, and he sent a message to Lu Qingxue. Is get out of class over? I'll wait for you outside your classroom. Lu Qingxue is taking notes right now.
She is not a genius, and her excellent academic performance is achieved through her own hard work. The teacher at the podium closed the lesson plan, assigned homework, and announced the end of get out of class.
The girl next to me came over and took a look. Wow, taking so many notes is unnecessary. Lu Qingxue said calmly, that's my business.
Then he packed up his things and stood up, which made the girl next to him very embarrassed.
Lu Qingshue's other deskmate was also a girl.
I don't remember as much as she does, but I remember quite a bit anyway.
The teacher said this is the key point. Wouldn't it be good to take more notes? It's really funny.
If you don't work hard yourself, you think others don't need to work hard either. Others work hard, but I find their efforts strange. This girl knew that Lu Qingxue worked very hard, but she stole the phone during class and then slacked off.
She took notes seriously and even brought a recorder. Campus beauty, your husband and the children are here to pick you up.
When Lu Qingxue heard this, she stood on the balcony and looked. It's really them. She hurried downstairs and ran over like a happy butterfly with a bright smile on her face.
Are you really coming to pick me up from get out of class? Lin Feng laughed. Really? I'm not kidding.
Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Let's go.
She asked Ping and Rui, do you miss your mother? It seems like you don't miss me.
Humph, it's a pity that your mother misses you. Lin Feng took off her shoulder bag and said, let me carry it. Lu Qingxue said no, it wasn't heavy, but the bag was already on his shoulder. Amid the envious gazes of those around them, the two took the babies out of school.
The school beauty's smile doesn't belong to us.
Draw your sword, the man named Lin Feng.
This is probably what love looks like. I must have a sweet love. The school beauty is so cute. Only her husband can have this kind of contrasting cuteness. Ah! Ha, so what if I'm the school belle?
I'll never get a man like her.
Ha, so what if it's Lin Feng?
I'm the woman he'll never get.
Ha, so what about the school beauty and Lin Feng? I'm the one that neither of them can ever get. That's enough, stop hanging out on the forum and go find a relationship. Keep in formation, brothers. Is being single bad? Is it bad? Woohoo! Being single wasn't my intention. It's just that no one likes me. It hurts, ohhhh.
The two were walking and chatting, when suddenly Ping An glared at them, his little face turning red. Let's find a place to sit down and change Ping An's diaper. Finally, Lu Qingxue put the baby on her lap, and Lin Feng put a diaper on the baby to change his diaper. The two of them changed their son's diaper while making fun of him because he was smelly. Lin Feng even made an awkward gesture. Oh, Dad is dying of suffocation.
He's going to pass out.
Ping An laughed non-stop. Chapter 70. We are all friends, but our worries are different. When you are with children, you cannot avoid changing diapers and feeding the babies when you are outside. When conditions do not permit, mothers have to squat down and hold their babies to feed them.
Because once babies are hungry, they don't care about you adults. Their own stomachs are the most important thing. However, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng were well prepared, so this was not necessary.
Honey, let's just use the old wet wipes.
This one isn't as good as the other one. Okay, I think there's a lot of lint too. Wait, let me take a look. Oops. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a little red butt. I'll just apply some comfrey oil when I get home.
After returning, Lin Feng cooked and Lu Qingxue fed the babies. Honey, Rui's butt is also red, and it's even more serious than Ping An's.
I've already applied comfrey to her.
Although this medicine is effective, it is not effective for babies with chronic red buttocks.
Lin Feng hurried over to take a look, frowning. Is it because of the diaper?
But this is a pack of diapers, and it's half used.
Lu Qingxue felt distressed and said, why don't we just throw this bag away and buy a new one?
Especially Rui, who is more active than her brother, often moves around and shakes her butt, causing it to redden the most. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Why don't we use baby cloth diapers? They don't need to be covered up, and they're very breathable. Lu Qingxue thought about it and could only do this. Then we'll use cloth diapers. Those sold outside are too thin and will leak if the amount is a little more.
At that time, you can only use the two together.
Lin Feng also thought of this problem and went to the cabinet to look for something.
Wife, don't we have a few blankets that have been washed but not used? Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Honey, do you want to use that as a diaper? That was when she passed by a store that was having a promotion. The products were of good quality and the discounts were quite big.
Since she could stock up on supplies like these so she could use them later, she bought 4 or 5 beds. Anyway, she was pregnant at the time and had nothing else to do but stock up and stock up. Lin Feng found an extra large bed sheet, which was obviously made of pure cotton.
It was very breathable and of good quality. Honey, just stay home. I'll take this to the tailor and make diapers. Lu Qingxue nodded, go early and come back early. Before leaving, Lin Feng kissed the two little babies and felt sorry for them. Wait until daddy comes back with diapers, and you won't have to worry about your red butts anymore. The two sleeping babies are as cute as little angels. This required finding a tailor, but he didn't seem to have seen a tailor anywhere. He called Zhou Chang, but Zhou Chang didn't know and couldn't hear clearly because of the noise on the other end. I called Nobita, but he didn't know either. However, Haozi remembered that there was an old woman in a small alley who was doing sewing and mending business. Do you remember that time when we went to buy instant noodles? It was that transformer, you know? Go forward and turn right, there's a small alley. Oh, I know where it is. I'll go right away. The sun came out in the afternoon, and Lu Qingxue felt distressed when she thought of her husband going out for a run in such hot weather. Hope he can come back soon. Lin Feng found the alley and found that there was indeed an old woman doing sewing and mending business. After learning his purpose, he smiled and said, young man, you have found the right person. I will take this seat. Wait a moment, I'll finish it for you in no time. Lin Feng sat on a stool. The old woman looked to be about 60 years old and was in good spirits. The old lady was very enthusiastic. She chatted with Lin Feng while busy with her work. I used to be a tailor. When I was young, I made clothes for myself all the time. They were very beautiful. Now that I'm old, I have nothing to do all day and I want to find something to do. It's good to use cloth diapers. That's what we used back then, and our baby's bottom never got red. After a while, the old woman handed a finished product to Lin Feng. Is it this thick? Lin Feng felt that it was about right. Okay, mother-in-law. The old woman smiled and said, when winter comes, you can ask me to make winter cloth diapers for you. I can make them thicker. Lin Feng smiled, okay, then I'll come to see my mother-in-law. The old woman smiled even more happily, I will make you a belt later to tie the diaper and prevent it from sliding down. Lin Feng praised, mother-in-law, this is a good idea. This is possible. In more than an hour, the old woman made nearly 50 cloth diapers and also made the other blankets that Lin Feng brought. Lin Feng was very satisfied, Grandma, thank you. The old lady was very enthusiastic and even taught Lin Feng how to use the belt. Just put these two small ropes in and it'll be done. If you don't want to use this, you can just use pants. After returning home, Lu Qingxue was very satisfied with the finished product. Wow, well done. Lin Feng was also very satisfied. Let the babies use this from now on. When the weather gets cooler, I'll ask my mother-in-law to make some for the winter. However, this means you will have to wash your baby's diapers. The child isn't eating solid food, and washing diapers doesn't smell bad. But when you go out, you still have to put diapers on the babies. In this way, the babies changed to cloth diapers, and the couple was very satisfied. Then, Rui gave Lin Feng a good start. Less than 5 minutes after I finished putting on the diaper, Rui pooped. Emma, unlike diapers, you can clearly smell the odor of cloth diapers and know that the baby has pooped. Hubby, thank you for your hard work. Lu Qingxue handed the changed cloth diaper to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it to the toilet, flushed it with flour wine, and then washed it with baby laundry detergent. Well, that is convenient. I feel that 50 are not enough for 2 babies, so I will make more when I come back. The next day, Pingyan's red PP was healed, and Rui's red PP was also healed. That day, Lin Feng was in class and Lu Qingxue had just finished her meal when Pingyan pooped. How can I dislike the smell of my own baby? I will happily wash the diapers. Just like that, before I knew it, it was already the 3rd month. The weather had finally cooled off a bit, but it was still incredibly hot and stuffy, and even opening the windows didn't help. It's okay to go downstairs and take the babies for a walk. Zhou Cheng's mother called and said that tomorrow is Zhou Cheng's birthday and she wants to invite a few good friends to hang out together. The 4 people who were in the same dormitory at the time now have their own lives and their contact is obviously not as frequent as before. When everyone is free, they can have voice chat in the group, talking about the difficulty of work and life. Gradually, Haozi and Nobita discovered that it was actually not easy for them. Zhou Chang comes from a well-off family. Now he and Lin Feng make tens of thousands of dollars a day doing business, and he can't stop smiling. Looking at Lin Feng, he now has a house, a car, a wife and children, and his business is also on the rise. I wanted to invite them out for barbecue, but now one is busy with business and the other is busy taking care of the kids.
They were the only two people who had common topics to complain about: overtime, promotions, salary increases, and things going on at the company. This time, Zhou Cheng's mother also called them. This is a heads up, so if they arrive late, it's okay to eat later. We had originally planned to eat out, but since Lu Qingxue could eat very little, we decided to just eat at home. Chapter 71: The first entertainment activity after giving birth. The next afternoon, after Lin Feng and his family finished packing, they went to Zhou Cheng's house. There are 3 waiters, a cashier, and a kitchen clerk in the store now. Zhou Cheng watched over him for more than half a month before handing the kitchen over to him. He had to make money and do other things as well. Zhou Cheng lives in an old duplex house with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. The decoration is still not outdated. The couple had nothing to do, so they decided to go early. Zhou Cheng's mother was busy in the kitchen. "Auntie, let me help you." As a result, he was kicked out. "Guests are welcome. Go sit on the sofa. It's just like home. Whatever you want to eat is on the coffee table." Before, Zhou Cheng always took them home to eat and play games, so they were quite familiar with his home. "What's wrong? My stomach hurts, it seems like relatives are coming." "Does it hurt badly?" "It's not particularly painful, it's okay. I'll get you some hot water." Feeling much better after drinking the hot water, Lu Qingxue walked in the living room and ate melon seeds. Lin Feng prescribed pecans for her. It just so happened that the movie channel was showing a good science fiction film, and the couple watched and listened to it happily. Pingyan and Rui were playing with toys in the car. After a burst of special effects sounds, Pingyan was scared and cried. Lin Feng quickly changed the channel, and Lu Qingxue immediately picked up her son and coaxed him. Zhou Cheng's mother came out and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just heard the child crying." Lin Feng explained, "I was scared by the sound on TV." He was so engrossed in the fun that he forgot for a moment that the babies were right next to him. It was also his fault for being so careless. Zhou Cheng's mother breathed a sigh of relief. "Just coax her and she'll be fine." Lin Feng used a toy to comfort Pingyan. Don't cry, look what daddy is holding in his hand." "Look here." Rui blinked her big eyes and looked at her brother with a puzzled look, as if she didn't understand why he was crying. However, she felt she needed to express her emotions. "So I howled a few times too, and then I couldn't stop." Pingyan had just been coaxed into submission, and Rui joined in the fun. Lu Qingxue put her son in her husband's arms. Holding the crying Rui, he fed her food without saying a word, and her crying stopped in seconds. Since Rui didn't join in the fun, Pingyan gradually became quiet. Zhou Cheng's mother had prepared all the ingredients and was waiting for everyone to arrive to cook, while she was coaxing the child. She rubbed her hands together and said, "Let me hug them." When she held the child in her arms, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. "Oh, so cute, so soft to hold." She could no longer remember what it felt like when she held her son for the first time. After a while, Zhou Cheng's father came back and asked Lin Feng to play a game of chess with him. "Can you play chess?" Lu Qingxue asked. Lin Feng hummed, "Chess, my dad taught me." There were 2 games in total, and Lin Feng won 1 and tied 1. Zhou Cheng's father became more and more courageous and planned to come again, but his wife asked him to go to the kitchen to help. Haozi and Nobita made an appointment to come together and play games with Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, you can't do it. It's been 3 days and your hands are not used to it? What's going on with Brother Feng's mysterious operation? Did he use the ultimate skill incorrectly?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "I'm a little rusty. I won't be able to play the next round." Lu Qingxue didn't play this game. Since she couldn't understand it, she would lie on Lin Feng's shoulder and watch the video on her mobile phone. Ping and Rui fell asleep after crying just now, and is now sleeping in the inner room. After a while, Zhou Cheng came back with a drink in his hand. Everyone enjoyed the meal at the table. Zhou Cheng's mother was also very caring towards Lu Qingxue, and placed all the light-flavored dishes in front of her. "I originally planned to invite a few more friends over this time, but now the only ones I'm still in touch with are Lin Feng and the other 2. When they were almost at the table, Lin Feng suddenly said, "The child is awake." Lu Qingxue listened carefully and indeed heard the child's voice. The couple got up and went to the guest room to pick up the child. Then, a scene that surprised the 2 of them appeared. Pingyan was lying down, but his sister Rui was lying on her stomach, turning her head to look at them and crying. Did Rui turn things around? It should be. After changing the diaper, Lu Qingxue fed Rui, who was crying the loudest, in the room. Lin Feng came out holding his son. With so many people teasing him, Ping'an had tears on his face, but he stopped crying in his father's arms.
Zhou Chang stretched out his hand. Come on, Ping'an, let uncle hold you, okay?
Lin Feng handed Ping'an to Zhou Chang. The next second, the little guy turned around to look for his father, pouted and prepared to cry. He looked like Lin Feng didn't want him, so pitiful. Lin Feng quickly hugged his son, kissed him, and let him feel the familiar breath of his father. Sure enough, Ping'an slowly closed his pouting mouth. It seemed that he was shy and didn't like being held.
Let's go find Mom.
Since having a child, the couple's eating speed has increased significantly.
Especially Lu Qingxue, who was breastfeeding.
You have to eat quickly, otherwise you might encounter children drinking milk or having poop.
By the time we finished cleaning up the kids, the meal was already cold. Not to mention meeting a slow-paced kid like Ping'an, a tedious little cutie who takes an hour to drink milk.
After the couple finished their work, Zhou Cheng's mother started to clear the table.
Finally, we ate birthday cake and made a wish. After going through the whole process, it was getting late.
How about this, Brother Feng, go back and put the kids to sleep, then we can come down and have some skewers, how about that?
Sure, we haven't gotten together for 2 months. That's fine, I have no objection, it depends on Brother Feng. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, how about buying some and eating at our house?
Howsy disagreed, eating at home doesn't feel like eating skewers.
We'll go eat and come back soon.
Even if the child wakes up during the journey, my sister-in-law will be there.
You don't have any food. Nobita didn't say anything. He didn't mind the final result anyway.
Zhou Chang thought it made sense.
That's right, Brother Feng, you don't have any food. If the child cries, don't you have your sister-in-law?
Lu Qingxue also wanted Lin Feng to go get together, as friends should visit each other. In the past month or two, my husband has been busy taking care of the babies and has not had any spare time of his own.
Go ahead, husband, I'll take care of the child. Lin Feng still doesn't understand them? I'm afraid this trip won't be over until 1 or 2 in the morning. If I leave, will you be able to sleep at night? This is why he doesn't want to go to the barbecue.
My wife said that if she doesn't sleep with me, she will suffer from insomnia. Lu Qingxue reacted quickly and was deeply moved. Some men are good at talking nonsense. Some men excel in their actions, they do things silently and don't express them deliberately. She pursed her lips and smiled, I can sleep, I won't have insomnia.
3 single dogs around me.
Cold dog food was slapped randomly on their faces.
In the car, Lin Feng said, if you don't want me to go, I don't have to go. They don't understand me now, but they will when they have children.
Lu Qingxue tilted her head and looked at him. The more she looked at her husband, the more handsome he became. She couldn't take her eyes off him.
Go ahead, I'm all for it. But be sure to drink less and find a designated driver, okay? And come back early, not too late, okay? Chapter 72, Show Off, this time you've made a mistake.
The 3 of them were waiting for Lin Feng downstairs. They waited for half an hour before he came down. The first sentence at the beginning said, without me around, she had trouble sleeping at night, so I stayed with her until she fell asleep before coming down.
Howsy howled, after all, everything was wrong to us. Brother Feng, we've been feeding mosquitoes down there for half an hour. Don't you feel guilty?
Daxiong sighed, Brother Feng, I used to think you weren't the type of good family man.
I was wrong.
Zhou Chang laughed heartily, oh my god, so Brother Feng has 3 children. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he could just make fun of them if he wanted.
Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. I want to go home after eating.
Howsy pushed him back and said, then hurry back.
You haven't even eaten yet and you're already going home.
Lin Feng pretended to really go back, and Howsy was so scared that he quickly dragged him back. Hurry up and go, Zhou Chang is treating us today.
Zhou Chang asked back, my treat? It's my birthday. The 4 of them walked together, laughing.
The 4 of them finally chose barbecue, which was a restaurant where they used to gather often.
Howsy sat down and asked, Boss, do you remember us?
The boss was a little surprised.
I remember. You haven't been here for a long time. How about giving you a 25% discount today? Okay, thank you, boss. You are so generous.
Zhou Chang and a few others were choosing at the stall, while Lin Feng was sitting on a chair. He could eat whatever he wanted anyway, so he just asked them to take a few more skewers. The 4 of them sat together, each talking about what had happened during this period.
Only Lin Feng's style was a little different.
Taking care of 2 children is indeed tiring, but they can always give me warmth every day.
Did you know?
My daughter, at this age, can eat her own feet.
Let me show you a video. Isn't it cute? It's so adorable, it melts my heart. Come, let me show you my son. Look at how hard he works out. This little guy is more persistent than an adult. As a father, I'm so proud. Look, this is how they laugh because of us. Does it feel like little angels have come down to earth? Does it?
And this one, smacking its lips while sleeping, so cute.
The other 3 people? They don't want to know the joy of being a father because they don't even have a wife. They couldn't feel this kind of happiness, and could only shed tears of envy. Zhou Cheng always spoke without considering the occasion. I'm heartbroken. The other 3 were shocked. Broken heart? Has he ever been in love? Lin Feng asked. Broken heart? Who is the other party? Ha sighed heavily. Zhuqing. The other 3, what the hell?
When did Zhou Cheng start dating Zhuqing?
Lin Feng exclaimed. I remember you haven't started chasing me yet. The other 2, what? Is this considered a broken heart?
Zhou Cheng sighed again. Yes, but he rejected me directly and said he wanted to be my brother. When the 3 heard this, they laughed unkindly.
Haozi patted Zhou Cheng's shoulder with a sympathetic look on his face. I treat you as a brother, but you want me to be the mother of your child. Ha ha ha. Zhou Cheng was worried. She doesn't like me. Haozi blindly comforted him. It's okay, she doesn't like you, but we like you and won't let you lack love. Zhou Cheng pushed him away. Get lost. Who cares about your love? I want beautiful women. Several people were laughing together, but each of them was unhappy in his own way.
After sitting down and chatting, I felt that our previously distant relationship had become much closer. Lin Feng got up and went to buy some barbecue, and told the boss not to make it too spicy.
No need to ask, you know who it's for. The 3 of them could only envy him. Haozi said to the boss, Boss, this account will not be included in the bill. We don't recognize it.
After finishing his meal, seeing that it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng quickly slipped away.
Zhou Cheng has to open the store tomorrow and has other things to do.
Haozi and Nobita have to punch in for work tomorrow, so the 4 of them separate and will reunite another day. After returning home and changing his shoes, Lin Feng heard some noise coming from the master bedroom. Lu Qingxue came over with a smile on her face, and it seemed that she had not slept at all.
You're back. Still awake? I was asleep.
I just woke up half-heartedly and saw you weren't there, so I started playing with my phone until now. Here, this is the barbecue I bought for you, without any spicy sauce.
Wow, my husband is so nice. I haven't had barbecue for over a year. Lin Feng went to take a shower, and Lu Qingxue started eating happily. When the person came out, she asked, Why did you think of buying barbecue for me? Lin Feng said as a matter of course, I didn't think much of it, but since you were at home, I brought you a copy. How could he ignore such a big person in the family? Lu Qingxue said sweetly, Thank you, husband. This barbecue tastes great.
I'll go get some spicy food after I finish feeding the kids.
Lin Feng hummed, Let's go to bed.
Lu Qingxue hurried to the bathroom to brush her teeth, then happily lay down beside Lin Feng. Good night, husband.
Lin Feng gave her a goodnight kiss naturally. Good night, wife. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Does your stomach still hurt?
Lu Qingxue said confusedly, A little bit.
Lin Feng's palm was like a hot water bottle. I'll warm you up. Lu Qingxue kissed his chest, then fell into sleepiness and no longer knew what she was saying. Thank you, husband. The next day, Lu Qingxue's relatives came to visit. Call Dr. Zhao during lunch.
Not bad, not bad, it means you've recovered well. Now that you're here, you don't need regular checkups.
Once it's over, you two can have a long talk and plan for a second child. Lin Feng came over and asked her, What did Dr. Zhao say? Lu Qingxue exclaimed, The doctor said I'm recovering well and won't need regular checkups anymore. Lin Feng was also concerned about Lu Qingxue's health. That's good. Lu Qingxue put her hands on her hips and announced, Starting today, I'm going to practice yoga and get back in shape. Lin Feng asked, Did the doctor say it's okay? Lu Qingxue nodded. The doctor said it's fine. Just don't do too much movement and keep it simple. Don't worry, husband. I'm a yoga expert and I'll be careful. Then I started ordering yoga mats, yoga balls, and yoga straps online. For her husband and herself, she has to exercise well. I thought today would be a happy day. Her relatives came and the doctor said she is recovering well. What great news! And you can also do yoga, which is really a bonus. But she never expected that her always reliable teammates would drag her back this time. Xing Shuwei. Well, what's wrong? Why are you hesitating? Just tell me what you want to say. Do you remember you sent me a video of your daughter chewing her toes? Yeah, is it because you think children are so cute that you want to have one yourself? That's not it. I took a screenshot of this video and posted it on my Moments. Lu Qingxue suddenly had a bad feeling, then what? Chapter 73. I kind of want to experience the feeling of being slapped in the face with a check, what should I do? Zuoqing quickly explained, the clip I intercepted didn't include you or your husband entering the country, not even your voices. Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. But Zuoqing's tone was clearly wrong. So? What do you want to tell me? Zuoqing sent the video to Lin Feng, take a look. After saying that, he hung up without saying anything else, leaving Lu Qingxue confused. She went to her friend's circle and watched the video over and over again, but couldn't figure out anything. Confused, she asked Zuoqing. Zuoqing sent her a screenshot and circled a small shoulder bag in the video, which was slightly larger than an adult's palm and pink. Don't underestimate its small size. It has enough space to hold a mobile phone, a charger, keys, a lipstick, a box of foundation, and a bank card. Lu Qingxue likes this small bag very much. It is beautiful, exquisite, and easy to carry. She didn't understand what Zuoqing meant, and then? Zuoqing sent a message after a while, then my aunt found out and asked me about you. Lu Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly typed, did you say that? Zuoqing, no, I made it up, saying the video belonged to someone else. Lu Qingxue, and then? Zuoqing, Auntie didn't ask any more questions, but I think she should know something. Lu Qingxue. Zuoqing, you'd better be ready. Lu Qingxue, you're such a jerk. Zuoqing, you really can't blame me. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Putting down the phone, Lu Qingxue sighed and felt a little headache. But she soon put the matter behind her. After all, she and Lin Feng had a child, so they had to agree even if they didn't agree. Lin Feng saw the person who was so excited just now turned his head away and the smile disappeared from his face. What's wrong? Lu Qingxue was confused, so Lin Feng explained, just now, you were holding your phone, and your face looked a little strange. What happened? She uttered an "oh" and said frankly, my mother seems to know about the child. I guess she will find me soon. But it's okay, I won't leave you and the babies. No one can separate us. I'm here. I won't let them embarrass you. Don't worry, my husband, I'll protect him. Lin Feng was moved by her righteous look and wanted to laugh. I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to tease her at this moment. He pretended to be thoughtful and asked, what if Auntie gave me a few million and asked me to leave you? Lu Qingxue was stunned and said uncertainly, my mom, I guess, she wouldn't do that. Judging from her expression, this situation is not impossible? The next second, Lu Qingxue puffed up her cheeks angrily. No matter how much money my mother gives you, you can't accept it. You only want me and your happiness. Lin Feng frowned and spoke in a tone that sounded both excited and embarrassed. I don't want to either, but what if Auntie gives too much? Lu Qingxue was stunned and angrily punched him with her fist. No, I won't accept them no matter how much money they offer. Are they as important as me and my peace and happiness? If you really don't want me in Ping and Rui because of the money, then I will. Looking at Lin Feng's face, which was trying to suppress his laughter, Lu Qingxue was stunned for a long time before she realized that she had been tricked. She was furious and angry, hateful, Lin Feng, you were so annoying, you actually lied to me. He grabbed his arm and bit it, causing Lin Feng to beg for mercy in pain. I was wrong, dear wife, please shut up. Lu Qingxue finally let go and stared at him with her big misty eyes, as if she was about to cry. Lin Feng was startled, and then he realized that this girl must have taken it seriously. Hugging her, he patted her like a child, and explained in a gentle voice. I'm sorry, husband, I will never play this joke on you again, really, never again. Lu Qingxue said sullenly, you don't know, I took it seriously at the time. Lin Feng nodded, sorry, husband swears that he will never make such a joke again. After a while of coaxing, Lu Qingxue's mood finally improved.
In fact, she also knew that Lin Feng was joking. But, her mother can really do such a thing. Under these conditions, this kind of thing may become a reality. Thinking of this, she felt very sad, inexplicably sad. Even she herself didn't know why, she felt sad and angry, and couldn't control herself. Seeing Lu Qingxue calm down, Lin Feng held her face and said, "You and the babies are so important to me.
I wouldn't trade you for anything."
This time Lu Qingxue felt very embarrassed, thinking that she had made a big deal out of nothing.
She shouted coldly, "What if they give too much?"
Lin Feng said seriously, "That won't work either.
My 3 treasures are priceless."
Lu Qingxue then smiled and quickly picked up Lin Feng's arm to take a look, and she was shocked. The perfect tooth marks have turned purple, which shows how cruel I was just now.
"I'm sorry, honey.
I didn't control my strength just now.
It must be painful. I'll give you a hug." When he was wondering what the hell was hoo-hoo, Lu Qingxue blew on the tooth mark, which made him laugh to death. "What should I do? I have such a lovely wife. I really want to tease her. How is it? Does it still hurt? Pain. Then I'll whistle again. How about you put my arm under the fan, that way you'll save some effort." "Good idea." He suddenly held Lu Qingxue's jade-like face, looked at her pouting mouth, and said with a smile, "Wife, why are you so cute?" Lu Qingxue pouted and said vaguely, "Huh?"
Lin Feng kissed her, and seeing her instantly become dazed, he kissed her again. Then, Lin Feng stood up and said, "I heard the baby's voice, let's go check it out." Lu Qingxue was left sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking confused about the situation. She blushed after realizing it belatedly.
Lin Feng came out holding Rui. "Wife, Rui is hungry."
Lu Qingxue came back to her senses and took the baby from Lin Feng's hands. The teeth marks were too obvious. "Husband, go apply some medicine to reduce swelling and dissolve blood stasis." Lin Feng shook his head, "No need, my wife will just give me a nap later."
Lu Qingxue knew she was teasing her and snorted coldly, "You still think you can joke with me? It seems I didn't go easy on you."
Lin Feng corrected her seriously, "It's not your hand, it's your teeth."
Lu Qingxue was speechless. Is this what she said? Humph, why didn't I realize my husband was so bad before?
Seeing that Lu Qingxue ignored him, Lin Feng took out a tube of anti-inflammatory medicine from the family medicine box. While wiping, he cried out in pain. It was half fake and half real pain. Soon Lu Qingxue was fooled and came over to apply medicine on him. He held her in his arms and rested his head on her shoulder. "Wife.
Did I say anything to you? What? I love you." Chapter 74 Rui, your dad is a bad guy.
Lu Qingxue paused and didn't answer, but her ears slowly turned red.
Lin Feng seemed to have discovered some secret and asked, "Do you love me?" Lu Qingxue didn't answer, and her ears turned even redder. He pretended to be disappointed and said, "So you don't love me, maybe it's because the child is with me." Lu Qingxue quickly explained, "No, it's not. I love you."
Lin Feng looked at her with a smile. Lu Qingxue knew she was being tricked again and rubbed her teeth marks in anger.
"Wipe it off."
Looking at Lu Qingxue, who was obviously running away, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Lu Qingxue covered her face, looked at Rui, and smiled. "Rui, your father is annoying."
"Well, it's not that annoying actually."
This time when Lu Qingxue came to visit her relatives, she felt a pain like a cramp. "Before I gave birth, my period wasn't always accurate and I only felt a dull pain occasionally. It's not like now that it hurts so much that I can't even stand up. I can only curl up and look at Lin Feng pitifully with my pale face. I'm going to call the doctor and ask if this is normal."
Dr. Zhao's first question made the young couple feel embarrassed.
"No, that's normal because there are many things that can happen when a mother is breastfeeding and other factors cause relatives to come for the first time. Don't worry, it might still be a little painful next time you come, but the symptoms will be less severe and it will get better slowly. Go prepare some brown sugar water for her, and get a hot water bottle to warm her stomach. She should avoid eating raw or cold food. If the pain is unbearable, give her painkillers and stop feeding the baby until 48 hours later.
Don't worry if the amount is large, it's normal. Wait a month or 2 and see if it's still the same. Come to the hospital and I'll check it out for you."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately went to make brown sugar water.
"I remember there are some painkillers in the medicine cabinet. Let's take some to get through this month." Lu Qingxue shook her head. "No, I need to feed the babies. I don't want to take medicine."
Lin Feng brought over some brown sugar water, blowing it while glaring at her. You're still breastfeeding, and you look like you're in so much pain that your face has turned pale.
How can you go on like this?
He rarely gets angry with her, and they have had a good relationship for the past 3 months.
He was always gentle and kind.
Lu Qingxue knew he did this for her. Not really wanting to be mad at her, he puffed out his cheeks and shook his head. I can hold on.
I need to feed the babies.
Seeing how persistent she was, Lin Feng didn't know what to say.
You look quite smart, why are you so stupid?
We have milk storage bags, we can save enough for the babies later. If it really doesn't work, I'll go buy some milk powder and get through these few days. Lu Qingxue smiled when she heard this. Yes, I'll save some for the baby later. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, then teased her. Do you know what it looks like when you puff up your cheeks in anger?
Lu Qingxue didn't ask.
After all, they were making fun of her, so it must not be cute. Lin Feng said to himself, pufferfish, ha ha, so cute.
Lu Qingxue snorted coldly, but couldn't help laughing secretly.
She was talking seriously, but he insisted on calling her cute.
Lu Qingxue drank some brown sugar water and felt the pain ease.
Husband, bring the tools over here.
While it's not painful yet, act now.
Lin Feng took out the tools and put them in the disinfection cabinet for disinfection.
Let me do it. Lu Qingxue exclaimed, let me do it. Lin Feng chuckled, when I was in the hospital, was there anything I hadn't seen? Lu Qingxue tried to make a last-ditch effort, I can do it myself, really.
As soon as he moved, he felt a flood.
His face suddenly froze and he dared not move.
Lin Feng asked her to lie down while he saved food for the babies. Lu Qingxue covered her face and wanted to die, but before she could be embarrassed for a while, the cramps started to hurt again. Lin Feng immediately withdrew his hand and said, this should be enough.
I'll go get you some medicine.
Lu Qingxue grabbed his hand and said, no, I can hold on a little longer.
Keep going. This little bit of pain is nothing.
You don't know how painful it is to give birth to a child. Lu Qingxue tried for a long time but failed to give birth to the babies. In the end, the doctor was so anxious that he wanted to switch to surgery because he was afraid that the babies would lack oxygen. Fortunately, the birth was safe and normal in the end. Strictly speaking, Lu Qingxue was in pain from the morning until the afternoon when she called Lin Feng.
That's not true.
In fact, she had already started to feel pain when she went to the hospital, but she hadn't given birth yet and her water hadn't broken. Really, compared to the pain of childbirth, this pain is nothing. Lin Feng pursed his lips and looked at her, feeling a little distressed.
But Lu Qingxue didn't notice at all that she was in so much pain right now. Woo-woo.
Lin Feng took the tools and continued to store food for the babies, his movements becoming lighter and lighter. Finally, the two stopped when the small storage box was almost full. Lin Feng went to get the medicine, and Lu Qingxue took it and waited for it to take effect. Lin Feng used Lu Qingxue's rechargeable hand warmer to warm her up. As the medicine gradually took effect, Lu Qingxue finally felt less uncomfortable.
Honey, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll help you go. Lu Qingxue came out and lay on the sofa. Honey, I'm a little sleepy. Let me take a nap.
Lin Feng was afraid that she would roll over in her sleep, so he carried her to the second bedroom. You should sleep over here, otherwise the babies will wake up and disturb you.
Okay, thank you, husband, for your hard work.
Lu Qingxue kissed him from a distance and fell asleep soon after. Lin Feng covered her with a small quilt and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Even from such a distance, Lin Feng could clearly hear Rui's crying and quickly rushed to the master bedroom. My goodness, I saw Rui crying and struggling to turn over.
Ping'an also started sobbing, but not as loudly as his sister.
Lin Feng quickly put the two children in the stroller and pushed them to the kitchen to feed the babies.
Fortunately, I have done this before, otherwise I would be in a mess now.
The main thing was that Rui was crying so fast and loudly that no matter how Lin Feng tried to comfort her, the crying wouldn't work, so Ping'an also came to join in the fun. Lin Feng heated up the milk, tested the temperature and found it was just right. He then took 2 bottles, squatted next to the stroller, and fed each baby one at a time. As soon as the Rui rice cooker smelled the milk, he started drinking it up. Ping'an refused to accept the bottle and turned his head away, refusing to eat.
After several attempts, Lin Feng could only feed Rui first.
Rui stopped crying, and Ping'an also gradually calmed down, looking curiously at the bottle in his father's hand. Lin Feng simply put the bottle in his hand and held it himself.
Rui gulped down the milk and finished the whole bottle in no time.
In the past, Lu Qingxue was the one who fed Rui, and she said that Rui could eat, but he had no idea. Now I see, wow, so much milk was finished in a short time.
His daughter is amazing.
Look at Pingyan, he is biting the bottle and not showing any intention to drink.
You little bastard, you're nothing.
Lin Feng picked up his daughter and burped her, while watching his son playing with the bottle. After burping the baby, she put Rui on the bed and took care of her son while he drank milk.
Chapter 75 Love from My Wife.
Pingyan still refused to drink, so Lin Feng simply waited until he was hungry, and maybe he would start drinking naturally.
Why, do you want to drink?
Seeing Rui staring at the bottle, Lin Feng tentatively fed her to see if she would drink it.
Good boy, it's time to eat again. But I only ate 1/3 of it, which is already amazing.
As long as you feed Rui, she can play by herself for a long time. For example, now, give her the hanging toys and the little one is having a lot of fun playing with them. Finally, Pingyan started crying. Lin Feng could tell whether this kind of crying was because of hunger or just for fun. Lin Feng fed Rui milk and took the opportunity to give him some milk to taste. Maybe he felt that the person in front of him didn't look like his mother, didn't have his mother's smell, or the bottle was not right.
That's why I don't eat it. Give him some flavor, he'll probably eat it if he's really hungry.
Pingyan refused at first, but he couldn't stand being hungry.
In the end, they ate a lot, which made Lin Feng very happy. After a lot of trouble, the babies were finally full.
Lin Feng seemed to be teasing Pingyan, but in fact he was observing Rui's every move. The little guy was lying down when he lifted his little feet, and then he tried very hard to turn over.
After trying twice, he succeeded.
Lin Feng squatted down and looked at the little Rui at eye level, praising her in various ways. It seemed like she had done something remarkable. After Rui learned to roll over, she found happiness, turning over and over again. Lin Feng was afraid that she would accidentally fall under the bed, so he quickly surrounded her with something. Pingyan was playing with the bell in his hand, watching Rui tossing and turning, blinking his big eyes with a confused look on his face.
The twins, a boy and a girl, are different. Rui has a better physique than his brother. It is obvious that he can eat and sleep well.
Lin Feng never asked them to be the same.
Their differences are what make them unique.
Pingyan will not turn over now, so Lin Feng is not in a hurry. Raising a child is a long process, you have to take it step by step. Anyway, Pingyan's physical condition is not as good as Rua's. After playing with the babies for a while, Lin Feng had time to go see Lu Qingxue.
Wife, are you still feeling bad now? Lu Qingxue yawned. Much better.
Where are the babies? I thought I heard Pingyan and Rui crying just now.
Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, I'm hungry. I've finished my milk and am playing now. Lu Qingxue stood up and said, I'll go see them.
Lin Feng said with a smile, Rui has already learned how to turn things around.
Lu Qingxue walked over and happened to see Rui turning over and grinning at her, so cute. Rui can roll over now, great. Come here, mommy will give you a kiss.
After saying that, Lu Qingxue gave her daughter a heart shape with her hands.
Heart shape, our Rui is awesome.
After praising her daughter, Lu Qingxue turned to see if her daughter was safe and sound and quickly said,
Pingyan is also awesome. Mommy gives Pingyan a heart too. Lu Qingxue played with the children like a child. Come, let mommy rest for a while, daddy will come and play with you.
Lin Feng lay on the floor, playing hide and seek with the babies like a mole, making them giggle.
Hey, daddy is here now.
After playing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng went to the kitchen to cook, and Lu Qingxue watched the babies in the living room. There are no classes these days, which is a good opportunity for Lu Qingxue to have a good rest. These days, Lin Feng goes downstairs to buy something once and goes home to eat it for 2 days. Lu Qingxue rested most of the time and didn't look very good, so Lin Feng made brown sugar water for her every day. Hubby, you've worked hard these past few days. Watching Lin Feng busy taking care of the 2 babies these days, it must be very hard. If it were someone inexperienced, he would have been busy and confused. Lin Feng is now accustomed to taking care of 2 children. He doesn't feel it is that hard, but he is a bit busy. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the lively Lu Qingxue was back. That day, the 2 of them went to the store to buy playpens for the babies. One was for the master bedroom, installed next to the bed. One is used in the living room as an activity area for the babies. I went to 2 places in the morning and bought everything I needed, including mats, fences, etc. Lin Feng bought the best one, which cost him more than 2,000 yuan. The smiling boss immediately delivered it to his home.
These are all new. After Lin Feng finished lunch, he let Lu Qingxue and the baby sleep first. Husband, where are you going?
I went to the bathroom to wash the new fence and mat, then took them out to dry before using them again.
Okay, I'll come help you later.
No, you sleep with the babies. Lin Feng bought the best ingredients, and the boss said they were tasteless, and they were indeed. However, parents have to be careful with things used by their babies, so he decided to wash the things and put them on the balcony to dry in the sun.
Give it to your babies in a few days.
After Lu Qingxue finished coaxing Pinyin, she felt drowsy and slept for half an hour. When she woke up, Lin Feng was still busy. The fences were washed and now the mats are being washed. The material of this mat is very good, it absorbs water very well and is non-slip.
You need to wring out the water and then wash it again.
You need to wash several mats several times.
Honey, let me help you. Honey, hang this on the balcony railing. Okay. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Lu Qingxue couldn't lift heavy objects, so he quickly asked, "Is it heavy?" Lu Qingxue shook her head. "It's not heavy, it's very light."
He started washing at around 1 p.m. and finished at nearly 4 p.m. Lin Feng was sweating profusely from exhaustion.
Lu Qingxue brought over a towel and said, "Thank you for your hard work, husband.
I have to prepare ingredients and cook dinner later.
There are still many things waiting to be done." Lin Feng smiled, "It's not hard.
The sun is shining brightly today, so it's a good time to dry these things in the sun. They'll be ready to use in 2 or 3 days. Don't think that taking care of children is easy and that it only involves taking care of children. In fact, there are many things to take care of. Apart from going to school and taking a stroll in the evening, the couple spends most of their day at home taking care of their children. As children grow older, they will need more company from their parents. Lu Qingxue feels that by then they may be like a spinning top, ha ha ha. Ding, the system has determined that the bound host has diligently accompanied the baby for 3 months, meeting the standard of a father's love as heavy as a mountain. He has obtained the skill physical fitness +1. After the system's voice sounded in his mind, Lin Feng felt that all the fatigue in his body was swept away.
Ha! This skill is good. Will it make me feel less tired when doing housework and taking care of children in the future? Lovely system, this is exactly what he needs.
Lu Qingxue learned that her husband was going to prepare food, so she quickly let him rest.
I'll go cut you some watermelon, wait.
Lin Feng followed her to the kitchen. Wife, I'm not tired.
Lu Qingxue didn't believe it. You've been busy since you got up this morning. I haven't seen you take a break. How can you not be tired? Eat some watermelon, go and have some rest, I'll cook dinner tonight.
Lin Feng wanted to say something, but Lu Qingxue turned into a pufferfish again. No, you must listen to me today. Lin Feng had no choice but to accept the love from his wife.
Chapter 76 Lu Qingxue's understanding of her talents. After eating watermelon, I went to the second bedroom to take a nap. Lu Qingxue started to get busy.
Lin Feng had already steamed the rice, and the next step was to prepare the dishes. She only cooks dishes that she is familiar with.
Last time she picked vegetables, she mixed up the grass. It's better not to force herself.
Lin Feng had his skills online and fell asleep quickly. Lu Qingxue went to watch the tutorial, and with Lin Feng's praise last time, she mistakenly believed that she was not without talent in cooking. While she was busy, she heard the babies' voices and hurried over to see.
Hubby, go to sleep, leave this to me.
It turned out that the crying woke Lin Feng up.
Lu Qingxue pushed him to the second bedroom and said, I'll call you in an hour. Trust me, I can take good care of the babies.
Lin Feng thought, after an hour, it would be almost time by the time he finished feeding the babies. Then I'll just take a nap and refresh myself. Lu Qingxue fed the babies and took care of Rui, who was crying the loudest.
Seeing her eating happily, she couldn't help but smile.
Pinyin was sobbing in the stroller, and she was using a toy to coax him.
There was no way.
Rui was hungry and no matter how I coaxed her, it didn't work. By coaxing him, Pinyin can divert his attention. After feeding the 2 children and burping them, I looked at the time and realized that almost an hour had passed.
Hurry to the kitchen and cook.
At this point, the rice is already steamed.
After cooking, I can call my husband to eat. Perfect plan. Lu Qingxue's plan is perfect, but reality is not perfect.
When stir-frying shredded pork, Lin Feng once told her that the pan must be heated very hot.
Lu Qingxue did as she was told and put the meat into the pot.
For some reason, the pan started crackling and splattering oil everywhere. Lu Qingxue was so scared that she jumped up and down on the spot. Suddenly she remembered that the babies were still at the kitchen door, so she hurried over to push the stroller out.
The babies had no idea what danger was.
They blinked their big eyes and giggled happily.
He was obviously amused by his mother's appearance just now. Lu Qingxue looked doting yet helpless. How can you still laugh?
Suddenly, she smelled a burnt smell and Lu Qingxue said to herself, "Oh no." She hurried to check and found that most of it was burnt.
What should I do with this? Can I still eat it? She fried it for a few times, took it out and tasted it to see how it tasted. As a result, I accidentally burned myself and screamed, "Hiss, it's so hot, so hot." Now my mouth was burned again.
The pain made tears well up in my eyes.
I quickly applied some aloe vera.
Ping and Rui's eyes followed his mother's figure, thinking that they were playing a game.
Lu Qingxue was in a depressed mood.
She turned around and saw that the two babies were tilting their heads, trying hard to see her from the corner. She couldn't help but want to laugh again, and her depression was immediately swept away. I also made big clown faces for the babies, which made them very happy.
Okay, Mommy, we have to be more courageous and try to have dinner by the time Daddy wakes up.
Pinch off the old part in front of the garlic shoots and the flowers that bloom at the end, then cut a small section and start dry frying them in a pan. Halfway through the stir fry, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't blanched the food.
Never mind, let it be. That should be okay, right?
Lu Qingxue tasted it anxiously, and wow, it was still raw inside.
But the outside is already starting to burn. What should I do? Keep frying.
The garlic shoots had already revealed their true appearance, and then Lu Qingxue mixed the meat, whose true appearance could no longer be seen, with the shredded meat. So, a dish of unknown origin was ready. Lu Qingxue held the plate, sighed, and looked at the two babies.
What should I do? Let Dad eat this?
The babies were playing with toys, and when one fell, Lu Qingxue picked it up and put it in their hands. The toy was tied to the stroller and would not fall to the ground, but Lu Qingxue still wiped it. "Mom, make some scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Dad." This is her specialty, so it was quite successful, and she added some chopped green onions to make it even better.
Just like that, an hour has passed. Cooking 2 dishes in an hour, Lu Qingxue thought she was pretty impressive.
At this time, Zuoqing, who was adding fuel to the fire, called.
"What?"
Zuoqing chuckled, "Sister, I just did something really clever." Lu Qingxue was planning to make some clear soup or something, so she had to have the standard ingredients.
What's going on?
Zuoqing couldn't hide her pride in her tone.
Remember when I posted the video, you had a bag? Today I specifically found an aunt I didn't know and took a photo with her. She'll think that bag belongs to my friend and has nothing to do with you. Am I very smart? For some reason, Lu Qingxue felt that her friend didn't seem very smart. She was too lazy to complain. "You're just being too deliberate. You've only caught my mom's attention."
Zuoqing's laughter stopped abruptly.
"No way, I finally came up with this idea. Is it not possible?"
Lu Qingxue didn't want to discourage her. After all, it was for her own sake.
"Maybe my mother would really think so. Maybe your method would work." Zuoqing thought about it and said, "Yeah, what if it works?" Lu Qingxue didn't have time to talk to her.
"I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first."
"Wait."
After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue found some ingredients to make a seaweed and shrimp soup.
2 dishes in 1 soup, that's enough for 2 people after all. Lu Qingxue pushed the stroller to wake Lin Feng up. "Have you prepared dinner?" "Yes, wash your hands and eat."
Lin Feng came out of the second bedroom and saw the dining room around the corner.
He saw a black plate and didn't he know what dish it was. He felt a little uneasy. After washing his hands, Lu Qingxue was already sitting there waiting for him. "Hubby, eat."
The scene seemed familiar.
Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qingxue and suddenly leaned in closer to ask, "What's wrong with you?"
Lu Qingxue forgot that she was burned and cried out in pain when her hand touched it.
"Ah, this was hot when I was cooking."
Lin Feng roughly understood how the burn happened.
"Did you apply the medicine?" "I applied aloe vera and it doesn't hurt anymore." "Come eat, husband." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What is this?"
Lu Qingxue groaned, "This is stir-fried pork with garlic chives."
"I tried it, and it tastes pretty good."
Lin Feng smiled, "If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have been able to tell."
Lu Qingxue.
Lin Feng took a bite and felt very burnt.
It's okay as long as it's edible. As for other things, you can't ask for too much. When Lu Qingxue tried it, she felt it was okay. Now, after eating a few more bites, I suddenly feel sick. Husband, stop eating. This is not tasty at all. Lin Feng exclaimed, I think it's still edible. Lu Qingxue has been spoiled by Lin Feng's cooking skills for some time, and she really can't deceive herself. Honey, I don't want to eat this. Can you make me a bowl of egg noodles? Okay, you have the egg noodles and I'll have this. No, this tastes too bad. I think it's okay. Just pick out what's edible and eat it. Husband, that's not necessary. Chapter 77. The little guys are getting better and better. Lin Feng smiled, eat it if you can. It would be a waste to throw it away. I'm a father now, and I have to set a good example sometimes. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, glanced at the pair of babies in the stroller, and thought of herself as a mother. Okay, I'll eat too. I'll make you some egg noodles. Leave this to me. No, I want to eat with my husband. Seeing that Lu Qingxue insisted, Lin Feng gave her the good food on the plate and ate the so-so ones himself. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said self-awarely, hubby, cooking for the family will depend on you from now on. Lin Feng smiled, of course. It's very kind of my wife to have this thought. In the future, whatever you want to eat, your husband will make it for you, so you don't have to cook it yourself. Women's thinking is sometimes strange. Will my husband think I'm useless? I can't do this, and I can't do that. Lin Feng shook his head, no, you are very beautiful and cute. Lu Qingxue didn't expect him to say that, so she started climbing up the pole. I'm also very gentle and generous. Lin Feng looked at her like a fool, wife, I'm almost done eating. Lu Qingxue hummed twice and started eating. Rui was hungry before they finished eating, and Ping'an had poop. Both of them were busy, and Lu Qingxue could only eat while feeding the baby. To be honest, it tastes so bad that she doesn't want to eat it. Since the baby started using cloth diapers, the red buttocks problem has not occurred again. But the cloth diapers on the balcony never stopped. After finishing the work, the food was cold and Lu Qingxue didn't want to eat anymore. Lin Feng went to make some egg fried rice, and Lu Qingxue happily ate half a bowl. Husband, why do you make egg fried rice so delicious? Eat quickly. After we finish eating, let's go for a walk in the neighborhood and buy some fruit. Okay. Lin's mother called in the evening and asked if the 100-day banquet had been booked. She guessed that the same uncles and aunts would come as last time. No. Why don't we go back? Lin Feng said, the babies are 3 months old now, so a 2-hour car ride is not a problem. Mother Lin thought for a moment and said, I want to see what the weather will be like in those few days. Father Lin said, it won't rain, and it's not hot either. It's pretty good. Mother Lin smiled and said, then you can discuss it with Qingxue. If it doesn't work out, then we can just do as you said and come back to celebrate the 100 days banquet. Let's invite everyone over for dinner and have some fun, what do you think? Lin Feng had no objection, Mom, you can arrange it. This made Lin's mother very happy, and she hung up the phone and went on to do something else. It would be nice to book a 100-day banquet in my hometown to wish you a safe and happy life. Lin's mother had long wanted to bring the child to show the neighbors, and both she and her husband wanted a grandson very much. The most important thing is that Lin Feng hasn't been home for a year. I am either busy with part-time work or busy with classes. I give half of the money I earn every month to my family and don't spend much myself. Lin's mother kept all the money for her son, hoping to use it to buy him a house when he gets married. Who would have thought that such a short time had passed and everything was already done? Brother Feng, my company has a team building that day, so I'm not allowed to take leave. I'm sorry, but I'll make it up to you at the 100th day banquet later. It's okay. Work is more important. There's nothing we can do about it. We can just have a meal together later. It's nothing to be sorry about. After hanging up Nobita's call, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. It's not easy to find a job nowadays. When I worked part-time, I was paid 1 salary but did the work of 3 people. He was short of money at that time and needed money, so he had to grit his teeth and persevere. At this moment, he can empathize with his brother. Lu Qingxue called Zhuo Qing, who was abroad and it was still morning. What are you doing, sister? Will you come to my child's 100-day party? When? We'll spend the day in the countryside. If you can't make it, forget it. But please prepare the gifts. You're such a practical woman. You've only been thinking about getting benefits from me all day. Wait a minute, let me check the schedule. The day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow.
Zhuo Qing groaned, I have a very important performance that day.
Lu Qingxue smiled, it's okay, as long as the gift arrives. Okay, you can rest now, and remember to eat.
Zhuo Qing muttered something and fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, the two went to the largest shopping supermarket nearby.
I have to buy something for home this time. I can't go back empty-handed. Lu Qingxue pushed the stroller and Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart.
The two of them discussed and bought things at the same time. I bought a few boxes of milk, some nutritional supplements, and some dried fruits, etc.
Lu Qingxue asked, Hubby, there's a store next door.
I'll go buy some clothes for Mom and Dad. This was her first time going home, and it would be unacceptable to go home empty-handed.
Lin Feng asked, do you know the sizes of Mom and Dad? Lu Qingxue thought about it and said, I know.
It's not much bigger or smaller.
After shopping, Lin Feng put the things in the trunk first, and then followed Lu Qingxue to the clothing store. This is a niche brand with a good reputation and good quality. Honey, what do you think of this one? Isn't it too plain? What about this one? Will it be too expensive? Lin Feng rejected all the clothes that Lu Qingxue liked. She doubted his aesthetic taste.
Lin Feng was obviously aware of this problem.
Wife, buy whatever you like. I don't know much about these things. I just know that you look good in any clothes.
This sentence shocked the salesperson next to him.
Wow, this little brother is so good at talking? Lu Qingxue smiled, her ears turning red. I'll buy this red one for Auntie. Lin Feng nodded, it's up to you to decide.
Lu Qingxue bought 2 skirts for Lin's mother and a t-shirt and a pair of summer trousers for Lin's father. When I left, I bought a pair of leather sandals.
After returning home, Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue prepared the babies for bed.
The weather forecast shows that tomorrow will be a good day, I hope so. Lu Qingxue complained helplessly to her husband, Hubby, look at Rui.
Now as soon as she's put down, she turns over and doesn't lie down properly at all.
Lin Feng smiled, she just likes to play. You play with her, I'll do some fitness exercises for Ping'an.
Ping'an, come, let's do some aerobics together, okay?
Lin Feng held Ping'an's hands and made all kinds of funny expressions to tease him, diverting his attention and relaxing him.
Then he moved his arms up and down, come on, let's go up and down, up and down, up and down.
Babies have thin bones.
If you find that your baby is stiff or resisting during sex, do not force it.
After doing it up and down 10 times, do another movement, stretch out your left and right arms, and then gather them in front of your chest.
1, 2, 3, 4.
After doing this movement, the baby is still lying flat, with knees bent and feet facing upwards. Lin Feng used both hands to push the baby's feet slightly, and after the force was safely applied, the baby's feet would push back. Sometimes the whole leg is exerting force, back and forth 10 times, control the strength, and make sure the baby has strength when kicking back. Then he started lying on his stomach and practicing how to lift his head safely.
The little guy is getting better and better.
Chapter 78, Every Bit of Care, the Elders' Teasing Expressions. On the side, Lu Qingxue was also doing it with Rui, and the two of them were having a lot of fun.
As long as Rui is happy, he will turn things around. This made Lu Qingxue laugh. I thought you were the only one who could do this. Mommy can also roll over. Look, Mommy can roll over so fast.
Rui turned over and smiled at Lu Qingxue, as if she understood what her mother meant.
Lu Qingxue smiled at her daughter, come on, keep going. After that, go get yourself one. Rui also flips one. The two of them were having a lot of fun.
Lin Feng saw Ping'an staring at them and seemed to want to join in.
Come, Daddy will help you turn over.
With the help of Lin Feng, Ping'an tried hard to turn over, but failed.
Wife, please use a toy to entertain Ping'an. I'm here to help.
Lu Qingxue took out a red rattle and said, come on Ping'an, let's work hard and try our best. Lin Feng exerted a little strength in his hands, and after several attempts, Ping'an finally succeeded in turning over. The couple were both thrilled. Especially seeing little Ping'an trying so hard to turn over. He almost failed several times, but he never gave up, which made his parents very proud. Lu Qingxue kissed her son's forehead and smiled, Ping'an, you're awesome. Lin Feng also laughed and praised him, Ping'an is really amazing.
He finally persevered and succeeded. Since there are two children, how can we favor one over the other? He also praised Rui.
Rui was really good today, she was able to do several somersaults in a row, even better than her mother.
Really? Then Rui is awesome. Dad gives you a thumbs up. Afterwards, the two of them gave the babies a bath and put them to bed.
Give your babies some exercise before bed, and they will sleep soundly at night. A 3-month-old baby sleeps well at night. Just change the diaper once in the middle of the night and feed him once at 3 or 4 o'clock.
When you grow up, you can sleep till dawn.
The next day, Lin Feng called Zhou Cheng and said that he had packed his things and was ready to leave.
Brother Feng, I'll be downstairs in 5 minutes. The weather today is really good, with a rare clear sky and a gentle breeze. Zhou Cheng drives his father's old car.
Since Zhou Cheng started his business, the car has been given to him to drive. Lin Feng led the way in front, and Zhou Cheng's car followed behind.
It took more than 3 hours to get there. We left at 8 o'clock and arrived around 11:30.
Zhou Cheng and Nobita had been here before, not to mention Haozi, who had come here to fish with Lin Feng before.
Lin Feng's family built a 3-story building with tiles on the outside, which looks nice.
There is a small courtyard in front of the door, with onions and garlic sprouts planted on both sides of the courtyard, as well as some peppers, cowpeas, etc. When Lin Feng was in the first year of high school, they had already started to build a new house. They were the first team in their village to do so. Father Lin sat on a bench in the yard, holding a cup of water in his hand, and looked at the road outside the door from time to time. When he heard the sound of a car, Lin's father would stand up and go to take a look. But when he saw that it was someone else's car, he couldn't hide the look of disappointment on his face, which made his uncle beside him laugh.
Xiaofeng said they will be here in 10 minutes or so. Don't worry, they will definitely come. Father Lin suddenly saw Xiaofeng's car coming from the other side. They're back. My uncle came over to take a look and asked, "How did you know it was Xiaofeng's car from such a distance?" Father Lin chuckled, "How could I not recognize my son's car?" When the car got closer, my uncle confirmed. "It really is your son's car. The one behind it must belong to his friend. I'll go back and tell them."
Lin's mother and aunt were busy in the kitchen, taking out all the food in the house to entertain the guests.
They have been busy since 8 o'clock.
The one in your family has been looking at you since this morning and still misses his son. Mother Lin pursed her lips and whispered. "I miss my grandson so much every day.
I have to video chat with him every day. I only made a phone call last night, not a video call, and he came over and asked me." Lin's mother imitated her husband and said, "Aren't you going to video chat with your grandchildren today? Just video chat and go see the little ones."
I took out the bacon from the refrigerator to thaw it last night and soaked the black fungus in water.
TSK. My aunt laughed so hard when she heard it.
At this time, Lin's mother pricked up her ears, heard the noise outside, put down the work in her hands, and hurried out. "I heard them say Xiaofeng's car is coming, I'll go check it out." When they went to the yard, they saw that the car had already arrived at the door, which made Lin's mother very happy. "I was working in the kitchen and my clothes were very greasy, so it was inconvenient for me to hold the child.
I could only watch. My aunt's house is right next to theirs. She is both a relative and a neighbor." Father Lin gestured, "Park the car in your uncle's yard. They will set up a table in the yard for dinner later."
Lin Feng got out of the car, took out the stroller from the back of the car, and settled the babies. Today they are wearing little red clothes, little head flowers to cover their fontanelles, and little socks.
Both children were very energetic and looked around curiously.
Mother Lin wanted to hug him so much. "Look, the child grows so fast. It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and he's already this big."
My aunt also said, "Children really do change every day. Look how well they are growing. 2 people know how to take care of them." Lu Qingxue was pushing the babies around to say hello.
She had dressed up a bit today and looked so beautiful. Lin's mother greeted her, "You take the child to sit outside. If it's hot outside, go inside.
There are air conditioners and fans inside." Lin's father told her, "Why don't you move the fan outside?
There's natural breeze outside, and it's cooler than inside the house." Mother Lin glared at him, "You're the only one who knows it's over."
He turned around and went into the house to get a fan, then asked Lu Qingxue with a smile, "How is it? Is it cool?" Lu Qingxue smiled, "It's quite cool, even without a fan."
Mother Lin smiled and said, "The sun doesn't shine into our house until afternoon, so it's very cool in the summer." At this time, Haozi and Zhou Cheng said hello and then moved things out of the trunk.
"Auntie, uncle, this is for you."
There was milk, fruit, biscuits, etc. Anyway, I bought a little of everything, all in gift packaging.
Mother Lin took it and said, "Don't bring anything next time. As long as you can come, I will be very happy."
Who would have thought that there would be even more things taken out of my son's trunk? Even rice, oil, and all these are available.
Mother Lin was stunned. "Why did you buy so many things?" My aunt smiled and said, "This is Xiaofeng's gift. I feel good just looking at these things."
Although these can be bought in supermarkets now, they don't need to be shipped from faraway places.
But this is all my son's intention. Father Lin didn't say anything.
Lin Feng moved these things, Zhou Chang, and Haozi to the kitchen one by one, and then asked Lin's mother to clean up herself.
After a busy period, I finished moving everything and sat in the yard enjoying the fan.
It's convenient for me to have a car, and it's not easy for you to carry things when you go shopping. Lin Feng took the palm leaf fan from his father's hand, walked naturally to his wife, and fanned her as well.
If her aunt hadn't smiled at her, she really wouldn't have noticed. This man took care of her every little bit. Chapter 79. Lu Qingshue's mother came to visit. Lin's mother said, "You guys sit outside, I'm going to the kitchen to get busy."
Lin Feng wanted to help, but she glared back, "Go sit outside and don't come over to cause trouble for me."
My aunt waved her hand and said, "You must be tired from driving. Go and have a rest. We'll be ready soon." In the yard, Lin's father and uncle were teasing the children.
Ping and Rui was not interested in them, but was interested in the chickens. It turned out that there were a few half-grown chickens fenced in my aunt's yard, and their clucking attracted the children.
Lu Qingxue took the babies to see it.
Now the babies are very curious about the new things around them.
"Look, the two little guys are so happy."
Lin Feng came over and told the babies that this was a chicken, and he even imitated the clucking sound of a chicken.
This made Lu Qingxue laugh. "Is that a chicken? Shouldn't it chirp?"
Lin Feng said, "Yours is a chick, mine is a hen clucking."
While the two were discussing the crowing of chickens, someone came to greet them with a gift. Lu Qingxue had seen this person before. What impressed me was that she had 2 grandchildren. I guess they didn't come this time because they were in school away.
Only during the winter and summer vacations will their parents leave their children in their hometown and ask the elderly to help take care of them for 1 or 2 months. Then, many people came one after another, all of whom were related to the Lin family. Zhou Chang and Haozi came over, and the 4 young men gathered together to look at the chickens in the fence. Zhou Chang and Haozi also talked to Lu Qingxue about the past, such as going fishing with Lin Feng and picking peaches in the mountains.
Zhou Chang's eyes lit up. "I remember there was a peach tree. I'll go ask Auntie."
After saying that, Dad Ada ran to ask Lin's mother. Some families in the countryside planted a lot of fruit trees.
Even after they left, these fruit trees still bloom and bear fruit every year.
Good neighbors will pick them and eat them, and some will sell them.
Mother Lin smiled, "They are ripe. I picked some yesterday. They are very sweet. If you want to eat them, just pick them with your pocket."
Zhou Chang found 2 big bags and quickly called Haozi to pick peaches.
"Let's go, Brother Feng, let's go together." Lin Feng shook his head, "You guys go, I want to take care of the child." The two finally left with the bags.
Lu Qingxue wanted to go with sparkling eyes, and Lin Feng told her.
"Although peaches from the countryside are delicious, there are too many hairs on them.
If babies touch them when they come back home, it will definitely be very uncomfortable." After Lin Feng said this, Lu Qingxue suddenly had no ideas. There weren't many relatives coming, so Lin's mother suggested we just sit at 3 tables.
Everyone who comes here comes to see the babies and says they are growing well.
Some of them met Lu Qingxue and the child for the first time and praised them to the skies, which made her feel embarrassed. Lin Feng had some impressions of these people, but not of others. I can't help but sigh, time flies by so fast.
After a while, Zhou Chang called via video.
"Brother Feng, look, there are so many peaches on this tree. Such a small peach tree is laden with fruits." Lu Qingxue could even feel the gray hairs on them when she came towards them. After hanging up the video call, Lu Qingxue whispered,
"Honey, they'll be back soon.
Let them wash their hands and shake out their clothes before they come in contact with the baby."
Lin Feng chuckled, "What are you thinking? They can't even touch me, let alone the child." My aunt came out and called to them, "Dinner will be ready soon. Call Zhou Chang and Haozi back." Lin Feng responded, "They will be back soon." Lu Qingxue wanted to go to the bathroom. "Honey, where is the bathroom?"
Lin Feng stood up and said, I'll take you there. At this time, a taxi drove past the road outside the yard and slowed down when passing the yard. Sitting inside was a beautiful and cold lady with fashionable clothes. The toilet is on the first floor and is similar to the toilets in the city. By the way, Lin Feng took Lu Qingxue for a walk. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, dining room, and my parents' bedroom. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. The master bedroom has its own bathroom, and there is also a shared toilet. There are also 2 rooms on the third floor and a balcony. Come on, I'll show you. The house in Lin Feng's hometown is well built and the interior decoration is also very good. During festivals, everyone comes to visit and many relatives and friends need a place to stay, so there are a lot of rooms. The master bedroom on the second floor was specially reserved for Xiao Feng. The room was very large and specially decorated. Later, Lin's mother came back and replaced the desk with a dressing table and added a dressing mirror. The curtains were different from those in the other rooms. They were new, a beautiful sky blue, and embroidered with flowers. Lin Feng discovered that the room was decorated with wallpaper, making it warm and beautiful, and it was obvious that a lot of thought had gone into it. Unlike other rooms, it only has a few pieces of furniture. The rooms on the third floor are similar, except that the balconies are very large. Some were drying clothes, some were drying quilts, some were drying cowpeas. Lu Qingxue looked out from the balcony and saw that the outside was full of farmlands and farmlands, with houses scattered around. Hubby, when the kids grow up, we can come back and farm, okay? Okay, you can live whatever life you want. Or, we can travel around and then come back to farm. When the time comes, you'll farm the fields, and I'll help you from behind, serving tea and water. Lin Feng laughed, okay? Lu Qingxue couldn't help laughing. When you're tired from your work, I'll cheer you up. Whether you can eat the vegetables you grow yourself depends entirely on your husband. Lin Feng hugged her and said, no problem, your husband will try his best to keep you from going hungry. At this time, Lin's mother called him, I'm going to go downstairs to take a look. It will probably be time for dinner soon. Remember to come down after playing for a while. Lu Qingxue waved her hand. Go ahead and do your work. I'll be down in a bit. Remember to keep an eye on the babies. The babies can't live without her, they are their walking rations. It is said that the higher you stand, the farther you can see. There was a taxi parked under the big tree next to my aunt's house. If it weren't for a phone call, Lu Qingxue wouldn't have noticed the taxi at all. A familiar phone number made Lu Qingxue feel like the phone weighed 1,000 pounds. When the other party called for the third time, Lu Qingxue answered. Hello? The other party said without hesitation. Exit Lin Feng's house on the left and walk 500 meters. I'm in the taxi under the tree. If you don't come, I'll go find you. The last sentence instantly turned Lu Qingxue into battle mode, okay. She clattered downstairs and said to her aunt who was passing by. Aunt, I'm going to go for a walk outside. I'll ask Xiao Feng to call me when I get back. My aunt said, then don't go too far. It's time to eat soon. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly and left without saying anything. In the yard, Father Lin was teasing his grandson. Seeing that Lu Qingxue looked a little strange, he asked, Qingxue, where are you going? Lu Qingxue tried her best to look calm and collected. Dad, I'll be back soon, just taking a walk around the neighborhood. Father Lin said, okay, I'll call you after dinner. Don't go too far. Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, okay. Father Lin felt that something was not right, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. On this side, Lu Qingxue no longer had a smile on her face. She walked to the taxi, took a look, and then got in. Chapter 80 Lu Qingxue, you are such a filial daughter. The woman said calmly, Master, we have something to talk about. Would you like to go downstairs and have a cigarette? The driver agreed and got out of the car to smoke. The woman laughed, Lu Qingxue, you're really capable. After not seeing you for over a year, you're not only married, but you even have a child. This is obviously a smile from anger, and the woman is Lu Qingxue's mother. She is very beautiful and has a good temperament. Lu Qingxue looks a lot like her. Lu Qingxue's expression wasn't much better. Yes, I'm quite successful now. If you don't accept it, just break off relations with me. Mother Lu was furious. Lu Qingxue, is this how you talk to me? Lu Qingxue refused to give in, yes. Mother Lu took a deep breath, looked at the unfamiliar daughter in front of her, and asked with heartache. I'm your mother.
Have you considered my feelings when you say this? Lu Qingxue was silent for a moment, and then her temper exploded. Have you ever considered my feelings? From childhood to adulthood, you've always been busy with work. How much do you care about me? From elementary school to college, you've arranged everything for me. Have you ever asked me what I think? It's fine if you've just ignored me, but now you're asking me to get married while I'm still in college? The boy who will be with me for the rest of my life, did you ask me if I like him? You don't have any, you just think they're a good match. But what's the point of matching? I don't have any feelings for him. When have you ever listened to me when I told you my thoughts? Oh, what else are you talking about, Lu Qingxue? If you leave, don't ever come back. In that case, what should I do when I go back? Lu Qingxue tilted her head back and held back the tears in her eyes. Mother Lu took a deep breath and said, you should also be more understanding of how difficult it is for us as parents. We are doing this for your own good. Lu Qingxue responded expressionlessly, I'm a mother too, and I understand how difficult it is for parents. For the best of the child, you should also listen to the child's ideas and not impose everything on the child. Mother Lu looked at her and asked, we are treating you well, isn't that right? Lu Qingxue choked and felt that she could no longer communicate with her mother, so she leaned back heavily. Things have come to this. I've already registered my marriage with Lin Feng and have a child. If you don't agree, that's it. Today is my child's 100-day party. If you come to cause trouble, Mom, don't blame me for being angry with you. After saying that, she was about to leave, and the angry Lu's mother grabbed her. Come back. You're a mother now. What would you think if your child said something like that to you in the future? Lu Qingxue asked speechlessly, then what should I say? Ask you to accept them? Will you? Mother Lu's eyes widened. How do you know I can't? These words left Lu Qingxue at a loss for words, and she looked at Lu's mother in surprise. Mother Lu took a long breath and asked, are you happy now? Lu Qingxue replied, happiness. He's very good to me and the babies. He's a very responsible person. Mother Lu poked Lu Qingxue's head. Don't think I don't know the beginning of your relationship with him. What if the person you meet isn't Lin Feng? Lu Qingxue was silent for a moment. I've thought about this too. If it weren't for my good husband, I would definitely take the babies and leave. I'll live the life of a single mother from now on and raise my child well. Yeah, that's it. Mother Lu sighed. My daughter has a smart face, why is her thinking so simple? Is it so easy for a single mother to do this? Looking at the sweet smile that her daughter unconsciously revealed when she mentioned Lin Feng, her round, smooth face, and the faintly visible double chin. The sparkle in his eyes is completely different from before. At this time, Lin Feng called and asked, wife, where are you? We are going to eat. Lu Qingxue said gently, I'll be right there. You guys eat first. Mother Lu said, let him come over. I want to take him over. Lu Qingxue immediately looked at Lu's mother warily. Lin Feng asked on the other end of the phone, wife, who are you with? Mother Lu continued, I am Lu Qingxue's mother. You came to see me? The next moment, Lu Qingxue hung up the phone. Mom, what are you going to do? Mother Lu's eyes were filled with confusion. What for? I'm his mother-in-law. I want to see if there's anything wrong with my son-in-law. Lu Qingxue frowned, just to take a look, not to embarrass him? Mother Lu didn't say anything. Lu Qingxue was angry, Mom, go back. Mother Lu was also angry. When did I say I was embarrassing him? I want to talk to him and get to know him, okay? Lu Qingxue didn't believe it and was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Lu's mother again. She chose to give in. Okay, I won't embarrass him. I'll talk to him properly. Are you satisfied? Lu Qingxue raised an eyebrow, really? Mother Lu laughed angrily, why, you want me to swear to you? Lu Qingxue nodded, okay. Mother Lu didn't know what to say, you were such a filial daughter. I really gave birth to a good daughter. On the other side, Father Lin saw that Lin Feng's face looked a little off, so he called his son. Where did you go? Lin Feng was nervous and anxious about meeting his future mother-in-law. My mother-in-law suddenly appeared without any warning, and I didn't know what would happen next. When Father Lin learned that Mother Lu had arrived, he thought for a moment and then waved to his wife who was moving a table, come here. Lin's mother said with a displeased smile, what are you doing? You're yelling at the cats and dogs. The two of them would feel uncomfortable if they didn't quarrel for a day. Father Lin was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Qingshue's mother is here. The mother and daughter are talking.
I want my son to come over and chat with her. Mother Lin widened her eyes, looked at her son, and then at her husband.
She won't cause trouble, right? Father Lin shook his head. How can you talk like that? Let's go over and meet them.
Lin's mother thought that if the other party made things difficult for her son, she could still defend him. Lin's father said, if someone wants to punish my son, just let them do it.
Qingshue's mother won't feel good if she doesn't vent her anger.
He also told his son, admit your mistakes in front of someone's mother and accept whatever they say. Qingxue went through so much hardship carrying the baby alone for 10 months.
Otherwise, how could she have such lovely children? You must understand my heartache. In fact, Lin Feng also planned this without his father's explanation.
Mother Lin took off her apron, gave some instructions to her aunt, and the family of 5 went to find Mother Lu. On the way, Lin's mother muttered to her husband, you are very good at talking, but why don't you seem to feel sorry for me?
Father Lin turned around and asked, why don't I feel sorry for you?
It's just that you've worked hard for more than a year.
Come on, I'll make up for the housework later, okay?
Mother Lin pouted, with a smile in her eyes, but said with disdain,
forget about doing those little chores.
I'll have to clean up your mess later.
Father Lin. Chapter 81, Dog Food from Daughter, Mother-in-law has heart attack.
In the car, Lu's mother was answering her daughter's questions one by one. When Zhuo Qing posted a status that day, I actually didn't pay attention at first. I just wanted to ask her if she had contacted you since she was in Shanghai. She's been out of town most of the time for the past year or so. I wondered if you'd left school and gone abroad, but I checked the records and there's no evidence. Then she suddenly had some free time to come back. I felt something was wrong, so I went to ask her. I didn't think about anything else. Who would have thought she would go to the trouble of taking a photo of that bag? When I saw her previous post, I felt like this girl must be hiding something. Then I heard she came to your school that day, so I decided to give it a try to see if there was any news about you. At this point, Mother Lu sneered. It's easy for me to see that what happened between you and Lin Feng caused quite a stir in the school. I was also blinded by the light before. Married and having children, they say they kill dogs every day, feed them dog food, and show off their love. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, feeling a little embarrassed. I used to think that Zhuo Qing had leaked the secret between me and Lin Feng, but in fact, even without her, I couldn't have kept it secret for long. After all, I have returned to school, and my parents will get wind of it sooner or later. Then it was simple. I flew over here and found out you guys had left, so I followed you to see. It was just a coincidence that I saw Lu Qingxue. If I had been a little later, I might not have been able to see her. They say there is no coincidence in the world, and that's how it came about. Lu Qingxue turned her head and saw that her husband, parents-in-law, and children had all arrived. Suddenly, my heart tightened. Mom, please be nicer and speak nicely. Mother Lu turned her head and saw that they were all here. The mother and daughter got out of the car, and the driver locked the car and said, I'm going to walk around the front. Father Lin was the first to greet, you're here, in-law. Mother Lu twitched the corners of her mouth, unable to smile. Well, I'll come over and take a look. Lu's mother dresses fashionably and has a good image and temperament. It is obvious that she comes from a wealthy family, and her speech and behavior show that she is well educated. Father Lin smiled, I am Lin Feng's father, and this is his mother. Mother Lu said politely, I am Lu Qingshue's mother. Lin Feng greeted Lu's mother, Mom, I'm Lin Feng, Qingshue's husband. Mother Lu did not come empty-handed this time. She went to the school to ask about Lin Feng. He is a boy with excellent grades and good character, and he looks very handsome in the photo. Looking at him now in person, he is even more handsome than in the photo, and she expressed her satisfaction. She nodded lightly without saying a word. Father Lin glanced at his son, and Lin Feng introduced the two babies in the stroller to Mother Lu. Mom, this is my brother. His nickname is Pingyan and his real name is Lin Huayan. This is my younger sister. Her nickname is Rui and her full name is Lin Jie. A 3-month-old baby is at his or her cutest age, with a pair of black grape-like eyes that are so watery. The two children are twins, a boy and a girl, so they naturally look very similar, but their personalities are also obviously different. Rui has feelings for the pearl necklace worn by Lu's mother. When Lin Feng picks her up, she will lean over and ask Lu's mother to hug her.
This action surprised everyone. Although Rui is lively and active, she is not shy at all. But this is the first time I've taken the initiative to approach someone. Father Lin said without exaggeration, this child is close to you.
We reached out to hold her, but she never took the initiative.
Lin's mother nodded. Mother Lu couldn't hide her joy immediately.
She reached out and picked up her granddaughter, her eyes full of love.
Rui, right? You look so much like Qingxue.
Rui played with the pearls with her fingers. Mother Lu smelled the faint fragrance of the baby and held her softly, and her heart couldn't help but soften. No one could resist such a cute baby, and it was also related to her by blood.
Come on, Pingyan, give Grandma a hug too. Lu Qingxue asked from the side, can you hold two of them?
Mother Lu ignored her. If it weren't for the child, she wouldn't have had a good face at all. Pingyan recognized the person and asked his mother to hold him again after holding him for a few seconds.
Lu Qingxue took it and said, Mommy, hold me, Mommy, hold me. Not far away, I heard my aunt yelling at the top of her voice, eat dinner. Father Lin said, my dear relatives, if you have anything to say later, we can talk alone. Today is the 100-day party for my two grandchildren.
We've invited all the neighbors to have a great time together. They are all home-cooked dishes, come and eat with us.
Mother Lu hummed a sound and walked away with Rui in her arms. Qingxue, give the driver the money for the ride.
Lin Feng said, I'll do it. You and Mom go eat first.
Lu Qingxue smiled slightly, okay, then hurry up.
Mother Lu hummed softly and lowered her head to tease Rui.
Do you like this pearl? How about I give it to you when you grow up? Lu Qingxue followed behind with Pingyan in her arms.
Seeing how Lu's mother was captivated by her child, she couldn't help but smile.
My aunt called out, this is Qingxue's mother, right? Come and sit down, we are getting ready to eat.
Mother Lu persuaded the child to sit down, and Mother Lin brought her a pair of clean dishes and chopsticks.
Lin's mother's cooking skills are okay.
All the dishes are home-cooked and look very good.
Sitting on Lu's mother's left and right were Lin's mother and daughter. Lu Qingxue put Pingyan in the stroller and picked up Rui.
Give them toys to play with, and then start eating without any hesitation.
Mother Lu.
Lin's mother used a serving chopstick to pick up food for her and brought over the pig's ears, pig's arches and pig's tail that were far away.
I braised this, give it a try. My in-laws should try it too. Mom, I can do it myself, you eat too.
Noticing Mother Lu's gaze, Lu Qingxue thought for a moment and gave her a piece of pig's ear.
Mom, eat it.
Mother Lu glanced at her indifferently, as if to say, you're so sweet to call me Mom. Lu Qingxue was concentrating on eating, as she would have to feed the babies later. As a mother taking care of her baby, if she doesn't eat quickly, she won't know when she can have another meal. Lin Feng paid the fare and came back, sitting next to his father.
Father Lin stood up and said, come, sit here.
In this way, Lin Feng sat next to his wife.
Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you.
Lu Qingxue nodded, honey, these pig ears, tails, and pig bones are delicious.
Can you come home and make some for me? Lin Feng hummed, what else do you want to eat among these dishes?
Lu Qingxue raised her chin and said, that dried radish and duck soup is delicious.
Let's make some dried radish this year too. Whatever my wife wants to eat, I must give it to her.
I remember Mom still has some dried radish here.
Bring some and I'll stew it for you when you leave. Lu Qingxue smiled sweetly, my husband is so nice. Mother Lu couldn't eat anymore. Her stomach couldn't digest the dog food from her daughter.
Seeing their daughter so happy, Lin Feng's family treated her very well. Especially Lin Feng, his eyes are full of his precious daughter, and he dotes on her very much. And her daughter almost wagged her tail.
When did you become a foodie? Chapter 82, Small Child, Great Achievement. Sure enough, when Lu Qingxue was halfway through her meal, Rui started crying for milk. You guys take your time eating. I'll take Qingxue back to the room and feed the baby.
Lin Feng pushed the stroller to the room of Lin's father and mother on the first floor. Lin Feng pointed the fan at Lu Qingxue and turned it to the natural wind setting.
Are you full? Do you want to eat more? Lu Qingxue shook her head. Not yet.
I want to eat the cured pork ribs on the table, and the sausages. I also want to eat some more pork belly. Lin Feng said, then you feed Rui first, I'll get her a small bowl.
Lu Qingxue called her husband sweetly, hubby, you are the best to me.
As a result, Lin Feng went over to take a look and saw that the cured pork ribs were almost eaten.
Mother Lin stood up and asked Lin Feng to go to the kitchen with her. She left a lot of food in the pot for Lu Qingxue. I guess Qingxue would like it, so I cooked some extra and gave it to her. Lin Feng brought the basin over, and Lu Qingxue asked happily, why are there so many left? She remembered that there wasn't much left on the table. Mom thought you liked it, so I cooked some extra for you. Besides these, there's more in the pot. Lu Qingxue was so happy. Honey, can we take some food home if we can't finish it?
Lin Feng smiled. Of course, Mom said, this is all for you.
This made Lu Qingxue feel quite embarrassed. Mom, really, I can't eat that much.
She said she couldn't eat, but now she was eating while holding her child. The ribs were whole and the bones were bacon-like. When Lu Qingxue ate them, the meat bounced back and hit her face. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll go wash my hands and come back to tear off the meat for you to eat. Lu Qingxue was about to get angry at him for making fun of her, but after hearing that, she quickly said, thank you for your hard work, husband.
Go now.
After washing his hands, Lin Feng took the ribs and gave them to Lu Qingxue to chew on. In her words, this is how you eat ribs to have the soul.
Rui ate one side and then switched to the other. Lu Qingxue had the chance to praise the spare ribs, and Lin Feng instructed her, see this piece of meat? Come, eat this.
Suddenly, he couldn't hold back his laughter.
Lu Qingxue asked, confused, what are you laughing at?
Lin Feng teased her, you're chewing bones like this, you look like De Huang.
Lu Qingxue immediately turned into a pufferfish. Hubby, you're going too far. Lin Feng asked, do you still want to eat? Lu Qingxue snorted lightly, I won't eat anymore. You said I was De Huang.
Lin Feng said, if you don't want to eat, I'll take it away.
Just feed it well.
Lu Qingxue stared at him with eyes wide open, her face full of expression.
Husband, take it away and try it.
Lin Feng coaxed her, okay, I was just joking, honey, don't be angry anymore, eat quickly.
Look at this spare rib. Come, let me hold it for you. Lu Qingxue muttered, you just said I looked like De Huang. She remembers it all.
Lin Feng said seriously, nonsense, there is no De Huang as pretty as you, she must be a Samoyed, so beautiful.
Is there any difference between Samoyed and De Huang? Aren't they both dogs? Lu Qingxue continued to glare at him, do you think I eat too much?
Lin Feng shook his head, the one who eats too much is a pig.
Lu Qingxue decided not to eat anymore. Her husband was going too far.
Lin Feng immediately gave his wife a kiss, okay, husband, no more jokes, let's eat.
Come, let your husband feed you. How can you not eat the meat that is right before your mouth?
Lu Qingxue quickly compromised and enjoyed her meal very much. My mom has already bought a piglet and is raising it until Chinese New Year to make bacon for us.
It's all for you to eat.
It seemed like a simple sentence, but it really moved Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng's parents really expressed their acceptance of her with their hearts, as if they treated her as their own daughter. She felt warm in her heart, how can I eat so much? Lin Feng said, this bacon can be stored and won't go bad easily. If you want to eat pigtails and other things, I'll give her money and ask her to get more. The two were talking inside, and Mother Lu heard it clearly. She looked at the happy smile on her daughter's face and felt upset. Because they are too busy with work, the relationship between mother and daughter is not that good.
Lin's mother came over and asked, in-laws, why aren't you going to eat?
Mother Lu said calmly, I had eaten when I came here, but I can't eat much now. Mainly to maintain her figure, she usually controls her diet. Mother Lin said, then don't stand here, go in. Lu Qingxue was worried about Pingyan, while Lin Feng was burping Rui.
Mom.
Mother Lin brought a chair over and said, please sit down, my dear relatives.
Mother Lu took Rui from Lin Feng's hand and smiled. Are you full? Do you want to play with Grandma's pearls? She took the pearl off and gave it to Rui to play with, you can't eat it.
Lu Qingxue finished eating, and Mother Lin put away the dishes and chopsticks.
Xiao Feng, come over and help. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue, hubby, go help mom.
Lin Feng gestured, wife, let's go to the second floor.
You can lie down and breastfeed.
Lu Qingxue thought, oh, that's right. It would be so comfortable to feed while lying down. The main reason is that Pingyan likes to drink milk and play, and Rui will also need to sleep soon. Mother Lu held Rui in her arms, while Lin Feng supported Lu Qingxue and held her son.
Lin's mother went up to hang mosquito nets for them.
Lin's mother installed a round mosquito net with 2 layers, in the pink color that girls like. Lu Qingxue lay down, and Lin Feng put a pillow under her back to ensure that she was comfortable lying down to breastfeed.
Lin's mother turned on the air conditioner, set it up, and said, "I'll go cut some watermelon and bring it up." After saying that, he went downstairs and took out a small sheet. "Cover yourself with this to prevent you from catching a cold." Lu Qingxue said, "Tell Mom I'm so full now and can't eat any more watermelon. Wait until I can digest it."
Lin Feng stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go downstairs first."
"Call me if you need anything,"
said to Lu's mother. "Mom, I'm going down first."
Only mother and daughter were left in the room. Mother Lu teased Rui, "You seem to be doing well.
Lin Feng dotes on you very much." Lu Qingxue said meaningfully, "His parents are very good to me."
Mother Lu sighed, "You want to say that we treat you badly?" Lu Qingxue shook her head. "You've been very kind to me, giving me the best living environment you can. Perhaps in your opinion, this is the best approach." Mother Lu frowned. This sentence sounded strange.
Lu Qingxue teased Pinyin in her arms. "Mom, Rui is probably about to fall asleep. Put her down and coax her." Mother Lu also lay down on the bed, gently patted Rui's little butt, and hummed a song for her.
Rui turned over to show that she was not sleepy yet.
Mother Lu was surprised.
"Oh my! She can turn over." Lu Qingxue said proudly, "Rui is amazing. Pinyin also did it last night."
It is a great thing for parents when their children show even a little talent.
Mother Lu's smile widened as she teased Rui, "Rui, can you flip over another one?" Rui seemed to understand what she said, and came with another one. Chapter 83 Mother-in-law wants to talk, I am nervous.
Mother Lu laughed. "Qingxue, I remember when you were 5 or 6 months old, you couldn't even roll over."
Lu Qingxue was stunned. "No way?"
Mother Lu smiled and teased Rui.
"After you were born,
I took care of you all the way to kindergarten, and only then did I start working again.
I remember everything about your childhood." She praised Rui. "Rui is amazing, really great. Even better than Mom, hum." Lu Qingxue was a little confused.
As far as she could remember, her parents had only worked.
Mother Lu snorted, "There are still many things you don't know." Lu Qingxue was silent for a moment. "Mom, what do you say we should do now? Do you recognize this son-in-law? Do you recognize this grandson?" Mother Lu paused and asked, "Do you think I recognize you?" Lu Qingxue looked innocent. "I don't know. If you don't recognize me, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you."
Mother Lu pointed at her and said, "You give your tenderness to others.
Can you please speak to me nicely and without any thorns? Why does it sound like a lyric?" Lu Qingxue looked even more innocent. "No, I'm just asking a fact." Mother Lu chuckled, "What if you don't acknowledge me? The matter is done, it's a done deal. How can I let you two separate?"
Lu Qingxue immediately said happily, "Mom, it's good that you've come to terms with it."
Mother Lu
thought her daughter was probably picked up from the trash can. But then they thought, their daughter had undergone such a big change in this year, maybe they really did something wrong.
As Lu Qingxue was feeding the baby, she started to feel confused.
Seeing her daughter's jade-like skin that looked so smooth that water could be squeezed out of her, and how much whiter and fatter she had become, Mother Lu couldn't help but complain.
"No wonder you've gained so much weight. You eat and sleep, then sleep and eat." This sentence immediately made Lu Qingxue lose all sleepiness. "I have to breastfeed the babies. I can exercise again later. I promise I'll recover in a month."
Lu's mother said, "Hee. When I was feeding you, I was exercising while eating to maintain my figure. After waiting for you for 100 days, I have almost recovered."
He looked at his daughter and said, "You're probably twice as heavy as I was back then." Lu Qingxue's face turned green.
"I'm 2 of them, and my situation is different from yours."
Mother Lu said calmly, "It's indeed different. I didn't lie down after eating." Lu Qingxue suddenly didn't want to talk to her anymore. Was there a nanny at home at that time?
Mother Lu shook her head. "I'm taking care of him alone."
"Your father had some problems at the company and he's been very busy." Lu Qingxue.
But she comforted herself that as long as her husband didn't mind her being fat, she could just be fat for a few months and then lose weight.
Yawning, Lu Qingxue took a nap without any psychological burden. Mother Lu asked, "The baby is still drinking milk, and you fell asleep?" Lu Qingshuren was already confused. He's eating and sleeping at the same time. It'll take a while.
Mother Lu touched Ping'an's food and found that he was playing and not asleep. After a while, the sound of Lu Qingshue's snoring was heard. Guessing that sleeping like this would cause snoring, Lu's mother made some adjustments to Lu Qingxue. Seeing that her daughter was sleeping very soundly and showed no signs of waking up, she sighed. There were so many things in her heart that she wanted to say, and she even scolded him. But when she saw her daughter so happy and in great shape, she really couldn't bear to let her go. Over the past year, the mother and daughter have lost contact, and she has also been reflecting on her own words and actions. As parents, we really want to give our children the best things in the world. Even if she wants the stars in the sky, as long as I can do it, I will definitely get it for her.
As parents, we always think long-term and consider more.
The blind date partner has a good character and family background. If the two of them date, they might end up together. Mother Lu looked at her two grandchildren and thought about when she was taking care of Lu Qingxue. She has to do everything by herself. The busy and anxious state coupled with Lu Qingxue's mischievousness makes this new mother very tired.
In just a few months, I've lost a lot of weight. Unlike my daughter, who is so TSK.
Just when Lu's mother was complaining in her heart,
Baji, Ping'an fell asleep.
Mother Lu quickly put the food away and packed up her daughter. She gently and carefully picked up Ping'an and burped him.
When you are done, set Ping'an aside.
I was also afraid that my daughter would accidentally crush the baby while sleeping, so I slept in the middle to separate my daughter from the babies.
Mother Lu was also feeling sleepy.
After confirming his daughter's whereabouts, he did not rest. He went to school without stopping and then followed her home.
Then came here again. Lin's mother came over with a watermelon and heard no sound in the room. She went over to take a look and found that everyone was asleep.
I felt happy because it meant that the mother and daughter had finally talked it out.
Mr. Lin's legs are not very convenient, so he is walking up by holding the fence.
Lin's mother waved to him, signaling him not to come up.
After hearing this, Father Lin also breathed a sigh of relief.
Go take care of the guests.
We'll talk to them after they wake up.
When they saw that Lu Qingshue's mother was acting like a queen and seemed difficult to get along with, they were both very worried.
Lin Feng was chatting with Haozi outside.
Haozi smacked his lips. Brother Feng, my sister-in-law's mother looks like a very powerful person, you better take care of yourself.
Zhou Cheng disagreed and said.
Anyway, the marriage is over, the marriage certificate is obtained, and the child is born. They are so loving, my sister-in-law's mother should accept the reality. Besides, Brother Feng now has a car and a house, and his business is booming.
His life will definitely get better and better in the future.
He's a potential stock, and she's not stupid. Haozi thought about it and realized the same thing. Brother Feng, if your sister-in-law and mother give you trouble later, just bear with it. You and your sister-in-law can live your own lives anyway.
Lin Feng hummed, I know. Haozi comforted him again.
Zhou Cheng stood up and said, you guys chat, I'm going to eat peaches. Haozi patted Lin Feng's shoulder, stood up and followed him, wash one for me too.
The original plan was to take a rest after dinner and drive back to the city in the afternoon.
Now that Lu's mother has arrived, Zhou Cheng and Haozi decided not to go back yet. They want to see what the situation is and see if there is anything they can help with. Lin Feng said no, and asked them to go back first, as even if they were here, they couldn't help much.
He appreciated the kindness.
When Lu Qingxue woke up, she was startled to see a strange figure beside her. Mother Lu was even kicked by her daughter.
She stood up and glared at her, you have a lot of complaints about me, don't you? Lu Qingxue looked innocent, I didn't know it was you.
Mother Lu was too lazy to pay attention to her, you snore like a pig when you sleep.
Lu Qingxue didn't believe it, I didn't do that before, I don't snore when I sleep. Mother Lu chuckled, and Lu Qingxue thought to herself.
It's over, the fat guy might have started snoring in his sleep. Mother Lu went to the dressing table to tidy up, and Lu Qingxue got up and went to the bathroom to wash her face and wake up.
Does she snore? I went back to ask my husband if this was true.
When she came out, she saw Lu's mother applying lipstick delicately. She took a look and turned her head to comb her hair. She cut her hair some time ago, so she tied it into a small bun, which is cool.
Mother Lu asked, why don't you put on some light makeup? Lu Qingxue asked, your hair is so long, isn't it hot? Mother Lu.
It can be seen that her daughter is still the same as before, without any change, and likes to go against her. Mother Lu was too lazy to tell her, I'm going to talk to Lin Feng's parents alone.
Chapter 84, The Matter of Betrothal Gifts, Positions Are Swapped. Lu Qingxue frowned. What are you talking about?
Mother Lu gnashed her teeth in anger.
What can you talk about? What about your marriage to Lin Feng? Are you going to marry him without even having a wedding?
Even though we're married, we still have to go through the proper formalities. Lu Qingxue said calmly, Dad doesn't know about this yet, so forget about the wedding.
Mother Lu sat down again in anger. Your dad?
Oh, you still know your dad. If he finds out, I'll see how he'll deal with you.
Lu Qingxue was fearless. He doesn't even recognize me anymore. I'm not his daughter anymore.
They all knew that if they wanted to hold a wedding, they still had to get approval from Lu Qingxue's father.
Mother Lu had a headache. What sin have I committed to deserve to meet a debt collector like you?
Lu Qingxue stopped making her angry and came over with a smile and said, Mom, why don't you tell Dad about this?
Mother Lu asked expressionlessly, Don't you recognize him as your father? Lu Qingxue smiled, You don't have to admit it.
In this matter, the one who was caught in the middle was Lu's mother, and her head went bald when she thought about it. Whether it's a marriage or not, I still need to talk to Lin Feng's family. Lu Qingxue defended, You can talk, but you can't make things difficult for them.
They've been very nice to me.
At first they didn't know my situation and offered to give me a betrothal gift and hold a wedding, but I refused.
Mother Lu looked up and said, I really gave birth to a good daughter. I don't know whether to call you stupid or confused.
When a girl marries into a man's family, no matter what the formalities are, she has to go through the motions.
Otherwise, outsiders will think you're just paying for it, okay?
I've raised my daughter for over 20 years, and I won't let her pay for everything.
You must have what you deserve. I don't dare to ask for too much or too little in the betrothal gift. First of all, the Lin family must show their attitude.
She was so angry at her daughter that she had no energy left.
Don't worry about this matter. I know my limits.
All the guests outside had left, and Lin's mother and Lin Feng were cleaning up in the kitchen.
Father Lin sat aside, thinking about something.
Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was a message from Lu Qingxue. My mother is here, husband, no matter what she says, don't take it to heart.
Dad Ada, Mother Lu came downstairs and said straight to the point, I want to talk to you about the two children. Father Lin smiled and said, Okay, let's sit in the living room.
Lin's mother took off her apron and washed her hands before going over. Lin Feng also followed and sat in the living room, but was sent away by his mother.
Go and see if Ping'an and Rui are awake.
He called his mother and said, Mom, I currently have 1.6 million in cash.
The meaning is very clear, he can use this money as a betrothal gift.
Lin's mother was shocked and didn't understand how her son could have so much money. Lin Feng was not sure about the existence of the system, so he just said,
I've used up all the profits from my business and investments. We should at least call Qingxue's parents to see our sincerity, right? Lin's father and mother looked at each other.
It was not the time to talk in detail, so they nodded, indicating that Lin Feng could not worry.
Go see Lu's mother.
Mother Lu said straight to the point, Now that things have come to this, I'll be frank about some things.
Father Lin nodded and said, Just tell me directly, in-laws.
Mother Lu smiled and said, I can see that Qingxue likes your son very much, and the couple has a good relationship. The point is, I've seen everything your son says and does to Qingxue, and he's a caring person. I only have one child, Qingxue. I spent a whole day and a whole night giving birth to her, and I have carefully cared for her until she has grown up.
Our family is well off. If Qingxue likes anything, we will do everything we can to satisfy her. You are also parents. You can understand the energy and effort it takes to raise a child, right? Lin Feng's parents nodded. Lin's mother said, Yes, raising a child requires a lot of effort from parents.
They say raising a child for 100 years is the cost of worrying for 99 years. It's obvious that my mother-in-law has raised Qingxue very well.
She's an exceptional child. Mother Lu nodded.
I didn't agree with them being together, but seeing how close they are, I really can't bear to separate them. So after much thought, I expressed my agreement to this marriage to Qingxue. Lin Feng's parents were delighted and made all kinds of promises to treat Lu Qingxue well and never let Lin Feng down.
After finishing speaking, Father Lin sighed heavily and got to the point.
We couldn't hold a wedding for Qingxue and marry her into our Lin family with great fanfare.
I feel really guilty.
I thought we'd hold the wedding after Qingxue comes out of confinement, and then we can collect whatever gifts we want.
Who would have thought we'd run into them at school again? It's been delayed until now.
Coincidentally, my mother-in-law is here today, so we discussed the marriage. Mother Lin nodded and said, the betrothal gifts and wedding date are all arranged by my in-laws.
Well,
they were so cooperative and took the initiative to bring up this matter. Mother Lu was pleased, but she didn't know how much the betrothal gift would be. It was her first time marrying off a daughter, so she had no experience. Several young ladies she knew asked for hundreds of thousands of yuan in betrothal gifts when marrying off their daughters or marrying off their sons, and some even asked for 1 or 2 million yuan. Of course, the woman brought a house, a car, etc. as a dowry. But now, it is obvious that her son-in-law cannot afford it. But on second thought, she had to show her attitude. Her idea is also very simple. If she can't get it out, her daughter, who will be picked up from the trash can, will naturally look for her. Even if she could get it, she wouldn't take it. She would just give it to her daughter as a small piggy bank. She would not accept the betrothal gift for her own daughter. However, thinking of this, she began to worry again. The Lin family didn't have the money, so they had to borrow money from everywhere.
In this case, won't her daughter face a lot of debt in the future? So, she hesitated and asked, how much do you usually give here? Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other and told the truth. Most of us give 88,000.
One could see with the naked eye that Mother Lu's expression looked a little ugly, but she concealed it well.
88,000. Wouldn't that be too little?
The pair of bracelets on her wrists are about the same price.
Mother Lin knew the family's financial situation and told Mother Lu the truth.
Just now, my son told me that he has 1.6 million.
He can use all this money as a betrothal gift.
I hope you can see our family's sincerity. We old couple still have about 100,000 yuan in our hands, so we can add to it.
Father Lin nodded, yes.
Mother Lu was surprised that Lin Feng actually had more than 1 million in his hands. At the same time, I was also moved by the sincerity of the Lin family. Mother Lu thought for a moment and said, well, I don't want much, just 200,000. Mother Lin shook her head, 500,000. When Mother Lu heard this, she was stunned.
No, you raised the price?
However, he was also somewhat touched that the other party valued his daughter, and immediately smiled and said,
the amount depends on your sincerity. 200,000 is the agreed amount. Let the children make their own arrangements for the remaining money.
There's still a long way to go, and there are many places where the money can be spent. Some husbands' families think that the woman has already registered her marriage and has children, so they don't pay much attention to the formality. They don't even think about the fact that the other person's daughter is also spoiled by her parents. Therefore, Mother Lu became more satisfied with the Lin family. This time, the parents of both sides had a very pleasant conversation and the matter was settled.
Chapter 85 Beauty is exchanged for IQ. Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were changing the baby's diapers upstairs.
Lu Qingxue was quite curious about how much dowry her mother would ask for. As far as she knew, the bride price in her mother's circle was quite high. Once I heard her say that she gave 6.66 million. However, the bride's dowry was also quite a lot, including luxury cars, villas, etc.
Hubby, what if my mom asks for a very high gift?
Lin Feng changed Rui's diaper and asked, how much do you think she will want?
Lu Qingxue was also confused. How would she know this? Then he asked, how much do you usually give as a betrothal gift here?
Lin's mother had mentioned to him, there are ones worth 22,000, 66,000, and 88,000.
Lu Qingxue thought, oh my god, there will be a quarrel. Honey, I'll go down and take a look.
Having said that, the man went out. Lin Feng wanted to follow him, but the two children, one awake and the other asleep, could not get away. In less than a minute, Lu Qingxue came upstairs, blinking her big eyes with a look of surprise.
What's wrong? Lu Qingxue chuckled, they've finished their conversation. It seems like they had a good chat. Lin Feng laughed, that's not great.
Lu Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, hubby, take care of the babies first. I'll go downstairs to see what's going on.
Hey, someone left again?
Lu Qingxue went downstairs and winked at Lu's mother, Mom, come here. Mother Lu rolled her eyes at her and ignored her. Lu Qingxue turned into a pufferfish and said directly, Mom, come here.
Mother Lin smiled, Qingxue is awake, do you want to eat watermelon?
Lu Qingxue waved her hand, no need, Mom.
I'll come down and cut it myself later.
Lin's mother said, then I'll take it out of the refrigerator first.
After I cut it, I'll put it on the kitchen table and cover it with something. Lu Qingxue said loudly, okay, thank you, Mom.
Mother Lu walked up the stairs slowly, feeling suffocated by her daughter's repeated calls of Mom.
What? Lu Qingxue looked at her with a smile. Mom, have you discussed it? Mother Lu nodded. Have you told me about the betrothal gift? Mother Lu nodded. How much did you ask for? Mother Lu asked, do you know how much money Lin Feng has? You don't know? You're his wife, don't you know how much money he makes? I don't know. I didn't ask. He has 1.6 million. 1,600,000? Where did that come from? Did you earn it from business? Mother Lu couldn't help laughing. You ask me, who should I ask? Lu Qingxue thought that since her husband had 1.6 million, the issue of the bride price would not be a problem.
I gave it to her, and then turned around and gave it to my husband. If Mother Lu knew what her daughter was thinking, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. However, Lu Qingxue's mother knew something about that expression. I was so angry that my heart ached, and I said weakly, I asked for 200,000 yuan.
Lin Feng's mother wanted to give me 500,000 yuan, but I refused. Think about it, if you ask for less, your life will be better. If you ask for more, I won't get rich overnight. Mother Lu rarely compromises. At this point, Lu Qingxue thought that her mother would probably ask for a very high bride price to embarrass the Lin family. I didn't expect her to compromise. Lu Qingxue was touched. Postpartum mothers usually have big mood swings. Her nose felt sore immediately and she looked at Lu's mother with red eyes. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. As he said this, he suddenly hugged Lu's mother and cried. Mother Lu was startled. You were so moved that you cried? That's not the case. She compromised for various reasons, and now seeing her daughter sad, she finally sighed. As far as I can remember, her daughter rarely cried, but argued with her quite often. She coaxed, don't cry, you're already a mother, and you're still acting like a child. Lu Qingxue wiped her tears and said, Mom, you have to help me. I'll leave Dad's side to you. Mother Lu said angrily, use the same trick you used on your mom on your dad. Lu Qingxue's emotions came and went quickly, no matter what, I'm leaving it to you. Then he ran away without any conscience, leaving Mother Lu sighing at the stairs. Seeing his wife in such a good mood, Lin Feng wondered, why are your eyes red? Lu Qingxue felt it necessary to ask how much her husband's savings were. Mother Lu's sarcastic smile just now was still a bit heartbreaking. Hubby, my mom said you have over $1 million in savings. Is that true? Lin Feng nodded, this is some of the money I earned from investing in the store. Lu Qingxue said, then tell me how much money you have in the future. I won't spend it recklessly, don't worry. Okay. But ask me later. I can't always tell you every day, right? That's right. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu's mother sighed inwardly. I didn't think there was anything wrong with my daughter's IQ before, but now I guess her IQ is exchanged for her good looks. Not using a man's money is different from knowing how much money he has. She coughed lightly and walked into the room. Are you going home tonight? Lu Qingxue turned to look at Lin Feng and asked what he meant. Lin Feng thought that since it was a rare opportunity for him to come back, he might as well stay for one night. Mother Lu nodded and said, then I'll go with you tomorrow and visit your house. Little Rui was playing with toys on the bed, and Ping'an, who was next to him, was raising his legs and turning sideways, trying to turn over while they were talking. Come on. Mother Lu cheered him on, and smiled happily when she saw Ping'an successfully turn around. She's better than her mother. When she was 5 or 6 months old, she couldn't even roll over, but Ping'an Rui can do it at 3 months old. That's amazing. Lu Qingxue was dissatisfied. Mom, just talk about the child, don't bring me along, okay? Mother Lu glanced at her calmly and asked, is it not okay for me to tell the truth? Lin Feng greeted Lu Qingxue, wife, I'm going downstairs to tell Mom that dinner will be ready soon. Lu Qingxue raised her chin and said, okay. Lin Feng didn't forget to greet Lu's mother, Mom, I'm going downstairs to do some work first. Call me if you need anything. Mother Lu hummed, go ahead. This call of Mom was considered as an agreement. The young couple looked at each other, happiness written in their eyes. Lin Feng went downstairs, and his mother was in a good mood arguing with her husband. When she learned they were staying overnight, she happily said, "Mom will make the bed right now."
Lin Feng walked towards the kitchen to prepare dinner when his mother called him.
"Help Mom make the bed first. I have something to ask you."
I could vaguely hear Lu Qingshua's voice from the opposite door. I didn't know what she was saying, but she was laughing happily. Lin's mother closed the door and took out brand new pillowcases and rattan mats from the cabinet. These had been washed before and had never been used.
"Use the flowery one, yes, the blue one."
While the mother and son were busy with their work, Lin's mother talked about the betrothal gift that was discussed downstairs.
Lin Feng listened quietly, and finally said, "Then give me 500,000.
Mother Lin brushed the rattan mat with a brush and said, "Your father and I think so too.
We'll also include the money we have on hand."
Lin Feng took the brush and brushed it towards him. "Mom, no need.
I'll pay the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift." Chapter 86, Confused Sir, does it hurt now?
Lin Feng smiled and opened his mouth to his mother. "Your son has money now, and his life will get better and better in the future.
We can renovate this house or even rebuild it."
After a pause, Lin Feng said, "Mom, please move in and live with us." Mother Lin put on a rattan mat and pillowcase, looked at her son with satisfaction, and waved her hand. "Your father and I have lived in the countryside for more than 10 years.
We are used to life here. I am not used to living in the city at all.
When you and Xingxue are free, come back and see us, or we can go to the city to see you when we are free. Unless you need me to take care of your children, I will stay in my hometown with your father."
Lin Feng grinned. "Mom, I need you to help take care of the child now."
Lin's mother knew he was joking and shook her head with a smile.
"Silly son, wait until you really need it."
In the evening, Lin Feng cooked porridge and fried a few home-cooked dishes. Lin's mother praised her son. "Xiao Feng's cooking skills are getting better and better.
With the same seasoning, how come his dishes are so delicious?" Father Lin pouted. "The same dress can look beautiful or ugly when worn."
Mother Lin glared at him and said, "If you can do it, come on.
My cooking is even worse than mine, and you're the only one finding fault."
Lin Feng was already used to their bickering, so he went upstairs and called them down to eat. When I got to the door, I heard Lu Qingshuo teaching her mother how to change a diaper. "Mom, if you wrap the baby like this, the poop will leak out.
You have to do it this way." "Is that okay?" "That's all right. From now on, you and Lin Feng will both go to school and take care of the child?" "That will tire you to death. We'll talk about it later. The babies are so adorable. I want to witness them grow up and I don't want to miss it."
Lin Feng knocked on the door. "Mom, wife, the meal is ready, come down and eat." Mother Lu sat down, took a bite and found it tasted good. She didn't say anything, but Lu Qingshuo started showing off her husband.
"Mom, let me tell you, my husband's cooking skills are amazing. See why I'm so fat? It's because his cooking is so delicious.
And his cooking skills are not inferior to the chef at all."
Mother Lu, she wants to have a quiet meal. After dinner, we sat outside to enjoy the cool air. Lin Feng told Lu Qingshuo about his childhood, when he went out with friends to catch loaches and eels at night.
"I don't go home until the appointed time, and then I go to bed after taking a shower.
If it's hot, I sleep outside with mosquito coils lit."
Mosquito coils were lit in the yard, but there were still mosquitoes.
Lin's mother asked them to take the babies back to sleep to prevent them from being bitten.
"My dear, please sleep in the room on the right side of the second floor." At this time, my aunt came over with a watermelon and said, "Come, eat watermelon."
"Where are the children?" Lin's mother said, "There are too many mosquitoes in the yard, so I asked them to take the children back. This watermelon is quite sweet. Where did you buy it?"
Aunt Jo said, "This is what Xiao Feng gave me."
"Oh, and I remembered something. Have you seen a white bag?" Mother Lin shook her head. "No."
My aunt went into the house and when she came out, she was holding a white bag in her hand.
"I saw it when I was tidying up today and just put it in here. I took a look and it seems to be the skirt I bought for you."
Mother Lin was stunned for a moment, and she glanced at Mother Lu.
Mother Lu was eating watermelon and seemed not to hear. Mother Lin put the bag away and continued eating the melon. "I don't know. Let's wait and see."
But I didn't know that there were always one or two people around me who were not tactful, such as my aunt.
"Open it and take a look." I took a quick look and it looks pretty good. My aunt didn't mean it, she really doesn't know how to read other people's expressions.
Lin's mother winked at her, but she didn't understand.
Finally, it was Mother Lu who said, "Open it and take a look."
This is all from Qingshue's heart. When she opened it, she saw two very beautiful skirts, and Lin's mother liked them at first sight.
My aunt is so clueless. Oh, Qingxue is really good at choosing clothes, she has such good taste. Mother Lin gave her favorite one to Mother Lu.
Mother Lu refused and said with a smile, "You can wear it, I have a skirt."
Seeing that she looked normal, Lin's mother happily put it away. There are still a lot of mosquitoes at night.
Lin's mother and others are used to it as they often live in the countryside, so it doesn't matter if they are bitten.
Mother Lu was bitten several times in a row and couldn't stand it anymore. I'm going to sleep. You guys can talk slowly. Lin's mother followed and said, "My dear, your toiletries are in the bathroom. They are all brand new." Mother Lu nodded and said, "Thank you. You should go to bed early too."
After washing up, when Lu's mother came out, she heard no sound from her daughter's room, thinking that she must have fallen asleep. The room was air-conditioned and cleaned very well, even with incense burning. When Lu's mother lay on the bed, she felt uncomfortable all over. She had never slept on a hard bed. All the beds at home were soft with thick mattresses. "My back hurts when I lie down, my arm hurts when I lie on my side, and in short, I toss and turn and can't sleep." There was no other choice but to look in the cupboard to see if there was any bedding that could be used as a cushion. The things in the cabinet were neatly stacked. Mother Lu found a quilt to spread underneath and then covered it with a mat.
I feel much better now, no more panic.
With the air conditioner on, Mother Lu closed her eyes and prepared to take a nap, but she just couldn't fall asleep.
Too many things happened today, and her head was in a mess.
She was very sleepy, but she just couldn't fall asleep. I don't know how much time passed, but Mother Lu finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep.
The other side.
Because there was no crib, the couple slept on the left and right sides and let the baby sleep in the middle. The pink mosquito net hanging from above her head looked very similar to the decoration hanging above her bed in her previous bedroom. It could be used as a curtain, giving people a sense of security. Rui had fallen asleep, and Pingyan was also drowsy while drinking milk. The couple were talking in low voices.
Honey, I like this mosquito net. Can we install one when we get home?
Lin Feng nodded, okay.
Lu Qingxue said, there's a nightlight hanging up there. It should look nice. Lin Feng whispered, wife, we are going to sleep. Can we sleep with a nightlight on? Lu Qingxue chuckled, why don't we just turn it off when we go to bed? Two people can talk about a small thing for a long time. Lu Qingxue attacked casually, hubby, I'm asleep.
Lin Feng reached out and stroked her face, go to sleep. Lu Qingxue kissed the back of his hand, good night, husband.
Good night, wife. Midnight. After drinking too much porridge in the evening, Lu Qingxue got up in a daze and went to the bathroom.
She had forgotten that she was in a house in the countryside. As a result, he stepped on the mosquito net and fell to the ground. The sound was so loud that it woke Lu Qingxue up in pain and also woke Lin Feng up. He went to check on the babies first, then reached out again, but there was no one there.
Lin Feng woke up completely with a start, wife? Then I heard Lu Qingxue crying, I'm here. Chapter 87, Xiao Rui's terrifying operation. Lin Feng was stunned and quickly leaned over to take a look.
The guy was still there, lying on the ground looking at him pitifully.
What happened? Did you fall out of bed in a daze?
Lu Qingxue's forehead hurt so much that she held it against her chest as she stood up.
Almost.
I thought I was home, and I got lost and took the wrong route.
Lin Feng wanted to laugh, but it was a bit unkind.
I said distressfully, then go to the bathroom first, and come back and I'll see what's going on.
Lu Qingxue looked in the mirror and it didn't seem to be a big problem, just a little red and swollen.
Lin Feng came in and held Lu Qingxue's face to look at her.
It doesn't seem serious. I'll ask mom if she has any blood activating and blood stasis removing medicine. I'll give you some. Lu Qingxue thought it was unnecessary.
Lin Feng glanced at her and said, maybe it will swell up again later. Lin Feng first went to the living room to see if there was any medicine. He remembered that he had some at home, but he just didn't know where he put it.
Mother Lin heard the noise and stood up and asked, why aren't you sleeping yet? What are you looking for? Lin Feng asked, Mom, do you have any medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis?
Qingxue fell and her forehead is red.
When Mother Lin heard this, she said, wait, in my room.
After a while, he took out a small bottle of medicine and said, use this, it works very well. Lin Feng took the medicine and applied it to Lu Qingxue.
Oh, it seems to be swollen. Lu Qingxue touched it and it was real. Applying the medicine must have been painful. Lu Qingxue's facial features were wrinkled so tightly that they looked like a chubby face. After the medicine was applied, Lu Qingxue felt the cool effect and the pain in the area where she had been bumped was not as severe. How should I put it? The whole room was filled with the smell of medicine. Because of this fall, a big hole was torn in the mosquito net, and Lin Feng could only tie it up carelessly. Go to sleep, and call me if you need to go to the bathroom. Lu Qingxue fell into a drowsy sleep, and her mother was not in much better condition. There was no mosquito net, so after she stood up and took a few steps, she found that there was a wall blocking her way. However, she quickly realized where she was. At night, she vaguely heard crying. Rui had a very loud voice, but she stopped crying after she got some food. When Lin's mother heard the noise, she got up to see if she needed help. As soon as she went upstairs, the baby's crying stopped. After standing for a while, he turned back. The next day, Lu Qingxue's swelling had subsided a little, but she was still very alert. When Lu's mother found out, she laughed at her and called her a fool. After breakfast, Lin Feng packed up and went back. The forecast for today says the temperature will be 35 degrees. The sun has already risen, turning half the sky red. Lin's mother took a few bags and put them in the trunk. This bag is filled with dried cowpeas and radishes. They'll be perfect for stewing duck for Qingxue when we get home. These are uncooked cured pork ribs. There are so many left. Mom will kill a pig and make bacon for Chinese New Year. These are sweet potatoes, cowpeas, and onions picked from the fields. My aunt also brought a lot of things over. Mother Lu sat in the car and watched, feeling deeply touched. They were really good to Lu Qingxue. Father Lin came over to say hello, my dear relatives, please come and visit us some other day. Mother Lu smiled and said, okay, I'll come when I have time. Lin's mother leaned over to the car window and said, my dear, go back and take care of yourself. Take care of your health. Mother Lu smiled and said, you too. They couldn't bear to leave their little grandson, so they looked at him again and told their son to take good care of the child in Lu Qingxue, and to take good care of the family. My aunt is not good at reading people's expressions and speaks quickly, but she has a good heart. He looked reluctant to leave Lin Feng and greeted Lu's mother again. The car left. Lin Feng's parents stood on the road and watched their son's car disappear little by little. Lin's mother said reluctantly, I'll go buy another pig, slaughter it, and give some meat to my in-laws. Father Lin said calmly, she might not be interested in yours. Lin's mother was angry, I meant it to her, okay? I think she's pretty good, how come you don't like her anymore? After saying that, he snorted coldly and went back to the house to wash the dishes. After cleaning up, he found that Lin Feng had put 30,000 yuan under their pillows. Mother Lin didn't know what to say, this child, I already said I'll pay you back when I have money. Take the money and go find Lin's father. Father Lin pursed his lips and said, just accept the children's kindness and save it for them later. On the way back, Lin Feng drove the car while the other four slept in the car. After arriving at the community, Lin Feng asked Lu Qingxue to take the babies and Lu's mother upstairs first, and he would move the things in the car. When Lu Qingxue saw so many things, she thought her husband would probably have to make 2 trips back and forth. No need, husband. Let's go up together. Put some in the basket under the stroller, hang some on the handle of the stroller, and let Lu's mother carry some. The rest is Lin Feng's business. Honey, is it heavy? Lin Feng shook his head, it's not heavy, it's actually quite light. Lu Qingxue uttered a no and pushed the heavy stroller into the elevator. Mom, are you heavy? Mother Lu was slightly touched and said, it's not heavy, I can lift it. Her daughter finally remembered that she was her mother. After returning home, Lu Qingxue and Lin Feng went to the kitchen to tidy up things. Mom, please sit down first and take a look at the babies. Mother Lu sat down and looked around. The house was pretty good and the decoration was also high-end. The most important thing is that it gives people a very warm feeling. As she looked around, Mother Lu's nose twitched and she frowned. What's that smell? Then, she followed the scent to Rui. The little guy was holding his face tightly, as if he was doing something. Lu's mother told her from her experience that it was either farting or pooping. After Rui calmed down, Mother Lu picked her up and felt the heaviness of the diaper. She looked through the gap and saw that she had indeed pooped. She yelled, Qingxue, Rui pooped. Lu Qingxue came out of the kitchen and went to the master bedroom to get cloth diapers, then went to get hot water for washing her baby's butt and get a changing mat.
During the whole process, Mother Lu held Rui in her arms.
Mom, you can put Rui down now.
I saw my daughter cleaning the babies but very skillfully and applying talcum powder. In a short while, she had cleaned Rui thoroughly.
Mother Lu asked, "Did you make this cloth diaper yourself? If you use this, you'll have to wash it later. Children poop many times a day, and this is more convenient than diapers." Lu Qingxue kisses her daughter.
Well, babies tend to get red in the butt when using diapers, but that hasn't happened since I switched to cloth diapers. It's a hassle, but I'll put my baby first.
Just as she finished speaking, Rui kicked Lu Qingxue in the mouth.
Lu Qingxue pretended to bite her, which made Rui roll over and almost fall off the diaper changing table. At this moment, Lu Qingxue was so scared that she hugged Rui in her arms. Looking at the little angel who was giggling and had no idea what danger he had just encountered, Lu Qingxue sighed heavily. Mother Lu was also startled and patted her chest.
"You need to get a bigger changing table."
Lu Qingxue decided not to use this and changed it on the bed. Lin Feng learned what had just happened and patted his daughter's butt.
"Little naughty girl, you scared us to death." Lu Qingxue is still terrified when she thinks about it now. Chapter 88: A long talk with my mother-in-law.
It was almost noon, and Lin Feng had more important things to do.
"Mom, wait a minute. I'll cook dinner while I install the baby's playpen. This has been placed on the balcony for many days."
Lin Feng wiped off the dust with a rag and started to install it in the master bedroom. It was very interesting to see the two children sitting in the stroller, holding toys in their hands, watching their parents busying around. The fence is only installed on 3 sides, so there is no need to install it at the head of the bed.
Mother Lu watched from the side. After installing the bed, the next step is the play area in the living room.
After laying the mats and installing the fence, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Lin Feng clapped his hands. "Wife, you play with the babies, I'm going to cook."
Lu Qingxue was like a child, wanting to experience playing in the living room with the babies. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, husband."
Lin Feng said to Mother Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, "Mom, sit down for a while. I'll go cook."
Mother Lu nodded. "My daughter and 2 little grandchildren are already in the play area, having fun. Both children can already roll over, but they can't crawl yet."
But the little guy Rui knew to stick out his little butt, twist it into a twist and move forward, looking both funny and cute. As the biological mother, Lu Qingxue used her mobile phone to record the incident and openly made fun of her daughter.
"Rui, you're awesome, keep it up." "I can't help it, this action is too cute and funny, just like a caterpillar, ha ha." After saying that, he got up and went to the kitchen to show Lin Feng the recorded video. I whispered in my husband's ear, "Honey, does it look like a caterpillar?"
Lin Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. It's normal for a child not to be able to crawl. When Lu Qingxue left, she kissed him from a distance. "Thank you for your hard work, husband.
I'm going to see the baby."
Although taking care of children is hard and tiring, sometimes I feel like I am spinning like a top, running around without even knowing what I am busy with. But seeing the babies growing up day by day, their skills are becoming more and more. No one can understand the feeling of witnessing this kind of thing.
Mother Lu chuckled coldly. "You're laughing at me. When you were this old, you couldn't even roll over.
You couldn't crawl until you were almost 10 months old.
Rui is much smarter than you.
She could roll over at just 3 months old and is now trying hard to crawl."
"How about you?"
Lu Qingxue's smile froze on her face.
"What's wrong? You can't get over this hurdle without your daughter's intelligence, right?" Lu Qingxue raised her chin. "That shows I'm good at giving birth. Look, I gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, right away." "Mother Lu." Lu Qingxue smiled. "What should I do? I feel like I won a round, ha ha ha."
Mother Lu was also amused by her daughter's smug smile.
"Is it always Lin Feng who cooks at home?" Lu Qingxue hummed, "My cooking is not good."
Soon, the smell of food came from the kitchen, and Lu Qingxue got up and went to the kitchen to see what was being cooked.
Mother Lu used a bell to entertain the babies. Come to Grandma."
During the meal, Pingyan was hungry, so Lu Qingxue held the child in her arms and fed him while eating. When it is inconvenient, Lin Feng will come to feed her. When she finished eating, Pingyan was still eating and felt dizzy. Pingyan probably doesn't want to drink milk, but he's a little sleepy and wants to sleep, and he's not used to not having it in his mouth. As he was speaking, Pingyan had already fallen asleep, but he still had the. Lu Qingxue walked on the sofa, fanning herself and hugging her son. Lin Feng was cleaning up the dishes, but before he could wash them, Rui got hungry.
When Rui cries, her voice is so loud and powerful. But what if Pingyan is still eating? Mother Lu said, let the two children eat against each other. Just eat head to head. It's a good idea, but Lu Qingxue has an urge to cover her face.
In this way, Rui was successfully calmed down, but she also cried out in pain. Rui's strength was growing, and Lu Qingxue felt more stressed every time she fed her. Finally, Pingyan vomited out his food and fell asleep. Lin Feng put his son on their bed to rest. Mother Lu came over and said, I see you still have a few fences that haven't been installed. Why don't you install them over the bed in the second bedroom and turn it into a crib? Qingxue doesn't sleep well, it's better to let the baby sleep in another bed. Lin Feng also wanted to use the second bedroom as a baby room, and nodded immediately.
Mom is right, from now on the kids will sleep in the second bedroom at night.
Mother Lu nodded, it will be troublesome for you to get up more often at night. Lin Feng smiled, nothing. After lunch, Lin Feng set up the bed in the second bedroom and put the children there after the babies fell asleep. Covered with small quilts, they all slept soundly. Every time Lu Qingxue feeds her baby at noon, she always falls asleep. Lin Feng turned on the air conditioner and closed the door. The baby was sleeping in the second bedroom, and the door was ajar. In the living room, Lu's mother was sitting, and seemed to have something to say to him.
Mother Lu got straight to the point.
I agree with your marriage to Qingxue, and I've already discussed the betrothal gift with your parents.
Qingxue is our only daughter.
She has been spoiled since she was young. With our family's small fortune, she has never had to worry about food and clothing. Her father and I were busy with work, so we didn't really monitor her. Over time, she became independent and she inherited her father's stubbornness, so it's hard to get along with her. Now that you're a parent, you must hope that Rui's future husband's family will take good care of her. Her husband can better protect and love her for the rest of her life.
I think so too. I hope you can tolerate her shortcomings, both in life and in her personality.
Lin Feng nodded. I'll do whatever I want without you telling me.
Qingxue is actually very easy to get along with and has many good qualities. I promise you that I will love and care for her and give her the best I can give. Mother Lu said calmly. I never believe a man's promises. Anyone can make big promises without doing anything. I want to see your actual actions.
Lin Feng expressed his understanding.
Lu's mother also admitted. Her father doesn't know about your relationship yet. He's a very picky person. If you want his approval, do your best. Qingxue's grandfather started from scratch, so his father likes people who work hard and make progress, you know? Lin Feng nodded, I understand.
A flash of relief flashed across Mother Lu's eyes.
I'm leaving now. I still have a lot of things to do.
This card contains the red envelopes I gave to the babies for their 100-day celebrations, as well as the red envelopes for their full-month celebrations.
Qingxue knows the password, so just ask her.
Putting the bank card on the table, Mother Lu picked up her bag and left.
Lin Feng stood up to see her off. Mom, I will take good care of Qingxue and the child. Mother Lu smiled slightly and said, don't bully my daughter. If I find out that you have let her down, I will make you pay the price. This is not a joke. Qingxue is our sweetheart. She chose you. I believe in her judgment. But that doesn't mean I completely approve of you now, understand? Lin Feng understood.
It was beyond his expectation that Mother Lu could talk to them calmly on their first meeting.
Chapter 89 The Joy of Three Children. Mom, I'll take you there.
Mother Lu shook her head. No, my two children are still asleep at home and need someone to stay with them. I'll come over and stay for a few days when I have time. After everyone left, Lin Feng went to the second bedroom to check on the babies. Lin Feng found that Rui had turned over and was sleeping on her stomach. He was worried that her mouth and nose would be blocked while sleeping, so he laid her flat. After observing for a while, he returned to the master bedroom. In Lin Feng's impression, Lu Qingxue's sleeping products are pretty good, but they can't be said to be very good. The babies all sleep in their cribs at night and at noon. But now the crib is too small and there is not enough space for Rui to turn over.
It's fine to put the child in the second bedroom.
Ding, the system has confirmed that the host is participating in the important moment of the baby's centenary banquet, and has been awarded a shop on the basement floor of Baoka Mall. The relevant information has been placed in the computer bag, please check it carefully. Not long after Lin Feng lay down, he received a reward from the system.
He has been to Bauka shopping mall. There is a large supermarket on the underground floor. Last time, they took the babies for a walk around. In addition, the underground first floor is full of snacks, all kinds of snacks are available.
I remember that the underground floor used to be quite mixed, with shops selling toys, discounted clothes, etc. Later, the snack business on the underground floor was good, and gradually developed into a whole snack floor. When Lin Feng lived in the school dormitory, he would go with Housie and others to use the air conditioning when he had nothing to do.
If you don't have money to spend and want to wander around, you can buy a cup of milk tea and walk from the beginning to the end, or buy some chicken chops and eat them as you walk. When I have homework, I take it to the children's playground and find a place with a bar where parents can rest to do it. At that time, there was a lot of fun just to get the air conditioning. Lin Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Chang, "What are you doing?" Since all the people in the store had left, Zhou Chang had a lot more free time. He was currently resting in a small room in the store. There is only one ventilation hole in the room, and closing the door would suffocate you. Zhou Chang bought an air fan. He was not afraid of the heat and woke up covered in sweat. Zhou Chang sent a laughing emoji. "What do you think?" "Brother Feng. Lin Feng, when we are free in the afternoon we are going to Bauka, you can come with us." "Zhou Chang, are you treating me to a meal?" "Lin Feng, I want to eat there. I plan to open a branch there." Zhou Chang suddenly became alert and made a video call. Lin Feng got up and went to the small balcony outside the kitchen to answer, "What's wrong?" Zhou Chang chuckled, "Brother Feng, the shop over there is so hard to get, how did you manage to rent it?"
Lin Feng smiled faintly, "I bought it myself."
Zhou Chang screamed, "Brother Feng, I don't ask for anything else, I just ask for you to stay with me forever."
Lin Feng wanted to go to sleep for a while. "I won't talk to you anymore.
I'll call you when I leave in the afternoon, and we'll go take a look together then." Zhou Chang, "Brother, no problem."
After waking up from a good sleep, Lin Feng felt refreshed and in good condition. When I went to the second bedroom, I saw that Rui was still sleeping on her stomach with her little butt sticking out, and her saliva was flowing out. Ping'an slept with his body pulled up, his legs crossed, very well behaved. However, the two children were too far apart, with one sleeping on each side, north and south. Lin Feng went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients, and then called the babies and Lu Qingxue to get up.
Babies should not sleep too long during the day. If babies sleep too long during the day, they will become very energetic at night. After a long time, black and white become reversed. Sleeping during the day and not sleeping at night is the most troublesome thing for parents. This little guy Rui is really easy to take care of. As long as there is milk, anything can be solved. When you call her to get up, the little one will wake up in less than 5 seconds while still drowsy. Of course, she falls asleep quickly too. Ping'an wanted Lin Feng to hold him and coax him for a while, and he would slowly wake up under the influence of the surroundings. Typically, this lasts for half an hour. After dinner, Lin Feng called Zhou Chang and said, "I'm leaving. Zhou Chang has arrived, I'll wait for you at the door, Brother Feng. The babies love going to the supermarket, so I take them there every evening." The two little ones were sitting in the stroller, dazzled by the colorful things around them. Rui was shaking her little butt and sticking out her little belly as if she wanted to stand up. The system reward is the shop B1783. "Brother Feng, where are you?" Lin Feng said he didn't know either. "Don't worry, take your time. With such a large floor of food, you need a map."
Lin Feng opened the map, and all the important delicacies were marked on it, along with the corresponding shop numbers.
"Just walk out of the supermarket and you'll be there."
The supermarket is the main import and export, and the system rewards are not far from the exit.
I don't lack anything at home, and I go shopping every day, so there is nothing to buy. However, fruit is a must. Lu Qingxue loves eating fruit very much. After buying some fruits, Lin Feng saw that the beef brisket was good, so he bought some more. Then I bought some potatoes. I thought I wasn't buying anything, but when I came out my hands were still full. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the shop rewarded by the system. The area is about the same as before, more than 30 square meters, and 4 tables can be placed at the door. One of my neighbors sells chicken cutlets, and the other sells smoothies and milk tea. This store must have been a noodle shop before, and there is still a price list hanging on it. Zhou Chang rubbed his hands and said, "Brother Feng, let my dad take care of the decoration. He will take care of everything. Just prepare the soup ingredients and come to open the business." The profit was split 50-50 before, and Zhou Chang got such a big advantage that he always wanted to make up for it in other ways.
Lin Feng nodded. Thank you for your hard work, uncle.
Zhou Chang waved his hand and said, it's not hard at all.
Lin Feng gave him the key and said, call Haozi and Dashun later and ask them what they think. Lin Feng and Zhou Chang were talking at the door.
Lu Qingxue and the babies were watching small fish outside a snack bar.
The two children, one big and two small, were looking at the fish tank with great interest. Lin Feng came to find her. Wife, let's go.
Lu Qingxue turned around and said, honey, how about we buy some small fish to take home? Look how much the babies love them.
Sure enough, the little ones were very interested in watching, even though there was only one fish in the small fish tank, swimming around alone. Zhou Chang came over and said with a smile, sister-in-law, I know there is an aquarium in this mall.
You can buy it there. Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Come on, husband, let's go take a look.
Lin Feng pushed the stroller to the elevator.
After reaching the third floor, Zhou Chang pointed ahead and said, there's one right up ahead, I don't know if it's still open.
Lu Qingxue walked ahead happily. I'll go take a look. After the people walked away, Zhou Chang said with a suppressed laugh, Brother Feng, my sister-in-law sometimes looks like a child. It feels like you are taking care of 3 children. Lin Feng nodded. She just has too much childishness, but she's still a very reliable mother. More than 100 meters away, Lu Qingxue waved at him, as happy as a child.
Honey, this place is open. This store is quite big.
The store's treasure is a fish worth more than 200,000 yuan, swimming around in a large tank and prominently placed in the middle. Zhou Chang couldn't understand why someone would spend more than 200,000 yuan to buy a fish. Lin Feng smiled. Maybe those people who are worth over 100 million yuan would spend about the same as us spending 20 yuan to buy fish. Zhou Chang smacked his lips and said nothing.
He doesn't understand the life of rich people.
Fortunately, they not only have fish worth more than 200,000 yuan, but also sell goldfish for a few yuan.
Chapter 90. The first time I was separated from my baby, I couldn't sleep.
Lu Qingxue and the children came to the store and looked here and there.
Babies, is this fish big? Is it very big? Is it bigger than its mother's head? Hey, this fish's head looks like a lantern. Look, this little one is so colorful and beautiful.
In addition to selling fish, they also sell various turtles. Lin Feng planned to buy 2 turtles that would live long and the babies could watch them for a long time. Lin Feng had never known about them before, he only knew of 2 types, land tortoises and water turtles. Now I know there are many varieties after the boss introduced them to me, and finally I bought 2 deep water turtles. The boss had packed the feed, fish tank, and everything for Lin Feng. He just needed to take it back and add purified water. Lu Qingxue will also put in the few small fish she bought. When he got home, Lin Feng put the turtle and goldfish aside, and the 2 children, one big and 2 small, came over to look at them.
Wow, look! A turtle and a goldfish. Do you like them? As long as his wife and kids like it, Lin Feng thinks it's the right thing to buy. After a while, Lu Qingxue sat down to eat watermelon, and the babies stared at the fish tank by themselves. Rui was very happy. Children just like these little animals. The 2 of them looked at the fish tank for a long time and wanted to give them a bath. Now, as soon as I left, the 2 little guys started making a fuss, saying they wanted to see the fish and turtles. Lin Feng had already put the hot water in the pot. Why are you crying? Lu Qingxue was worried. The 2 little guys are addicted to it. They'll make a fuss if I don't let them watch it. In the end, Lin Feng coaxed the 2 little guys with the toys while giving them a bath. When passing through the living room, Lin Feng covered the baby's eyes with one hand. Honey, starting today, after we feed the babies in the master bedroom, we'll put them to sleep in the second bedroom. After hearing her mother say that she had a bad sleep habit, Lu Qingxue nodded and said, okay. Suddenly I remembered something and asked, honey, do I snore when I sleep? Lin Feng said, you don't hit me when I'm awake, but I don't know when I'm asleep. Lu Qingxue. Punching him with her pink fist, Lin Feng laughed, I'm telling the truth. How would I know if I was asleep? Maybe you really snore. Why did he want to laugh when he thought of Lu Qingxue snoring? After the 2 of them had some fun, Lu Qingxue fed the babies. She couldn't help but complain again, with a bit of coquettishness, husband, look at your daughter. Lin Feng came over and asked cooperatively, what's wrong? Let daddy take a look. Oh my god, our Rui doesn't drink milk properly, what is she doing? It turns out that while Rui was drinking, she suddenly turned over and smiled at you. At first Lu Qingxue thought, wow, Rui is so cute and adorable. Later, baby, can you drink your milk properly? Finally, husband, come and see your daughter.
Lu Qingxue held the rations tightly and said, "My little ancestor, come and eat quickly. All the rations are wasted."
Rui grinned and turned over again.
Lu Qingxue was quick to grab her daughter and coax her to drink milk. Seeing Rui smiling at him with her face tilted to the side, Lin Feng teased her, "Look at what you're laughing at, Daddy.
Drink up."
Rui grinned again, and Lu Qingxue turned around and said, "Hubby, go and do your thing first.
I'll make Rui happy soon. What will I do if she doesn't sleep?"
Lin Feng stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go to the living room.
Call me if you need anything." Go to the living room and send a message to Zhou Chang. What did Haozi and Daxiang say? Zhou Chang, Haozi said he would quit his job and invest all his money.
He said he could get 80,000 yuan, which was all his family assets. Zhou Chang, Nobita took out 50,000 yuan, but he is not in the store. The shop belongs to Lin Feng, and he also provides the soup ingredients.
Zhou Chang and others have already discussed it.
Lin Feng did not contribute a penny, taking 60% of the dividends, and the remaining 40% was divided among others.
Zhou Chang, brother Feng, what do you think? Lin Feng, all is fine.
He and Zhou Chang have been friends since high school and even lived in the same dormitory in college.
This is a rare fate.
Haozi and Daxiang, when Lin's father was in trouble and needed money, they also tried their best to help him. In Lin Feng's heart, he was still very grateful for their generous help.
Husband? Lu Qingxue's voice, pinching her throat, called out to him from the master bedroom, "Husband?" Lin Feng came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Rui fell asleep.
"Okay, I'll carry her over. By the way, I took Ping into my wife to feed her." Lu Qingxue finished taking a shower when Zhuo Qing sent her a message.
"Sister, what are you doing? Is it, he? Lu Qingxue rolled her eyes at her and replied immediately. "Where's the red envelope for the baby's 100-day banquet?"
Zhuo Qing, "Oh, I forgot.
The minimum price is 30,000 per person." Lu Qingxue, 30,000?
Zhuo Qing shivered.
"I've thought about it.
When your child turns 1, he'll need a lot of money for school, birthdays, and weddings.
I may not be able to earn back all this money. It hurts just thinking about it." Lu Qingxue was amused by her. "Wouldn't it be enough to make up for the loss if you had 2 children?" Zhuo Qing, are twins so easy to give birth to? And I don't plan on getting married. Zhuo Qing, if I really don't get married, can your 2 children provide for me in my old age? The topic was getting off track. Lu Qingxue typed, "It has to be 50,000 per person." Zhuo Qing, I don't have any money. Lu Qingxue didn't believe it. "Nonsense, you just bought a limited edition bag." Zhuo Qing, "So I have no money." Lu Qingxue, "The extra money is for you to compensate me for my losses. Because of you, my mother came to my house." Lu Qingxue, "Tell me, should I be compensated?" Zhuo Qing, "Is this true? You're lying to me." Lu Qingxue, "Get lost. Do I really need to lie so much for your tens of thousands of dollars?" Zhuo Qing, "It's possible. After all, you are a mother now. It's not easy to raise 2 children." Lu Qingxue, "If you don't believe me, call my mom. Her number hasn't changed." Lu Qingxue, "My mom said you were stupid. She didn't pay attention at first, but you're trying to cover up your mistake." "Ha ha."
Zhuo Qing readily transferred the money to her. "Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it."
Lu Qingxue, "It's okay. Although you did something stupid, we have resolved this matter peacefully." Zhuo Qing, "Have you guys agreed? Auntie will grant your wish?" Lu Qingxue, "Yeah, so you have a little bit of credit for this." Zhuo Qing, "Give me back my money. Give it back to me." Zhuo Qing, "Where are they?" Zhuo Qing, "Lu Qingxue, you've changed. You've become shameless."
Lu Qingxue hummed a song happily, lying in Lin Feng's arms, and used this time to watch a drama.
Lin Feng was also chatting with Zhou Chang. This is the first time the babies sleep alone.
What Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were most worried about was that they would catch a cold, and what to do if the naughty little Rui slept on her stomach and blocked her mouth and nose.
The 2 of them slept uneasily. Seeing that Lu Qingxue rarely suffered from insomnia, Lin Feng made a decision.
"Honey, I'm going to sleep with the babies in the second bedroom. If they're hungry, I'll bring them over so you can feed them."
Lu Qingxue frowned. "Hubby, this must be very tiring for you. Why don't we bring the baby over and sleep together?"
Lin Feng smiled, "I don't like it.
I sleep well and won't disturb the babies. Go to sleep. Chapter 91 Super Invincible Rui.
If there is only one baby in the house, a crib is more than enough, and you can just buy one that can be placed side by side next to the bed. Or, the crib they have now can be used by a baby until he or she grows up a little bit. But having two babies at home takes up a lot of space, which is a bit troublesome. Lin Feng didn't want his child to sleep in the second bedroom, but it also has its advantages. The weather is nice at night now, so you can take advantage of this time to help your babies develop good nighttime sleeping habits. In a few months, babies will be able to eat complementary foods and sleep through the night. Having good sleeping habits is beneficial to both babies and adults. But it will definitely be hard work in the early stages, and the person taking care of the child will not be able to sleep well at night. Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise Lin Feng's body would definitely not be able to bear such torture. The babies are sleeping well now. Lin Feng carefully lay down not far from Ping'an, tidied the quilts for the babies, covered himself with them, and closed his eyes to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Feng felt some movement around him and reached out to touch it. The hair is fine and soft. This is Ping'an, the little guy is sleeping on his side. The next door is empty. Lin Feng immediately became alert. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Rui had somehow fallen asleep at his feet. How did she do it from such a distance? Lin Feng brought her over and covered her with a small quilt. I don't know how much time passed, but Lin Feng felt a little crowded. As soon as he moved his arm, he found someone lying next to him. Suddenly his movements became gentle, and when he reached out to feel around, he found that it was Ping'an who was clinging to him. Lin Feng turned his head and gave his son a kiss on the top of his head. He probably felt cold because the quilt was not covering him enough, so he came to his father to keep warm. After covering his son, Lin Feng looked up and used the dim light in the room to search for his daughter. This time there was no one at his feet, so I looked at other places, and wow, the person was gone. This was an even greater shock than before. He sat up in shock and used the light from his cell phone to look for his daughter. Wow, I found him in another corner, with his butt pouting, his face tilted, and he was sleeping soundly. Lin Feng finally felt relieved and quickly carried his daughter back to her original position and covered her with a small blanket. In the middle of the night, Lin Feng heard Rui crying. The little guy was hungry. Lin Feng followed the sound of crying and saw Rui sleeping next to his head with her feet touching his face. He couldn't understand why a 3-month-old baby had so many different sleeping patterns. Rui was still crying, so Lin Feng picked her up and fed her to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue asked dazedly, "Honey, are the babies sleeping well?" Lin Feng was unable to put it into words and said, "Ping'an is very well behaved, but Rui is not honest." Lu Qingxue reached out and touched Lin Feng's face. "Thank you for your hard work, husband." Lin Feng laughed, "I'm not tired, it's Rui who is tired. I don't know how I slept all night, it was all weird." Lu Qingxue asked, "What's going on?" Lin Feng told Lu Qingxue about his 3 experiences of looking for his child, which made her laugh. The couple looked at the little guy who was eating at the same time. Both of them looked helpless. While I was feeding him, Ping'an started crying because he was hungry. Lin Feng went over and hugged Ping'an to comfort him. Ping'an, who was in a daze, cried even harder when he saw that he had no food. Lu Qingxue quickly asked her husband to come over. "Come, eat here." She had no choice but to do this. After Rui finishes eating, Lin Feng can hold her directly to sleep. After 3 months, babies can stop breastfeeding. By the time Ping'an finished eating, nearly an hour had passed, and his mother was so tired that she fell asleep. Lin Feng got up and carried his son back to the room. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to sleep until dawn. And this accident is that baby's poop. Sure enough, the accident finally happened. The 2 children pooped one after the other, with less than an hour in between. In the morning, Lin Feng got up on time. Thinking back to what happened last night, his head felt a little buzzing. I made breakfast, called my wife to get up, and then started thinking about making something. "Husband, what are you doing?" The air conditioner was on, and the babies were dressed in air-conditioned clothes, long sleeves, long pants, and small socks. The only drawback is that babies will hit the quilt, which can make their tummies cold. Therefore, Lin Feng thought about how to use towels to make small blankets to protect the babies' stomachs so that they would not catch a cold even if they rolled around like Rui. "Wife, what do you think?" Lu Qingxue said politely, "Honey, this will fall off. It's not secure." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go find that old woman to do it. She will definitely make something like this. Then let's go after breakfast." After breakfast, Lin Feng went to find the old woman with a sheet and some towels. When my wife heard the purpose, she said,
"This is easy. Bring me the towels.
I'll sew them together and then adjust them with some looseness or tightness." The old lady made some bandages, both loose and tight.
Go back and see which one suits you, and then come back to her.
After trying them, I found that the strap type is suitable for Pinyin, and the elastic type is suitable for Rui.
Perfect. Now the two little guys will be fine no matter how much trouble they cause at night. Lu Qingxue praised her husband. "My husband is awesome."
It's not that Lin Feng is bad, it's just that Rui was too exhausted last night. Whenever she made the slightest movement, Lin Feng would wake up and cover them with blankets, fearing that they would catch a cold and their stomachs would get chilled. During nap time, the two little ones finished their milk and were put to sleep in the second bedroom. The crib has become a place to put baby's diaper changing supplies. Lu Qingxue has classes in the afternoon, so they can go shopping at the supermarket after school.
The kids and I will pick you up then.
Lu Qingxue put on her bag and looked at her three treasures at home reluctantly.
"Honey, I'm leaving."
"Rui, Pinyin, Mom is leaving now, bye." Pinyin blinked his big eyes as he watched his mother disappear, and looked at his father in confusion. His thoughts are more delicate than what he wants. Lin Feng kissed the top of his head. "Mom has to go out for something, Daddy is with you, dear." Pinyin started looking at the door. Lin Feng kissed him and said, "What's wrong? You missed your mother right after she left.
Come, let's go see the little turtle and the little goldfish, okay? That's how kids are, they're easily distracted. There is still sunshine now. Wait until it is about to set before going downstairs to school."
After watching the turtle and the fish for a while, Lin Feng let them play. While taking care of the babies, Lin Feng also tidied up their clothes. Lu Qingxue has almost used up all the goods she stockpiled, especially diapers, and now there is only one large bag left. When it comes to clothes, there is a serious shortage of sizes. The ones left are too big for the babies, so I plan to buy new ones.
Suddenly, the door rang.
Rui and Pinyin stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door at the same time.
Lin Feng stood up to look and saw Lu Qingxue with a happy face. "Ding ding ding, surprise. I'm back." Lin Feng smiled. "Why are you back?"
Lu Qingxue happily went over to accompany the babies. The teacher had something urgent to do today, so the class time has been changed.
"Honey, you're packing your things."
Lin Feng put the things away and said, "Wife, the children have no clothes to wear.
We need to go buy some." Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up. "Then let's go now. The sun is about to set and there's a breeze outside." So the couple packed up and went out. Chapter 92. Are you sure it's okay as long as your husband does it?
This was the first time they bought clothes for Pinyin and Rui. Now, there are at least 2 or 3 stores selling baby clothes on the same street. They passed by a nicely decorated baby shop and the owner started to greet them while they were still at the door. When the boss learned that they were there to buy clothes for their babies and saw such young parents, he was surprised.
"These are twins, a boy and a girl, right? They're so cute. Are they 2 or 3 months old? Here are some suitable for your babies. Take a look. They are now selling 3 pieces for 100 yuan.
They are all made of pure cotton and the sizes are very true to size. When babies are young, their clothes are similar in style except for the colors." The couple decided to buy 1 or 2 sizes larger because their babies grow so fast and ready-made clothes won't last long. I spent the last 200 yuan to buy 6 pieces, enough for changing clothes. The boss asked with a smile, "Would you like to see other things like milk powder, toys, and baby strollers? We sell all of those things." The two shook their heads and pushed the babies to go somewhere else. Before Lu Qingxue was pregnant, she felt like there was no mother on the road. When she had her baby, it felt like the streets were filled with mothers expecting babies. For example, now, when I say I want to buy clothes for my babies, it feels like the whole street is full of them. "Wow, honey, the clothes I bought for the baby girl are so beautiful, the styles are so cute." Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with Lu Qingxue's words. "When Rui grows up, I will dress her up beautifully every day, changing her clothes every day, huh?" Lin Feng smiled, "As long as you like it, I will dress Rui up beautifully." On the other hand, boys' clothes all seem to come in a variety of styles, and are similar except for the prints. The two of them walked along. They suddenly found a place, and the couple stopped in tacit understanding. The two new parents suddenly realized a problem. Lu Qingxue blinked and asked, "Honey, I think we haven't registered the babies yet." Lin Feng nodded, "Yes. Lu Qingxue suddenly laughed. Hubby, the babies are already this big, and we actually forgot to register them.
Why do I feel like laughing?
Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. I thought before that after we get the marriage certificate, we would go and do this. But I ended up spending the whole day taking care of the babies, either going to school or taking care of them at home.
They just didn't think about this matter and it has been delayed until now.
If they hadn't passed by here, they would have forgotten about it. Lu Qingxue said solemnly, Husband, let's get this done tomorrow morning.
Lin Feng smiled, I will definitely not forget it now. By the way, I'll write your name on the property deed.
Lu Qingxue's smile froze, and she waved her hand. Hubby, no need, no need.
It doesn't matter whether the house is in my name or not. It's just a formality.
She took Lin Feng's arm and said, as long as you treat me well and love me, I don't care about these. After returning home from shopping, Lin Feng immediately prepared the couple's marriage certificate, household registration book, ID cards, etc.
Lu Qingxue asked with a smile, Husband, you said that when the babies go to school, the teacher will see it.
Ask us, hey, there's no child of yours on the household registration. Then we remembered we forgot to register the babies.
Isn't that funny? Lin Feng thought it was quite funny and couldn't help laughing.
He and Lu Qingxue are both new parents, and they are in the learning stage while taking care of their babies. In the evening, Lin Feng stayed with the babies and repeated what happened last night. However, this time the babies had small blankets to protect their stomachs, and Rui didn't fall off even after tossing and turning several times, which made Lin Feng feel relieved. You can let the babies sleep alone tomorrow night without worry. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the couple took the babies to visit the household.
It was past 9 o'clock and there were already a lot of people inside.
Lin Feng took a number and waited. In the hall, people were coming and going, and Lin Feng and Lu Qingxue were particularly eye-catching. Anyone who came in to do business would look at them with curiosity, and they were used to it. While waiting, the couple entertained the babies. There were new things to see outside, so they were all very well behaved.
Not long after, the two of them arrived.
The staff learned that it was to register the babies. Your household registration book, marriage certificate. All the materials were prepared, and after the staff was busy behind the window for a while, they gave Lin Feng a brand new household registration book.
Inside are him, Lu Qingxue, and two babies.
The staff smiled and said, Congratulations on having twins, a boy and a girl.
They are so cute.
Lin Feng said thank you.
It went very smoothly.
Lin Feng thought he only needed to prepare some other documents, but he didn't. He waited in line for half an hour and the process took 10 minutes. Let's go to another place.
Where are you going? Lin Feng came to another place and wrote Lu Qingxue's name on the property certificate.
By the time I finished all my work, it was already noon. After coming out, Lu Qingxue looked at her name on it and felt warm in her heart.
Hubby, thank you for your kindness. I'm really touched. This form is dispensable to Lu Qingxue.
What she values is Lin Feng's heart. But she was still very touched that Lin Feng could do this.
She tilted her head and asked playfully, Why do you want to write my name on it? Lin Feng asked back, You are my wife, this is our common home.
In this home, there are his wife and his babies.
Shouldn't it be written? And don't women care about this after marriage? He didn't know what Lu Qingxue was thinking.
Maybe she really didn't care about these empty words. After all, his wife doesn't need a house. The banknote that the mother-in-law gave to the child alone contains 200,000 yuan, which is equivalent to his betrothal gift. And her best friend gave her hundreds of thousands of dollars this time. All that money was in Lu Qingxue's hands, and it was probably almost 1 million. But he just wanted to do something for her. Lu Qingxue suddenly hugged him, Husband.
Husband? Yeah, I'm here. Husband. Lin Feng smiled, It's noon now, do you want to eat outside or go back home? Lu Qingxue looked up and said, I eat at home. My husband cooks the best.
Her eyes sparkled, and Lin Feng smiled slightly, What do you want to eat?
Lu Qingxue tilted her head. Anything is fine, as long as it's done by my husband.
I don't know why, but every time Lu Qingxue's eyes are as cute as the stars in the sea, Lin Feng always wants to tease her. He whispered a word in her ear. Lu Qingxue stared at him with wide eyes, her ears red.
Lin Feng pushed the stroller and held her hand, Let's go home.
Lu Qingxue followed behind him, looking at his tall back, and secretly made up her mind.
She can, no problem.
After returning home, Lin Feng made lunch while Lu Qingxue took care of the two babies. After lunch, he took a nap with Lu Qingxue and the babies, and then went to class.
As soon as he left, Lu Qingxue woke up in a daze and could no longer sleep. Chapter 93 Lu Qingxue's Gift. This night is different.
Lin Feng had a big class this afternoon and came back at around 5 o'clock. Lu Qingxue used her mobile phone to buy 2 fresh steaks and a bottle of good red wine on a shopping platform. There are also 2 sets of knives and forks and beautiful dinner plates, and of course a beautiful bouquet of flowers and a few candlesticks.
Lu Qingxue noted that it should be delivered within the hour.
While the babies were still asleep, Lu Qingxue went to the closet and picked out a simple and elegant skirt that she could still wear.
Looking in the mirror, Lu Qingxue was quite satisfied. After all, she is fat evenly.
The sounds of babies came from the second bedroom, and Lu Qingxue went to see the babies. After the 2 little ones were fed and their diapers changed, all the other things were delivered. Lu Qingxue wanted the babies to play in the living room play area. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it under my eyes for peace of mind. I put the 2 babies at the kitchen door and played with them while I fried steak for dinner. Lin Feng's get out of class will be over in half an hour, so there is more than enough time. Fry the steak, cook some broccoli and place it on a plate, and finally make a sunny side-up egg.
This is Lu Qingxue's specialty. Put a little oil in the non-stick pan and heat it over low heat.
Then beat the eggs and fry them until they are almost done on one side. Then pour a layer of boiling water into the non-stick pan. She placed the sunny side-up egg in a large bowl, then turned off the heat and simmered it for about 3 minutes.
Mom is going to prepare a gift for Dad today,
she said with red ears.
Rui and Ping'an looked at her, not understanding what she meant.
She opened the bowl and the sunny side-up egg was done and looked beautiful, and she was very satisfied.
Then fry the second egg. Seeing that it was already 5 o'clock, she quickly called Lin Feng. Honey, is get out of class over?
Lin Feng just left the classroom and said, I just finished class.
What do you want to eat in the evening?
I'm going to the supermarket to buy some food. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said, Hubby, we still have some vegetables at home.
Why don't we have noodles tonight? Let's go buy some tomorrow.
Lin Feng thought that there seemed to be no fruit at home. Okay, then I'll buy some fruit.
Lu Qingxue wanted him to come back soon. Then come back quickly. The babies and I are waiting for you at home.
Lin Feng replied to her, Okay, I'll go home soon after buying the fruit.
Lu Qingxue arranged the dishes with anticipation and then set the table. She was in a good mood, humming a song. After finishing the decoration, she changed into the simple dress she had tried on before.
She put on some light makeup in front of the mirror, put on earrings, and curled her hair inward with a curling iron.
Then, he stood at the door and waited for Lin Feng to come home.
She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she vaguely heard footsteps.
I looked through the peephole and it was him.
Lu Qingxue could hear her own heart beating, and then she heard the sound of the door opening.
Wife, I'm back.
As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Lu Qingxue looking at him with a smile. You're back,
wash your hands and have dinner.
Lin Feng looked at her and praised her without reservation.
Wife, you look so beautiful today.
Lu Qingxue's ears were red and she smiled without saying a word. When Lin Feng arrived at the dining room, he realized that what she had left for him was not a burnt dish, but a steak and flowers that she had specially prepared. He looked at her unexpectedly, sat down and said, It must be very hard for my wife to do all this, thank you.
Lu Qingxue's eyes were a little evasive. Do you remember what you said this afternoon? What did you say at noon? This question stumped Lin Feng.
Lu Qingxue didn't remind him, but just ate the steak she made silently, her heart growling. Lin Feng thought about it and remained silent, only praising Lu Qingxue's steak frying skills.
Honey, your cooking is delicious. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, This is the only thing I cook well. If my husband wants to eat it in the future, I will make it for you.
After dinner, Lin Feng went to wash the dishes while Lu Qingxue played with the children.
Everything is the same as usual.
At night, Lin Feng went to the crib to sleep with the babies for a while, and then went to take a bath. Lu Qingxue hadn't slept all night, and she pricked up her ears to listen to the noise outside. When Lin Feng entered the room, she immediately picked up her phone to start a video call. Lin Feng turned off the nightlight and lay down. Wife, go to sleep.
Usually, this nightlight is always on. Tonight, it's closed.
The next day, Lu Qingxue slept until noon, and Lin Feng prepared porridge for her.
In the second bedroom, Lin Feng was playing with the babies. The little guy Roy already wants to crawl. Every time he lies down, he sticks out his butt and crawls forward.
But her coordination ability is not very good now, she doesn't listen to me very well, and her hands and feet have their own ideas. Usually at this time, Lin Feng would help his daughter and push Rui's little feet with his back hand. At this time, Rui would move forward 1 or 2 steps. Pingyan is still in the process of turning over. If the situation is good, he can turn over continuously.
Lu Qingxue stood up and watched from the doorway.
Lin Feng looked up, old. Before she could even utter the word pa, Lu Qingxue walked away in a panic. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Rui, who also saw Lu Qingxue's daughter,
"Mom, I'm so embarrassed."
Rui was hungry, and she now understood that her mother meant she had food to eat. So, when Lu Qingxue left, Rui, as a working person, immediately became unhappy and started crying. Pingyan, who was standing by, stared at his sister with wide eyes, not knowing why she was crying. Lin Feng held Rui in his arms and went to find Lu Qingxue.
"Wife, Rui is hungry, wife, wife." The wife's call sounds so sweet.
Lu Qingxue was washing up in the master bedroom.
How could she not hear Rui's crying? "Wife, Rui is hungry."
Lu Qingxue lowered her head and took Rui from Lin Feng's hand. She raised her head with courage and said, "Well, go see Pingyan."
Lin Feng was surprised. Pingyan is fine in the second bedroom.
Lu Qingxue repeated it, and Lin Feng understood and said meaningfully,
"Okay, I'll go check on Pingyan. Call me if you need anything." After the person left, Lu Qingxue immediately fed Rui. Seeing the innocent and lovely Rui eating so happily, she couldn't help but smile.
Lin Feng was teasing Pingyan, and thinking back to Lu Qingxue's pretended calm expression just now, he couldn't help laughing.
His wife is really cute. "Pingyan, let's go find Mom for dinner later, okay?"
Pingyan is having fun and says he is not hungry. Lin Feng guessed that Rui had almost finished eating, so he carried Pingyan to find his wife.
"Wife, Pingyan is hungry."
When Pingyan is hungry, he won't cry loudly like Rui, but will just whimper and pout, looking very aggrieved. Seeing her son like that, Lu Qingxue glared at Lin Feng, then turned her face away and changed Rui's cloth diaper.
Lin Feng came over with Rui in his arms. "Wife, do you need help?"
Lu Qingxue didn't say anything, but Lin Feng smiled. "Wife, go eat quickly, leave this to me."
Lu Qingxue put down the work in her hands and slipped away.
She felt embarrassed, and it was normal. The two of them were essentially different from before. That day, Lu Qingxue seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, but Lin Feng just came up to her and teased her. In the evening, after Lin Feng coaxed the 2 babies, he returned to the master bedroom and saw that Lu Qingxue was already asleep. He didn't care and chatted with Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang sent a voice message, and he turned down the volume.
"Brother Feng, go to the forum and see what's going on. There's news about Lu Ruyan." Lin Feng sent a message. "What happened to Lu Ruyan?"
Zhou Chang sent a voice message. "Lu Ruyan got married with someone last month. The man claimed that his family was worth tens of millions, but it turned out to be fake."
Lin Feng sent a message. "Is this true?"
Zhou Chang said with a smile, "Really, go and see, this melon is ripe."
Lin Feng, "Don't go and see it. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Qingxue had actually not slept yet.
When she heard the name Lu Ruyan, she immediately pricked up her ears to listen. She didn't know what Lin Feng said to Zhou Chang, she only heard the sound of typing. She really wanted to know what the message was. Then she suddenly sat up. It was so sudden that Lin Feng's hands trembled.
"Wife, what's wrong with you?"
Lu Qingxue picked up the phone that Lin Feng had just dropped in shock, and felt happy after seeing his message. She held her expression tight and said, "Nothing, I just went to the bathroom."
Seeing her get up and leave, Lin Feng. Don't think he didn't know that she wasn't asleep at all. When she falls asleep, she will lie still and quiet like this? Chapter 94, You're jealous because you don't eat the big melon?
Lu Qingxue looked at herself in the mirror with a silly look on her face, recalled her previous actions, and covered her face in silence. Her husband probably didn't notice anything, she guessed. The sound of knocking on the door startled Lu Qingxue. Then I heard Lin Feng's voice coming from outside the door, with a hint of smile in his voice.
"Wife, you fell into the toilet? Do you need my help?" Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and snorted, "Aren't you going to eat Lu Ruyan's melon?"
Lin Feng was still standing at the door.
"Not interested. What I'm more interested in now is how to get my wife out of this pit."
Lu Qingxue opened the door and looked up at him. "You're the one who fell down." Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe and looked down at her, instantly weakening Lu Qingxue's momentum, because his eyes were glowing in the night. There was no class the next day, so we made an appointment to take the babies to take their 100-day photos. We gave them a large-sized family photo as a gift, and Mom and Dad had a set of formal wear. Lin Feng drove to the store. There was no business at this time, only the staff were busy.
The staff greeted him. "We have some sets of indoor shooting and some sets of outdoor shooting. Dad, Mom, do you think it's okay? The weather is nice today and the two of them have no objection."
Compared with the full-month photos, the baby's expressions are more vivid, especially Rui, who can roll over and eat his own little feet. Compared to Pingyan, she is more expressive in front of the camera. When the staff tease her, the little girl can really show it off. Rui is not shy and can be held by anyone, no matter whether they are her own parents or not. When Pingyan was recognizing people and the staff were changing his clothes for taking photos, the little guy showed great resistance. When taking photos, the staff used various toys to tease him. Pingyan also looked very nervous and kept looking for his parents. Therefore, the couple took on the role of staff. After 2 hours of busy work, the indoor photography of the babies was completed, and the last group was the family portrait. The staff will put makeup on Mom and Dad and let them choose dresses. They will also dress the babies in small suits, dresses, and skirts. Lu Qingxue came prepared, bringing not only her own cosmetics but also a jewelry box. Lu Qingxue's cosmetics range from toner, essence, and essence. Without exception, they are all very expensive. For example, the large bottle of the little black bottle costs around 1,000 yuan, and the black bandage is even more expensive, more than 3,000 yuan. In addition, cosmetics are also expensive. A bottle of liquid foundation costs more than 500 yuan. The makeup artist sincerely praised Lu Qingxue's good skin. "I've seen many mothers who have skin as good as yours before and after giving birth.
It's really great.
I met a mother who had a large area of freckles on her face, and she was worried to death." Lu Qingxue closed her eyes and said nothing. After the makeup artist finished applying the makeup, Lu Qingxue looked around and said, "A little contouring here, and a little shadow here." The makeup artist quickly did as she said, and immediately the facial features became three-dimensional. Lu Qingxue was very satisfied, and then she gave her a slightly curly hairstyle, which looked very beautiful.
But it won't last long, it will probably return to normal at night.
Then Lu Qingxue picked out a blue dress from their store, which was too big for her. The staff explained, "Because some of the people who come here to take photos are pregnant mothers, and some are mothers who have just given birth, the dresses we order are all very large.
We'll use clips to secure it so you can't see it in photos."
Lu Qingxue changed into a red dress with a bow, which was used by brides for wedding photos, and it fit her perfectly.
This is a very luxurious long skirt, which cannot be carried off by most people. When they wear it, the characteristics of this skirt are not reflected at all. But if you are good looking, have a good temperament and are tall enough, wearing this is definitely the best choice. Lu Qingxue was satisfied with the dress, then opened her jewelry box and put on a ruby ring the size of a pigeon egg.
Nothing else would be suitable for this gift, but the egg-shaped ring is large enough, and coupled with Lu Qingxue's extraordinary aura, the ring is just the finishing touch. Because of her outfit, Lu Qingxue changed her hair color to red and slightly trimmed her hair to look more like a girl. The staff's eyes were full of amazement. Apparently, it's just the same as walking on the red carpet. Lu Qingxue held up her skirt in a cool manner, with the staff holding the hem of her skirt from behind, and the group went to the shooting location. Over there, Lin Feng was already wearing a well-cut fashionable dress. Like women's clothing, many styles of men's clothing are large in size, and they are clipped when taking photos so that it cannot be seen. Lin Feng chose this one from several styles that he could wear. It looked mature and steady. With a little makeup on him, Lin Feng looks so handsome that he can be on the cover of a fashion magazine. He was teasing the babies over there, and when he looked in the direction of the sound, he was stunned by Lu Qingxue's aura. There is no girl who doesn't like to see her husband's amazing look on her face. She slightly lowered her chin and smiled at Lin Feng, suddenly becoming less aloof. The photographer was full of praise for the couple's looks and temperament, and decided to give them a pair of photos on the spot.
The photo shoot went smoothly.
One person was holding a baby in his arms and posing according to the photographer's requirements. Lu Qingxue was okay, she was relaxed, but Lin Feng seemed stiff.
But it doesn't matter, he's handsome.
After the babies were photographed, the next step was to take a couple photo of the two of them. After a few poses, the photographer was very satisfied.
"How about this?
You two pick out 2 more pieces, and I'll give you 2 more sets, free of charge."
"How about that? We don't have any other requests." We just hope you can hang up your pictures for promotional purposes. Is that okay with you? You two are such a perfect match, and your temperaments are both amazing. They even sent several sets of couple photos, and the couple had no objection. The photographer was overjoyed and took out the store's most valuable item, a long skirt with a hem more than 1 meter long, and hung it in the window of their store. Originally, they just wanted to take pictures of the babies, and they took a family photo at the same time. Now, I went to the location with the crew to shoot. In addition to them, there was also a newlywed couple filming. First, we took pictures of the babies, spread tablecloths on the lawn, and changed the babies into small clothes. The staff and their parents were all there to entertain them. Baby, look what mommy is holding in her hand. Look, daddy is here. Can you imagine Lu Qingxue wearing an evening gown and looking like a red carpet goddess, making all kinds of faces at the babies? Finally, the 3 sets of photos of the baby were completed. The couple went to the car to feed the babies and change their diapers. Lin Feng was so hot that he was covered in sweat, but Lu Qingxue was a little better. After feeding Rui, the little guy fell asleep, probably because he was tired. Even Ping'an was very well behaved today. After drinking, he was tired and fell asleep. After placing the 2 babies in portable baby safety chairs, the couple turned on the air conditioner and went to take pictures. After taking a few sets of photos, the highlight was Lu Qingxue. She happened to have a set of blue gemstone jewelry, from earrings, necklaces, to rings. With a little modification of makeup, she looks cooler, more beautiful, and more noble. Yes, that's it. Look at me, with a colder expression. Look at me, look at me. Okay, perfect. Absolutely perfect. The photographer asked her to do a turn, which had to be elegant and domineering, and the effect was perfect. The photographer was very satisfied with several sets of photos of Lu Qingxue. It's like inviting a goddess to promote them. Okay. Thank you very much. Lu Qingxue was tired and hungry, and shook her head expressionlessly. Lin Feng also took a lot of candid photos with his mobile phone. I have to say, his wife is really stylish, and nobility is engraved in her bones. However, Lu Qingxue's goddess look didn't last long. She came up to him and opened her mouth pitifully. Honey, I'm hungry. Don't tell me I'm hungry too. I have to go back to the store to select pictures later. Let's have something light outside for lunch. Lu Qingxue nodded, okay. The owner of the store hired an auntie who was a good cook to prepare lunch for the 2 of them. Back in the store, Lu Qingxue removed her makeup and changed into an evening gown. She felt much more relaxed. The main reason is that she had a child and gained a lot of weight, so her clothes were a bit tight. Keeping your abdomen in throughout the whole process is not a simple and easy task. After selecting the photos, the couple took the babies home. Finally, I can take a break. Lu Qingxue suddenly thought of something, slapped Lin Feng's arm hard, and turned into a pufferfish to look at him. Lin Feng was puzzled. What's the matter? I didn't provoke you. Lu Qingxue said nothing and got up to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng understood something. Chapter 95, The Perceptive Xiao Ping'an. The incident involving Lu Ruyan caused quite a stir on the forum, but it was unknown whether it was true or not, and Lin Feng was not interested in knowing about it. Zhou Chang and Haozi agreed to come and see him together. Nobita is very busy recently. He said there is an opportunity for promotion and he doesn't want to miss it, so he is doing his best. Brother Feng, long time no see. You've been busy taking care of the kids lately. For the opening of the branch, Zhou Cheng's father took care of the decoration, and left the rest to his son and Haozi to give them some practice. This time, Haozi gathered all the money he could, resigned from his job and temporarily lived in Zhou Cheng's house, running errands for him. After busying himself with the opening of the new store, Haozi rented a place close to the store to make it convenient for commuting. Lin Feng glanced at him. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, what are you busy with all day? Zhou Cheng came over and smiled at Lin Feng. I asked a friend to inquire in the neighboring city, and Lu Ruyan is indeed married and has a child. It's not clear if the man's family is wealthy, but it's true that they have some money. Their business failed, and Lu Ruyan's parents are helping their son-in-law. Lin Feng said, oh, this had nothing to do with him, the real thing was to buy some vegetables. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't very interested, Haozi told Zhou Cheng to stop talking and asked, Brother Feng, what are you going to do? Buy groceries, go home to cook and take care of the children. Lin Feng asked, how is the new store going? Haozi replied, the chairs have been ordered. The price list is the same as the main store. The dishes and chopsticks were also bought at the previous store. I've also picked out everything else.
Lin Feng nodded. Thank you for your hard work during this period.
Haozi rolled his eyes and said, we are all brothers, why bother talking about whether it is hard or not? We should thank you.
Before, when Lin Feng and Zhou Chang talked about opening a shop together, he felt uneasy. Not only was he afraid that his money would be wasted, but he also lost the job he had worked so hard to get. Later, when he saw that the store was making money, he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, quit his job, and used the money to concentrate on his career. After Lin Feng separated from the two, he rode his electric bike to buy groceries. I found that the rear tire was flat, so I rode to a bike repair shop.
Boss, can I pump up my tire here?
Seeing that he was young, the boss said while repairing the car.
Sure, the air pump is in that plastic bucket, you can find it yourself. Lin Feng pumped up the tire and asked, Boss, how much? The boss waved his hand and said, no money.
In the end, Lin Feng gave him $5 and rode his bike to the vegetable market. Lin Feng returned home and started to make his wife's favorite squirrel fish. Gradually, Lin Feng's home had more and more kitchen utensils. There were quite a few woks, especially an iron one, which was difficult for Lu Qingxue to lift by herself.
Lin Feng was busy in the kitchen while Lu Qingxue was looking after the two babies. Pinyin likes to be held by his mother now.
Every time his mother puts him down, his little mouth pouts and he looks aggrieved and miserable.
It's because this expression is too aggrieved and looks too pitiful. Lu Qingxue once reflected on whether she was being too much by not holding such a cute little angel.
Although Lin Feng had no experience in taking care of children, he knew that children were very smart. They know how to express their emotions by crying, and once you make him think that crying works.
I'll cry for you next time.
Wife, just let him play with Rui by himself.
If he cries, just hug him. You won't be able to let go in the future. Lu Qingxue showed in Pingyin's expression, hubby, I can't do this.
Compared to dad, mom is always much more gentle and has a less firm stance. As a result, Pinyin liked staying in his mother's arms and would cry when she put him down. Fortunately, Rui doesn't have this habit. Feed her well and then give her interesting toys, she can play with them for a long time.
There is a sound of cooking coming from the kitchen, and the babies want to go and see.
Lu Qingxue pushed the baby stroller to the kitchen door and said, Look, Daddy's cooking.
The image of her husband cooking is so handsome. It made Lu Qingxue's eyes sparkle with stars. The two children looked at their father with curiosity, although they didn't know what he was busy with.
Lin Feng had one last dish left, but he saw there was no water left.
Lu Qingxue asked, Honey, have we paid the bill? Or is there still no water in the entire community?
This question stumped Lin Feng, he didn't know the answer either. It's noon now, they must have forgotten to pay the bill.
I'll check on my phone.
He went to the drawer and took out all the information about the room, including the water card, electricity card, and gas card. He forgot about this system reward as he lived there for a while. It seems he has been living there for more than 3 months.
It seems like I haven't paid a single fee. It is very convenient to pay living expenses with mobile phones now. You can pay with VX and a certain platform, and you can also pay with the bank mobile app.
After the operation, Lin Feng looked at Lu Qingxue, it seems that we forgot to pay the bill. Seeing her husband in a daze, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but want to laugh, then hurry up and pay the electricity and gas bills while you're at it. After Lin Feng paid all the bills, he made a memo on his mobile phone and recorded the card numbers for water, electricity, and gas.
Hubby, send me a copy. If you forget later, I will remember it.
There was no water for a while, so Lin Feng put the vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator.
Let's not fry the last dish, just eat it as it is.
Lu Qingxue was eating while feeding Rui, and Pinyin started crying for some reason.
Are you hungry?
I'll go to the sofa. Lin Feng picked up his son, and the little guy's crying gradually stopped. It turns out she wants someone to hold her. Lin Feng held the child in his arms and ate while coaxing his son. Lu Qingxue held her daughter in her arms, feeding her while she ate. They both have their own busy schedules.
Rui finished eating and fell asleep in a daze.
Now the babies are more active, sleep soundly during naps and at night, and wake up later in the morning. Lin Feng handed Pinyin to his wife and went to the second bedroom with Rui in his arms. When Pinyin saw his mother, his attitude was completely different from when he was with his father.
He was so happy that he smiled. Lin Feng came out and saw this scene, and teased him, Why, are you unhappy when daddy holds you?
Ping'an ignored his father and continued eating. Lin Feng picked some fish for his wife to eat, and Lu Qingxue asked him to go and see if there was water.
Here we come.
After dinner, Ping'an was still sleeping with the phone in his mouth, so Lu Qingxue sat on the sofa and waited for a while. After he fell asleep peacefully, I prepared to carry him to the second bedroom. Lin Feng came over and said, "Let me hold you." As soon as he took it, Ping'an woke up, took a look and saw that it was Lin Feng, and started to make a fuss.
Lu Qingxue quickly took over, "Hubby, let me hold you."
Ping'an pouted and sobbed in his mother's arms and fell asleep without shedding a single tear.
"Honey, I'm going to wash the dishes. I guess I'll have to let you go to bed soon." Lu Qingxue sighed and kissed her son's forehead, "You little rascal."
Lin Feng came back after washing the dishes and slept obediently in the second bedroom. Lu Qingxue had already put an air conditioning suit on his bed and covered him with a small quilt.
Ping'an insisted on being hugged by Lu Qingxue today.
"This is not a good thing." Lin Feng said, "Wife, don't hug Ping'an whenever he's unhappy or crying.
You've become accustomed to it. You don't need me to hold you, so forget it. But you insist on coming. How hard it must be for you then." Lu Qingxue frowned. "What should I do? Should I just watch him cry? That poor little thing is heartbreaking to look at."
Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Why don't you just be cruel?" It turned out that Lin Feng was right. Ping'an was the most perceptive and was about to cry when he saw Lu Qingxue.
"I don't want to be held by my dad, I only want my mom." Chapter 96. Ping'an is like his father. Lu Qingxue was taking a nap in the master bedroom.
Lin Feng picked up Ping'an, and the little guy was very unhappy. Different from Rui's loud crying, her crying was so pitiful, as if she was abandoned by the whole world and looked aggrieved. Lin Feng would tell Lu Qingxue that if the child cried, let him cry and he would let it go without hesitation. When he got there, he saw Ping'an's pitiful expression and quickly ran to find his wife.
"Completely forget what you said. Wife, get up. Ping'an is crying. Look, is he hungry?" There is a string in Lu Qingxue's head.
As soon as she hears the baby's voices, it starts to play in her mind. She shuddered, and before she was fully awake, she took the baby from Lin Feng's hands with both hands.
"Hold it in your arms and feed it peace."
The little guy was sobbing while eating in his mother's arms, with a tear hanging from the corner of his eye and his nose was red from crying.
It looks as pitiful as it can be. Lu Qingxuan was completely awake and touched Ping'an's back. "Honey, bring me a sweat towel. Ping'an's back is all sweaty."
Lin Feng brought a sweat towel and said, "There are quite a few on your head too." Ping'an and Rui are quiet and well behaved, and they just whimper when they cry. But once he started crying, his head and back were covered in sweat and his whole body was hot.
Lu Qingxue comforted her son, "Are you hungry?"
Lin Feng didn't think so.
"It shouldn't be."
He didn't cry after waking up, but he started crying when I hugged him. Lu Qingxue also felt that her son didn't eat much, and he was just sobbing pitifully.
Lu Qingxue asked, "Do you want to eat?"
Ping'an seemed to be unwilling to eat, so Lu Qingxue held him in her arms and coaxed him.
"Did you have a nightmare? Did you scare our family, Ping'an?" Ping'an is fine now, quiet and well behaved. On the other side, Rui woke up and the couple heard their daughter's voice.
Rui's crying sounded like she really wanted to eat.
When Lin Feng handed Rui to Lu Qingxue, the latter's eyes were full of fear.
As expected, when Rui sucked, Lu Qingxue screamed in pain. Rui is very strong and it hurts Lu Qingxue to feed her, but fortunately she eats quickly. After feeding Rui, Ping'an was put aside by Lu Qingxue.
"I'll go change Ping'an's clothes."
As soon as Lin Feng picked him up, the little guy became very dissatisfied. Looking at Lu Qingxue, his eyes were filled with grievance and he cried. He now understood, Ping'an just wanted his mother to hold him. He held his son who started crying.
"Come on, Daddy will take you to see the turtles and the little fish, okay?"
Ping'an cried, and a heat emanated from his whole body.
Oh my god, he was sweating again. "Look, this is the turtle. Oops, where's the other one? There seems to be a light here. Let's turn on the light and look around. Look, isn't this lamp beautiful?"
When adults coax children, they must use exaggerated expressions and tones to attract the baby's attention. Ping'an had tears in his eyes as he looked at the fish and turtles in the fish tank curiously. Lin Feng shifted his gaze.
"Look, isn't it beautiful? Let's go feed them some food, okay?" "Oh, they're eating. Look, they've finished eating." Ping'an giggled.
Lin Feng held him in his arms and looked at the fish tank for a while, then went to the balcony. There was a potted plant on the balcony, and Lin Feng was squatting underneath it, holding his son.
Look, doesn't this look like a small house?
All in all, Pingyan has temporarily forgotten about looking for his mother.
The father and son get along very happily.
Lin Feng put him in the play area and entertained him with a rattle. Pingyan turned over and lay sideways, and Lin Feng would push his little feet to give him strength to crawl forward. Pingyan's physical strength is still good, and he has improved a lot compared to the beginning.
Lu Qingxue finished feeding Rui and she called out, "Husband?"
This word husband was very serious.
Pingyan immediately pricked up his ears to distinguish the voice.
Lin Feng wanted Lu Qingxue to stop talking, but it was too late. She had already come over with Rui in her arms. She thought that Pingyan had been coaxed and should not cry anymore. Maybe he was just in a bad mood after waking up, it's not a big deal. But when Pingyan saw her, his mouth pouted and he started crying.
Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng, 6.
Well, now it can be confirmed that Pingyan, who has been with me for more than 3 months, not only recognizes people, but only recognizes Lu Qingxue.
Rui blinked and looked at her brother, as if she didn't understand why he was crying.
Lin Feng picked up Rui and Lu Qingxue picked up Pingyan, and the little guy stopped crying immediately. The couple looked at each other, with the word sorrow faintly written on their faces. Lu Qingxue held Pingyan in her arms and coaxed him with a toy.
"Husband, what do you think we should do in this situation? They are all new parents, he doesn't know either. Is this normal?" He couldn't say anything now that would make Pingyan cry.
Such a small child, it's so pitiful when he cries. They clearly didn't do anything, but when he cried, his expression as if an oil bottle could hang from his mouth made them feel so guilty. Lu Qingxue also felt that it was normal for the baby to miss his mother.
It's not normal not to miss your mother. Glancing at Rui, who was happily playing, Lu Qingxue took back what she had just said.
Lin Feng sat on the sofa and teased his son.
Now that mommy is holding you, you're happy now, right? Don't cry anymore. You can't let your mother hold you alone all day, can you? I can't hold you and not do anything else. Pingyan said he didn't want to hear it and wanted to eat. Lin Feng went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Lu Qingxue didn't believe it and put Pingyan in the play area. Good fellow, 3 times in a row, Pingyan started crying as soon as he touched the ground. Lu Qingxue told her husband the terrible news. "What should I do?" Lin Feng sighed, "What else can I do? My dear, you can only hold him. Maybe he will be fine in a few days. Children's symptoms come in fits and their attention is easily distracted. I believe it will be fine in a few days." Lin Feng thinks so. Lu Qingxue thought so too, so let us do it this way for now. In the evening, the cloud monitoring system at Lin's mother's side was installed, and the staff told him the link password and login password. After successful connection, the mobile phone can view the situation in the countryside through surveillance. Lin Feng clicked the microphone and called out, "Mom, can you hear me?" The volume was still very loud. Mother Lin nodded and said, "I can hear it." "Can you hear me?" "Can." Lin's mother smiled, and Lin's father, who was sitting in the rocking chair, also smiled. Lin's mother paid the installation fee and the installer left. Mother Lin called Lin Feng and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten. I'm outside the community, taking the babies for a walk." "How are the children in Qingxue doing these days?" "It's fine, Mom, why don't you ask me? You're such a grown-up, and you still want to starve and keep yourself cold?" "I hope both of these 2 little guys are well behaved." Lin Feng told his mother about Pingyan's close relationship with Lu Qingxue these past 2 days, and she said, "Oh, it's normal for a baby to miss his mother. When you were a few months old, you also wanted someone to let you go. You couldn't let go. You would cry if you let go. I had no choice. I was busy at the time and had a lot of things to do, so I carried you on my back while I worked." Lin Feng asked, "When will it end?" Lin's mother has no impression. "I forgot. At that time, you wouldn't let anyone hold you. As soon as I put you down, you fell backwards with a thud and cried so hard. I have so much to do, and it keeps me so anxious all day. I just know that everything will be fine when you can walk or crawl. I guess Pingyan is in the same situation. He'll be fine in a few months. If you're busy with your own things, just let him cry. It's okay for children to cry, it can also exercise their lung capacity. If they cry too much, there's nothing we can do. When you were little, you cried so much that your face turned blue. I had no choice but to take you with me.
Lin Feng sighed, Ping'an cried, and his hair and back were all sweaty.
Mother Lin smiled and said, now you know how difficult it is to be a parent. The child is only 3 months old now. You will have more time to teach him later.
Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, Mom, you and Dad should take care of yourselves at home.
Mother Lin smiled and said, don't worry, your father and I know what's going on. Chapter 97 The Happiness and Distress of Children.
Lin Feng told Lu Qingxue about this. Ping'an's dependence on his mother may continue until he learns to crawl and walk. At least that's what he learned from Lin's mother.
When will you be able to crawl and walk? Lin Feng replied, the older generation said that babies grow up to the age of 3, sit up at the age of 6, roll over at the age of 7, crawl at the age of 8, and walk at the age of 1.
I estimate that it will take several more months.
This made Lu Qingxue worried. Hubby, I'm fine holding Ping'an normally, but what about when I go to school?
Lin Feng had no choice.
He couldn't let Ping'an go with Lu Qingxue.
You can only coax Ping'an to sleep before you leave. The baby's dependence on the mother will make the mother feel happy, but it will also cause her some troubles. Just like what Lin's mother said, the baby is too dependent and has no time to do anything else. After taking a walk, Lin Feng cut the watermelon while Lu Qingxue prepared water for the babies to take a bath. Rui can play alone for a long time, but Ping'an can't. Not long after he put it down, Lu Qingxue hadn't put away the water yet, and Lin Feng had just cut the watermelon, but Ping'an started crying.
Rui is trying hard to get the toy that is not far away.
I saw the shadow of inspiration in her little body. Just when he was about to succeed, he was confused by his brother's crying, and he blinked his eyes curiously. Lin Feng went over to hug the little guy, and Ping'an cried even more sadly.
Why, you don't want Daddy to hug you? You want Mommy, right?
Lu Qingxue hurried out of the bathroom, quickly wiped the water on her hands, and took the crying Ping'an from Lin Feng's arms. When Ping'an saw that it was his mother, he grabbed her clothes with his little hands and sobbed very sadly. Lin Feng sighed, Ping'an, if you do this, people will misunderstand that I have a thorn in my body, but that's not the case. Lu Qingxue coaxed her son softly, be good, don't cry, Mommy is here to hold us.
We are safe now, baby.
Kissing her son's head, she frowned, look, honey, you've only been crying for a short time, and your forehead is sweating again. Lin Feng wiped it with his hand and turned his head to look through the gap in the fence. I saw Rui's big, puzzled eyes.
What should I say?
Lin Feng wanted to laugh.
Although Rui didn't know anything yet, she looked so pitiful. He went over and said, hey, who's that little cutie in there? Daddy, take a look.
Rui grinned at him, and Lin Feng picked up his daughter.
Come, Mommy will hold brother, and Daddy will hold Rui, okay?
Rui said, don't hug me, I want to play with toys. She looked at the toy on the floor and reached out to grab it, but Lin Feng put her down again and gave her the toy. Babies can't throw things yet, they just let go and drop them. Rui was trying hard to climb, it was quite hard, and Lin Feng wanted to help her.
Hubby, take Rui to take a bath first. The water is ready and everything is prepared.
Lin Feng picked up his daughter and said, come on, pick up the toys, and let's go take a bath. As long as there is something to play with and you are not hungry, you can play for a long time. So when I give the little one a bath, he doesn't cry or make a fuss, and he is quite happy. Lu Qingxue held Ping'an in her arms and helped pass things at the door, thinking that her son could understand what she was saying.
Ping'an, Mommy's going to help. Can you stay in the stroller and watch over Mommy? Mommy's not going anywhere.
She's right here, baby.
Ping'an showed no expression.
Lu Qingxue thought her son agreed, so she put it down.
The little guy got angry. Lu Qingxue, you unreasonable child. Lin Feng laughed, a child won't reason with you.
After washing Rui, Lin Feng put her in the stroller and gave her the little yellow duck to play with.
Next, I will prepare to give Ping'an a bath. Whenever the mother takes action, the little one is well behaved and doesn't make any noise.
Lin Feng hugged him, then he disagreed and got angry.
Lu Qingxue sighed, hubby, let me do it.
Babies are washed every day to remove sweat, and the most important thing is to wash their hair. You can't wash your hair every day, just once every 2 or 3 days is enough. Ping'an has been crying a lot these days, and his forehead and back of the head are covered with sweat.
Lu Qingxue was holding Ping'an at the sink.
Lin Feng tested the temperature of the water, held Ping'an's head with one hand, and washed the little guy's hair with the other hand.
Lu Qingxue teased the baby, what are you looking at?
We are just being safe and naughty, and we don't want Mom to do housework. If mom does the housework, then mom will do it all by herself, and dad will be so busy.
Tell me, is this naughty? Pinyin didn't know if he understood or not.
He held his mouth tightly, tears welled up in his eyes, and looked as sad as he could be. Lin Feng said, "Look, the little guy is crying."
Lu Qingxue quickly coaxed him, "Don't cry, don't cry. Pinyin is a very well-behaved boy. He misses his mother, so he always wants to be with her, right?"
After coaxing him for a few words, Pinyin stopped crying and Lin Feng finished washing his hair. Lin Feng took out the hairdryer and let the baby feel only a slight warm breeze from a distance.
Pingin's hair is yellow and very thin.
Lu Qingxue has already started to consider whether her son will lose his hair or become bald in the future. Seeing his wife's worry, Lin Feng comforted her, "Don't worry, my hair was similar to Ping An's when I was a child, but it grew out fine later." Lu Qingxue finally felt relieved when she saw the amount of hair he had.
Maybe my son's hair will grow out in the future. Feeding babies at night is a headache.
Wife, you hold Ping here, and I feed Rui over here.
Lu Qingxue has this ability, but others may not be able to do it.
Seeing that Rui was eating obediently, it proved that Lin Feng's method was feasible. After Rui finished eating, Lin Feng carried her to the second bedroom. Even if Rui didn't fall asleep, she could play and fall asleep by herself after eating, which was very convenient.
Unless Pinyin is sleeping very soundly now, the little guy will easily wake up if Lin Feng holds him.
Lin Feng waited until Rui fell asleep, then went to clean up the mess made by bathing the babies. After tidying up the house, Pinyin finally fell asleep. Lu Qingxue gently placed her son on the bed in the second bedroom and carefully covered him with a quilt.
The couple finally felt a sense of relief.
"Hubby, taking care of the baby is so tiring. I don't know if it's because I held the baby too much today, but my lower back hurts a little."
Lin Feng stood up and said, "Where is it? Let me rub it for you."
They want to take the opportunity to sleep quickly and forget about watching TV series or reading the news.
You never know when Pinyin will wake up, so you have to feed them again at night.
Lin Feng rubbed Lu Qingxue's waist, and Lu Qingxue slowly fell asleep. Lin Feng said he sent a message to Zhou Chang and fell asleep while chatting. Although Lin Feng has a skill, this skill can only improve his sleep quality.
He had a hard day and was sleepy as he should be. In the middle of the night, I heard the babies crying. Even though it was a faint sound, a string in the two people's minds began to pluck.
"Wife, go to sleep, it's Rui."
Now I can tell who the baby is by the sound of his cry. If Rui is hungry, it's simple.
Lin Feng just needs to pick her up and feed her. Pinyin needs Lu Qingxue to take care of him, and Lin Feng doesn't want to take care of this little guy anymore. At night, Lu Qingxue fed Pinyin and carried him to the second bedroom.
"Hubby, every time I let go, I'm afraid Pinyin will wake up the next second."
Lin Feng patted her comfortingly and said, "Go to sleep. You've been working hard these past few months."
Lu Qingxue yawned. "It's not hard.
It's you, husband, who's hard-working."
I fell asleep again in a daze. Every night for the next few months was probably like this. The next day, Lu Qingxue had to go to class at 8:30. I have to go out at 8 o'clock, how can I ensure safety?
As he was thinking, Lin Feng fell asleep.
Chapter 98, What does a dinosaur sound like? Oh whoa, is this really not a dog?
The next morning, Lu Qingxue had classes, so after cleaning up and feeding the babies, she could leave. When she put Pinyin in the stroller, the little guy's face changed immediately and he started crying for his mother.
She can't miss class today. The teacher is very strict and will take attendance, so she has to go.
She took a few steps, and Pingin's crying made her heartbroken, so she turned back and hugged him to comfort him. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly said,
"You won't be able to go to class like this. Give me peace of mind." Lu Qingxue's expression was filled with sorrow and heartache. "Husband, but Pinyin doesn't want you."
Of course Lin Feng knew that Pinyin didn't want him, but he also knew that his wife would never be able to go to school if she continued like this.
"Give me peace, I will comfort him." Lu Qingxue asked doubtfully. "Can you? He's crying so hard, he looks so reluctant to leave." Lin Feng sighed. "Are you still going to school today? The teacher is very strict."
Lu Qingxue looked as if she was about to die, leaving Lin Feng helpless.
"Come on, let's go together." Lu Qingxue was delighted. "Hubby, thank you for your hard work." Lin Feng changes shoes. "It's not hard.
I'll take the babies for a walk around the neighborhood when the time comes."
It's a good time to visit the store. The scenery outside might be able to distract Pinyin.
Lu Qingxue thought about it and thought that this might be the solution.
The family showed up at the school.
Lin Feng pushed the cart and winked at Lu Qingxue, asking her to slip away when Ping'an wasn't paying attention. There were a lot of people at this time, coming and going, all looking at the two little guys, and some even gave them toys.
Lu Qingxue quickly left while the two babies were not paying attention.
Lin Feng pushed the babies to go somewhere else. At this time in the morning, everyone is busy going to work, and the cars coming and going are dizzying to the babies. Lin Feng called Zhou Chang and asked if he was at school today.
Exist. Zhou Chang remembered the time wrong, so he has no class today. Brother Feng, where are you? I'm coming to find you. After a while, Zhou Chang came over and asked, why did you bring the babies with you today?
Lin Feng explained the situation, his tone very helpless.
Zhou Chang laughed, this is normal.
There is no child who doesn't cling to his mother. Taking care of one baby shouldn't be a problem for the two of you, but having to take care of two at once is definitely going to be a bit tricky.
But take it slow. Once the child is older and can walk and go to the toilet on his own, it will be easier.
You've put in twice the hard work and gained twice the happiness.
This kind of blessing is something others can only envy.
When crossing the road, Lin Feng didn't dare to push the stroller in front as he usually did. He stood beside the stroller, pushing it as he walked, making sure he could keep track of the babies at all times. After crossing the road, Zhou Chang roughly understood why Lin Feng pushed the stroller like that. They planned to take a walk nearby, and as they walked, there were fewer people on the road.
Rui didn't think anything of it, but Ping'an seemed to have just realized it. Mom seems to be missing.
He cried and Lin Feng hugged him.
He cried even harder.
Lin Feng checked and found that he had not pooped and the cloth diaper was still usable.
Brother Feng, what's going on? I miss my mom.
Lin Feng held his son and coaxed him. Ping'an, look, that's a big truck, this is a small car.
This is a tree.
Not only did Zhou Chang not help, he was also smiling happily. Ping'an refused to cooperate and his little face turned red from crying. Lin Feng had no idea what to do. Suddenly I saw a toy stall not far away, so I quickly took my two children to see if there were any toys suitable for them. These toys are clearly not suitable for a 4-month-old. Finally, the boss found them 2 red balloons. Tied to the stroller, Ping'an looked at the balloon and sobbed, but he didn't cry much anymore.
Ping'an was finally coaxed into being well behaved.
Lin Feng looked at the little guy's tear-stained face and felt so distressed. He felt helpless as he watched the child cry but had no way to help. I had planned to go to the store, but ended up here without realizing it, so I decided to just give up. After walking for about half an hour, I turned back and Lu Qingxue should have finished class.
Zhou Chang walked back with them and talked about his blind date. Blind date? You don't plan to pursue Zhou Chang anymore? Zhou Chang looked bitter.
She made it clear that I'm not her type and she only treats me as a friend.
Lin Feng didn't want to ask about other people's emotional affairs, so he just said, have you given up?
Zhou Chang was silent for a moment and showed him Zhou Chang's updates. Zhou Chang often performs with the troupe, wears exquisite makeup, and lives a very refined life. Of course, she is surrounded by many handsome guys. Zhou Chang looks quite handsome, but he is far from them.
Only Lin Feng can compete with them.
Everyone has expressed their stance, and Zhou Chang has also made it clear that she doesn't like people who keep chasing her.
So, Zhou Chang's relationship ended before it even began.
In fact, he had a premonition, but he still wanted to fight for himself. After my parents found out about this, they started to make arrangements for me.
At first I didn't know. I really thought it was a relative coming to our house for dinner. Anyway, I didn't agree in the end.
He chuckled, you don't know how much my mother wants to hold her grandson.
She nags me about it every day. After a pause, he sighed. Seeing you and sister-in-law so happy, I also want to get married, but the key is to marry the person you love, right? But then again, are you and sister-in-law getting married because of pregnancy?
He and Lu Qingxue were a beautiful accident, and it was God's blessing that they met each other.
Lu Qingxue called, husband, where are you?
Lin Feng replied, I'm taking the babies for a walk and will be there soon.
Please wait a moment.
Zhou Chang went to the parking lot and said, Brother Feng, I'm leaving first. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I'll leave the store's affairs to you.
Zhou Chang laughed, Brother Feng, you are being too polite.
When Lu Qingxue heard the voices of her husband and babies, she hurried over. Ping'an cried when he saw her, while Rui smiled.
The two of them were crying and laughing.
Lu Qingxue picked up her son and kissed him, then kissed her daughter.
Hubby, pick up Rui, mommy wants to hold Rui too. Can't be partial.
Lin Feng picked up his daughter and gave her to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue held Rui in her other hand.
Mom loves Rui too. Rui giggled and looked at the balloon. Lu Qingxue asked the children, "Hey, those beautiful balloons. Where did you get them? Did Dad buy them for you?"
The children's father replied, "Because Pingyan was crying, I bought this to calm him down." Lu Qingxue saw her son's red eyes and asked, "How long have you been crying?" Lin Feng took his daughter and put her back in the stroller. It wasn't long before there were many distractions outside, but then he suddenly thought of you and started crying. Lu Qingxue wanted to put her son in as well, but Pingyan was unwilling, so she could only hold him first.
Lu Qingxue asked in a slightly coquettish tone, "Honey, if I go out and Pingyan cries, could you please take the babies with me?"
Lin Feng was already prepared to do so. "Okay."
Lu Qingxue smiled and hugged Pingyan. "Let's go home."
She couldn't hold the baby for too long, so she put him in the stroller when Pingyan wasn't paying attention. She walked in front to entertain the two children.
"Now mommy is a plane, fly. Mom has turned into a big dinosaur again, woo, woo."
Lin Feng was amused by his wife. "It's a dog." Lu Qingxue laughed. "Oh, don't be so serious. The children won't know unless you tell them." On the way back, Lu Qingxue made the babies giggle and successfully got Pingyan to sit obediently in the stroller.
"Hubby, it's so tiring to take care of the kids. Thank you for your hard work, my wife." She was just saying it, not complaining. "It's not hard. Just a kiss from my husband will make me feel better. Come on, moi." Chapter 99, Parents who love their children will make long-term plans for them.
During the following period, as long as Lu Qingxue was at home, Pingyan's eyes would always fall on his mother. Most of the time, except for drinking milk and sleeping, he needs his mother to hold him. When Lu Qingxue goes to school, Lin Feng will take the babies out with him.
Use new things in the outside world to divert Pingyan's attention, walk around outside the school, and come back on time. When Lin Feng went to school, Lu Qingxue also pushed the babies for a walk. Then the whole family walked home together.
When he has time, Lin Feng would watch his parents chatting with neighbors in the yard through surveillance. Or maybe Lin's mother was working in the yard, and Lin's father had gone out to play somewhere. Lin's mother has been very busy recently and hasn't come for a while. "I went to the market a few days ago and bought 2 half-grown pigs. Together with the one I bought before, there are a total of 3 pigs to feed. In the past, it was optional to feed the pigs or not. Anyway, those relatives don't come back often during the Chinese New Year, so they just buy fresh meat to eat." Just when Lin's mother learned that she was going to be a grandmother and went to the hospital to take care of Lu Qingxue,
she went back and bought a piglet.
Although it was late, she had to let her daughter-in-law and grandchildren eat local pork. Another reason was that some relatives had told her that she had to come back for the Chinese New Year, and her son and daughter-in-law had to come back for the Chinese New Year as well.
"How can I not feed a pig when I have to entertain all my relatives?"
This time when Lu Qingxue came back, she said that the cured pork ribs were delicious and the cured meat was fragrant, and her in-laws said that the taste was good.
"That one pig is not enough. The bacon must be made before the New Year so that it can be eaten during the New Year.
Therefore, one of the pigs must be slaughtered, maybe 2 pigs." It was too late for her to buy the pig, so she had no choice but to pick a half-grown one and raise it with food. It was much better than the pigs sold outside.
It's different with pigs, you can't just go anywhere.
Because we need to prepare pig food for the pigs 3 times a day. Seeing his mother busy in the yard alone, Lin Feng made a video call to ask about her recent situation.
"Mom, what are you doing in the yard?"
"I was chopping wild boar grass for the pigs."
"It's that patch of grass on the back hill. It's everywhere, and no one was cutting it, so I went to cut it." "Mom, isn't feeding 3 pigs a bit too much? You can just raise one to make bacon. Look at you now, you're so busy taking care of Dad and 3 pigs. You're so tired." "I'm busy, don't worry about me.
Just take care of your own business and take good care of Pingyan, Rui and Qingxue, and that's all."
"Don't worry, Mom.
I'll take good care of them." "Then don't worry, I will take good care of the family."
"You could say I can take care of myself better than you can."
Lin Feng knew that she did this for them, but raising 3 pigs was really too much and tiring.
Before, when he was still in elementary school in the countryside.
"When I was a little older, during the summer vacation, I would work with Lin's mother until midnight, cooking pig food for the pigs, pot after pot. Every time Lin's mother asked him for help, he felt very distressed because he wanted to sleep. But sometimes Lin's father is not at home, and Lin's mother has no choice but to ask her son for help. Now that Lin's mother is old, she doesn't have to raise pigs anymore. She can just spend a few $1,000s to buy a pig later. Alas, tell her, she won't listen to you. Seeing that her son didn't say anything, Lin's mother's smile faded a little and she talked about why she raised 3 pigs. At the same time, he also expressed his own intentions.
Mom, didn't you and Xingxue have a wedding yet?
Whether you hold it in the city or in the countryside, you must invite the folks in the village.
Your eldest aunt and second aunt are coming back this year, and your uncle is coming back too.
Your aunt said she was coming back, but I don't know if it's confirmed.
I heard your uncle is coming back too, but I don't know either.
Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, Mom, we can go out to eat then. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Lin's mother knew what her son was thinking. Xiaofeng, it's rare for them to come back, and they're relatives, so we're just treating them to a meal. It's not just people from our side, but also Qingshua's parents.
We don't know how many relatives she has, so it would be nice to prepare an extra pig.
Lin Feng sighed, Mom, after this year, we don't need to feed them anymore. We can just buy a pig to eat bacon. Mother Lin hummed, don't worry about Mom's affairs.
Your affairs are the most important.
I have to go to school, take care of the kids, and run a business. It's much easier than what my mom has. In fact, she regretted buying the pig.
What would she do if her son needed help?
But now that I have bought it, I can only take it one step at a time and see what happens when the time comes. After hanging up the phone with Lin's mother, Lin Feng sighed.
It is said that only when you have children will you know the kindness of your parents.
Only after he became a father did he understand how difficult it is for his parents.
He is lucky to have a system.
Therefore, he has to live his current life better.
Honey, I'm going to buy groceries. Okay, come back early. What kind of fruit do you want to eat? It's all right, husband.
Lin Feng often goes to the supermarket to buy things. Today he thought that since it was Sunday, he might as well get up early and go to the vegetable market.
Buy some good ribs and stew them for my wife.
When I came back on my electric bike, I heard 2 aunts talking in the elevator about the power outage for 2 hours in the evening. When Lin Feng heard this, he quickly went up and asked,
Auntie, we're stopping for 2 hours tonight. What time does it start? We live in the same building and sometimes we meet in the elevator.
Lin Feng's family is good looking.
The young parents gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Many people know them.
The aunts were also kind-hearted and quickly told Lin Feng about this.
From 2 to 4 in the evening, don't you know?
Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know about this.
The aunt asked again, have you joined the owners group?
Lin Feng shook his head, no. The house was a system reward. After moving in, I stayed at home to take care of the children and am not familiar with the neighbors.
He smiled and said, Auntie, can you add me to the group? That way we can be the first to know any news in the future. The aunt handed him the phone and said, you can operate it yourself. I don't know how to do it.
My child helped me.
Lin Feng thanked them repeatedly and then joined the owners group.
After returning home, Lin Feng told Lu Qingxue about this.
Wife, why don't we sleep outside tonight? Lu Qingxue was surprised, why?
Lin Feng explained, you and the babies will be hot at night.
What if we stop for a few more hours? Lu Qingxue hesitated. Probably not. It's only 2 hours.
Just bear with it and it will pass. Lin Feng thought about it and said, we'll see what happens then.
He went to the kitchen to make lotus seed and pork tripe soup for Qingxue.
He bought fresh pork tripe and had to wash it himself.
Honey, what is this? Fresh pig stomachs.
I need to wash them with flour.
The smell is a bit strong. Please go to the living room. Lu Qingxue nodded, then I'll go see the babies.
She was not used to the smell. Lin Feng washed it repeatedly with flour, blanched it, and then washed it again. Then soak the lotus seeds, take out the lotus core, and stew them together for about an hour. This is just one dish, Lin Feng still has something else to make.
After lunch was ready, Lu Qingxue ate while holding Ping'an. Rui was full and playing in the play area with 2 balloons tied to the fence. Honey, this pork belly and lotus seed soup is delicious. If it tastes good, drink more.
While holding Ping'an, Lu Qingxue could only feed him little by little with a small spoon for fear that the soup would spill on the baby. During this period, no matter how Lin Feng tried, Pingyan insisted on being held by his mother, and he was helpless.
At night, everything was back to normal.
After feeding the babies, Lin Feng set the alarm clock to 1:45. There was a power outage, so he had to change the babies into air-conditioned clothes, otherwise they would be too hot. Suddenly, he thought of something and got up to look for something.
Chapter 100, Branch Opening, Rui has new situation.
He remembered that Lu Qingxue used to have a small rechargeable fan, which she could recharge with a power bank when it ran out of power. According to Lu Qingxue, she saw it by chance while shopping, bought it, but it was useless and was left unused. He found a small fan and charged both the power bank and it so that he could use it for his baby when there was a power outage.
After lying down again, Lu Qingxue asked dazedly, "Husband, where have you been?"
Lin Feng kissed her forehead.
"Go to sleep. I found something." At night, the alarm clock rang.
Lin Feng got up to see if there was still electricity at home, and leaned against the head of the bed to close his eyes and rest. After a while, the air conditioner made a beeping sound and I saw that there was a power outage. Lin Feng got up and went to the second bedroom. There was no doubt that the power was out there as well.
Quickly changed the baby's air conditioning clothes. Rui was sleeping soundly like a pig.
When changing Pingyan, Lin Feng tried his best to be more careful. I don't know if the little guy is too tired from playing today, but he is sleeping very soundly. Lin Feng came over with a small rechargeable fan. For such a small fan, the wind speed is still very gentle, and there are 4 gears to choose from. The bottom can be placed on the table or clamped to a place of moderate thickness. In short, it is very convenient. Lin Feng fixed the fan on the fence, and then used something else to secure it when he was still unsure. After making sure that he would not fall, Lin Feng lay back down and rested with peace of mind. He picked up a palm leaf fan and fell asleep while fanning Lu Qingxue. Lin Feng heard Lu Qingxue say she was hot in a daze, so he picked up the fan and continued to fan her. The alarm was set for 4:30. Lin Feng got up, but there was still no call. Lu Qingxue went over to check on the babies. They were all sleeping soundly and the fan had plenty of power. "I have to get up and cook in 2 hours, and this little fan should be able to last until then."
The next morning, Lin Feng went to cook.
Suddenly it occurred to me that the babies didn't seem to get up last night to drink milk and they slept very well.
Does that mean that babies can sleep until dawn in the future?
Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng felt happy. In this way, the adults can get a good rest at night, especially Lu Qingxue. At night, I feed Pingyan for more than an hour and Rui for half an hour. I have to feed him in the middle of the night and then feed him again early in the morning, so my sleep quality is very poor. Lin Feng had just finished making breakfast when he heard the babies crying.
When he went over, Lu Qingxue was already feeding Rui.
Pingyan has also woken up now, and both children want their mother. She seemed a little flustered. Lin Feng came over to help. After the 2 children finished their meal, they made wheezing sounds. Lu Qingxue slept through the night today and felt refreshed. After she finished her confinement, she often felt so relaxed when waking up in the morning.
"Honey, did I feed the babies last night?"
"Hey."
"Hello?" "Then why don't I have any recollection of that?"
Seeing Lu Qingxue's confused and cute face, Lin Feng pinched her fair face.
"Just teasing you. The babies slept through the night last night." Lu Qingxue's eyes widened, surprise written across her face.
"I was just saying that the 2 of them had completely different attitudes towards eating this morning than before.
And I just remember that I didn't feed the babies last night." She said coquettishly, "Husband, you are teasing me."
Lin Feng grinned, "Yeah, I like my wife's cute look the most, so adorable."
Lu Qingxue turned into a pufferfish. "Can I take this to mean I'm stupid?" Lin Feng asked back, "Isn't my wife stupid?"
Lu Qingxue disagreed and refused to admit that she was involved with Sha.
"I'm not, I didn't, you're lying." "Then tell me, what time did the power go out last night? What time did the power come back on?"
"That's too much, husband."
"How would I know if I was asleep? Does it have something to do with falling asleep?" "It has something to do with being stupid."
Mom and Dad were joking around, and the 2 babies were starving. Even Pingyan, who didn't drink his milk seriously, didn't play today. After feeding the 2 little guys, Pingyan became energetic and immediately changed his expression to ask his mother for a hug. Life just goes on like this. Haozi and Zhou Chang were at the branch, so he didn't have time to take care of them.
He just had to make the soup before opening.
Now, when Lin Feng makes soup, he goes to the kitchen of the main store to make a big pot.
The pot we have at home now can't satisfy the needs of 2 families.
A week before the opening, promotional t-shirts were worn, flyers were distributed, and advertisements were placed on the school forum.
Whoever Lu Qingxue or Lin Feng went to school would take a stack of flyers, put on a t-shirt, and distribute the flyers. One is distributed inside the school, and the other is distributed outside the school. After a week of posting, the branch will finally open tomorrow evening.
Lin Feng was making soup in the main store's kitchen, Lu Qingxue was eating homemade maokai, and the 2 children were sleeping in the stroller.
Because she was breastfeeding her babies, Lu Qingxue ordered a slightly spicy dish, which her husband made for her personally. The spiciness is just right and you can taste it.
Zhou Cheng teased her, sister-in-law, brother Feng made this for you personally.
Is it delicious? Lu Qingxue nodded and said, it's delicious. My husband's cooking is super delicious.
Zhou Cheng used to think she was a cold goddess, but after spending time with her, he felt that she was just a simpleton. She starts showing off whenever she mentions her husband, acting like a little girl immersed in love, silly and stupid. Lin Feng came out of the soup with his back completely wet.
The fan in the kitchen isn't working. I need to buy an air conditioner for the kitchen.
Zhou Cheng, okay, I'll go and see how the air conditioner is installed.
The next day. After dinner, the couple took a walk to the branch to check out the situation.
Zhou Cheng and Haozi's shouts could be heard from a long distance away.
Maokai Maokai, delicious Maokai. Grand opening promotion, free beer and drinks for the first 3 days. Spend 100 and get 15 off, spend 200 and get 40 off. The more you eat, the bigger the discount.
Now we're at the restaurant, and they're still trying to sell their wares.
Could it be that there's no one in the restaurant?
When I got closer, I saw that the store was full of customers inside and outside, and 2 people were handing out flyers to passers-by.
Brother Feng, sister-in-law, you are here.
Lin Feng saw not only waiters in the store, but also Zhou Cheng's parents helping out.
Yeah.
Lin Feng wanted to stay and help, but was rejected.
Brother Feng, there are enough people here.
You and your sister-in-law can take the babies for a walk.
Oh, and toys for the babies.
The new store opened with a colorful balloon arch.
Zhou Cheng left a few for the babies and tied them to the stroller.
The children were so happy to see them. After one table finished eating, Haozi hurried over to clear the dishes and asked how the food tasted.
It's delicious. This is the best maokai I've ever tasted.
The spiciness is just right, very delicious, I will come again next time.
Haozi smiled and said, welcome to visit us next time.
Lin Feng's shoulders trembled when he heard the fashionable version of welcome to visit us next time.
Wife, let's go to the supermarket.
After shopping in the supermarket, there were still a lot of people in the store. Seeing that it was still early and Lin Feng had plenty of help, he stayed outside to play with the babies.
Haozi and the others were too busy to entertain him.
Zhou Cheng's parents came out to greet him, said a few words and then went about their own business. Nobita wanted to come over to help, but Zhou Cheng told him not to come because there were enough people and he would just stand there and watch.
Nobita has been very busy with work recently. Everyone understands him and doesn't let him worry about the store's affairs.
It was almost time, so Lin Feng said goodbye to Zhou Cheng and others and left.
Tell uncle and auntie, we're leaving.
Along the way, Lu Qingxue was very happy because her husband's branch business was booming. In the following week, the branch's daily sales were comparable to those of the head office, both around 40,000 to 50,000.
The full-day turnover on Saturday and Sunday can reach 60,000.
The main store has a lot of regular customers, most of whom are students.
It's different here. After all, this is a big shopping mall with a lot of people coming and going. For new stores rewarded by the system, the first month's sales revenue will be returned to the host. The main store's first month's turnover was close to 1.6 million. Lin Feng guessed that he would get a cashback of 2 million this month. Honey, we have to take the baby to the hospital tomorrow.
By the way, husband, I always feel that Rui is not full recently.
Lin Feng immediately perked up. What's wrong?
Lu Qingxue described it this way: even after Rui had finished eating, she still wanted to eat more and was unwilling to let go.
I feel like both sides are empty. I wonder if they are out of food for the babies.
But she felt that she still had the ability to breastfeed 2 babies. Lin Feng frowned, then tell the doctor about this tomorrow. If Rui can't be fed enough, give her some milk powder.